Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1057 to Chapter 1133. What elderly said is right. The elders who had opposed the idea before also agreed. Sure enough, the same words had a different effect when spoken by someone else. Qi Yanran also breathed a sigh of relief. She had been troubled by this matter for several days. Now that Li Zongjiu had appeared, the matter was settled with a few words. Qi Yanran also admired Li Zongjiu's courage. Of course, Li Zongjiu's prestige today was also because of the strength he had shown. Many of his achievements had also shown Li Zongjiu's strength. He was indeed qualified to say such words. Most importantly, how many of the people below dared to refute Li Zongjiu's words? That night, Qi Yanran directly gathered the people. Although they did not have to fight, the lineup had to be ensured. About 20 people were organized. Although it was not many, each of them was a master. The 7 strongholds are equal in strength, and their territories are clearly divided, so they coexist peacefully with each other. Now that they have joined forces, the 7 strongholds have covered the entire area of Mount Xianhuang. As long as we appear, we will definitely be exposed. So what if we are exposed? Since we are equal in strength, let's go to the nearest stronghold first. Where is it? Li Zongjiu asked. The Dibao stronghold is 5 miles east of the mountain ridge. Let's go. Everyone's mighty aura rushed toward the Dibao stronghold. Among the 7 strongholds, the Dibao stronghold was not the strongest, but its strength was about the middle to lower level. For the time being, it ranked 5th. The people in the stronghold received the news that Li Zongjiu and the others were heading toward the stronghold. Looking at their posture, it was obvious that they were not here to deliver money, so the sentries quickly passed the news. They were directly sent to the chief of the Dibao stronghold, Zhang Tianba. Zhang Tianba was holding a big pig trotter in his left hand and a jug of wine in his right. When he heard that the Qi family dared to come up the mountain, he was afraid that they would die. He was simply courting death. Since he wanted to fight head-on, then he would give it a try and see who was stronger. How many of them are there? Zhang Tianba asked. 26 or 7. TSK, I thought it would be more than 200. We have 888 brothers. Don't tell me we can't cripple them? Zhang Tianba spat out the pig bone in his mouth. Then, he stood up and ordered his men to push the heavy weapon out. Set up the mountain-blasting cannons and soul-piercing crossbows. Let's see how many attacks these people can withstand. Zhang Tianba ordered. The outer perimeter of this Dibao stronghold was also built with some hardwood. It looked very fragile, but in fact, these wood were all over 100 years old. Impervious to fire and water. The saber could not break it. It had a very good resistance to grass. More than a dozen bright red cannons were already prepared. These cannons were personally purchased by Zhang Tianba, and it was because of these cannons that Zhang Tianba was able to prepare. This deterred the rest of the people from the other strongholds. Based on the power of these cannons, if they hit their target, a Yuan King elite would probably be crippled. Even if the cannons exploded beside them, it would be enough to overturn a person. Therefore, Zhang Tianba was very confident in these cannons in his hands. Chief, they have already entered the area after the bombardment. Blow them up. Blow them up. Zhang Tianba directly ordered. These people from the chaotic mountain stronghold were quite fierce. Even if they were facing the Qi family, none of them were cowards. They directly started fighting from the beginning. Boom. 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 More than a dozen mountain-blasting cannons were fired at the same time. In an instant, a wave of dust was set off, and a large amount of dust was sent flying. The area covered by the cannons was immediately crushed by a tyrannical and terrifying force. Large pits appeared on the ground one after another. This series of cannons did not stop. The pitch-black cannons swept out directly. They rushed downwards. Whoosh! Boom! The violent tremors made the people from the Dibao stronghold excited. Haha! Even if these people are not dead, they must be seriously injured. Zhang Tianba and the others immediately burst into laughter. They were very satisfied with the power of their mountain-blasting cannons. Whoosh! Zhang Tianba had already ordered the cannons to stop firing. After all, this cannons would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. How could he not feel distressed? What's that? The surroundings seemed to be a little quiet. Suddenly, an intense sound was heard. Moreover, there were several small black dots in the sky that were rapidly approaching. Before Zhang Tianba and the others could see clearly what it was that had fallen from the sky, a loud sound was heard. Then, the gate of the stronghold was directly blown to pieces. A ray of white light descended from the sky like a long whip. It directly destroyed the stronghold in front of them. Zhang Tianba was seriously injured by the explosion. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Don't tell me they also have mountain blasting cannons? However, no one answered Zhang Tianba's question. They did not even see clearly who the other party was. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering white light in front of him. It almost blinded Zhang Tianba's eyes. He only had time to shout to the front. Those who wanted to escape simply couldn't find any direction in this terrifying and chaotic battle. There was no chance for them to escape. In the end, all of them were buried in this sea of fire. Li Zongjiu and the others were too lazy to go up the mountain. The Dibao stronghold was just the beginning. This night was destined to be extraordinary. On Mount Xianhuang, there were continuous explosions that were getting closer and closer. Whirlwind Stronghold, one of the 7 strongholds. The stronghold master was a pinnacle Yuan monarch elite. However, he had a unique treasure that could help him break through the limit and temporarily possess the strength of a Yuan monarch. Therefore, the strength of Whirlwind Stronghold was among the 7 strongholds. It was ranked first. Of course, although it was ranked higher, it was not that easy to defeat the other strongholds. However, tonight was destined to be an eventful night for Whirlwind Stronghold. In fact, no one dared to sleep for the entire night. All of them were focused on the situation in the distance. The continuous explosions woke them up. It seemed to be getting closer and closer. Stronghold. Stronghold Master. They have already gone up the mountain. As soon as he said this, the Stronghold Master of Whirlwind Stronghold was frightened. The 2 walnuts in his hands were immediately crushed. He was obviously extremely nervous. In one night, all 6 strongholds were destroyed. Before they came, the Qi family didn't even give him a heads up. On this night, 6 of the 7 strongholds didn't leave a single person alive. They didn't leave a single person alive. That was their style of doing things. The head of Whirlwind Stronghold was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Quickly hang up the white flag. The main reason was that the thousands of people in the stronghold were basically in a state of fear. They didn't dare to face what was going to happen next. The remaining 6 strongholds had all been wiped out. Not a single one of them had managed to escape. If this group of people came to them, they would probably end up the same way. If they wanted to fight head-on, it was very likely that they would all die in the end. However, if they wanted to leave the stronghold and start anew, they would probably be killed by the head of the stronghold. Fortunately, the head of the stronghold was quite strong. He didn't want to fight head-on with these people. Instead, he chose to surrender. If it was a normal situation, surrendering was such a shameful thing. Moreover, as a bandit, it was even more unbearable for them to accept such a humiliating thing. However, the situation this time was special. It was pardonable. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was really too big. After Li Zongjiu and the others went up the mountain, they found that the people of Whirlwind Stronghold had directly opened the gate and hung a white flag high up. They actually surrendered. When the experts of the Qi family saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. They thought that these bandits were really tough to deal with. In just one night, they had actually surrendered. Nonsense. The person who came was Li Zongjiu. What kind of methods did Li Zongjiu have? Anyone who was in the Jianghu would ask around. When Li Zongjiu made a move, he never showed mercy. He dared to kill anyone. If you dared to stand in front of him, you would be chopped to death. Even if you died, no one would avenge you. Otherwise, the White Deer Mansion behind Li Zongjiu would never let you go. No matter where you escaped to, they would easily dig you out. Immediately, everyone entered the Whirlwind Stockade. Within the Whirlwind Stockade, everyone had already walked out. Furthermore, no one was carrying any weapons. Instead, they were waving something similar to a confetti in their hands. Their faces were brimming with an extremely welcoming expression as they welcomed Li Zhongjiu. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, sirs, to our stronghold for guidance. I am Su Yud, the chief of this stronghold. Su Yud said sincerely and respectfully. In front of these big shots, he had no choice but to lower his head. Facing the terrifying strength of these people, Su Yud's heart was still very weak. Although directly letting these people in was like inviting wolves into the house, and even at the moment when they were about to be reduced to fish on the chopping board, this was a last resort. Otherwise, they would directly become grilled fish in a while. To kill or not to kill? Li Zhongjiu asked Qi Yanran. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Su Yud was shocked. Even if they really had no power to resist, this was a matter of life and death. Couldn't he be a little more serious? Li Zhongjiu felt as if he was asking if this thing tasted good. Before Qi Yanran could answer, Su Yud immediately knelt down with a plop. Sirs, madam, I have elders and children to take care of. I should not have listened to those bastards. Sirs, please spare my life. Sirs, please spare my life. We were also forced to become bandits. Now that Su Yud was already a Yuan King elite, he actually disregarded his status and directly knelt in front of Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran. He prayed that Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu would let him go. If Li Zhongjiu and the others were to take action, the entire stronghold would suffer. Faced with such a situation, Su Yud did not hesitate to kneel down. At the very least, he had to save the lives of the people in this stronghold. After all, these people followed Su Yud. Li Zhongjiu looked at Qi Yanran. Obviously, he wanted to let Qi Yanran handle this matter. After all, the people behind them were from the Qi family. If Qi Yanran wanted to establish her authority, she would have to take action personally and solve this matter. Li Zhongjiu was just here to accompany Qi Yanran for a while and to support her. You are the chief of Whirlwind Stronghold? Qi Yanran looked at Su Yud and asked indifferently. Yes, I am. How many people are there in your stronghold? Qi Yanran asked. Although Su Yud did not know why Qi Yanran asked this question, he still answered honestly. Madam, there are a total of 1243 people in the stronghold. Including me, there are 1,244 people. With your manpower, will it be difficult to open up a transportation mountain road for the Qi family? Qi Yanran asked. Transportation mountain road. Su Yud immediately understood Qi Yanran's meaning. She wanted to let Su Yud handle the arrangements for the transportation of the mysterious yellow Oregon. That was, if other people came to rob them. Su Yud was about to rush forward. He wanted to protect and escort the transportation of the ore. No problem, of course not. We brothers have occupied the mysterious yellow mountain for decades. It is naturally easy to open up a road. We can also guarantee the safety of your ore transportation. After all, Su Yud said halfway and felt a little embarrassed. After all, the other 6 strongholds are all dead. Originally, it could be said that the 7 great mountain strongholds were eyeing each other covetously. They were all on guard against each other. After all, there was not much difference in their strength. If they could devour one of them, it would be equivalent to strengthening their own strength. It would be much easier to swallow the others. However, no one had such an opportunity. Now, among the 7 strongholds, only Whirlwind Stronghold still existed. Naturally, Whirlwind Stronghold was the most powerful one. As for the other strongholds hidden deep in the mountains and forests, they were no match for Whirlwind Stronghold. In the future, you will be in charge of the Qi family's mining road. The territories of the previous 6 strongholds will be handed over to you. When the Qi family's mining team withdraws from here, there will naturally be peace. After that, you can do whatever you want. If you dare to touch the Qi family or have any thoughts about us, I will destroy your entire stronghold. Although Qi Yanran's words were not harsh and her tone was extremely light, when people heard it, they could not help but feel a little cold. Su Yud understood that Qi Yanran was giving him a chance. Immediately, Su Yud waved his hand. He summoned all the core members of Whirlwind Stronghold and directly knelt in front of Qi Yanran. Madam, please rest assured. As long as I, Su Yud, am here, no one will be allowed to touch the Qi family's mining vein. Everyone in Whirlwind Stronghold will do their best to protect the Qi family's mining vein. If anyone dares to touch it, I will fight with him. At the end of his speech, Suyid revealed a trace of viciousness. He was extremely grateful for Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's kindness of not killing him. In fact, it was not him who had proposed the alliance of the 7 strongholds. However, such a good thing was in front of him, so he might as well make a fortune. After all, many people would only keep the peace and pay a little protection fee. At least, they would not have to be on guard all the time in the future. Perhaps it would cause more losses. However, Li Zongjiu did not have such losses. You can be destroyed in a matter of minutes. No one had expected that the state protector, Li Zongjiu, would personally come to solve this matter. If Suyid had known that Li Zongjiu was also involved, he would not have dared to do so even if he was given 100 guts. Before dark tonight, bring your men to the city and find me. I will arrange something for you to do. In addition, you can go and take care of the other 6 strongholds. The meaning of taking care of them was naturally to dig out the treasures of the 6 strongholds. However, in fact, the people of these strongholds were not rich at all. If they were rich, why would they be bandits? They would have bought a piece of land, built a house and become a landlord. Moreover, Suyid and the others were asked to clean up the battlefield. The wreckage of the 6 strongholds was also a kind of deterrence for them. When they cleaned up, they would know how terrifying Li Zongjiu and the others were. No matter what, at least the people of Whirlwind Stronghold had kept their lives. This was a very rare thing. It made them feel relieved. However, they would be in a state of semi-slavery. They would not be as free as before. At least, they had to help the Qi family and take care of the mining vein. If something happened, they believed that the Qi family would not let Whirlwind Stronghold go. Therefore, they had to go all out. Their lives could be considered to have been saved. A night of running around naturally consumed a lot of energy. However, at least this matter was solved, and it was solved very beautifully. At the dinner table, Li Zongjiu also ate with the people of the Qi family. Several elders had begun to change their view of Qi Yanran. At least, they thought that Qi Yanran was not simply reckless. However, Qi Yanran's style of doing things was somewhat similar to Li Zongjiu's. In the future, they would have to remind Qi Yanran not to become another Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was a lone hero. He had achieved what he had today with his own strength. However, Qi Yanran could not do the same. If she did so, it would bring disaster to the Qi family. After dinner, the people of the Qi family left one after another, leaving the young man and woman alone. Qi Yanran threw herself into Li Zongjiu's arms. Li Zongjiu's hand slid down Qi Yanran's soft hair. I prepared a small gift for you. Li Zongjiu smiled and said in a low voice. I don't need any gift. I just need you. Qi Yanran seemed to enjoy lying in Li Zongjiu's arms very much. What she felt was stability and strength. Qi Yanran said. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but smile. Naturally, he was extremely touched. No one had ever said such words to him before. This is good stuff. Li Zongjiu took out a huge blue egg. Anyone who saw this egg wouldn't think that it was a bird's egg. When Qi Yanran saw this egg, she was slightly stunned. What is this? Qi Yanran asked curiously. Although she knew that this was an egg, the energy contained in this egg was extremely powerful. Even if it was born now, its strength would definitely be comparable to an Origin Emperor expert. Mountain Seagull's egg. Li Zongjiu said. He placed the Mountain Seagull's egg in Qi Yanran's hand. What, Mountain Seagull? Isn't that the legendary Supreme Soul Beast? Qi Yanran was stunned. Previously, she didn't hear where Li Zongjiu went. But suddenly, he took out a Supreme Soul Beast's egg. How could Qi Yanran not be shocked? Moreover, she had heard of the Mountain Seagull before. Legend had it that the Mountain Seagull had great power. It could flip mountains and fill seas with a light flap of its wings. Its attributes were also the combination of water and earth attributes. Dual attribute soul beasts were rare. Therefore, a mountain seagull at its peak would also have the strength of a supreme soul beast. In terms of the combination of attributes, it couldn't be more suitable for Qi Yanran. How do I hatch this? But this is a supreme soul beast. How can you give it to me? Qi Yanran still couldn't believe it. At the same time, she wanted to return the egg to Li Zhongjiu. But Li Zhongjiu grabbed her hand. So what if it's a supreme soul beast? Sooner or later, I'll catch a dragon for you. Li Zhongjiu said. He wasn't bragging. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu killed the 4 supreme soul beasts of the dragon clan. But this time, he brought back the supreme soul beasts. But on the Dragon Island, there must still be 4 supreme soul beasts of the dragon clan. At that time, if he were to fight with these supreme soul beasts again, he didn't know what would happen. If the dragon soul continued to cultivate, it would definitely be summoned by the Dragon Island, and the Dragon Island would also sense the existence of the dragon soul. They would directly send experts to bring back this wisp of dragon soul, dead or alive. The Dragon Island formed its own continent and regarded itself as a better place for the Xingwu continent. But what happened in the end? Wasn't it destroyed by Li Zhongjiu? Alone, therefore, one shouldn't be too arrogant. Otherwise, it was hard to say what would happen. Braggart. Even if Qi Yanran believed in Li Zhongjiu, she did not believe this sentence. She had never heard of anyone who could take a dragon as a mount or pet. Therefore, Qi Yanran was also very clear about this matter. Although Li Zhongjiu might be able to do what the predecessors couldn't do, Qi Yanran still believed that Li Zhongjiu could do anything. He just didn't want Li Zhongjiu to risk his life for such a sentence. It didn't matter if there was a dragon or not. Drip a drop of blood essence on it. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't want to talk about these things with Qi Yanran now. Just now, Li Zhongjiu suddenly had a whim. If he could subdue the 4 supreme soul beasts of the dragon clan, would he be able to go to the sacred martial realm? He could directly break through this barren land and kill his way into the sacred martial realm. At the very least, he had to resist the power of the sacred martial realm. With the strength of the sacred martial realm, they would definitely discover Li Zhongjiu's existence in the future. With such an unusual existence here, who knew what kind of things would happen? Qi Yanran carefully dripped a drop of blood essence on the mountain puffin egg. Immediately, the blood essence slowly merged into the eggshell. At first, there was a moment of silence. Then, a terrifying suction force erupted from the egg, as if it was going to suck Qi Yanran in. However, this force only wrapped Qi Yanran in it. Use your mental strength to communicate with her. Li Zhongjiu's voice sounded. Qi Yanran didn't panic at all. With Li Zhongjiu by her side, she didn't need to worry about anything. Li Zhongjiu also didn't disturb the communication of this force. After all, it was the bloodline of a supreme soul beast. It would even inherit some of its previous memories. The magic of a supreme soul beast was unimaginable to ordinary people. For the entire afternoon, Qi Yanran was also communicating with the mountain puffin. Finally, when Li Zhongjiu calculated the time, she succeeded. A clear and loud cry rang out. Then, a small blue bird with a long tail was seen standing on Qi Yanran's shoulder, gently combing its feathers. Congratulations, Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. Qi Yanran's eyes had a trace of uncontrollable fatigue, but more than that, she was excited. A supreme soul beast, she actually had a supreme soul beast as a pet. Could it be that she was dreaming? It took Qi Yanran a long time to wake up. It's real. Qi Yanran tilted her head and looked at the cute little sparrow on her shoulder. She couldn't help but touch the latter's head and scratch its neck. A newborn mountain puffin was only the size of an ordinary sparrow. The stronger the soul beast, the more it knew how to protect itself from a young age. Since it transformed into such a small sparrow, naturally, there wouldn't be any powerful soul beasts targeting it. Relatively speaking, it would be safer. Even if there were enemies, they would be ordinary soul beasts. This little thing is quite cute. Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand to touch the mountain puffin's head. After all, Li Zhongjiu had never seen such a miniature mountain puffin. However, the mountain puffin's temper wasn't small. It directly pecked at Li Zhongjiu's hand as fast as lightning. Unfortunately, this peck didn't hit Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the mountain puffin and held it in his hand very easily. Little thing, you still want to peck me? Li Zhongjiu's other hand kept stroking the mountain puffin's head back and forth, as if he wanted to show the mountain puffin his power. Chirp 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 chirp. The mountain puffin suddenly squeaked like a sparrow, asking for help from its owner. It's just a newborn baby. What are you doing? quickly take it back. Xianxia hurriedly said, obviously very protective of the mountain puffin. Even Li Zongjiu couldn't bully it. Li Zongjiu could only let go of the mountain puffin in his hand. The moment he let go, the mountain puffin pecked at Li Zongjiu's hand. It was revenge. If an ordinary Yuan King cultivator's hand was pecked like this, it would probably be crippled directly. However, when it pecked at Li Zongjiu's body, it was the mountain puffin who asked for it. Its entire mouth was directly numbed. Now, it was curled up in Xianxia's arms and acting spoiled. Haha, this little thing is so intelligent. Li Zongjiu laughed when he saw this. However, judging from its performance just now, the mountain puffin's strength was not bad. Now, just based on its speed and destructive power, it wouldn't be a problem to kill a third-grade Yuan King. Do you want this? Li Zongjiu took out a pill in his hand. A 6th-grade pill, it was even very precious in the elixir market. Any 6th-grade pill was enough to open an auction. The mountain puffin's eyes lit up when it saw the pill, but it didn't dare approach Li Zongjiu rashly. After all, Li Zongjiu gave it a sense of threat, which made the mountain puffin very vigilant. It didn't want to get close to such a threatening person. However, the pill in Li Zongjiu's hand had a fatal attraction to it. Although it was nestled in Xianxia's arms, its eyes were fixed on it. Come up here obediently. Li Zongjiu opened his palm. The mountain puffin hesitated for a moment before looking up at Xianxia. Through its connection with Xianxia, the mountain puffin could naturally feel that the person before it would not hurt it. However, due to its fear of power, the mountain puffin instinctively feared the latter. Go. Xianxia said gently. Finally, the mountain puffin flapped its wings and gently landed on Li Zongjiu's palm. Haha, good girl. Li Zongjiu threw the pill to the mountain puffin. The mountain puffin directly flew up and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Then, it returned to Xianxia's side. It began to digest the pill. At this moment, it was in the process of constantly breaking through and absorbing. Therefore, no matter how many pills there were, as long as it could digest them, there would be no problem. I'll leave this little thing to you. When it reaches adulthood, its strength should be considerable. As for reaching the sovereign level, it will probably take some time. I'll refine some pills as soon as possible. Li Zongjiu said. Don't forget, I'm also an alchemist. Xianxia was a little unconvinced. Although she didn't have the same ability as Li Zongjiu, Xianxia was at least a genius alchemist. In the Three Dynasties Alchemy Assembly, she didn't lack in showing herself. The strength she showed wasn't simple. Yes. What should we call this little guy? How about calling it Little Mountain? Li Zongjiu suggested. Xianxia didn't say anything and directly rolled her eyes at him. Well, I think we should call it, Boom. Suddenly, there was a continuous roar from outside. The two people in the room looked at each other. Obviously, they knew what that sound was. Immediately, Li Zongjiu and Xianxia both walked out. An eagle battleship was hovering above the road. It was even level with the surrounding buildings. When ordinary people saw the eagle battleship for the first time, they were immediately shocked. This huge lump of metal was actually able to fly in the sky. It was simply unbelievable. It was an eye-opener. Zongjiu, not good, something happened. Li Yun stood on the eagle battleship and said. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's face sank. Li Yun finally found Li Zongjiu. After receiving the news, she immediately rushed over. What's wrong? Li Zongjiu asked. The King of Fire is in Yongzhou. He's being chased by a mysterious force. According to the information we've gathered, the King of Fire seems to have been captured by these people. Yongzhou, Ghost Realm, Yongzhou. It was rumored that this was a place where ghosts and spirits cultivated. It was also a place where yin qi was extremely dense. Ordinary people would not come to such a place. To those who cultivated in elemental arts with special attributes, such a place was a natural holy ground for cultivation. Everyone wanted to seek opportunities here. These people were also commonly known as ghost cultivators. People who cultivated these elemental formulas were extremely eccentric. Therefore, they had to be careful when moving around in Yongzhou. The more eccentric a person was, the stranger their behavior was. It was very normal for the King of Fire to go to Xianxia to train. However, he was being chased by a mysterious force. Li Zhongjiu immediately thought of Wu Tian, who had escaped unscathed from the Ghost King Palace. In his previous life, although Wu Shan was evenly matched with him, if Li Zhongjiu went all out and disregarded everything, it was not impossible for him to take Wu Tian's life. However, in this life, he had not recovered the cultivation of his previous life. If he wanted to fight with Wu Tian, it was obvious that he was still far from it. While Li Zhongjiu was improving, Wu Tian was also improving. Moreover, Wu Tian's strength was almost an entire realm higher than Li Zhongjiu's. This trip might be extremely dangerous. I'll go with you, Qi Yanran said. Seeing the seriousness in Li Zhongjiu's expression, she immediately said. However, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. No, you stay here. This time I will go all out. If you come with me, I will be distracted. Don't worry, if I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me, Li Zhongjiu said. If they were to fight head-on, it would naturally be extremely difficult to defeat the other party. However, Li Zhongjiu was still extremely confident in escaping. In reality, the reason why he had cultivated such a powerful physical body was not to fight. More importantly, it was used to save his own life. In Li Zhongjiu's previous life, he had suffered many defeats during his struggle. He had also learned many life-saving skills. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Therefore, as long as one's own defense was high, the chances of survival were still very high. Qi Yanran naturally wanted to follow them, but Li Zhongjiu's attitude was very clear, and Qi Yanran herself knew that her strength was indeed not enough. Train this little guy well. It will be a useful assistant in the future, Li Zhongjiu said. I will. Qi Yanran nodded heavily. Li Zhongjiu turned and boarded Li Yan's eagle battleship. Boom, the eagle battleship suddenly disappeared in the sky. Li Zhongjiu stood on the deck and stared at Qi Yanran below until she could no longer be seen. The King of Fire was a very important friend to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu would never allow any accidents to happen to his friend. Wu Tian, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. If Wu Tian and King of Fire had the same source of power, Wu Tian would definitely refine the King of Fire. Along the way, Li Zhongjiu was also condensing his own murderous aura. The eagle battleship was in the sky, and its speed was extremely crazy and terrifying. Boom, the eagle battleship speed was like a rainbow. Even at full speed, the eagle battleship could not be seen by the naked eye. One could only see the traces of the eagle battleship passing by. The clouds in the sky seemed to be split apart by an invisible force. The eagle battleship entered the territory of Xianxia. Even in Xianxia, one could see that the surrounding brightness had decreased a lot. The sky was mostly covered with dark clouds. There were very few colors. There was a trace of yin qi in the air. Xiong City. Xiong City of Xianxia, one of the famous ghost cities. It was rumored that the 800,000 rebels in Xianxia were killed in order to fight against the royal family of the Xingyan dynasty. Everyone was left here. After the defeat, none of the 800,000 rebels survived. All of them were beheaded. Their heads were placed in a pit, and their bodies were placed in another pit. In the end, a city was built on the mass grave of the 800,000 corpses. At first, it was just a small town, but later it gradually expanded into a city. The yin qi here was extremely dense. If a weak person stayed here for a long time, their illness would worsen. Even a person with vigorous qi and blood would gradually lose their qi and blood here. In the end, they would get sick, and all kinds of things would happen. Ordinary people did not dare to stay here for long. They would rather suffer a little than spend the night in the city. It was rumored that every night until late at night, they could hear the melodious cries and shouts coming from below the city walls. Li Zhongjiu and the rest landed in the city. Li Zhongjiu also sent the rest of the people back. He did not need the eagle battleship to help attack. However, Li Yan insisted on staying. The King of Fire was her master. How could Li Yan not help her master when he was in trouble? Even if her life was in danger, she would still follow. Li Zhongjiu saw Li Yan's respect for her master, so of course he would help her. This trip is not that simple. You have to be careful and stay by my side. Li Zongjie reminded her. Then, he thought of something and said, also, don't talk too much. If you don't have to, don't talk. Li Zongjie was most afraid of Li Yan's jinx mouth. It was so accurate that it was even more accurate than the spring primrose. Li Yan also pouted. This guy was too much. He actually said that about her. However, Li Yan would sometimes think about it carefully. It seemed that she would often say some things and it would come true. Hence, she nodded, indicating that she would not speak carelessly. In order to fit the environment here. The two of them also changed into black robes. Li Yan also covered her slender legs. There is a branch of our White Deer Thousand machine here. It's over here. Li Yan held a map in her hand. Li Zongjie did not expect that the White Deer Mansion had already developed its influence here. It was really unexpected. Of course, such a layout was not thought of by Li Zongjie. It was arranged by Xiao Zhao. Not to mention the entire Xingyan dynasty, but at least 80% of the areas had already been set up. The establishment of an intelligence center was very tiring. Moreover, it was also very expensive. Just the daily expenditure on communications alone was an astronomical figure. Just the operating income of these casinos was naturally not enough to maintain such a huge structure. Xiao Zhao's goal was to turn the 1,000-machine workshop into an existence like the Rain Pavilion. In a coffin shop in Qiong City. When Li Zongjie and Yi Shiwen walked into the coffin shop, the owner of the coffin shop was in disbelief. Li Zongjie and Li Yan were legendary figures to him. Now that they had appeared in front of him, he felt overwhelmed and quickly welcomed them. At the same time, he knew the purpose of their visit and took out the information that he had prepared beforehand. My lord, there are 3 netherworld regions in Qiong City. These people often like to capture people, plunder their souls, and refine their flesh and blood. Even the dynasty can't do anything to them. They are also quite ferocious locally. A few days ago, I was paying attention to the movements in the city. Suddenly, many experts appeared and moved into the 3 netherworld regions at the same time. I asked them to look for a woman. She was the person that the higher-ups ordered us to pay close attention to. I didn't expect to find her here. The 3 netherworld regions and many mysterious experts attacked at the same time. They injured the woman in red and took her away. As for where they took her, we can't follow them with our strength. The coffin shop owner said. The information in his hand was the specific location of the 3 netherworld regions and the deployment of their forces. In other words, this matter has something to do with the 3 netherworld regions. Li Zongjie flipped through the information in his hand. The strongest among the 3 netherworld regions was only at the Yuan King level. How could they capture the King of Fire with such strength? Therefore, the problem must lie with the mysterious experts who came later. However, to find out the whole story, they had to start with the 3 netherworld regions. Let's go. Li Zongjie and Li Yan did not wait. After leaving a deposit of 100,000 purple yuan in the coffin shop, they walked in the direction of the city. Obviously, the 100,000 purple yuan was a reward from Li Zongjie. The coffin shop owner did not expect to be able to meet Li Zongjie and receive a reward that he would not have to worry about for the rest of his life. He was really excited. According to the address, Li Zongjie found one of the rooms first. The so-called Netherworld faction was nothing more than a group of people who cultivated this kind of dark elemental energy. The leader was known as the Tiger Ghost. The Tiger Fiend Ghost had a guillotine in his hand. It was said that he was an executioner in the past. He accidentally found a cultivation elemental formula in the guillotine that had been passed down from his ancestors. From then on, he was out of control. Every time he killed someone, he would definitely behead them. Then, he would absorb the other party's essence into his body. Through this method, one could cultivate. The Baleful Tiger Nether Office, which had been established by the Baleful Tiger Ghost, was considered one of the top 3 forces in Jade City. The number of little ghosts under his command had already exceeded 300. Today was the day that the Baleful Tiger Ghost would preach Tao in the 1,000 Ghost Square of Jade City. If someone had the same Tao as him, then they would naturally become the Baleful Tiger Ghost's disciple and become the Baleful Tiger Ghost's disciple. Naturally, they would become the Baleful Tiger Ghost's disciple. At this moment, the square was already filled with people. Some people wanted to sign up, but they did not meet the entry requirements of the baleful tiger ghost. However, there were still many people who were interested in the baleful tiger ghost's preaching. At least after listening to it, it would be of great help to their cultivation. Therefore, every time there was a free preaching like this, many people would come to listen to it. Behind the baleful tiger ghost stood 4 loyal protectors. In such a public occasion, of course, they had to be prepared. It was not that they were timid. After all, no one could be certain about this matter. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. The lecture proceeded very smoothly. The tiger evil ghost felt extremely satisfied from the intoxicated expressions of the people below. At the same time, it was also looking for some good people. After recruiting them, it would be able to properly train them. Just as the baleful tiger ghost was sizing up the people, 2 people with vigorous vitality suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw the 2 people, the baleful tiger ghost's eyes lit up. He then gestured to the protectors behind him to get the 2 people in front of him. However, before the protector beside the baleful tiger ghost could move, the 2 people jumped onto the platform. The baleful tiger ghost was stunned. Could it be that he was so charming now? He had not even opened his mouth to summon them, and these people had already jumped onto the platform and delivered themselves to him. The 2 of you also want to be my disciple? The baleful tiger ghost straightened his body and looked at the young man and woman in front of him like an expert in cultivation. Since they had delivered themselves to him, there was nothing more to say. He would take them down first and then slowly train them. I'll worship your mother. Xianxia flew up and kicked the baleful tiger ghost in the face. The baleful tiger ghost fell to the ground. The 4 protectors on the platform and the many followers below all stared with wide eyes. The baleful tiger ghost lord, who was preaching to them, was actually beaten down. In the hearts of these followers, the baleful tiger ghost army was an invincible force. You dare to hit me? Cripple him. The baleful tiger ghost was enraged after being kicked to the ground by Xianxia. He then flipped himself up and summoned the 4 protectors behind him. However, before the 4 protectors could do anything, Xianxia had already stepped forward. He grabbed the tiger fiend ghost, lifted it up, and smashed it on the ground. Boom! The tiger fiend ghost's body slammed into the podium, creating a huge crater. The 4 protectors wanted to stop him. Li Yan pulled out a crimson longsword and slashed at the 4 protectors. The crimson longsword exploded with terrifying power. The baleful tiger ghost lord sent the 4 protectors flying. Where is the woman that you took away? Xianxia grabbed the heavily injured baleful tiger ghost lord. Restrained by Xianxia, the baleful tiger ghost lord could not move at all. He could only stare at Xianxia and gather his essence power quickly. He spat out a mouthful of black gas and wrapped it around Xianxia's hand. Xianxia pulled out his fist and punched him in the stomach. Bam! There was a loud bang. The baleful tiger ghost lord's lifetime of cultivation dissipated with a soft thud. You're asking for it. Xianxia did not have the time to waste on this guy. He pried open the latter's eyeballs and sent a terrifying wave of spiritual power into the latter's eyes. Like a bandit, he plundered the baleful tiger ghost lord's memories. Spiritual search, it would be a huge blow to the person being searched, and it would be a blow that would be difficult to recover from. In the end, the person would become a fool. Finally, Xianxia found a figure in the latter's memories. But the image was very blurry. Clearly, the baleful tiger ghost lord had not come into direct contact with the King of Fire. At the same time, the mysterious experts had not left any information behind. All memories of those people have been wiped. That's his style. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. The baleful tiger ghost lord in his hand had lost all struggle. Xianxia tossed it aside like a piece of trash. Let's go. Find the next one. Xianxia said. At this time, Li Yan had already crippled the 4 protectors. The hundreds of followers below were watching the scene with their mouths agape. Just where did these 2 gods come from? One of the 3 heavyweights of the city, Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord, had been beaten into a cripple by 2 mysterious men who had descended from the sky on his own platform. After such a situation occurred, many people were taken aback. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord was strong and ruthless. No one dared to offend him. But now, he had been crippled in his own territory. This made people feel a little scared just by listening to it. Could they have offended someone they could not afford to offend? At the same time, after the leaders of the other two forces in the city heard this, they were also gloating. Some of them even kept clapping and cheering. Once Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord was crippled. Wasn't their territory just the right time to expand? As one of the three major underworlds, the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord had grasped this opportunity well. This was naturally the best opportunity to send people out to take over Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord's territory and resources. The leader of the underworlds. The Bloodwing Ghostly Lord and Tiger Fiend Ghostly Lord were equal in strength. Therefore, the two underworlds were usually at peace. Now that they knew the Tiger Fiend Ghostly army was in trouble, they naturally had to take advantage of the situation. However, after the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord gathered his men and was ready to set off, he opened the door and saw two figures standing at the entrance. "Who are you?" When he saw Li Zongjiu and Wu Yu, the disciple who opened the door was stunned. "This is the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord?" Li Zongjiu opened the scroll in his hand. When he saw the name on it, he asked. "Yes, who are you?" Bam! Li Zongjiu kicked out. The person was sent flying. Who is the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord? After kicking away the person in front of them, Li Zongjiu and Luo Yuan walked in to take a look. They discovered that there were already a few square formations arranged in the spacious courtyard. The Bloodwing Ghostly Lord was installing his own pair of blood-red steel wings. This pair of wings was his weapon. It was strange. After installing them, they were like his own arms. He could control them freely. It was a terrifying sight. Often, before you could even see it, it would have already reaped your life with a flap of its wings. "Who's looking for me?" The Bloodwing Ghostly Lord saw that the other party had come with ill intentions, and immediately frowned coldly. His subordinates also began to tense up, staring coldly at the person before them. The weapons in their hands were also strange. "Get over here," Li Zongjiu said straightforwardly. As he spoke, he also used a hidden force. In an instant, this hidden force erupted. Under this hidden force, the numerous seemingly ferocious disciples directly spat out blood as their bodies flew backwards. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Boom! All of them fell to the ground. "How dare you hit my men?" When the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord saw this, he was first enraged. However, when he saw that the duo seemed familiar, his face froze. You're the ones who defeated the Fiend Tiger Ghostly Lord." When he saw Li Zongjiu and Wu Yu's team, the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord's mind suddenly lit up. With such strength, they would come knocking on his door to kill him. This was to the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord. For someone who could defeat the Fiend Tiger Ghostly Lord, defeating him would be a simple matter. More importantly, the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord was a very cautious person. Although he was strong, he would never be careless. He had never seen this person before. It was impossible for him to become enemies. Since he could not fight them head-on, he might as well calm them down first. Why are you looking for me?" "We've minded our own business." "Since you're here, tell me your name," the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord said in a low voice. Although he was admitting defeat, he still had to maintain his dignity. "Who are the people who came here the day before?" Li Zongjiu said slowly. Seeing the blood-winged Ghostly Lord in this state, Li Zongjiu knew that there was no need for him to make a move. If he could explain himself, Li Zongjiu would not have to waste so much effort. "The day before." "You're saying. You're talking about the people from Mount Wu?" The blood-winged Ghostly Lord thought back. Although he was surprised, he heaved a sigh of relief. So they were looking for the people from Mount Wu, and not him. At least they would not do anything to him. "You are looking for Wu Shan and his group, right? They are not to be trifled with. They came to Jade City a few days ago, but they have already left. I heard that they are going to some demon-suppressing palace to look for something," the Bloodwing Ghostly Lord said in a low voice. "Did you kidnap a girl?" Li Yun asked. So many people actually had designs on her master. Li Yan was, of course, furious. It was these people who were after her master. They had committed crimes here, and even offended her master. This was something she could not tolerate. Yes, but it was their people who did it. We couldn't interfere at all. We just led the way. The Bloodwing ghostly lord nodded repeatedly, and made it clear that this matter had nothing to do with him. Mount Wu. Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zhongzhou's eyes shone with a cold light. The Demon Suppression Palace was about to open, and the location was near the Heique dynasty. Therefore, the Heique dynasty had been inviting experts from all over. Of course, they had to invite people with some status. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to accept the invitation. Besides, Li Zhongzhou had learned from Wang Youlan's message that Black Canal Basilica had made preparations in the Demon Suppression Palace this time. They wanted to take down Li Zhongzhou and the others. It was an operation against Li Zhongzhou. However, who would lose out in this matter was still unknown. Originally, Li Zhongzhou had been preparing to set off. However, after the incident with the Fire Wraith King, he decided to come to Jade City first. Wu Tian's target was also the Demon Suppression Palace. Other than that, there were no other clues. Wu Tian, if it's really you, then don't blame me. Li Zhongzhou said coldly. The Bloodwing ghostly lord saw that Li Zhongzhou seemed to be deep in thought, and felt a little lucky. Sir, this has nothing to do with me. You have to be clear. If you can extinguish this flame, I'll let bygones be bygones. With that, Li Zhongzhou flicked his finger, and a flame flew out, landing on the Bloodwing ghostly lord's body. Before the Bloodwing ghostly lord could react, the flame had already burned through his heart. And then his entire body was burned to a crisp. Before he died, he only had time to let out a loud cry. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zhongzhou didn't want to wait any longer. He directly used the Eagle battleship to send them to the Heique dynasty's territory. Although many of the Heique dynasty's warships hovered in the air as if they wanted to form a fortress in the sky, in front of the Eagle battleship's speed, these warships didn't have any reaction at all. However, the Eagle battleship's flight consumed a huge amount of vitality stones. Fortunately, Li Zhongzhou could still afford it. Once again coming to the Heique dynasty's territory, Li Zhongzhou could only look for the Wan family. Wanyong Marquis Mansion. With a swoosh, the two of them descended from the sky and landed in the Wanyong Marquis Mansion. When the two of them appeared, there were immediately people who were extremely nervous and crowded over. They surrounded Li Zhongzhou and Li Zhongzhou tightly. Who is it? How dare you barge into the Marquis Mansion? The leader of the guards pointed his blade at them. Rushing in without a greeting, they definitely didn't have good intentions. However, Li Zhongzhou didn't need to explain, there were already people who came forward. All of you, retreat. Wang Yulan walked out from the side. I haven't even sent out the invitation and you're already here? Wang Yulan looked at Li Zhongzhou in astonishment. The guards also retreated one after another. All of them together weren't a match for the young lady. Moreover, since the young lady came forward, there naturally wouldn't be a problem. Sorry to disturb you, I need you to help me find someone. Li Zhongzhou said. Come in, grandfather is in seclusion. The matters of the Marquis Mansion are now under my control. Li Yan glanced at Wang Yulan. The White Deer Mansion had also studied the Wanyong Marquis Mansion. Basically, it was Wang Yonggong who was supporting it. However, now that these matters were handed over to Wang Yulan, it meant that Wang Yulan would definitely be the successor in the future. The three of them entered the house. Li Zhongzhou also told them about Wu Tian, his subordinate Wu Shan, and the King of Fire. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. Wang Yulan said with a serious expression. This King of Fire must be a very important person. Otherwise, with Li Zhongzhou's personality, he wouldn't come directly to the Heique dynasty without a greeting. One must know that it was very dangerous for Li to come to the Heique dynasty with his current identity. Now, there were many people who were watching Li Zhongzhou openly and secretly. Therefore, for Li Zhongzhou to come here with such an identity, it must be very dangerous and reckless. Although Wang Yulan had stayed in the White Deer Mansion for a while, her main purpose was not to investigate anything. She had never seen the King of Fire before. She only knew that there was a small courtyard in the mansion that no one was allowed to approach. Now, it seemed that it was the King of Fire's residence. Very quickly, he handed over the matter. As long as she is in the Haiku dynasty, we will be able to find her in 2 days at most. Wan Yulan said. Okay. Li Zongjiu knew that there wasn't much time left. With the King of Fire's strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Li Zongjiu was also thinking hard. At the same time, he was also recalling. If the King of Fire and Sky Shaman were of the same origin, they should be able to refine and assimilate power at any time. However, Sky Shaman wanted to bring the King of Fire to the demon-suppressing palace. Why? In the demon-suppressing palace, the only supreme treasure is the demon-suppressing ruler, Li Zongjiu muttered in his heart. The demon-suppressing ruler, and the supreme treasure sword. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. The supreme treasure sword. In his previous life, Sky Shaman's weapon was the supreme treasure sword. It was also because Sky Shaman had the supreme treasure sword in his hand that Li Zongjiu gave him some leeway. No wonder. In my previous life, even I had to be wary of that peerless sword. Ordinary people simply can't unleash the power of a peerless sword. It's because this peerless sword requires the infusion of an origin soul. Li Zongjiu immediately understood everything. In his previous life, he had never heard of the King of Fire's name because the King of Fire died at the hands of Sky Shaman and became the power for Sky Shaman to refine the Supreme Treasure Sword. To refine the Supreme Treasure Sword was very complicated. The requirements were also very strange. You can understand it as, if you want to lift the Supreme Treasure Sword, you need to first refine a clone of yourself. When your clone's strength is about the same as yours, you need to infuse the power of your clone into the Supreme Treasure Sword. Only then would your true body be able to pick up the unparalleled treasured sword. In layman's terms, it would require 2 of you to do it. With such a strange requirement, Li Zongjiu naturally lost interest. As for Sky Shaman, it was only because of the power of the Supreme Treasure Sword that he was able to fight to a draw with Li Zongjiu. And it was Li Zongjiu before he refined the 4 Supreme Dragon Souls. If Li Zongjiu had succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Souls, he would have been an expert of the Supreme Saint Realm. Where is the Demon Suppression Palace? Li Zongjiu asked. Sky Shaman should have already set out to search for the Demon Suppression Palace. In the process, he must have locked up and trapped the King of Fire. Perhaps he was suffering some kind of torture right now. The Demon Suppression Palace hasn't appeared yet. I only know that it's in the Black River region. But in the next few days, there will definitely be some movement. Then let's go to the Black River region first. Li Zongjiu said. Immediately, he prepared to leave as well without delay. Wan Yulan could see Li Zongjiu's anxiety. This was very similar to Li Zongjiu's style. Usually, there was no need to wait for anything. If one only knew how to wait, the consequences would only get worse. Only by taking action could they solve more problems. Well, Wan Yulan, you're using the family's resources to help your little lover. Wan Yulan also planned to go with Li Zongjiu. After all, this was the Haiku dynasty. If Wan Yulan led the way, it would naturally be safer and more convenient. But just as they were about to leave, a voice sounded from outside the house. Then, they saw an arrogant young man walk in. When he walked in, there was a trace of pride at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had finally caught Wan Yulan's weakness. Wan Qianquan, watch your mouth. Wan Yulan glanced at Wan Qianquan and said indifferently. After her grandfather went into seclusion, he handed over the matters to Wan Yulan. These cousins had already begun to palpitate. Obviously, her grandfather also wanted to see how Wan Yulan would deal with them. It was also a test. Therefore, Wan Yulan was tolerating Wan Qianquan in all aspects. But today, Wan Qianquan's words were really too much. Not only did he offend Wan Yulan, but he also offended Li Zongjiu. This is none of your business. Get out. Wan Yulan said in a deep voice. When Wan Qianquan heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Haha, Wan Yulan, do you really think that you're the master of the Wan family? Wan Qianquan immediately mocked. When Wan Yulan was about to say something, she suddenly saw Li Zongjiu move. Li Zongjiu's speed was not very fast. He even deliberately slowed down and appeared in front of Wan Qianquan. What, boy, do you want to hit me? Do you think that this is your Xingyan dynasty? Try to touch me if you dare. Slap. As soon as his voice fell, Li Zhongjiu slapped Wan Qianquan's face, causing him to faint. He fainted on the ground. Let's go. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu did not want to waste so much time on Wan Qianquan. It was already polite of him to save his life with a slap. Wan Yulan had expected this. However, when he saw this scene happening in front of him, this feeling of satisfaction was unprecedented. It was simply too satisfying. However, on the surface, Wan Yulan naturally couldn't make it too obvious. Ahem, Elder Yuan, take him to recuperate. In addition, I'll leave the matters of the Marquis mansion to you. Yes, Mississippi Li Zhongjiu had only stayed in the Marquis of Wanyong's residence for a short while. However, the Black Canal Basilica still received the news. Immediately, everyone held a hunting and killing meeting regarding Li Zhongjiu's arrival. Without a doubt, the life and death servant that was sent previously must have been killed by Li Zhongjiu in a cruel way. This guy must be severely punished and the soul-returning beast must be taken back. The 10 red bishops discussed in front of a round table. However, Li Zhongjiu's strength is not simple. If he reveals his strength in advance, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us to fight for the treasure of the Demon Suppression Palace. Let's not bother about this guy for now and focus on preparing for the Demon Suppression Palace. Have the people of the Tianyan dynasty been notified? They have replied. The Skywater sect, the Moon Clan, and the Mount Tai Sword sect have all expressed that they will come. In addition to these people, some forces that do not belong to the 3 dynasties have also been invited. Forces that did not belong to the 3 dynasties. First of all, the places where these sects and forces were established were barren and unbounded lands. In such places, no one would care if you killed people or set fire to them. Similarly, without the protection of the city, the attacks of the meta beasts would not be few. This feeling was similar to that of a meta beast. If they hid in a human city and built a primordial beast sect, they would definitely be attacked frequently. As for how to deal with it, it would depend on the individual's ability to survive and not threaten the 3 dynasties. Naturally, they would not pay too much attention to you. Recently, a force called Wu Shan seems to be very arrogant. I heard that he has already destroyed several sects and injured these people. If we don't deter him, he will definitely end up like Li Zhongjiu. We are already very secretive and strange, but this Wu Shan's method of killing people is even more cruel and vicious. He is definitely not to be trifled with. No one knew what the 10 red bishops were talking about. The meeting went off topic as it went on. Then, someone slammed the table. Cough, cough. After talking for so long, who is going to deal with Li Zhongjiu? The cardinal presiding over the meeting said. Looking around, everyone lowered their heads. Some people even wanted to find some other topics to talk about. There were probably people who wanted to flip the table on the spot. I've said a lot of useless things. Since that's the case, I'll just wait for this Li Zhongjiu to arrive at the Demon Suppression Palace before dealing with him. That's a good idea. Not bad, not bad. It is only in the Demon Suppression Palace that our many years of research have an advantage. Some people expressed their agreement one after another. These people probably hadn't met such a ruthless character in a long time, so they were a little scared to face Li Zhongjiu now. They weren't like before, where they would just send people to kill if there was a problem. This time, when they faced Li Zhongjiu, almost all the people they sent were killed by Li Zhongjiu. Who would dare to come up with an idea? The merits of these bishops also came from their usual contributions. Every decision they made would be recorded. If there was a mistake in a decision, all the blame would be placed on their head. If they made too many mistakes, it would be impossible for them to be promoted. They would have to wear red for the rest of their lives and be a cardinal for the rest of their lives. Therefore, when facing Li Zhongjiu, they didn't want to face him head-on. In fact, they just wanted to muddle through. Black River Basin, it was because there was a large river nearby that had been flowing for nearly 10,000 years. Who knew how many primordial beasts and how many citizens of the city had been raised by the Black River? Moreover, one could clearly feel an intense life force in the surroundings of the Black River Basin. If one wanted to follow the Black River all the way up, it would take a long time to finish traversing the Black River. The Black River Basin stretches endlessly. Let's go to the nearest city and find some information. Jiuhua City, it was the largest and most prosperous city near the Black River Basin. Right now, many masters had come to Jiuhua City to explore. Although they didn't know the exact location of the Demon Suppression Palace, many rumors were accurate. Therefore, after many people received the news, even though they didn't receive an invitation, they still squeezed their way over here. After all, it was said that there were countless demonic treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace. There were also many inheritances left behind by powerful ancestors. If one could obtain any of them, it would be beneficial for the rest of one's life. In Jiuhua City, many masters of the Jiuhua world had arrived. No one knew how many of them were low-key masters. However, if they encountered something on the streets, it was best to settle it peacefully. Li Zhongjiu and the other two walked into Jiuhua City. Although the entire Jiuhua City was under the rule of the Haika dynasty, the Jiuhua faction controlled the lifeline of Jiuhua City. It was said that more than half of the nobles in the city were disciples of the Jiuhua faction. Just this fact alone was enough for the Jiuhua faction to rule over Jiuhua City. Most of the information about this city is in the hands of the Jiuhua faction. Therefore, we only need to find the people of the Jiuhua faction, and we will be able to get some clues. The Jiuhua sect was set up on an extremely tall mountain within the city. Around the mountain gate, there were many defensive castles and watchtowers. Outsiders couldn't get close to the Jiuhua faction. They could only stand outside the mountain gate of the Jiuhua faction and look at the tall and majestic mountain gate. The people who walked out of the Jiuhua faction all had arrogant expressions on their faces. Wan Yulan led Li Zhongjiu and the other two to the foot of Mount Jiuhua and stood in front of the two disciples who were guarding the mountain. "I'm from the Marquis Mansion of Wanyong, and I'm here to see your faction master." Wan Yulan took out the identity token of the Marquis Mansion of Wanyong. With Wan Yulan's identity, she would naturally be able to move unimpeded in Black Canal Royal City. No one would dare to stop her. But here, Wan Yulan's identity medallion was clearly not enough. As the saying goes, those who rely on the mountain eat the mountain, and those who rely on the water eat the water. No matter how powerful you were, you couldn't beat the local tyrant. The people of Mount Jiuhua were used to being domineering, and they only recognized money and not people. "Our faction master is in seclusion, and he won't see anyone." The two of them rolled their eyes as they spoke. Of course, during this process, they also carefully sized up Wan Yulan and Li Yan in front of them. These two girls had pretty good figures. What Marquis Mansion of Wanyong, they didn't care. So what if you were famous? You still came to Mount Jiuhua to seek help from their faction master. Since you're asking for an audience, you should at least show some sincerity. Wan Yulan saw through their thoughts and immediately took out a few purple yuan coins from her sleeve and stuffed them into the other party's hands. "I hope the two of you can make an exception." After receiving the purple yuan coins, the two disciples' expressions finally relaxed a little. "Girl, you're quite tactful. However, our faction master said that he won't see any guests. Please leave." A trace of helplessness appeared in Wan Yulan's eyes. "You asked for it," Wan Yulan said faintly. No one knew what Wan Yulan meant. Could it be that she was threatening them? Li Zhongjiu took a step forward and grabbed the disciple who took the money but didn't do anything. "What are you trying to do? This is Jiuhua sect's territory. Do you want to die?" The disciple instantly became nervous. Although it was generally said that people who beat up the guarding disciples would not have a good ending, he had already been beaten up first. Therefore, he was still at a disadvantage. "What am I trying to do? Tell everyone in your sect to get out here." With a swoosh, Li Zhongjiu threw the disciple towards a tower not far away. Boom! The tower was directly knocked down, and the person just now was probably half paralyzed. Along the way, Li Zhongjiu suppressed his anger. The King of Fire was in trouble, but they didn't have any clues until now. Yet, these people still dared to dawdle here. How could he be nice to them? You're challenging Jiuhua sect. Wait for your death." After the disciple finished speaking, he pulled the trigger on the signal arrow in his hand. The signal arrow shot straight up into the sky. With a bang, it exploded. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Jiuhua sect?" Immediately, a young voice roared angrily, as if he was stepping on the thunder clouds in the sky. Rumble. A young man with a strong aura, leading a few disciples of the Jiuhua sect, landed in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. The young man who flew over was none other than the chief disciple of the Jiuhua sect. When the chief disciple appeared in front of Li Zongjiu and the others, his followers lined up behind him. Senior brother, this person wanted to barge into the sect. Senior brother Yan wanted to stop him, but he was thrown out and crashed into the tower. When the other guarding disciple saw the arrival of the chief disciple, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Now that the chief disciple was here, he wanted to see how arrogant these people could be. How dare you? Today, I'll cripple you. Immediately, the chief disciple drew a sword flower with his long sword. Immediately, an extremely sharp sword energy pierced towards Li Zongjiu and the others. However, Li Zongjiu reached out with his hand. He easily caught the opponent's sword. What? The chief disciple of Mount Jiuhua could be considered a true genius in the study of sword techniques. Countless elders praised his talent and strength. The sword in his hand was also a treasure of the sect, and it had already reached the level of a level 5 origin weapon. This idiot Li Zongjiu actually dared to catch it with his hand. However, not only did Li Zongjiu catch the sword, he also used a little force. Clang, a crisp sound rang out. The sword in his hand was directly broken. Then, Li Zongjiu kicked the chief disciple's chest, sending him flying. Bang, his body flew backwards. When the chief disciple fell to the ground, he didn't know what had happened. The protective inner armor on his body was already shattered by the opponent's kick. Senior brother. The rest of them hurriedly surrounded the eldest senior brother. Release. Release the arrow of command. Eldest senior brother clutched his chest as he endured the pain in his chest and roared out those words. Quick, release the arrow of command. Command arrows and signal arrows released by people of different ranks had different effects. Now, the command arrow released by the first senior brother was different. This immediately alerted all the deacons of the Jiuhua sect. Boom, 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 at least 15 Yuan King level auras locked onto Li Zongjiu and the other two in an instant. Wan Yulan did not stop them. These people from the Jiuhua sect actually dared to ignore the token of the Marquis of Wanyong's estate. Evidently, they had already reached a certain level of arrogance in this area. Because of this, Wan Yulan naturally would not let these people off so easily. Furthermore, he could tell that Li Zongjiu needed to unleash some of his power. The Jiuhua sect could be considered to have bumped into the barrel of a gun. The reputation of the Jiuhua sect was already very bad to begin with. It even gave people the impression that they were kings of a mountain. Therefore, Wan Yulan was happy to see such a scene happen. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Jiuhua sect? Die. The aura between the newcomers converged, and this aura was directly directed at Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu did not have much ability, his qi and blood would definitely be depleted under this move. Li Zongjiu took out his black dragon hammer and swung it in the air, releasing a black lightning bolt at these people. The lightning bolt instantly struck the leader. The leader's body was paralyzed on the spot. Then, the lightning bolt suddenly shot out and skewered the rest of the people. Boom! 15 deacons died one after another under this lightning bolt. Some people did not even see clearly who had attacked or how the other party had attacked. Before they could even arrive, the other party's attack had already landed. Boom! Oh my God! When the head disciple saw the 15 figures turn into ashes and fall from the sky, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This scene was simply too exciting. The high and mighty deacons of the sect. They were turned into a pile of corpses in an instant. The culprit was a youth who was about the same age as him or even younger than him. At least, that was what it looked like. More than 10 deacons died. Ever since the Jiuhua sect was established, they had never encountered such a thing. The entire sect was shocked. They did not even need to summon anything like a command arrow. These deacons all had soul lamps placed around them to prevent them from dying outside. It was also convenient for the people of the Jiuhua sect to find the corpses and avenge them. Most sects would have such security facilities. As long as something happened to someone, people would immediately know. Now that all 15 soul lamps were extinguished in an instant, everyone knew that this was not a simple matter. Someone is attacking the sect. Quickly activate the 9 radiant sword formation. Some of the elders heard the news. They immediately summoned the other elders and activated the 9 radiant sword formation of the Jiuhua sect. After the formation was activated, one could see that the surrounding aura fluctuations were already quite intense. Immediately, 9 giant swords formed above the Jiuhua sect. Boom, the moment the sword energy formed, a terrifying vibration attacked. Wang! You're courting death. Above the 9 giant swords, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at Li Zongjiu below. When the people in Jiuhua City saw that the Jiuhua sect had released such a sword formation, they thought that it was a formation that would only appear when someone was attacking the sect. Who could be so brave? They actually dared to attack the headquarters of the Jiuhua sect in their territory. They actually forced the Jiuhua sect's 9 radiant sword town out. It said that 3 primitive emperor powerhouses came to the Jiuhua sect for some reason. In the end, both sides fought. The 3 primitive emperor powerhouses didn't even touch the Jiuhua sect before they were destroyed by the 9 radiant sword formation. I heard about it too. It said that they were killed with just 3 sword strikes. No one knows if they're dead or alive. These people also began to discuss with each other. Naturally, those who knew about this felt that it was very interesting. This time, there was someone who was reckless enough to challenge the 9 radiant sword formation. The only way out was to seek death. Everyone saw that. When the 9 radiant sword formation appeared, the 9 giant swords were arranged like the petals of a lotus flower. Suddenly, a figure rushed up to the 9 giant swords. No one knew what he was holding in his hand, but he suddenly smashed down on the swords. Boom, everyone in Jiuhua City saw it clearly. The 9 swords of the 9 radiant sword formation were directly shattered by this lightning. The 9 radiant sword formation appeared for less than 5 minutes. It was to the extent that these 9 giant swords didn't even have time to display their might before they were destroyed. Everyone was dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. They didn't know what to feel when they saw the scene before them. Could it be that they were hallucinating, or could it be that the Jiuhua sect was practicing on their own? Boom, when this powerful wave of air swept through the entire Jiuhua city. Everyone knew that the scene before them wasn't a hallucination, but something that really happened. F***ck. The 9 radiant sword formation was destroyed? Is the Jiuhua sect going to be in trouble? Some of them realized how interesting the situation was and couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately flew to higher ground and tried their best to see what was going on. Some of them were very close. Li Zongjiu and the rest stood at the foot of the mountain. Even though the 9 radiant sword formation had been destroyed, these disciples that were on guard and some head disciples that had come out earlier were still alive. They had personally witnessed the monstrous scene from earlier. This was simply too frightening. That kid jumped into the sky and smashed down with his hammer. Then, the 9 radiant sword formation that they were so proud of was smashed into smithereens right before their eyes. No amount of words could describe how they felt at this moment. Then, they saw Li Zongjiu raise his hand. It seemed like he was going to do something with the hammer. What is he trying to do? Suddenly, Li Zongjiu smashed down with his hammer. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook and the mountain shook. The ground beneath Li Yun's feet also shook a few times. Then, a crack rapidly spread towards the Jiuhua sect's palace. Crack, crack. It was as if the mountain was collapsing. The entire Jiuhua sect's mountain was split in half. Rocks flew everywhere and trees fell. They fell to the sides. He split our sect in half. F***ck. Everyone who saw this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Wan Yulan didn't expect Li Zongjiu to have such a fiery temper. With one hammer, he destroyed the Jiuhua sect. The vitality that they had accumulated for so many years was destroyed so easily. Li Zongjiu held the black dragon hammer in his hand. If he had this hammer when he attacked Qingyuan Mountain Villa back then, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have easily solved many problems with just one hammer. I'll take this hammer as knocking on the door. Li Zongjiu put away the black dragon hammer in his hand. The 3 of them still stood on the spot and watched the mountain split in half. In fact, the Jiuhua sect had already been split into two halves. Even for Wan Yulan, it was her first time seeing someone split a mountain in half. Such a domineering power didn't allow for any doubts. It was terrifying. After this move, several tyrannical auras immediately rushed over from the mountain. They naturally felt that the power came from the foot of the mountain. Two primitive emperors appeared. No wonder the Jiuhua sect could control Jiuhua city. With two primitive emperors and that powerful array, it wasn't difficult for them to control a city. After all, the two primitive emperors weren't weak. Immediately, the two figures descended and arrived in front of Li Zhongjiu. It was you who broke the 9 radiant sword formation. You destroyed my Jiuhua sect's mountain gate. Who are you? The two great primitive emperors had arrived, but they didn't dare to be too ferocious at this moment. After all, the other party had broken the 9 splendor sword formation with a single move, and then destroyed the mountain gate into 2. Just such strength was enough to make them wary, and they had to be on their guard. Therefore, they didn't dare to scold him directly. After all, with their strength, if they encountered the 9 radiant sword formation of their sect, it would be difficult for them to resist it, let alone break it. The strength of the person who came was definitely not to be underestimated. Your Jiuhua sect is really impressive. Even the name of the marquis residence of Wanyong doesn't work. Wan Yulan took a step forward and said. Wan Yulan was also a level 6 spiritual master, and her strength was only strong among the primitive emperors. Even her lethality wasn't that simple. She could take your life invisibly. Marquis residents of Wanyong. The two primitive emperors were the grand elders of the Jiuhua sect. This was because the sect master was really in seclusion. Therefore, the two elders naturally had to step forward when such a problem occurred. However, when they heard the words Marquis residents of Wanyong, they were both shocked. The Marquis residents of Wanyong represented the Haiku dynasty, which was the imperial court. Although the Haiku dynasty was now under the control of the Black Canal Basilica. If the Haiku dynasty wanted to deal with the Jiuhua sect, it would be very easy. Now that they had sent such an expert, could it be that they wanted to eradicate the Jiuhua sect? Sorry for the disrespect. We didn't know that the Lord of the Marquis residence was coming. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. How dare you disrespect the Lord of the Marquis residence? Immediately, the elders shouted angrily, scaring the disciples who were guarding the door. Cut the crap. Jiuhua City is your territory. Have you heard of the appearance of a force called Mount Wu? Li Zhongjiu said calmly. He didn't have much time for small talk. He spent so much effort to call them out just to clarify this matter. Mount Wu. We have to investigate this matter. The two elders didn't seem to know much about this force called Mount Wu. They had never heard of it before, so they had to arrange for people to investigate. If you find it, inform us in the city. If you can't find it by today, I'll destroy your sect. Li Zhongjiu said. The 3 elders immediately left. Since they didn't know anything, there was no need to waste time looking for other clues. They didn't need to continue wasting time here. Seeing the 3 elders leave so quickly, the 2 elders were stunned. The 2 grand elders of the Jiuhua sect seemed to be in a state of complete confusion. What's going on? They caused such a big commotion just to find someone. Is there something wrong with their heads? The 2 elders widened their eyes. They thought that there was some kind of deep grudge between them that made them want to destroy the Jiuhua sect. However, they didn't expect this to happen. They are such bullies. Do they really think that our Jiuhua sect is easy to bully? One of the grand elders was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The way that Li Zhongjiu and the others did things was insane. However, the guarding disciple who had witnessed everything from beginning to end knew very well what was going on. The reason why Li Zhongjiu flew into a rage was because the senior brother did not allow them to go in and look for the sect master, nor did he inform the sect master. He wanted to get more benefits, but in the end, such a situation occurred. This time, he had offended someone that he couldn't afford to offend. This led to a series of events that happened later. Even the mountain was directly split apart. Of course, the guarding disciple didn't dare to say anything about such a serious offense. He cleverly kept his mouth shut. Hurry up and investigate this force called Mount Wu. Find out what's going on. The two grand elders appeared and took charge of the situation. The first elder who was in charge was severely injured by Li Zongjiu when he was setting up the sword array. Meanwhile, in Zhouhua City, news of Li Zongjiu's magnificent feat of breaking the sword array with chain lightning had spread. There were even some people who were able to deduce what was going on from this move. It must be the evil lord who was somewhat famous in the Black Canal Royal City. Only the evil lord's fighting style was like this. Evil Lord destroys the Zhouhua faction, another resounding title immediately spread in the city. Some people who hadn't had the chance to watch the battle began to ask around, wanting to know more about it. They wondered what was going on. Without a doubt, Evil Lord's reappearance had set off a frenzy in the city. At least, these people had heard about him from the king's city. There was a godlike figure in the arena. Furthermore, they were all defeated in one move. Up until now, no one had been able to last more than 5 seconds against the evil dominator. Even the two strongest experts of the Hell Arena had died at the hands of this evil dominator. Later on, this evil dominator had disappeared without a trace. Back then, some people said that he was Li Zongjiu from the Xianxia dynasty, the evil lord. However, this theory was denied. The people of the Heique dynasty believed that such a powerful evil lord must be a native master of the Heique dynasty. Li Zongjiu merely imitated evil lord in some of his techniques. During the period when the evil dominator disappeared, there were also many people who imitated the evil dominator and used hammers to fight, wanting to achieve the effect of defeating the enemy in one move. However, they had never seen lightning bolts as powerful as the one released by evil lord. Now, in Zhouhua City, he saw the horrifying lightning energy again. After all, many masters had gathered in Zhouhua City, and many people had come from the king's city to search for the ruins of the demon suppression palace. They hadn't been invited by the Black Canal Basilica, and they didn't know where the information that the Black Canal Basilica had leaked out was. Therefore, they could only ask around for information and try it out for themselves. They used their legs to find the path under their feet. Now, he finally found a tiny bit of hope here. After all, even Evil Lord was here. Since such a top-level master had paid attention to this place, it was needless to say that other people were here as well. Li Zongjiu and the other two sat in an inn. They asked for some food. After venting his anger, Li Zongjiu had calmed down. Although killing directly was a very efficient thing to do, at least it could reduce a lot of nonsense. He would just attack directly. However, if he went in the wrong direction, it would be futile no matter how many people he killed. Although I didn't have much contact with people from the Wu Mountain in my previous life, these people seem to all have fire meridians, and they have great control over fire elemental essence. If they come to the Heique dynasty, they will definitely look for places with fire elemental essence. Li Zongjiu closed his eyes to think. There were 3 bowls of noodles on the table. However, Li Zongjiu did not touch his chopsticks, and neither did the 2 girls. Zongjiu, eat something first. Since there are no other clues, let's wait. Didn't Miss Wan say that there will be news within 2 days? Li Yan comforted him. She felt sorry for Li Zongjiu when she saw him like this. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu really took this matter to heart. If he really wanted to handle this matter, he would have to find the King of Fire. Anyone related to this matter would not be let off easily. Wan Yulan also looked at Li Zongjiu worriedly. If Li Zongjiu entered a state of obsession, it was very likely that it would have a negative impact on his realm. In a more serious case, it would be qi deviation. Li Zongjiu immediately opened his eyes. Well, I know. Let's eat the noodles. You must be hungry. Waiter, give me another roast chicken. Li Zongjiu shouted. Come, 1 roast chicken. Let's eat. The 2 girls looked at each other. They felt that Li Zongjiu's change was too fast. They even felt that it was a little strange. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu's ability to adjust himself was also quite amazing. Wan Yulan was the one who was truly shocked. The stronger a person's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be for them to walk out of their obsession. At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for them to walk out of their obsession with just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Wan Yulan also admired Li Zongjiu very much. Your ability to adjust yourself is really strong. Wan Yulan said. I was too rash. I have already thought of a clue. In the vicinity, which sect is the strongest one that focuses on fire elemental energy? Li Zongjiu asked. With Wu Tian's character, it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. Although this kid kept a low profile, when he did something, everything he did was quite earth-shattering. Those that focus on fire elemental energy? Let me think. Wan Yulan was of course not by Xiaoxing, so it was impossible for her to remember everything. If we were to talk about the strongest flame in the Black River region, it would definitely be our Li Fire sect. Why, are the three of you interested in joining us? As the three of them were discussing, they saw a few people dressed in red walk in. When they saw Wan Yulan and Li Yun, these people's eyes clearly lit up. It was such a waste for such a beautiful woman to be by the side of such a poor and pedantic brat. Such a peerless beauty naturally had to accompany him, the second disciple of the Li Fire sect and Nanming Peak. I'm Wu Jiang from the Li Fire sect's Nanming Peak. When Wu Jiang came close, he did not seem distant and directly sat opposite Li Zongjiu. There was only one seat left at the square table. If the two ladies are interested, with my status, I can recommend you to the sect. You will first be an ordinary disciple, and in 2 months, you will be promoted to inner sect disciples. In less than half a year, it will be easy for you to become an inner sect disciple. Wu Jiang said to the two ladies in a rather teasing manner. At the same time, he gave a provocative glance at Li Zongjiu in front of him. As for male disciples, our Li Fire sect will not consider them for the time being. If you insist on it, then we will arrange for them to be placed in the miscellaneous chores peak. If they are outstanding, they can become in-name disciples in 2 years. That would not be a problem. The two ladies expressed their helplessness towards Wu Jiang's words. Although Wan Yulan knew that there were many fools in the outside world, she never expected that they would encounter such fools just by eating a bowl of noodles in the noodle shop. How many people can you call? Li Zongjiu said to Wu Jiang as he looked at him. Wu Jiang was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask how many people he could call? It was a little strange. Was he trying to pick a fight? What's the matter, little brother? Do you want to learn from our Li Fire sect's abilities? Wu Jiang said contemptuously as he looked at Li Zongjiu. It was as if he was extremely disdainful. The main thing is that I want to learn from you. Li Zongjiu said seriously. Pa. Wu Jiang slammed the table and angrily stood up. He glared angrily at Li Zongjiu in front of him. The Li Zongjiu in front of him was extremely arrogant. He actually dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. However, the other party's sudden words made Wu Jiang's heart palpitate. He immediately stopped being arrogant. Instead, he said extremely fiercely to Li Zongjiu. If you have the guts, come to the Li Fire sect. I want you to see how many people I can call. Wu Jiang's eyes emitted a dangerous glint. All right, lead the way. Li Zongjiu said. The two women did not know why Li Zongjiu suddenly wanted to go to the Li Fire sect. Could it be that he had not walked out of his obsession? If that was the case, it would spoil the matter. All right. Of course, Wu Jiang could not swallow his pride. He immediately turned around and led his group of subordinates to leave. Wait a moment. Li Zongjiu suddenly said. Wu Jiang immediately gave a disdainful smile. If you're scared, kowtow to me and admit your mistakes and I'll let you off. No, let's eat first. If we don't eat the noodles we just ordered, it would be disrespectful to the chef. Li Zongjiu said. Then, he gestured for the two women to eat. The three of them completely ignored Wu Jiang and company. They ate the noodles and the roasted chicken in front of them. Later on, Li Zongjiu felt that it was not enough, so he ordered a bowl of kung pao chicken and spicy chicken. The three of them ate with relish. It was Wu Jiang and company who suffered. They had to watch Li Zongjiu and company eat under such circumstances. Senior brother, why don't we sit down and eat as well? Shut up, you good for nothing. When you come out to mingle, aura is the most important thing. Do you know that? Aura. Wu Jiang bellowed, teaching the people in front of him a lesson. The Li Fire sect was located not far from Jiuhua City. It was about 50 miles east. During this period, Wu Jiang and company were constantly using their footwork, shuttling back and forth between the ancient path and the forest. However, they realized that the three people behind them were basically following them closely, never falling behind. There was even a disciple who could not keep up with their speed, falling behind the three of them. The scene was extremely awkward. Wu Jiang knew in his heart that he had probably met an expert. Thankfully, he did not directly fight back at the noodle shop, or else, he might not have been able to beat the other party. However, looking at the sect right in front of him, Wu Jiang's heart was filled with glee. Now that he had returned to his own territory, he would have a certain advantage. No matter how arrogant this lad was right now, this was the furthest he could go. This is the Li Fire sect? Li Zongjiu and company landed on the ground. In a radius of 5 miles, there was rich fire elemental yuan energy gathered. It swirled around him, filling his entire body. He grabbed a handful of soil beneath his feet. There should be a spirit fire hidden under your Li Fire sect. Li Zongjiu said in surprise. Spirit fire? There's such a thing? Wu Jiang and company were panting heavily from exhaustion, but in front of Li Zongjiu, they tried their best to maintain a steady breathing. They did not want to expose themselves. Cut the crap. I'll call for people now. I'll show you my Li Fire sect's stance. Wu Jiang did not forget Li Zongjiu's arrogant manner from before. Now, the opportunity was here. Once they reached the Li Fire sect, none of them could escape. Wu Jiang immediately burned a yellow talisman. Boom, the yellow charm transformed into a beam of light that shot up into the sky. It flew towards the Li Fire sect's mountain. Seeing this scene, Wu Jiang crossed his arms in front of him. With a smug smile on his face, he stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. Just you wait. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Following that, one of the Li Fire sect's mountain peaks was blasted to smithereens. Rich flames instantly swept over. It was like a huge wave of fire. The terrifying aura that permeated the surroundings caused Wu Jiang and the others, who were watching from below, to widen their eyes. Because the mountain that was blasted into pieces was Nanming Peak that Wu Jiang cultivated in F***CK, Nanming Peak. Nanming Peak was bombed by someone? Li Zongjiu and the other two immediately became alert. Following which, one could clearly see that the fire elemental energy beneath their feet was rapidly converging towards the sky. Above the Li Fire sect, there was a figure that seemed to be absorbing the power of the flames below. How dare you encounter my Li Fire sect's treasure? Hand over your life. Immediately, Wu Jiang saw a few familiar figures of elders and peak masters dashing into the sky. It seemed like they were going to fight with the mysterious person. However, in an instant, the mysterious person's face changed. All the experts who had rushed into the sky were swept down directly. Bang! 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 Several figures suddenly fell from the sky. Master! Elder! Isn't that the sect master? Even the sect master has been defeated? The ferocity of the person who came was unimaginable to ordinary people. The sect master, who was usually high and mighty, was a nearly invincible existence. He was defeated in an instant. At the same time, the person in the sky was constantly absorbing the Li Fire sect's fire elemental energy. It was as if he wanted to snatch away the spirit fire hidden beneath the sect. I've finally found you. When Li Zongjiu saw the figure, he had already guessed who it was. Only when he attacked did Li Zongjiu clearly sense the person in front of him. He was the person that Li Zongjiu had been searching for all this time. All of you stay where you are. The moment Li Zongjiu's voice faded, his body shot up from the spot. He exploded with a speed that was hundreds of times faster than before, or even tens of thousands of times faster. Boom. What is that guy doing? Is he crazy? How can his speed be so fast? Wu Jiang and company saw Li Zongjiu rush into the sky. Was this guy a battle maniac? Why did he look so excited? It even felt a little scary. Hence, after seeing this scene, Wu Jiang could not help but say. However, the moment he saw Li Zongjiu rush into the sky, an extremely terrifying shockwave was produced. Boom! Immediately, an incomparably powerful vibration swept out and rushed towards the person who had just defeated the combined forces of their sect master and elders with a single move. Bang! When Wu Tian saw Li Zongjiu attacking, he used one hand to block in front of him, hoping to block Li Zongjiu. And Wu Tian's carelessness was in line with Li Zongjiu's intentions. He immediately exerted the strength in his hand. A black shadow burst out from the black dragon hammer. It bit off Wu Tian's arm. The explosion of the black dragon hammer made Wu Tian feel a powerful force. At the same time, he frowned at his left arm that was about to be bitten off. "It's you." Wu Tian finally recognized Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu had not saved the King of Fire in the Ghost King's secret realm that day, he would have already been defeated. He would have already subdued the King of Fire long ago. But this was also good. Keeping the King of Fire's life, he could integrate it into the peerless treasured sword and obtain a powerful force. "It's me. I've been looking for you for a long time." Li Zongjiu stared into Wu Tian's eyes and said in a deep voice. Although Wu Tian's realm was higher than Li Zongjiu's, and he had even broken through to the second-grade sovereign realm, Wu Tian was still afraid of Li Zongjiu. But Li Zongjiu was not afraid at all. "You'll have to work harder from now on," Wu Tian said coldly. A person who dared to provoke him time and time again would not be able to continue living. At the place where his broken arm was, a ball of flame condensed. Immediately, a new arm grew out of it. Facing Li Zongjiu's provocation, Wu Tian was very direct. He punched out from dozens of meters away. Boom! The earth shook. The air was torn apart. The terrifying force from the fist rushed out for hundreds of meters and landed on the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. This pit was at least 7 or 8 meters deep. The things in the pit were already charred black. It was like a barbecue pit dug by a giant. "What's going on? Who is that guy?" Wu Jiang and the others widened their eyes and stared at Li Zongjiu in the sky. They could not believe their eyes. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had forced the mysterious person who attacked the sect into a corner. That was why the other party was so ruthless. However, although the opponent's move was powerful, Li Zongjiu easily dodged it. Thousands of miles high in the sky, countless thunderclouds were attracted. Boom! Boom! Under the summoning of the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky. The entire sky seemed to turn into a world of lightning. One could vaguely see a gigantic black dragon swimming in the endless thunderclouds, constantly releasing lightning bolts. It was like a battle between gods. Looking at the people below, they were all astonished. How powerful and terrifying were these peerless experts? They were exchanging blows on top of their sections. One of the lightning bolts was dodged by the opponent, but it directly shattered another mountain in the Li Fire sect. Boom! It was enough to tell how powerful the two of them were. They were not to be trifled with. It was too terrifying. But if not for the person who rushed out and blocked the expert who wanted to absorb their sect's origin energy, the Li Fire sect would probably have been destroyed. Who is that person? Who invited this expert? The Li Fire sect master was sitting on the ground, adjusting his breathing. When he saw the battle between Li Zongjiu and Wu Tian, he was deeply shocked. He never expected that their Li Fire sect, which had been established for hundreds of years, would nearly be destroyed. "The reason why you can fight me is because of the hammer in your hand. If you were to lose the hammer, I would like to see what else you can rely on." Wu Tian snorted coldly. Suddenly, he formed a seal with his hand and conjured a force, trapping Li Zongjiu. Most importantly, it also restricted the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. Wang, the black dragon hammer was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away by the opponent's kick. At the same time, he sent a palm strike at Li Zongjiu's head. Boom! Li Zongjiu circulated his energy, instantly shattering the restraining force around him. Li Zongjiu, who had escaped from the restraints. Similarly, he sent a move forward. Pagoda palm. The power of his palm instantly whizzed out. The power of the two collided. From the center of the explosion, an incomparably tyrannical power could be seen sweeping out in all directions. Boom! The vibrating power almost reached a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Some of the Yuan beasts, who were still flying in the air, were easily torn apart by this force. Sky Wu retracted his fist. Just now, Li Zongjiu's palm had almost scattered his aura. Fortunately, the power in his body was strong enough, and he was able to gradually break down this move. If Li Zhongzhou's move was a little stronger, he would probably be seriously injured. But in this state, Li Zhongzhou should also be injured. At this moment, looking at Li Zhongzhou's body, there was a golden light that was surging. Gradually, the injury just now calmed down. Your power, is this all you've got? Li Zhongzhou looked at his opponent and said indifferently. His words were full of disdain. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Original Spirit's defense could be considered to be completely tyrannical. After Li Zhongzhou used the 1,000-year-old Flood Dragon's blood to refine it, it was obviously more powerful. A trace of surprise flashed in Sky Wu's eyes. But more of it was indifference. It seemed that in Sky Wu's eyes, Li Zhongzhou was just a weak challenger, and he was testing Li Zhongzhou's ability. You're really a good opponent, but I don't have time to play with you, Sky Wu said indifferently. He stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand, a terrifying flame immediately gushed out. The flame was cyan blue. It was full of destructive power. Li Zhongzhou stared at it. Gui Luyan. The flame seemed to have turned into a ferocious person with a green face and fangs, flowing back and forth on the latter's body like a stream of water. Since you know him, I don't need to introduce him. The effect of the flowing ghost flames was quite vicious. Most importantly, the flames could refine souls. If one was infected, it would directly burn one's soul. If the liquid state of the flowing ghost flame was even denser, it meant that it had devoured even more spirit power. Naturally, its power would also be stronger. Do you think that you're the only one with a spiritual fire? Li Zhongzhou opened his palm and released the towering flame from his body. Boom, the power of the obsidian flame and the towering flame had already merged into one. After all, the power of the obsidian flame was much weaker than the towering flame. He saw that Li Zhongzhou had also summoned his spiritual fire. Sky Wu frowned. Li Zhongzhou really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. His strength wasn't that great, but when he used all kinds of power, Sky Wu felt very troubled. Then let's see how capable you are. Wu Tian coldly snorted, and the flowing ghost flame in his hand swept out towards Li Zhongzhou. Boom! The terrifying flowing ghost flame turned into a long whip and swept towards Li Zhongzhou's body. The towering flame in Li Zhongzhou's hand also turned into a giant python. It swallowed the flowing ghost flame in one gulp. With the power of the towering flame, it incinerated the impure spirit power on the flowing ghost flame and easily refined it. Although the flame was simply released, it looked like a ball of flame was thrown out. In fact, there were very important details in the process. If one could grasp them well, they would definitely be able to defeat a stronger opponent. Li Zhongzhou's control of the flame could be said to be at the level of Sky Wu's ancestor. 3,000 years of experience in his previous life was not for show. Therefore, Sky Wu's flowing ghost flame couldn't display its full strength in front of Li Zhongzhou, and the power of the flowing ghost flame was constantly decreasing. It was constantly being weakened. Damn it! Sky Wu could clearly feel that the power of his flowing ghost flame had been burned by a lot. His opponent's control of the flame was actually above his own. What was the background of this young man? Suddenly, Sky Wu saw Li Zhongzhou open his palm and put it in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was this brat trying to do? Huh? Sky Wu's gaze looked into the distance, and there seemed to be something quickly approaching. Boom! A black thing, surrounded by a ball of flame, quickly flew over from the distance. The flames around it weren't anything else, but because it was too fast, the friction between it and the air produced the flames. Bang! The black dragon hammer directly flew back. The black dragon hammer that had been controlled by Sky Wu and sent flying to some unknown place actually flew back on its own. It was hard to believe. Sky Wu also couldn't believe it. However, it happened. Purple heavenly thunder. Li Zhongzhou pointed the black dragon hammer at the sky and immediately drew a force from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, a thick purple heavenly thunder fell from the sky and accurately struck Sky Wu's body. Sky Wu couldn't move at all, and could only stubbornly resist such a force. Whoosh! Sky Wu's body was torn open by this force. Then, Li Zhongzhou waved his hand. The towering flame wrapped around Gui Luyan's body and flew out. With a whoosh, it directly covered Sky Wu's body. the power of thunder and fire intertwined. Ah! Skywoo's body was rapidly expanding. At this moment, the power in his body seemed to have reached the limit, and he was being burned by the power of thunder and fire, causing him to feel endless pain. Buddha Palm. Once again, he used a move. With the power of thunder and fire, he locked onto Skywoo. Once again, he used the Buddha Palm to cover Skywoo's body. Boom! Right on target. Instantly, the power of Sky Shaman was disintegrated into countless shards of power that scattered out into the world. The thunderclouds in the sky were rioting. At this moment, peace was restored. Li Zhongzhou's body was in the air, and his face didn't look relaxed at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared into the distance. How dare you play with me with a clone? Li Zhongzhou's fist slightly tightened, and he put away the black dragon hammer. He reached out and grabbed a strand of Skywoo's origin energy, sealed it in the space, and then threw it into the blood soul hell. What he just killed wasn't Skywoo's body. It was just a clone that Skywoo had refined. However, this clone was obviously very painstakingly refined, and during the process of fighting, Li Zhongzhou couldn't distinguish the real one from the fake. In the end, when he destroyed Skywoo, Li Zhongzhou realized that Skywoo wasn't strong enough. However, he destroyed Skywoo's clone. At least, it was equivalent to destroying Skywoo's 100 years of hard work. At least he got back some interest. His figure once again landed in front of Li Yun and Wan Yulan. Who was that? Li Yun hurriedly asked. His name is Skywoo. He was the one who captured your master. Li Zhongzhou said in a deep voice. Then my master? Li Yun and company had seen Li Zhongzhou kill Skywoo with their own eyes. It wasn't fake in the slightest. He had killed Skywoo just like that. What I just killed was only his clone. However, your master should be safe for the time being. After destroying his clone, it will be even harder for him to accomplish certain things. Li Zhongzhou said. Clearly, Skywoo was looking for ways to constantly break through his own strength, so he went around searching for the power of the spiritual fire. This time, it was a coincidence. It just so happened that he came to the Li Fire sect and met Skywoo. At the very least, it interrupted Skywoo's plans. At the very least, Skywoo would not be as happy as before. At least, Li Zhongzhou was very satisfied with the current situation. Now, let's go back first and wait for the Demon Suppression Palace to appear. Li Zhongzhou said. All right. The two of them had witnessed Li Zhongzhou's terrifying battle power. Under the aftermath of their battle, the Li Fire sect was completely destroyed. However, although the sect was destroyed, at least the lives of these people were saved. All of this was thanks to Li Zhongzhou. Who are you people? Wu Jiang looked at the three people in front of him. Their strength was too abnormal. Just a moment ago, that arrogant person just now had actually beaten someone to death. He had directly crippled that person. It was unbelievable. Thankfully, they had not fought with these people in the noodle shop. If they had really fought, it was unknown how terrifying the outcome would be. The few of them would probably have turned into cold corpses. Wan Yulan glanced at Wu Jiang nonchalantly. Come to Wanyong Marquis residence to find me for your losses. Although Wanyong Marquis residence might not pay for it, nor might they be able to afford it. But at least they could express their stance. We're not here to bully you. Wanyong Marquis residence, seeing the three of them leave, Wu Jiang and company's eyes were filled with endless admiration. They were indeed experts. Li Zhongzhou and the rest returned to the Black Canal Royal City and the Marquis residence of Wanyong. They didn't spend too much time on the road today. However, the situation before and after they returned had changed drastically. The outcome of these two major sects was almost equivalent to the destruction of these two major sections. Only Li Zhongzhou could destroy these two major sects so easily. However, the people of the Jiuhua sect were worried from the beginning to the end. What if Li Zhongzhou came looking for them again? Moreover, the Jiuhua sect still hadn't found the things that he had instructed them to do. Therefore, they felt that it was difficult to explain this matter. Moreover, they were still worried that Li Zhongzhou might turn back halfway and ask them for something, but they couldn't take it out. What should they do, although more than 10 deacons had died? It wasn't too bad that they were severely injured. Therefore, this loss was still acceptable. Of course, the most unfortunate thing was that the entire mountain was split into two. The fate of the entire sect was completely destroyed. However, when they found out that Li Zhongzhou's identity was actually the evil lord, the people of the Jiuhua sect heaved a sigh of relief. At least this matter didn't continue to worsen. Otherwise, the entire Jiuhua sect would have been destroyed. Li Zhongzhou and the rest returned to the marquis residence of Wanyong. This time, they finally settled down. Although Wan Yulan followed them all the way, she didn't help much. However, after witnessing Li Zhongzhou's battle today, she was indeed quite shocked. Previously, Li Zhongzhou had fought with a Supreme Being expert from the Saint Flame Empire and had even slain the Supreme Being expert with a powerful battle record. However, she didn't see that scene with her own eyes. After witnessing the scene today, it could be said that he had truly experienced Li Zhongzhou's power. The methods of that mysterious expert. He was at least at the pinnacle of the primitive emperor realm. Even pinnacle origin emperors might not be enough to fight with that mysterious person. However, in today's battle, it was Li Zhongzhou who was suppressing the other party. It was indeed very impressive. All of you can stay here for the time being. If there's anything that is lacking in our hospitality, feel free to tell me at any time. Moreover, with your status, you can basically move about unimpeded within my Marquis Wanyong's residence. Wan Yulan said. You're welcome. We'll just stay here. That's great. Although I know you don't lack money, the accommodation in the city is still quite expensive. In addition, you have to pay attention to the people from Black Canal Basilica and the Sun family. Don't let them see you again, although they are more well-behaved now. Hearing Wan Yulan's advice, Li Zhongzhou couldn't help but glance at Wan Yulan. What is it? Is there something on my face? Wan Yulan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Li Zhongzhou and couldn't help but ask. When I first saw you, I didn't remember you being so wishy-washy. You. Hearing Li Zhongzhou's teasing, Wan Yulan suddenly blushed. After being teased, Wan Yulan couldn't help but want to bite Li Zhongzhou. After that, Li Zhongzhou and Li Yun stayed in the Marquis Wanyong's residence. Is Master in a dangerous situation now? Li Yun asked. Who was that person just now? That person is called Wu Tian. I'm not very sure about his identity, but he is also the one who captured your master. Li Zhongzhou said. What I killed just now was only his doppelganger. Looking at it now, I'm not very sure about the extent of his strength. Li Zhongzhou said in a deep voice. This was also the first time Li Yun saw Li Zhongzhou with such a dignified expression. One must know that it was rare to see Li Zhongzhou so afraid of someone. Just now, Li Zhongzhou used almost 80% of his strength and only managed to destroy one of Wu Tian's doppelganger. Just one doppelganger? What if he refined many doppelganger? Li Yun suddenly thought. That's enough. You shut up. Li Zhongzhou suddenly became agitated. Although Li Zhongzhou was a little worried that Wu Tian's strength would be hidden or even more powerful than he imagined, Li Zhongzhou was confident in his heart. No matter how powerful he was, there would be a way to deal with it. However, Li Yun's mouth, with just a casual sentence, could cause a huge change in the situation. Therefore, he had no choice but to make Li Yun shut up. Aren't I just preparing for a rainy day? Li Yun was quite unhappy. How's your study of formations recently? Li Zhongzhou glanced at Li Yun. King of Fire was a formation master and had taught Li Yun some knowledge of formations. Li Yun herself was talented in formations. In addition, Li Zhongzhou had given her a remnant scroll of formations. If you were to talk about other things, I would be a little weak. But when it comes to formations, I already have 70% of master skills. Hearing this made Li Yun proud of herself. Li Yun's entire body became spirited. That's good. Li Zhongzhou just replied indifferently. Originally, Li Yun wanted to show off her skills. She didn't expect Li Zhongzhou to brush it off so casually. Immediately, she felt like she was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Since you're good at formations, come with me and have a try. Li Zhongzhou said. How? Li Yun suddenly became excited, her eyes shining. Let's go to the Qian family tomorrow. These people from the Qian family really don't know what's good for them. Li Zongjiu said. Since they were here, they should settle the previous accounts clearly. Li Zongjiu remembered these accounts clearly. The Qian family, the Zong family, and this Black Canal Basilica. The most arrogant one was this Black Canal Basilica. They actually provoked Li Zongjiu time and time again and even sent an assassination team. This was what Li Zongjiu couldn't tolerate the most. They were too arrogant. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu's strength and the fact that these people from Black Canal Basilica were unscrupulous, they actually wanted to hurt Li Zongjiu's family and Qi Yanran. This was what made Li Zongjiu extremely unhappy. Li Zongjiu wanted to settle this account slowly. Even if the people from Black Canal Basilica didn't come to him, Li Zongjiu would still go to them. That night. In the Qian family. The Qian family was now completely under Qian Hailong's control. However, last time, the Zong family insisted on going to the Qian family. They obviously couldn't handle Li Zongjiu's order, but they insisted on adding more money. In the end, the money was given, but the order couldn't be settled. Recently, it seemed that they didn't have the face to ask the Qian family for money. Although the storm had calmed down for a long time, Qian Hailong was still worried about this matter. This morning, he received the news that Li Zongjiu had rushed to the Black Canal Royal City. When Li Zongjiu arrived, he already brought a lot of pressure to them. Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't come to them directly. This made Qian Hailong breathe a sigh of relief. In the meeting, after everyone reported the recent performance of the family, they started to discuss Li Zongjiu's matter. Li Zongjiu isn't a kind person. From the information we received from the Xingyan dynasty, we can see that there's at least a force behind Li Zongjiu that can fight against a supreme being. It's definitely not easy to provoke them. An elder who had just been promoted by the Qian family said. He first gave everyone a heads up and reminded them of the seriousness of this matter. A supreme being. Although they had heard about it before, they were really shocked when they received the actual information. What other information is there? Qian Hailong asked. Now, he was the head of the Qian family. Thanks to Li Zongjiu, he was able to relax for the past month. However, under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu came again just as he was sitting on the throne. I heard that this person is extremely greedy and likes to extort. If he comes again, our only way is to prepare the money. Someone made a conclusion about Li Zongjiu's research. We don't have a life and death feud with Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu is very principled. As long as we are prepared, I believe we can settle it. We can't wait any longer. We'll send the money tonight. Qian Hailong knew how powerful Li Zongjiu was. If he waited until Li Zongjiu came personally, everything would be too late. That night, Qian Hailong overcame all difficulties. He directly asked someone to bring some extremely valuable items to the Marquis mansion to pay a visit to Li Zongjiu. Of course, he also wanted to send some gifts to the Marquis mansion. In the end, Qian Hailong and an elder arrived. This elder was Qian Hailong's confidant and was also an elder in charge of the Qian family's finances. He had great authority. Patriarch, is there really a need to do this? Cut the crap. Just follow me. Qian Hailong said seriously. This confidant had never seen Qian Hailong with such a serious expression. Moreover, it was extremely dignified, as though he was ready to go to the execution ground at any time. This caused the elder's heart to be slightly flustered. This was because Qian Hailong's expression looked as though he was about to go to the execution ground. This made people extremely nervous and worried. Finally, the two of them met Li Zongjiu and Li Yan in the courtyard where Li Zongjiu was resting. At the beginning, Li Yan was also fiddling with a few stones in the courtyard. After Qian Hailong saw them, he asked Li Yan respectfully. This was because he wasn't clear about Li Yan's identity. If he spoke carelessly and offended her, wouldn't it be troublesome? Why are you looking for my brother? Li Yan looked at the two of them curiously. You are from the Qian family, right? Why do I find your name familiar? Ah, right, just now Zongjiu said that you are from the Qian family. You came tonight. You have a good relationship. Immediately, Li Yan sized up Qian Hailong and Qian Hailong. Li Zongjiu didn't mention the matters of the Qian family to Li Yan. After all, these were trivial matters and there was no need to explain so much. It's hard to say. Qian Hailong smiled awkwardly. It was impossible for them to be friends. Li Zhongzhou did such a thing to the Qian family. How could they still be friends? But if they were enemies, wouldn't that be courting death? Why are you guys here? Li Zhongzhou heard the commotion outside and also walked out. Originally, he wanted to use his mental power to search around to see if there were any clues. It would be best if he could find some clues to find the King of Fire. Although he had severely injured the other party today. However, it was inevitable that Sky Shaman would have some other hidden means. In short, the longer King of Fire remained in his hands, the more danger he would be in. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Qian Hailong and the others approaching. Elderly, it's been a long time since we last saw you. We've heard that you're here, so we came to see if there's anything we can do for you. We've been waiting for you for a long time. When Qian Hailong saw Li Zhongzhou, he suddenly felt familiar with Li Zhongzhou, which made Li Zhongzhou think that he and Qian Hailong were very familiar with each other and that they had a good relationship. That's a little too much. If you have something to say it. Li Zhongzhou frowned. Looking at Qian Hailong's face, which was full of flattery, he didn't look like a family head at all. He looked like a shameless flatterer. Even the elders couldn't stand it anymore. Boss, you're the family head of Heichu Royal City's Qian family. However, in front of Li Zhongzhou, he was willing to become a flatterer. It was hard to believe that such a scene would happen. However, Qian Hailong didn't think that there was any problem. What are you talking about? Elderly, there's no need to be so polite with me. Hai Fu, let Elderly take a look. Qian Hailong said. Qian Haifu also walked up and handed over the storage ring in his hand to Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou glanced at Qian Hailong. You're quite smart. Li Zhongzhou took the storage ring and realized that other than money, there were many precious items in it. There were some precious jade and protective amulets, all of which were of high quality. The protective amulet's effect was obvious. As long as one wore it, once one's body was locked on and the threat exceeded one's limit, it would be triggered. Or one could trigger it on their own. If one could bring more protective amulets with them, they would have more time to save their lives. Of course, in front of a real expert, it was best not to think about such things. They could take your life in a matter of minutes. There were a few items that showed Qian Hailong's sincerity. If one didn't have money, they wouldn't have been able to get these items. They looked good. At least, Li Zhongzhou was satisfied. Of course, what made Li Zhongzhou the most satisfied was the latter's attitude. He took the initiative to apologize and even brought such valuable gifts. With such a sincere attitude, even if Li Zhongzhou wanted to teach him a lesson, he couldn't do it. Have a seat. Li Zhongzhou said straightforwardly. Since the other party was so sincere and even gave him so many valuable gifts, it was only natural that he had to treat him well. Qian Hailong and Qian Hailong sat down a little bashfully. They felt a little restrained before Li Zhongzhou, as if they were children. Qian Hailong was the family leader of the Qian family. Over the years, as the great elder of the Qian family, he had seen a lot of things and had seen a lot of things. However, before Li Zhongzhou, his presence was severely lacking. Elderly, the matter of the family leader of ancient Zong was arranged by Qian Tianding. It has nothing to do with the Qian family. We've already cancelled the deal many times, but the ancient Zong family refused to accept it no matter what. They even increased the price. Don't you think that they've gone overboard? When Qian Hailong mentioned the matter, he was very angry. Go back now and use the resources of the Qian family to help me find a force of power called Wushan. If you find him, we'll let bygones be bygones. Li Zhongzhou said. When he heard the words let bygones be bygones, Qian Hailong immediately shuddered. He could not believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Elderly, don't worry. Leave this to the Qian family. We'll do it right away. Once Qian Hailong found an excuse, he stood up and said that. Then, he left without stopping. The speed at which he walked was simply astounding. Why do these people look like they're running away? Li Yan could not help but ask. She had wanted to make some tea, but by the looks of it, there was no need for that. I don't know either. These people's clothes don't look like simple people. how did you get to know them? The last time I came, I dismissed their family leader and let this person take over. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. When she heard Li Zhongjiu's words, Li Yan widened her eyes in disbelief. Aren't you being too nosy? You even want to meddle in the family leader's affairs? Later on, Li Yan found out that the Qian family was one of the top 10 family clans in the Black Canal Royal City. Furthermore, it was one of the top families in terms of strength. Even a person with such strength appeared in such a state in front of Li Zhongjiu. Li Yan could not help but exclaim in amazement. Just as Li Zhongjiu was using all his forces to search for news of Wu Shan and the King of Fire, 10,000 miles away from the Li Fire sect, there was a city that was leaning on the edge of a volcano. This city should have been very lively, or at least a little bit lively. However, at this moment, the city was dead silent. There was no sign of life. The city's surrounding walls had several array formations set up. These array formations were resonating with each other. They formed a large force that enveloped the entire city, preventing any external forces from approaching it. Furthermore, the entire city was hidden. Unless one personally came to the city, it was impossible to find the city using any other method. It was as if the city had disappeared from its original spot, as if it had been hidden by a great divine power. Dozens of black-robed men stood in the middle of the city, guarding against their surroundings. And the person they were guarding was a red-haired woman dressed in a red robe. The 18 chains bound the red-haired woman, and a surge of power flowed through the chains and into the red-haired woman's body. It was this constant suppression that allowed them to control the King of Fire's strength. The King of Fire's face was pale, but his eyes were abnormally resolute. He had seen all sorts of situations over the years, so this bit of pain was nothing. Soul Incineration Array, the King of Fire looked down. At this moment, she was sitting in the Soul Incineration Array. She was trapped in the Soul Incineration Array. The King of Fire also had a lot of time to think. He recalled the happy times he had in the sacred Fire Royal City. The Fire Wraith King's entire life was empty. He couldn't find anything to do. He had an infinite lifespan and power that kept increasing. Out of boredom, he created the world of order in the underground black market. Only when she was with Li Zhongjiu would she be able to leave a deep impression on her. Everyone has their own destiny. This is my destiny. The King of Fire looked up into the sky. It extended beyond the endless firmament. Intelligence from all sides was constantly circulating. Very quickly, someone discovered that something was amiss. If it was any other time, it would be really difficult to discover. However, this time, the Qian family could be said to have used all of their strength. They were not willing to give up even the slightest clue. Finally, he found something that wasn't quite right. After sending someone to investigate, Qian Hailong immediately sent someone to deliver this information to Li Zhongjiu. Feiyue City? This city is quite remote, and very few people will pay attention to it because there are no resources here, and the surrounding volcanoes can erupt at any time. Therefore, there are not many people in the city, and there is relatively little cooperation with the outside world. Wan Yulan replied. After Li Zhongjiu received this information, he directly went to Wan Yulan and asked Wan Yulan to give him a certain answer. But now, it seemed that it was most likely in this place. Looks like this is their hiding place. How audacious of them to take control of an entire city. How arrogant. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. You mean, they might have occupied a city? Even Wan Yulan was shocked by Li Zhongjiu's speculation. Such behavior was almost provoking the Haiku dynasty and Black Canal Basilica. Although the Black Canal Basilica was a group of shameless and greedy people, it was precisely because of the Black Canal Basilica's greed that others could not take away half of the benefits from their hands. Unless there was no other choice, there was no way to defeat them. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Li Zhongjiu said. I'll go there myself. I'll go too. Li Yan stood up and said, if the other party has occupied the city, they must have set up a defensive formation. Maybe they have already dealt with Black Canal Basilica. Okay, just don't talk too much. The two of them were about to set off again. Wan Yulan quickly said, I'll send someone to help you. There's no need to trouble yourself. If there's really a situation, even if your people go, they won't be able to help. Li Zhongjiu said. Even if Wan Yulan went in person, she might not be able to help. Immediately, Li Zongjiu and Yi Qingyu boarded the Eagle battleship and soared into the sky. Boom, many experts caught sight of this figure. Everyone gasped in surprise. The speed of this silhouette was incomparably fast. Even primitive emperors could not catch up to it. It would require at least primitive emperors to catch up to it. Immediately, the attention of the Marquis of Brave Thousand Marquis Manor rose. Everyone was staring at the Marquis of Brave Thousand Marquis Manor. Clearly, the Marquis of Brave Thousand Marquis Manor was about to stir up trouble. They had already contacted many forces in the imperial court. Clearly, under the imperial court's instructions, they had begun to gather their forces. Even the military power in the north and south had been shaken. Gradually, they closed in on King City. They had even contacted many forces in the underworld secretly. A storm was gradually brewing. Black Canal Basilica had already noticed this long ago. However, they were not in a hurry to deal with Marquis residents of Brave Marquis. After all, there were so many things to do now. They did not have the time to deal with them for the time being. Once they were done with this, they would let Marquis residents of Brave Marquis and the people in the royal family know. Feudal resistance was futile. The Eagle battleship was extremely fast. When Li Yan inspected it, she found that the battleship was a little worn out. Obviously, the quality of the materials was still not enough. In addition, the rate of wear and tear was a little high recently, which led to such a situation. Whoosh, just as the battleship was about to fly near Feiyue City, a strong light suddenly swept over from afar. Weng, the defensive shield automatically opened and resisted the attack. At the same time, the Eagle battleship shook violently. We've been attacked. The direction of the attack is from that city. Li Yan said. Return the favor. Li Zongjiu said faintly. This was a little arrogant. They actually dared to take the initiative to attack Li Zongjiu. Although Li Yan was the only pilot and could not enter a combat state, it was not a problem for her to release one or two attacks. From the Eagle battleship, a cannonball was suddenly fired. This cannonball was a kind of powerful offensive weapon provided by the Song family. Once it was released, the shockwave of the explosion would affect the area within 100 miles. It was called the Shaker. Boom, the vibrator exploded in an instant. Li Yan was not careless either. When she attacked, she did not hold back at all. But when this horrifying power spread out, however, when the shockwave spread out, the two of them were surprised to find that there seemed to be a transparent energy curtain in the sky above Feiyue City. It blocked the shockwave that was full of destructive power just now. Li Zongjiu frowned. It's a formation. After Li Yan analyzed the situation, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, she carefully observed the structure and effect of the formation. Immediately, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. It's a level 7 formation, Emperor's Prison. This is a trap formation. A level 7 formation. Wouldn't that mean that only an utmost exalted level expert would be able to break through it? Was he really that arrogant? He actually used such a powerful cultivation in formations to create a trapping formation instead of a killing formation. Are they trying to trap someone? Immediately, Li Zongjiu released his mental strength to check it out. However, he was directly blocked by a force. Even Li Zongjiu's mental strength could not break through. It must be here. After searching for so long, he finally found it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu rushed out with the hammer without hesitation. He flew to the sky above the city. Looking in from the outside, he could not see anything. Break! Facing the protective shield below, Li Zongjiu swung the black dragon hammer in his hand. He directly smashed it down. Boom! The destructive power was released, but it just kept rolling around the protective shield. The power spread out and was directly absorbed by the shield. It can't be broken? Before Li Zongjiu could recover from his shock, he already felt the power transmitted from the protective shield. It almost sent Li Zongjiu flying. This was the power released by Li Zongjiu just now. All of it was fed back to Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu retreated quickly and landed back on the Eagle battleship. This formation can't be attacked by force. Wait for a while, I'll find their weakness. Li Yan said quickly. Li Zhongjiu looked at Li Yan in surprise. Previously, she said that this was a 7th level formation. However, since Li Yan said so, Li Zhongjiu believed that Li Yan could do it. In Feiyue City. In response to the sudden uninvited guests, the black-clothed men in the city immediately gathered. Except for the 22 men guarding the King of Fire, the rest gathered on the city wall. Separated by the defensive formation, they observed Li Zhongjiu and the others. The fluctuations just now directly consumed 1/10 of the formation's energy. Therefore, they could not let Li Zhongjiu continue to attack. Kill them. There were nearly 30 black-clothed experts present. They were gathering their strength at the same time. Under the overlapping power of several people, this power directly gushed out. Boom! Several rays of light broke through the defense and blasted toward Li Zhongjiu and the eagle warship. Li Zhongjiu directly shook his body and turned into a golden light. The golden Yuan dragon protected his body, and the huge Yuan dragon easily blocked these energy attacks. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu also gave the other party an appropriate counterattack. If they kept waiting in place, sooner or later, the other party would find an opportunity and then break through in one fell swoop. The golden dragon's true spirit kept hitting the protective shield, bringing invisible pressure to the people under the shield. It kept attracting the firepower. Li Yan did not let Li Zhongjiu down. There, attack the side with all your strength. That's the weakest part of the defensive shield. Li Zhongjiu had almost pulled out the moment Li Yan spoke, and his figure instantly rushed to the front. Purple heavenly thunder. Receiving the power of heaven and earth, the black dragon hammer immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. The thunder clouds in the sky condensed and changed, and suddenly, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky. Boom! As soon as the attack landed, the defensive barrier in front of him was immediately shattered. Even the people in the city did not expect this. Their defensive barrier had been destroyed so quickly. King of Fire. The moment Li Zhongjiu split open the defensive shield, he roared toward the city. His voice was like countless thunderbolts exploding above the city, echoing without anyone noticing. The exhausted King of Fire opened his eyes just as he was about to faint. He was ready to give up struggling. However, when the Fire Wraith King heard this voice, it was as if a new life force had been injected into him, instantly waking him up. Li Zhongjiu. The King of Fire called out in his heart, thinking that he had misheard. In the next moment, a mental power swept across the King of Fire's body. The King of Fire's body trembled slightly. It was Li Zhongjiu. Almost instantly, Li Zhongjiu had already locked onto the King of Fire's figure. He finally found him. When they saw Li Zhongjiu's actions, the dozens of black-robed men in front of him also took out their weapons. They were all strange weapons, and directly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! The black-robed men besieged Li Zhongjiu one after another. Everyone's strength was at the level of Primitive Emperor, and the strongest 3 of them had reached the peak of Primitive Emperor realm. The rest were basically at the mid-stage or late-stage Primitive Emperor realm. Dozens of terrifying auras closed in on Li Zhongjiu, trying to force Li Zhongjiu down. Get out of my way. These experts in front of him were obviously Wu Tian's subordinates. Boom! After a head-on clash, these people in front of him were also quickly defeated. However, the remaining people were also quite desperate. This kind of fighting style was basically as if they didn't care about their lives. They directly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how many there were, it was futile. Blood Dragon Soul. Li Zhongjiu didn't have time to be entangled with these people here. He activated the power of his original spirit and advanced triumphantly, completely defeating the people in front of him. Boom! Boom! Many black-robed men's figures flew out one after another. After falling to the ground, they directly lost their combat power. Trap him. The 3-peak Primitive Emperor realm experts were extremely troublesome. They resisted the power of Li Zhongjiu's original spirit, and they also formed hand seals. The stone slabs of the houses below began to vibrate with their movements. They all rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, these stones and bricks wrapped in original spirit directly trapped Li Zhongjiu within, unable to break free. Trying to trap me. Li Zhongjiu was trapped by the stone formation. Immediately, a burst of power suddenly erupted. Li Zhongjiu's fists continuously bombarded the bricks in front of him. Bang, the other party's binding technique was instantly shattered. Buddha Palm. Gui Lu Yan. The three black-clothed experts simultaneously released their essence force, and within their essence force was a terrifying flame. Gui Lu Yan? Playing with fire in front of your grandfather? A bunch of idiots. Li Zhongjiu immediately let out a cold snort. He took the lead with the Buddha palm, sending one of them flying with a single palm strike. At the same time, he executed sky-reaching flame, suppressing the flowing ghost flame that the three of them had unleashed. He lightly flung the flowing ghost flame into the distance, causing it to wrap around the incoming flowing ghost flames. After making a circle, it flew back. So, when one of them saw the flames, he actually turned around and flew back. He was stunned for a moment. In the next second, he was surrounded by flames. His body was instantly incinerated. Seeing that something was amiss, the remaining person also flew towards the center of the city. Now that all the people around him had been killed, even if he continued to stay here, he would not be a match for Li Zhongjiu. Now, only the 22 masters guarding the King of Fire were left. Humph. Li Zhongjiu immediately chased after him. When the other party was about to land, he was directly caught by Li Zhongjiu. When he was in midair, he was directly torn in half. Fresh blood splattered in the air. I told you not to run around. Look, you made me look for you for half a day. When Li Zhongjiu saw that the King of Fire was still safe and sound, he also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that when Li Zhongjiu found the King of Fire, the latter would already be a corpse. In that case, even if he killed all these people, it would be useless. I thought you wouldn't come. The King of Fire also said faintly. She had only left for less than half a year. Li Zhongjiu's growth speed was really terrifying. In less than half a year, he had grown to such a level. With this momentum, even if she wanted to defeat Li Zhongjiu, it would not be easy. Li Zhongjiu's gaze fell on the chains that trapped the King of Fire. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold. You guys are really bold. Don't leave today. Come together. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. The remaining 22 masters were responsible for guarding the King of Fire, so they did not participate in the attack formation or the battle in the city. Now that they saw Li Zhongjiu, they took the initiative to meet him. It seemed that if they wanted to take the King of Fire away, they would have to kill Li Zhongjiu. Two of them were still sitting on the steps, motionless. The remaining 20 people lined up and rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. The 20 people burst out with their aura. The whole world shook violently. It was as if an indomitable giant had appeared. Its vast aura was like a mountain pressing down on Li Zhongjiu. Dragon Soul. Boom. The golden dragon original spirit burst out instantly. It used its huge body to resist the tyrannical aura in front of it. It was full of overbearing aura. Roar. Then, the golden dragon original spirit moved violently and crazily hit the mountain that was condensed by the aura. Boom. The aura condensed by the 20 peak origin emperors was instantly broken. As for the golden dragon Yuan spirit, it had also dimmed a little. However, its aura was still soaring to the heavens. This crushing force was enough to make people palpitate. However, the 20 people were unmoved. The black-clothed experts revealed their figures and attacked Li Zhongjiu. An earth-shattering elemental energy attack, along with countless energy waves, descended upon Li Zhongjiu. The Yuan force in Li Zhongjiu's hand vibrated. The black dragon hammer smashed out suddenly. Immediately, the terrifying thunderbolt force rushed out. However, the opponent's reaction was extremely fast. The power of the 20 people was instantly strung together. They actually took the initiative to break down the thunderbolt force of the hammer. They blocked Li Zhongjiu's hammer and came out unscathed. Blood Soul Hell. It was always a waste of time to be surprised in a battle. It was all some useless actions. Only by killing people would there be enough time to make other expressions. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu directly summoned the Blood Soul Hell and enveloped the 20 black-clothed experts. Boom. The 20 people were immediately drawn into the Blood Soul Hell. Obviously, these people weren't easy to deal with. They started to attack the Blood Soul Hell in an orderly and organized manner. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? The ancient demon clan that was subdued in Qingyuan Villa had long become the blood demon of the Blood Soul Hell. At this moment, they revealed their figures. Together with the life and death servant from before, they were all refined by Li Zhongjiu. Many forces entangled the 20 black-cloaked experts in front of him. At the same time, the Blood Dragon original spirit also came out to take charge. Li Zhongjiu took the time to severely injure one of them and then retreated from the Blood Soul Hell. At this moment, there were only 2 people in front of him. Be careful. These 2 people have thought it through and their cultivation has reached the first-grade sovereign realm. King of Fire reminded him. Li Zhongjiu's performance just now also surprised King of Fire. He had made such a breakthrough in such a short time. However, he still had to be careful when facing these 2 enemies who had figured out their hard acupoints. Li Zhongjiu also noticed that the state of the 2 people in front of him was different. Even the movements and aura of their movements were very similar. It could even be said that they were exactly the same. Immediately, the 2 people drew their swords at the same time. They slashed towards Li Zhongjiu with their swords. Although the 2 people attacked at the same time, it seemed as if there was only one sword. The sword swept over. The black dragon hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand turned into a wild dragon and smashed towards the 2 people. Originally, this sword chi was going to rush towards Li Zhongjiu. At this moment, seeing Li Zhongjiu attack, it also adjusted the sword chi to collide with Li Zhongjiu's black dragon hammer. Unexpectedly, the black dragon hammer turned into a black dragon and easily avoided the sword chi of the 2 people, rolling towards one of them. Boom! The black dragon hammer instantly rolled up the other person's body, which was equivalent to giving the latter a close-range hit. It directly sent the person flying. Boom! Li Zhongjiu was also hit by the 2 sword chi at the same time. However, the golden dragon original spirit was behind him and easily defended against this move. In fact, it only looked easy on the surface. The real force that he had to bear was quite huge. The golden body protection dragon pattern on the surface of his body also faintly showed signs of cracking. If the heavy blow just now came a few more times, it was very likely that Li Zhongjiu's defense would be broken. Of course, Li Zhongjiu was injured, and the other people were definitely not any better. A black dragon directly rolled one of them hundreds of meters away and finally smashed into the ground with a bang. An extremely terrifying fluctuation erupted. The person in the ruins was still pressed down by a hammer. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to get up for a long time. Shua. The other person did not go to the rescue. In their estimation, Li Zhongjiu was already seriously injured and was now an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as they applied a little more pressure, he would definitely break. Boom! Just as the sword was about to strike, Li Zhongjiu also let out a low roar. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at his opponent's sword. The sword chi surged, and the huge sword chi kept attacking Li Zhongjiu's hands. Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock, Li Zhongjiu's body suddenly felt a strong surge of energy. He quickly added in. Li Zhongjiu immediately sneered and increased the strength of his hands, easily destroying the latter's weapon. Clang, the sword in his hand was broken. Li Zhongjiu also struck out with a Buddha's palm when his opponent's palm struck out. Bang bang, both of them were hit by each other's palm at almost the same time. Li Zhongjiu's body shook, and energy kept coming in. This was the Blood Soul Hell, which was refining the black-cloaked people. Compared to Li Zhongjiu's body, it only shook a little. On the other hand, the opponent's body was directly shattered by this palm. Puff! Only his head was left intact, and it fell from the sky. The remaining person also struggled to get out of the black dragon hammer's entanglement. When he saw that his companion had been beaten to such a state, he couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What he did was not continue to attack Li Zhongjiu, but rushed to the front of King of Fire's formation. Then his body quickly collided, and he actually wanted to explode his origin energy. You're courting death. Li Zhongjiu directly used his mental energy to wrap the person in front of him, and instantly transported him tens of thousands of meters away. The moment he withdrew his mental energy, a loud bang suddenly came from tens of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, there was a chaotic impact in his mind, and he took a few steps back. Although his body was shaking, he still stood firm in the end. "You're really ruthless." Li Zongjiu shook his head and could not help but say. King of Fire looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. He did not expect Li Zongjiu's strength to be so strong. "Your strength has improved quite fast." Back then, when the Fire Wraith King caught Li Zongjiu in his domain, the latter had a vigilant look on his face. But now, Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to defeat her easily. "How do I break this thing?" Li Zongjiu's face was a little pale. After all, it was the self-detonation of a Supreme Being realm expert. Although he was instantly transported tens of thousands of meters away, his mental energy could not escape so quickly. Even if it was only a little bit, it would affect his entire mental energy. After swallowing a qi-calming elixir, Li Zongjiu adjusted his mental energy slightly, and it relieved the pain in his mind. "Master." Li Yan also descended from the sky. She did not stay idle just now, and also destroyed several formations in the city. The surrounding array formations were also quite dangerous. Therefore, Li Yan also directly destroyed the formations when there was a gap. If the opponent condensed the formations again, and the big formation was activated, the consequences would be unimaginable if there was an expert guarding it. Fortunately, it went smoothly. This is the soul-burning formation. When Li Yan saw the King of Fire, she was excited, and looked at the formation in front of her. The surrounding soul-burning pillars were quite obvious. "Yes, it's the soul-burning formation," the King of Fire said. Li Zongjiu looked at the surrounding pillars, and there were alternating black and red colors on them. "This is the soul-burning pillar, a formation that is specially used to refine the souls of sovereigns for one's own use. It is a formation that can even forcefully extract a person's soul. It is quite cruel." Li Yan took a deep breath and said. She knew in her heart that the King of Fire must be in great pain at all times for such a vicious formation. The red color is Master's spiritual energy. If the red color on these 8 soul-burning pillars reaches the top, Master's soul will be completely separated from his body. Li Yan looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu frowned. Looking at the soul-burning pillars. "How about we just break them?" "No, that won't do. If that's the case, Master's soul will become a dead soul." Li Yan quickly shook her head and said. "The only way is for me to break the formation. But it will take me at least 7 days. If I can't break the formation in 7 days, Master will not be able to hold on." The King of Fire looked at the two of them. "It's good enough that I can see you. Go ahead. The soul-burning formation is a level 9 formation. Li Yan, with your strength, it is not enough for you to understand it," the King of Fire said softly. Level 9 formation, Li Zongjiu's heart sank to the bottom. Although they had found the Fire Wraith King, they still couldn't rescue him from the formation. No, there must be a way. Li Zongjiu would not give up. So what if it is a level 9 formation? Since Li Yan can't break it, I will go and catch a level 9 formation master. If Li Yan could not break it, there would naturally be others who could. But at the moment, they had to protect the King of Fire. Give me 3 days. 3 days later, I will definitely bring him here. Even if I have to catch Wu Tian, I will definitely save you. Li Zongjiu was extremely determined. At this moment, it was undoubtedly dangerous for the King of Fire to stay here. However, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to leave the King of Fire here for the time being. At the same time, he had Li Yan stay behind to look after him. At the same time, Li Zongjiu was also searching in his mind. Where could there be a level 9 array master? Li Zongjiu used his mental strength as a fulcrum and directly pierced through the space in front of him. Using this method, he achieved the effect of teleportation. Jiuhua sect. This was the largest sect in the vicinity. If he were to fly back to the Black Jew Imperial City, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly threw a knife at the Jiuhua sect. At this moment, the Jiuhua sect's mountain gate was split in half. The sect master had just come out of seclusion. Faced with this, the 2 grand elders had no way to explain themselves. The sect master of the Jiuhua sect was even more enraged. He immediately gave the order to remove the two Grand Elders from their positions and put them in solitary confinement. Those who knew about the situation all pleaded for mercy. Naturally, they couldn't be blamed for this. Alright, enough. Even the mountain gate has been split into this state. How can you still have the face to speak? Boom, a muffled thunder-like sound came from the sky. Then, a domineering aura blasted into the newly built hall. Who dares to barge into my Jiuhua sect's main hall? The Jiuhua sect master was enraged. Barging in like this was clearly a rebellion. How could he let the intruder leave safely? No matter who you are, I'll take you down first. It's evil lord. The two Grand Elders saw Li Zhongzhou's figure. It was so familiar that he actually appeared in front of him. They were just talking about Li Zhongzhou, and Li Zhongzhou appeared. It was unbelievable. Could it be that Li Zhongzhou had been loitering nearby all this time? So, you're that evil lord? How dare you destroy my sect? Today, as the sect master of the Jiuhua sect, I'm going to. Bang! Li Zhongzhou stepped forward and punched him in the face. Instantly, the head of the Jiuhua sect master was sent flying. Bang! Blood immediately gushed out from the broken neck. He was the sect master of the Jiuhua sect. A 6th-stage primitive emperor expert. He had actually lost his life to Evil Lord's punch. He didn't have any strength to fight back. This was where Li Zhongzhou's strength lay. If he wanted to kill someone, Li Zhongzhou had always been straightforward, without any superfluous words. With the death of the sect leader, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at Li Zhongzhou. Looking at the dead sect leader, he sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Li Zhongzhou's murderous aura was very strong. As soon as he said this, everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They all stood there quietly, waiting for Li Zhongzhou's question. I want you to provide me with the information and name list of all level 7 to level 9 array masters. Li Zhongzhou said calmly. Speaking of these sects, the first thing they had to do was to train their disciples to have the ability to recognize experts. After all, they were all in this line of work. If they didn't recognize those experts and accidentally offended them, then the consequences would be very tragic. For example, if they encountered Evil Lord, the outcome would be obvious. However, this Evil Lord had only become famous for a short while, so he wasn't included in the list. Therefore, it wasn't popularized so quickly. This was because these people who suddenly became famous often had a high chance of dying quickly. Therefore, not to mention the entire continent, there were only a few experts in the entire dynasty. Although they didn't know why Li Zhongzhou was in such a hurry to find these qualified array masters, now that even the sect leader had been killed by him, they naturally had to get things done quickly. Originally, the two supreme elders were a little afraid of Li Zhongzhou. However, after Li Zhongzhou killed the sect leader, who had indiscriminately put them in confinement, they felt a lot better. Therefore, it was better not to be too arrogant. It was best to keep a low profile as much as possible. Go, and bring the recently updated Hall of Fame here. One of the supreme elders hurriedly said. Take the body away. Since the sect leader has unfortunately passed away, the great elder will temporarily take over the sect's affairs. After the new sect leader is elected, the handover will be done. Go and pour some tea. The great elder quickly poured a cup of tea for Li Zhongzhou. However, Li Zhongzhou didn't drink it. He just stood there quietly. Every second seemed so long, making people feel incomparable torment. After a while, someone immediately came over with a jade scroll. The Hall of Fame was also the information collected by these people about some extremely famous experts in the underworld. Among them were extraordinary top experts. Lord Evil Lord, they are all here. According to the information we have collected so far, there doesn't seem to be any level 9 array masters. However, there are 2 level 8 array masters. As for level 7 array masters, there are 6 of them. Level 6 array masters were enough to deal with primitive emperors. However, there were also differences in strength. Level 7 array masters were equivalent to the supremacy realm. However, in order to truly block a supremacy realm expert, a level 8 array master was needed. After all, there was no supremacy realm in the array master realm. Therefore, level 8 and level 9 array masters corresponded to mid-stage and late-stage supremacy realm experts. If it were in the Xingyan dynasty, there probably wouldn't be a single level 8 array master. Even the King of Fire was only a level 7 array master. He could barely be considered a level 8 array master. In the previous array, although Li Yun could find the array's weakness, she didn't have the ability to break the array. Therefore, Li Yun's strength should be at level 5 or level 6. For ordinary people, such a result was enough to be proud of. However, in the Haiku dynasty, it was very mediocre. Oh right, I remember that we received news that a level 8 array master will arrive in Jiuhua City in a few days. He seems to be here for the demon suppression ruins. The first elder suddenly remembered and slapped his thigh. Li Zongjiu immediately looked at the first elder. The first elder slapped his thigh. He actually forgot such an important matter. It was mainly because Li Zongjiu gave him too much pressure. Huh? Li Zongjiu directly released his spiritual energy. Immediately, he scanned everyone in Jiuhua City and obtained all kinds of information from them in a domineering manner. Everyone felt like they had been seen through by him. If they had any equipment that could defend against spiritual energy attacks, it would be instantly shattered by the opponent's spiritual energy. The jade ornaments hanging on their bodies shattered without them realizing it. Some people even broke out in a cold sweat. If this person wanted to kill them, it would only take a thought to do it. His life was actually so worthless. After scanning the entire city, Li Zongjiu determined from the aura that one of the people had. This person's spiritual energy was extremely powerful, at least not weaker than Li Zongjiu's. When Li Zongjiu's spiritual energy came over, this person's spiritual energy was very strong. It was obvious that this person wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu. Is it an old man who likes to wear flowery clothes? Li Zongjiu asked. Yes, that's right. This is his style. His nickname is Thousand Flower Elder. He's very good at trapping arrays. Lord Evil Lord, you have to be careful. Seeing Li Zongjiu's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to become the enemy of all the array masters in the world. Therefore, the first elder couldn't help but say this. Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly flew out. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the city, an old man wearing a flowery long robe was hugging his left and right. This was a place for drinking wine. Beside the old man was an old friend of many years who was drinking wine with him. Suddenly, the old man's eyes lit up, and the person beside him instantly became alert. What's going on? The middle-aged man in black couldn't help but ask. What he felt just now was definitely not an illusion. Someone really scanned their bodies and wanted to use spiritual energy to investigate them. In terms of spiritual energy, there were only a few people in the entire Haiku dynasty who could be compared to the old man in flowery robe beside him. I don't know where this scoundrel came from. How dare he spy on me? Thousand Flower Elder couldn't help but sneer. How could he not know what level he was at? He actually wanted to show off his slight skill in front of an expert. It was simply stupid. Boom. A large hole was blasted in the roof of the house, and a figure instantly landed in front of the two of them. The surrounding women were so scared that they screamed and fled in all directions. These women who accompanied them to drink often had to practice such skills. When they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately wanted to escape. Disturbing my mood will be the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. The thousand-flower old man shook his head and said earnestly. Myriad sword chi. The middle-aged man in black beside him leaped, and a terrifying sword chi swept towards Li Zongjiu. It turned out to be a 9th-grade primitive emperor expert. Li Zongjiu carried the hammer, and without saying a word, his figure flashed and rushed in front of the middle-aged man in black, allowing the sword chi to hit his body. He was unscathed. Now that Li Zongjiu's ancient golden body was able to reach the attack of a supreme-level expert, this primitive emperor expert was nothing in his eyes. Boom. The hammer fell, directly breaking the hand of the primitive emperor swordsman who had been roaming the underworld for many years. His figure flew out in an instant, penetrated by the power of thunder and lightning. He fell to the ground, unconscious. Daoist Xianxia quickly took out a formation disc. Even his old friend wasn't his match, not even able to block a single move. However, Li Zongjiu had already clasped the other's wrist. A fist bombarded the other's chest. Yuan Li instantly covered the other's body, sealing the latter's strength directly. Who are you? What do you want? The thousand-flower-old man did not expect that his old friend of many years would be sent flying with one move. At the same time, he did not even have the chance to display his skills. He was directly subdued by the person who came. Who exactly was this person? When the thousand-flower-old man was young and impetuous, he had indeed offended many people. However, as he became famous later, most of his enemies had been dealt with. Some of them had basically gone into hiding, or had come to bury the hatchet. Basically, no one was willing to be an enemy of the thousand-flower-old man. The young man in front of him was quite unfamiliar. It could be said that he had never seen him before. However, Li Zhongjiu did not say anything. He directly sent the thousand-flower-old man into his blood-soul hell with one palm strike. The thousand-flower-old man was trapped in the blood-soul hell. The next moment, Li Zhongjiu's figure disappeared from where he stood. After Li Zhongjiu left, the primitive emperor powerhouse lying on the ground suddenly moved his body. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the surroundings were already empty. Damn it! Who the hell is that person? How could he be so strong? Thousand Flower must have been captured by him. At the thought of this, the primitive emperor hurriedly sent people to search for the thousand-flower-old man's traces. He mobilized all his energy, and a mysterious super-powerful young man rushed out for no reason. He had captured the person. There are not many people who can break my sword move in one move. Who the hell is this guy? In just 2 days, the formation masters on the list were all captured by Li Zhongjiu. These people were basically unwilling to go out, and the formation they had meticulously arranged was in their own homes. At first, Thousand Flower had only come to see the situation and show her face because she had received an invitation from a friend. Who knew that she would be captured by Li Zhongjiu as soon as she appeared? In the Heique dynasty. Because these famous formation masters had all disappeared at almost the same time, a cloud of suspicion suddenly rose in the underworld of the Heique dynasty. What kind of terrifying force could do something like this? Moreover, why did they capture these array masters? Have you heard? The ancestor of the He clan of Jiangbei was taken away by force in his own territory. The old ancestor of the He clan? Could it be the legendary array master? That's right, that's him. I heard that the entire He clan's territory was destroyed. What kind of array formation was that? All of it was destroyed. In Jiuhua City, many people heard the news and whispered to each other. They told each other all the news that they had heard in order to gain attention. Sometimes, they even exaggerated the news. Come on, big mouth. Whatever comes out of your mouth is basically not true. Like hell I'd believe you. Hey, Big Mouth Huang, may have exaggerated a little at other times, but this time, my news is very accurate. There is absolutely no exaggeration. I have definite news that the one who captured these array masters is the same person. His name is Evil Lord. Evil Lord? That 5-second guy? When Big Mouth Huang gave out such shocking news, everyone was shocked. Everyone present was extremely shocked, and some of them even hurriedly urged Big Mouth Huang to tell them everything he knew. With so much explosive news, how could he not share it? Sigh, I'm a little hungry. Big Mouth Huang touched his stomach. Immediately, someone ordered some chicken, duck, and fish for Big Mouth Huang. It was just a small amount of money. When he saw the delicious food on the table, Big Mouth Huang wiped his mouth and began to eat. Just as Big Mouth Huang was eating, suddenly, he felt a few chilling auras lock onto him. The people around him couldn't help but look up. Fatty, who is this evil lord that you just mentioned? The person who walked closer. The person in front of him. If Li Zhongjiu was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person was the expert swordsman who had been sent flying by Li Zhongjiu in a tavern a few days ago. It was no wonder that the other party was so unconvinced. He had been waiting in Jiuhua City with his brothers in order to find Li Zhongjiu. However, after waiting for so long, he still hadn't seen Li Zhongjiu. Today, he just happened to hear someone talking about this matter, so he walked up directly. Big Mouth Huang looked at the 5 people in front of him. It was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. The aura on their bodies was an independent yet powerful aura. Even the surrounding people who were watching the show lowered their heads and left without looking back. They didn't want to be implicated. About this, I also heard this from a brother. Big Mouth Huang was so scared that the drumstick in his mouth fell off. What brother? Take me to him, and I won't make things difficult for you. Taiwan said indifferently. Although he was defeated by Li Zhongjiu last time, when Taiwan looked back, he thought that the kid must have used some kind of protective treasure. That's why he was able to protect himself so well. Li Zhongjiu was able to block his sword and then hit him, defeating him. Now, the 4 experts by his side were all good friends who had been practicing martial arts for many years. They were also the people who formed a team to explore the Demon Suppression Palace. It was just that they didn't keep an eye on them, and their array masters were taken away by someone else. If there weren't any array masters in this operation, it could be said to be very dangerous. A place like the Demon Suppression Palace must be full of killing arrays. That friend of mine is from Jiuhua sect, Big Mouth Huang said with a trembling voice. Under Taiwan's gaze, he was about to break down. At this moment, these missing array masters. All of them appeared in one place. Feiyue City, 7 figures stood in front of the soul-burning array. On the ground beside them, there was another person lying on the ground. His head had already been removed. The remaining 7 people all felt a sense of trepidation. They had seen Li Zhongjiu's methods in the past 2 days. They didn't know how many people he had killed. Without saying anything, he directly captured them. They didn't even know what was going on before they were captured and brought here. It was only after they were released that they realized why they had been captured. It was actually to break the array. To break the array? You should have said this earlier. Why did you have to fight and kill? You see, it was quite unpleasant. The dead man lying on the ground. He didn't do anything at all. Everyone had just stabilized themselves when Li Zhongjiu told them what had happened. In the end, he said that if they couldn't break the array, they would end up like him. Then, this person's head was directly removed. The rest of the people didn't even know what had happened. The dead man was called Xiaoyu. He was a 7th level array master. After all, the circle of array masters wasn't big. They had more or less interacted with each other. They could only watch as this familiar person died in front of them like grass. Everyone knew that Li Zhongjiu was vicious and merciless. It was definitely not a joke. Immediately, everyone began to obediently study the soul-burning array in front of them. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu was trying to save people. After observing the soul-burning array for a while, these array masters began to understand why Li Zhongjiu was in such a hurry to capture them. There wasn't much time left. If they couldn't get the person out, the soul of the woman in the array would dissipate. Even now, the King of Fire was gradually entering a state of unconsciousness. His perception of his surroundings was quite weak. Next, he would be forced to burn his own power. He had to accept the arrival of death. Among the 7 people, there were 2 people in the lead. One was Elder Qianhua. The other was Li Zhongjiu, who had spent a lot of effort to capture from a family. His name was He Jiuyang. Both of them were 8th level array masters. Moreover, they were quite familiar with each other and had discussed it together for a period of time. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would fall into such a predicament. This is an ancient 9th level array, the soul-burning array. If these 8 soul-burning pillars reach the top, there will be no way to save them. It was a 7th level array master who explained the mystery in front of them. Li Zhongjiu and Li Yan both looked at him. At least he could see that this was the soul-burning array. The others were slightly surprised when this person spoke. It turned out that this was the legendary soul-burning array. It was said that this array was extremely vicious. It was hard to believe. This person is called Yuan Tianshu. Li Yan looked at the list in her hand and whispered to Li Zhongjiu. Can you break this array? Li Zhongjiu nodded and then asked Yuan Tianshu. Given my strength, it'll take me at least half a year to comprehend this formation. Yuan Tianshu shook his head. No one can break this formation unless they have a level 9 cultivation base. Li Yan's face turned pale when she heard this, even though she knew it would end up like this. However, when these people confirmed it, her heart sank. A level 9 formation master. Not to mention whether Li Zhongjiu could find a way to find him, it was hard to say whether he could. Please forgive us. We can't help you even if you kill us, Yuan Tianshu said in a deep voice. Yuan Tianshu said in a deep voice. The others also looked at Li Zhongjiu. These people were equivalent to half of the formation masters in the Haiku dynasty. Basically, all the masters that could be found were here. The existence of a level 9 formation master. Even they didn't know. If they didn't know, it was equivalent to not having a level 9 formation master. This made them feel very awkward. How should they explain this matter? There was simply no way to settle this matter. Zhongjiu, there's really no way, Li Yan said in a low voice. There seemed to be a slight tremble in her voice. She didn't dare to mention this matter and quickly lowered her head. It wasn't easy for him to find his master. But now, he had to watch his master die in this damned array with his own eyes. Just thinking about it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. There was no way she could accept such an outcome. You're called Li Zhongjiu, right? We can't help you with this. Although you acted rashly this time, we won't pursue this matter for the time being since you were eager to save people. Thousand Flower Elder also said to Li Zhongjiu. After all, he was an 8th level formation master. He absolutely couldn't back down in this situation, let alone in front of so many people. He couldn't lose face. At the very least, he had to save his own face. Therefore, he directly walked out and said this. In that case, Li Zhongjiu said slowly. He let out a heavy sigh and then looked at the 7 people in front of him. The 7 of them widened their eyes. Could it be that this brat wanted to let them go? Knowing that this matter was too difficult, he had no choice but to give up? Li Zhongjiu could be considered tactful if he just let them leave. Otherwise, after a long time, their subordinates would definitely track them down. At that time, they would know what pain was. Various armies would come to kill them. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to fight against so many people. When everyone was here, he would definitely teach Li Zhongjiu a lesson. Therefore, Old Man Xianxia and the others secretly memorized the faces of Li Zhongjiu and Li Yan. Since they wanted to be enemies with them and even offended them, they couldn't just ignore it. Since you can't do anything about it, I'll have to trouble you. Li Zhongjiu raised his head and looked at the array masters in front of him. Immediately, a sense of crisis surged in their hearts. What did Li Zhongjiu want to do? Could it be that he wanted to attack them? What do you want to do? Brat, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, you and your family will not have a good life. Old Man Xianxia roared at Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu was clearly going to do something. Li Zhongjiu's figure flickered and each of them landed a palm strike on their bodies. Pfft. They spat out blood and flew out. In the next moment, Li Zhongjiu directly put the 7 figures into the spiritual hell. Roar. In the spiritual hell, the white dragon True Spirit was hovering in the sky. When the 7 figures entered, it opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, a terrifying roar swept out. Spiritual domain. Someone can condense the legendary spiritual domain. He Jiuyang exclaimed. Indeed, there was actually someone who could condense a spiritual domain. This was truly shocking. Once the spiritual domain was condensed, it could be said that it was equivalent to an absolute guarantee for one's mind power. Even if one's mind power was severely damaged by someone in the outside world, it could be repaired in time in the spiritual domain. Moreover, in the spiritual domain, unless the opponent's mind power was stronger than yours, it would be very difficult to break out. This was what surprised He Jiuyang and the others. But now, it seemed that it was not a good thing for them. What does that brat want to do? Li Zhongjiu's spiritual doppelganger appeared in the sky above everyone. Since you can't help, I'll borrow your mind power. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. He was high and mighty, like an emperor who ruled the world. The 7 people in front of Li Zhongjiu had used up a lot of experience to get to where they were today. Now that they had met Li Zhongjiu, they were forced to hand over their lifetime's worth of cultivation. This brat wants to refine our mind power to fight against him. Yuan Tianshu immediately felt Li Zhongjiu's intention. It had to be said that Li Zhongjiu's move was very dangerous. If Li Zongjie wanted to use his hammer to kill these array masters, it would naturally be no problem. But now, he wanted to fight with them in terms of mind power. It wasn't that easy to win. Whoosh, the white dragon original spirit rushed in front of Yuan Tianshu in an instant. Then, with a fierce swing of its tail, it directly knocked Yuan Tianshu's mind power out of his own body. Yuan Tianshu's mind power could condense in this spiritual realm, as if it had become a transparent figure, but he could only watch his own body stay where it was. What kind of operation was this? The other 6 people also looked at Yuan Tianshu. Their mind power was obviously not strong enough to condense their mind power. It was just a stream of energy, but in Li Zongjie's spiritual realm, it directly formed such a state, and they could clearly see each other's souls with their eyes. Buzz, a figure quickly wandered over. It opened its mouth and swallowed Yuan Tianshu, who was still in shock. Soul beast, ancient soul beast. It was like a giant tadpole wandering in the sky. He kept a close eye on what was happening below at all times. Li Zongjie, on the other hand, had his eyes closed and was refining the power that the soul-returning beast had returned to him. Since these people had no way to break this array, then let Li Zongjie do it. He would do it himself. In his previous life, Li Zongjie's realm of elixirs had reached an extremely terrifying level. Although he had dabbled in other aspects, it was not deep. This time, Li Zongjie really had no other way, and could only take such a risk. He had to give it a try. First, he would refine the strength of these 7 people, and then see what kind of level they could reach by gathering them together. At most, it would be equivalent to 3 level 8 array masters. If he wanted to reach the level 9 array master realm, there would be a certain distance. Fight it out with him. He Jiuyang and the others also made their moves. However, in this spiritual realm, some extremely terrifying figures suddenly appeared. These were the mind power of the soul beasts. But why would the mind power of these high-level soul beasts appear here, under the attack of these soul beasts and the white dragon original spirit? He Jiuyang and the others could not fight back. These array masters who stood at the top of the Haiku dynasty were killed by Li Zongjie so easily. Behind each figure, there was a very big trouble. One must know that these people's identities were not simple, and they would come knocking on their door sooner or later. By then, even Wan Yulan would not be able to protect Li Zongjie. However, Li Zongjie did not care about the results. If he wanted revenge, he would welcome it any time. Li Zongjie could get rid of them in minutes. This was where Li Zongjie's dominance lay. He was not afraid of these people coming to cause trouble. So what if there was someone behind them? They would be defeated in minutes. Li Zongjie wanted to save a person, and he did not care about how many people he had to kill. In the end, the souls of the 7 array masters were refined by Li Zongjie. In fact, if Wu Tian had an ancient soul beast, he would not have needed to activate something as troublesome as the soul-burning array. When Li Zongjie reappeared in front of Li Yan could clearly feel the changes in Li Zongjie's body. There seemed to be several violent forces that were all concentrated in Li Zongjie's body. It kept vibrating in Li Zongjie's body. Zongjie. You. What's wrong with you? Protect me. I will break the array. There were less than 5 days left, and as King of Fire's resistance weakened, the speed of the array seemed to have increased. Obviously, the situation was worse than imagined. Okay. Li Yan's eyes widened. She already had a guess in her heart. Li Zongjie killed the 7 people and refined their powers. Li Zongjie directly chose to refine the powers of the 7 people in front of him. Doing so was undoubtedly very dangerous. Directly absorbing these 7 terrifying energies into one's body would first put an extremely dangerous strain on one's body. If one was not careful, it was very likely that one would explode and die, or even suffer from qi deviation. However, Li Zongjie's body did not seem to be in such a situation. After forcibly refining the powers of the 7 people, he was still so calm and did not seem to have any problems at all. Li Yan had already set up a formation around the city. At the same time, Li Yan had also modified the formation in Feiyue City once again. She directly activated it. Buzz. The Emperor's prison formation was reactivated. Even if someone came knocking on the door, it would take some time before they could break in. At the very least, it was a kind of protection. At the same time, it was also a kind of concealment formation, which could ensure that the enemy would not find this place so quickly. At this moment, Feiyue City could be said to be in a very dangerous situation. The death of these 8 formation masters alone was enough to shake half of the Haiku dynasty's Jianghu. It was very difficult to find a high-level formation master. Even in the Xingyan dynasty, there were probably only 4 or 5 7th-level formation masters. If these 4 or 5 people were all dead, wouldn't these people panic? The entire Jianghu would be shaken. Although formation masters were not as popular as alchemists, once they reached the peak of this profession, there would naturally be people who would put them in important positions. Now that they were killed, it would definitely anger the forces behind these people. Perhaps there would be more than 7 or 8 of them, or even 10 or 20 of them. However, in order to save the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to do so. He did everything he could. Now, Li Zongjiu was forcibly refining and absorbing the memories of these people. All the formation experience was concentrated on himself. Although Li Zongjiu had not really studied it thoroughly, fortunately, he was talented and had dabbled in it before. Therefore, the speed at which he absorbed these experiences was relatively fast. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's attainments in the field of formation soared. 2 days later, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. It was only now that the cultivation of the 7 of them had been completely unlocked. It was completely refined by Li Zongjiu. How is it? Li Yan saw that Li Zongjiu had recovered. King of Fire's condition was getting worse and worse. If they continued to wait, he would definitely disappear completely in 2 days. Right now, I'm probably at the 8th level, Li Zongjiu said. Even Li Zongjiu himself wasn't sure. At the same time, Li Zongjiu found a lot of information about the soul-burning array in Yuan Tianxu's memories. One of the pieces of information was very useful to Li Zongjiu. In order to break the soul-burning array, there was another way besides directly breaking the array, and that was to exchange one's soul for another. It could be considered a compromise, but at least it could be considered as rescuing someone. With Yuan Tianxu's strength, he could barely perform this method. If he had the strength of the other formation masters that day, he would have been able to do it. However, Yuan Tianxu didn't dare to take the risk, so he didn't say it. Now, there was no chance to speak. They were all killed by Li Zongjiu. 8th level? Then is there a chance? Li Yan's eyes were shining. Li Zongjiu had jumped from the 3rd or 4th level to the 8th level in just 2 days. It was simply an incredible realm. Such strength was extremely shocking. There is. Although we can't break the array directly, there is a way to save the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu said. What he had to do now was very simple. He just had to capture someone whose soul force wasn't too weak. At the very least, he had to be able to withstand the pressure. What method? Li Yan asked. First, we need to catch someone with similar strength. Before Li Zongjiu could finish his words, he suddenly heard a huge movement in the sky above Feiyue City. Boom! Fortunately, there was a large array to protect them. An extremely strong fluctuation seemed to be coming from outside, and it spread out in front of them. Evil Sovereign, get the hell out here! A voice resounded through the sky. After tossing and turning, they finally found the hiding place of the man called Evil Lord. Did he think that they wouldn't be able to find him by hiding in such a place? There were close to 20 figures behind Taiwan. Apart from the people that Taiwan had brought with him, the rest were from the He clan. Back then, Li Zongjiu had launched a sneak attack on the He clan and captured He Jiuyang in front of everyone. At that time, He Jiuyang had been unable to stop Li Zongjiu. Later, Li Zongjiu had disappeared. The He clan had immediately mobilized all their forces to find Li Zongjiu's whereabouts. They had also mobilized the experts of the He clan to come here. They had to find Li Zongjiu at all costs. Now, they had finally found Feiyue City. However, just as they were about to barge in, they found that there was an extremely strong force blocking their way. That was why they had seen the scene just now. Didn't you say that you were Evil Lord? You're a supreme being. Don't tell me that you don't live up to your reputation? Brat, if you know what's good for you, quickly invite our old ancestor out. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the might of the He clan. The patriarch of the He clan, He Tianming, said coldly. When Li Zongjiu had launched a sneak attack on the He clan, he hadn't been present. He had been out handling some matters. Who knew that when he returned, the clan's formation had been destroyed and their old ancestor had been captured? In that case, He Tianming, as the patriarch of the He clan, couldn't escape the blame. Therefore, he roared directly. He couldn't wait to bring their old ancestor back. This was a huge loss of face for them. This made He Tianming extremely anxious. The primitive emperors behind him had been brought by He Tianming. They were there to find Li Zongjiu so that they could kill him directly. There shouldn't be any sloppiness. After bringing their old ancestor back, they would kill Li Zongjiu directly. When He Tianming's voice fell, the light screen below actually flickered. The defensive formation had actually opened by itself. Could it be that they wanted to surrender? At present, they didn't know what was going on below Feiyue City. However, they had brought so many experts with them, so there was no need for them to be afraid. With more than 20 primitive emperors gathered together, there was no place in the world that they couldn't go. It's that brat. Someone saw Li Zongjiu standing below. Taiwan also recognized him at a glance. The young man in front of him was the one who had given him a slap in the pub that day. He had finally found this brat. That's him. Everyone, don't be polite. Use the cruelest method to kill him. Taiwan couldn't wait to capture Li Zongjiu and use all means to torture him. The people of the He clan were also boiling at this moment. Let's go down. Immediately, everyone rushed down and landed in front of Li Zongjiu. They sized up the situation around them. Although the city was full of strange things, they had more than 20 people together. Just this alone was enough for them to be brave enough. All of them were staring at Li Zongjiu in front of them. However, they didn't see the person they were looking for, so they weren't in a hurry to act. Brat, who are you? You have captured more than half of the formation masters of the dynasty. Are you trying to make the entire dynasty your enemy? Evil Lord, I'll give you a chance now. Send our old ancestor out safely and the He clan will let bygones be bygones. He Tianming said indifferently. However, even a child wouldn't believe such a thing. Li Zongjiu didn't answer them. Instead, he waved his hand in the air. Then, the array in the sky closed up once again. It was in a closed state. Hee, are you trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Let's see who the turtle is. Evil Lord, do you really think that you can fight against so many of us alone? He Tianming and the rest said coldly. However, Li Zongjiu didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the black dragon hammer in his hand. Swoosh! His figure flashed and he charged towards them. Let's kill this brat first. Taiwan took the lead and brandished the sword in his hand. This time, he wouldn't be hurt by Li Zongjiu's scheme like the last time. Boom! An overbearing thunderbolt burst out from the hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand. Just this string of lightning was enough to break the weapons in the hands of the people in front of him. Everyone felt their bodies stiffen as they lost control of their bodies. Naturally, their weapons fell to the ground. They were looking at the person in front of them. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed. He was already holding his hammer and hammering down on the bodies of the He family's experts. Bang, 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 anyone who was hit by Li Zongjiu's hammer directly had their defenses broken, and their bodies were directly sent flying. With a loud bang, they crashed into a pile of ruins. They had lost their ability to fight. What? He Tianming and the rest saw this and quickly gathered their strength to form a sword chi. They slashed towards Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's figure was extremely illusory. With a sway of his body, he dodged the sword. He Tianming immediately saw Li Zongjiu's figure rushing towards him. He wanted to free his hands but realized that Li Zongjiu was too fast. Li Zongjiu's hammer hit He Tianming's head. Bang, the protective amulet on He Tianming's body was easily shattered. The remaining power sent He Tianming flying. His head was bleeding. When he fell to the ground, he had no more strength to fight. Then, he fainted. Seeing this, the rest of the people were shocked. However, they didn't have time to take care of He Tianming's situation. Li Zongjiu's figure was like a ghost, flickering and drifting. Once he appeared, he would definitely take someone away. Bang, two of the He family's experts stood back to back, trying to form a defense. However, it was easily broken. Even the original spirits they released to protect themselves were severely injured. They fell down. Puff, puff, in just a few minutes, the He family's experts had been defeated. As for Taiwan and the rest of the five, only Taiwan and one of them were left standing. There was only one person left in the He family. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 primitive emperors left. The miserable state of the people who had fallen to the ground immediately caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. It was really too terrifying. Taiwan and his companion exchanged glances. "Let's go together." "All right." The remaining experts of the He clan did not doubt him. How could they not unite in such a situation? What awaited them would be a complete loss. When they saw Li Zhongjiu rushing towards them, Taiwan gave the order. Then, the 3 of them rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. "Retreat." Suddenly, Taiwan and his companions changed directions and rushed towards the sky. They actually wanted to take the lead in escaping this place. This evil lord in front of them was too strong. How could someone be so powerful? Since most of the He clan's people were already dead, they didn't mind having one more person die so that they could leave. The expert of the He clan never thought that these people would flee at such a time. Not only that, but they also sent him out as a scapegoat to block Li Zhongjiu's figure. There was no doubt about the outcome of this expert of the He clan. The 3 of them together were no match for Li Zhongjiu, not to mention that he was the only one left. Li Zhongjiu raised his hand and sent the expert of the He clan flying. He fell to the ground. His body couldn't move. He was only twitching slightly. "Break for me." Knowing that there was a defensive formation above them, the 2 of them slashed towards the formation in the sky at the same time. When they released their sword chi, it didn't even shake the defensive formation in front of them at all. Not only that. That terrifying force instantly bounced back towards the 2 of them. It was really unexpected that there was such an effect. Boom. 2 figures descended from the sky. Li Yun sneered after seeing this scene from afar. "Why don't you see who's in charge of this formation?" The difference between a large formation controlled by someone and a large formation controlled by no one could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Ordinary people simply couldn't imagine how big the difference was. Only when one truly experienced the power of a large formation would one know the terrifying difference between them. Taiwan spat out a mouthful of blood. They had more than 20 primitive emperor experts, all of whom were at the mid-stage and late-stage primitive emperor level. However, none of them were a match for Evil Lord. They were easily defeated by Evil Lord. There was no doubt that Evil Lord was a supreme-level expert. Who would have thought that the title of Evil Overlord was not just a boast, but he really did have such strength? It was unbelievable. They were really unlucky this time. They originally wanted to save the people, but they didn't expect that they would lose their lives. Don't kill. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. I'm at your disposal." Taiwan's companion said hurriedly when he saw Li Zhongjiu walking over. This was practically the last of his strength, but he still persisted. After all, this could be said to be his last chance. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't waste any more words. He smashed the latter's head with his hammer. This horrifying scene made Taiwan suck in a breath of cold air. What exactly did Li Zhongjiu want? His methods were so cruel and terrifying. "Since I've been defeated, you can kill me or torture me as you wish," Taiwan said firmly. Just now, one of the people who had admitted defeat had been killed by Li Zhongjiu. If he pretended to be calm and unyielding now, he might be able to keep his life. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and sucked everyone into the blood-soul hell. He refined the power of these people, leaving only Taiwan and He Tianming. Taiwan was still conscious. When he saw that everyone had disappeared, he thought that Li Zhongjiu must have taken them somewhere. In any case, they definitely wouldn't survive. He couldn't possibly say that he had taken them for treatment, right? Taiwan was nervous that only the 2 of them were left. What exactly was this guy trying to do? He was simply a demonic existence. He was so powerful that he had captured so many array masters and killed so many Yuan emperors. Such a person would definitely be wanted by the Haiku dynasty. He couldn't believe that someone would actually do such a thing. Can the two of them do it? Li Yan also rushed over from afar. The array disc was near the city walls. Li Zhongjiu had controlled the battlefield at the front of Feiyue City. Barely. Li Zhongjiu carried Taiwan with one hand and He Tianming with the other. At this moment, He Tianming was still unconscious. Both of them were seriously injured. Li Zhongjiu extended his yuan power and easily controlled the elemental pearls in their bodies. He stopped the elemental pearls from transmitting energy to them. At this moment, they had completely degenerated into cripples. He brought the two of them to the King of Fire's soul-burning array. Protect me. Li Zhongjiu tied the two of them up and placed them in front of him. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu's mental strength split into 8 forces and slowly rolled towards the 8 soul-burning pillars. When Li Zhongjiu's mental strength invaded the pillars, he felt a burning sensation. Immediately, he felt as if his soul was being burned. This kind of pain would evoke the pain in the depths of anyone's heart. In an instant, Li Zhongjiu seemed to see the tragic scene of the Li family being massacred. It was a roar from the depths of his soul. It seemed to have penetrated Li Zhongjiu's body. Buzz. The white dragon original spirit appeared in time and a cool force extinguished the terrifying energy burning. It stabilized Li Zhongjiu's condition. White God Fu. Li Zhongjiu, who had regained consciousness, felt a lingering fear. If he had gone mad just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These 8 soul-burning pillars were really terrifying array weapons. Li Zhongjiu quickly entered the state. Although the soul-burning pillars triggered such a terrifying energy, Li Zhongjiu endured it. After stabilizing the soul-burning pillars, Li Zhongjiu tried to guide the energy to the two of them in front of him. Just now, Li Zhongjiu had set up an array in front of the two of them, completely locking them in. Immediately, a green energy appeared on the soul-burning pillars. This green energy was constantly pushing out the red energy. When Li Yan saw this scene, she was pleasantly surprised. This meant that it was a success. Li Zhongjiu really did it. Originally, there was no hope at all, but Li Zhongjiu really did it. Although he couldn't break the soul-burning array. Now, he found another way. As for using other people's lives in exchange, it seemed a little cruel. Li Yan didn't think so at all. These people just now were clearly here to kill them. If Li Zhongjiu and Li Yan weren't strong enough, how could they resist the attacks of these people? If they fell into the hands of these people, would they have a good ending? Come on, Li Zhongjiu. In the unbounded land. This place was a boundless forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was an inconspicuous mountain peak in the forest. Among the many peaks, it looked extremely ordinary. It was more like an extremely ordinary small hill. However, no meta beast dared to approach within a 10,000-mile radius of this small hill. It was said that a person fell from the sky and landed on this mountain peak. He released his aura and attracted a few level 6 soul beasts to fight for food. However, they were all killed by this person. More and more soul beasts came after hearing the news. However, no matter how many came, they all died. Corpses piled up on the mountain. The soul beasts at the back finally understood that this person wasn't someone to be trifled with. Therefore, all the soul beasts retreated automatically. No one dared to get close to this inconspicuous mountain. This place was called Wu Mountain. There was a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Under the stone tablet, there were tens of thousands of soul beast corpses. On Wu Mountain. Suddenly, a surge of earth-shattering energy spread out. Buzz, instantly, thousands of black figures flew out from Mount Wu and headed up the mountain. Welcome back, Master. Thousands of black figures said in unison. A barefoot middle-aged man with a crew cut walked out. He was wearing a rough linen shirt. He had a stocky build. There was a tooth pendant around his neck. Each tooth was different in shape. However, each tooth had an extraordinary origin. Just by looking at them, one could feel that they were filled with power. You killed my clone and want to touch my soul-burning array. Who are you? This middle-aged man with a crew cut was Sky Wu's original body. This Wu Mountain was also his territory. Compared to cities and fortresses, those resources were nothing to Sky Wu. The thousands of people under his command were all experts. Look after Wu Mountain. Within 10 days, kill 10,000 sixth-order primordial beasts and place their heads in the formation. Sky Wu ordered. Immediately, his subordinates accepted the order and scattered into the distance. Like locusts, they scattered in all directions. Sky Shaman, on the other hand, flew towards the Heichu dynasty. Boom, Haiku dynasty, Jiuhua City. The disappearance of the He family, Taiwan, and the others immediately caused a commotion in Jiuhua City. Almost everyone thought that these people must have died in the hands of evil lord. Otherwise, why didn't he appear for so long? Something must have happened. Is this evil lord a demon? He's too scary. More importantly, I don't know what he's doing. Is he doing this purely to kill people? Many people were speculating about Li Zongjiu's actions. However, Wan Yulan knew the reason. She even sent masters to guard Li Zongjiu in Jiuhua City in case something happened to him. However, if Li Zongjiu didn't encounter any problems, he shouldn't appear. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a good situation either. After capturing these top-tier array masters, he had already made enemies of many people. Things wouldn't be easy for him in the future. Therefore, Wan Yulan was also worried in her heart. If the Wanyong Marquis Mansion rashly intervened, the world would definitely think that the Wanyong Marquis Mansion was the mastermind behind the scenes. She had no choice but to be cautious about this matter. Even Wan Yulan did not expect Li Zongjiu to cause such a huge ruckus. This matter was obviously not going to end well. The news from the Demon Suppression Palace has already spread. I believe that this matter will be diluted. Wan Yulan calculated in her heart. If she wanted to divert attention from one matter, she would create an even bigger matter. That would be much easier. Feiyue City, most of the 8 burning soul pillars had been replaced. The souls of the 2 people in front of her were completely pushed into the burning soul pillars. The King of Fire, who had recovered, looked at Li Zongjiu, who was working hard. When the energy returned to his body, the King of Fire woke up and became stronger. If he could break free from this burning soul array, he would definitely be able to absorb a lot of benefits. The King of Fire didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's body was almost at its limit. However, he was still struggling to hold on. The burning of the burning soul array would only become stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky. It was like a demon of the night. What's wrong? Li Yan suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. The King of Fire, who was in the array, suddenly became serious. Oh no, he's here. The King of Fire looked at the burning soul pillars. They still needed some time to break free from this burning soul array, but now that Wu Tian had arrived, were they going to fail at the last step? Him? Don't worry, Master. I will definitely buy some time. Li Yan said as she stood up. Then, she quickly rushed to the city wall and activated the array. Damn it! Li Zongjiu, faster! The Fire Wraith King was also making his final effort. If they couldn't break out of the array in time, everyone would die here. Everything they had done before would be in vain. Boom, a loud sound shattered the sky. The light screen of the Emperor's prison array appeared above Feiyue City. Li Yan, who was controlling the array to resist, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The array disc in front of her felt like it was about to collapse. So strong. A glint of surprise flashed across Li Yan's eyes. Her opponent's move was indeed too terrifying. Just this move alone was enough to make Li Yan feel dizzy, as if she had overdrawn her strength. I must hold on. Li Yan swallowed an elixir and quickly recovered from her injuries. At the same time, she rearranged the array disc in front of her and adjusted the array's defense method. Outside the array, Wu Tian looked at the changes in the array and smiled disdainfully. Stupid. Don't you know that I'm the one who set up this array? Then, Wu Tian raised his hand again and pressed his palm down. Boom, the 4 city walls of Feiyue City collapsed. Instantly, they collapsed. Boom, the 4 city walls collapsed. The array disc in front of Li Yan also collapsed in an instant. The strong recoil sent Li Yan flying. Bang, Li Yan's head hit a wall and she fell unconscious on the ground. The recoil alone was not something Li Yan could withstand. Wu Tian's strength was too strong. The surroundings of Feiyue City suddenly collapsed as if an earthquake was happening. The loud rumbling sounds were shocking to the people around. King of Fire, who was in the soul-burning array, looked up at Wu Tian in the sky. His eyes were filled with ferocity. "Let him go. I'm willing to be refined by you," King of Fire said in a deep voice. At this moment, she no longer had any hope. Li Zhongjiu was completely immersed in the array and was unaware of the situation outside. King of Fire only hoped that Wu Tian would let Li Zhongjiu go. After all, she was going to die anyway. No matter what, Wu Tian would not let her go. However, Wu Tian shook his head. "He destroyed one of my avatars and caused me to lose 100 years of cultivation. You almost succeeded. Now, let me send you on your way." Wu Tian stood in the air and suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down. Boom! Boom! This palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. When it came down, even Li Zhongjiu would die without a doubt. The palm landed on the ground. The cloud of dust was hundreds of meters high. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Such a shocking scene had never been seen before in their lives. However, Sky Shaman frowned and waved his hand, causing the dust below to disperse. There was no formation below, and the figures of Li Zhongjiu and the others had all disappeared without a trace. Illusion array? Suddenly, Wu Tian's face became extremely ugly. He did not expect that with his cultivation, he would be fooled by an array. What Sky Shaman attacked just now was just an illusion. Deep under Feiyue City, Li Zhongjiu forced King of Fire's last trace of soul power out of the soul-burning array. Finally, Li Zhongjiu had exhausted quite a bit of his energy, and he leaned against the mountain wall. "You rest here. I'll go chase him away." King of Fire waved his hand and sent a wave of energy into Li Zhongjiu's body. It immediately helped Li Zhongjiu recover from his exhaustion. Li Zhongjiu saw this and laughed bitterly. "Can you do it? I let him do it last time," King of Fire said indifferently. In the next moment, a terrifying aura was released from King of Fire's body. Boom! In the sky, a fiery red cloud followed the Fire Wraith King's summon, dispersing the dark clouds brought by Wu Tian. In the end, the two of them stood on equal footing. So this girl has also broken through to the Supreme Being level. Li Zhongjiu was almost exhausted. With the energy that King of Fire sent into his body, he began to recover. King of Fire rushed out from the ground. Seeing King of Fire appear in front of him, Sky Wu was a little surprised. But since King of Fire was still here, it was just a matter of time. "You should have just run away," Sky Wu said indifferently after seeing King of Fire. "You've lived for so long. Don't you know that women hold grudges?" In King of Fire's hands, a terrifying flame immediately emerged. With the appearance of this flame, the battle was instantly ignited. Sky Wu naturally wouldn't underestimate King of Fire. The first time he tried to take down King of Fire, he suffered a lot. So this time, he specially arranged a precious clone here. Who knew that it would be destroyed by Li Zhongjiu? The Fire Wraith King's flames were like a waterfall as they rushed towards Sky Wu. The terrifying flame swept out. It was like a violent storm. Sky Wu also raised his hand and rushed into the sea of fire. The flame followed Sky Wu and was directly split into two, spreading far away. Boom! He rushed in front of the Fire Wraith King and immediately slammed his palm toward the Fire Wraith King's head. Bang! King of Fire took Sky Wu's palm head-on. The two's aura instantly collided and immediately set off a terrifying shockwave. Boom! It spread out in all directions. Interesting. After a few consecutive moves, Sky Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He didn't expect King of Fire's strength to have such a huge breakthrough. "Looks like you've also awakened?" Sky Wu looked at King of Fire in surprise and said. King of Fire and he were of the same origin. So they understood each other's strength very well. It was just that Sky Wu had awakened his memory and strength earlier. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that King of Fire was still weak to kill King of Fire. However, he did not expect that the King of Fire would awaken as well. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." The King of Fire stared at Sky Shaman and said indifferently. This was also King of Fire's background. Immediately, a wave of energy spread out. Within the body of the King of Fire, there was a vast will of inheritance and ancient times that stood above the heavens and the earth. Behind the Fire Wraith King, there seemed to be a huge illusory figure emerging. Sky Shaman furrowed his brows. The awakening of the Fire Wraith King was a very troublesome matter for him. Originally, he could have quietly taken down the Fire Wraith King. However, if he wanted to take down the Fire Wraith King now, he would have to put in more effort. There's a time to awaken. Now that you've awakened, do you think you're my opponent? Skywoo said indifferently. In the next moment, an even more vast will was released from Skywoo's body. It was twice as strong as the King of Fire. Both of them had a ball of blue flame on their bodies. Their flames danced around each other and revealed a state and feeling that they wanted to devour each other. Buzz. Li Yan struggled to get up from the pile of ruins. When she saw the King of Fire and Skywoo fighting in the sky, she heaved a sigh of relief. Master is out. Li Yan said in surprise. Since Master had appeared, it meant that he had escaped. Li Zhongjiu had succeeded. Sure enough, this kid did not disappoint her. However, the appearance of this middle-aged man in front of her made Li Yan extremely shocked. This person's strength was so strong. Looking at the array disc that had been destroyed, Li Yan was also shocked by Skywoo's strength. At the same time, Li Yan hurriedly repaired the array disc in front of her. At the very least, she had to make use of some of the broken arrays. Although Master had recovered his strength, the opponent's strength was not something that Master could resist. He had to help his master. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu had not appeared until now. He must have exhausted a lot of energy. Previously, Li Yan had helped Li Zhongjiu to move the entire array underground and set up a camouflage. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu's plan had worked. Otherwise, the two of them would have died. In the battle between the King of Fire and Skywoo, it was obvious that Skywoo was at a disadvantage. Wu Tian even threw out a palm strike, which almost sent the Fire Wraith King flying. Bang! The King of Fire's figure landed on the ground, and the vibration of the ground instantly spread out. So that kid was hiding underground. Then I'll destroy this place. Skywoo sneered. The reason why the King of Fire had dispersed the power just now was because he was worried that the power would spread underground and affect Li Zhongjiu, who was in the process of repairing. Since he knew what the opponent was concerned about, he would directly attack the weak spot. Immediately, Skywoo gathered a wave of energy in his hand. Such a terrifying power immediately blasted towards the ground. Naturally, the King of Fire would not let Skywoo succeed. Opening his defense, he could only take this attack head-on. Wang, a violent vibration came. After the King of Fire opened his defense, Sky Shaman's thoughts were further confirmed in his mind. It seems that you haven't fully awakened. You still have a heart of compassion. Skywoo said coldly. He launched one attack after another toward the ground. The King of Fire forcefully held on, and the power in his body was constantly being stimulated. This line of defense wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Boom! Just as the King of Fire was struggling to hold on, a loud sound suddenly came from the side. A huge energy cannon blasted Skywoo's body. However, it only blasted Skywoo's clothes. On Skywoo's body, some dark tadpole-like tattoos were shining at this moment. It easily absorbed all the energy that was supplied to it just now. When he turned around, he saw a battleship facing him. Oh no! When the King of Fire saw this thing, he knew that Li Yan had made a move. Li Yan was piloting the Eagle battleship. However, there was only one person operating it. Therefore, after the attack, it would take a long time to fly away. Therefore, Li Yan gave up on escaping. She directly prepared for the second round of attack. Damn, your skin is so thick. Then I'll do it again. Li Yan was preparing for the second round of attack. However, Skywoo had already flicked his finger. Boom, the Eagle battleship instantly exploded. Before Li Yan could react, the King of Fire's figure flashed and directly grabbed Li Yan, and then jumped. They escaped from the Sea of Fire. Leave this place. The King of Fire directly pushed Li Yan's body, sending Li Yan flying. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the horizon. When a supreme being expert fought against an ordinary person, the effect was very obvious. The difference in strength between them was very large. Therefore, Li Yan did not have any resistance in the face of this force and was easily sent out. Skywoo did not care about Li Yan. Instead, he took advantage of the King of Fire's attack and directly attacked the King of Fire. The houses on both sides instantly became Skywoo's weapons and directly crushed towards the King of Fire. Bang! The King of Fire waved his hands and instantly destroyed the surrounding houses. Suddenly, a figure flew in from the countless broken stones and suddenly came out, punching the King of Fire. The power around the King of Fire was instantly drawn. Boom! The King of Fire was sent flying, and instantly flew out on the streets of the city, dragging a long trail. After awakening, is this all you can do? Skywoo said indifferently. The King of Fire was severely injured, and the state of his body was in chaos. However, the King of Fire still endured the pain in his body and slowly stood up. Kill me, and I will make you pay the price. The King of Fire said slowly. His eyes were already bursting with the will to die. In this case, he must fight with Skywoo until the end. He must make Skywoo pay a great price, or else Li Zhongjiu and the others would be in danger. I won't kill you. You are still very useful to me. Skywoo suddenly threw out a flag from his hand. When the flag flew out, it was instantly inserted in the middle of the road. The flag instantly flew up, and from the flag a few pitch-black vines stretched out, and instantly wrapped around the King of Fire's body from a distance of 100 meters, controlling the King of Fire. The King of Fire's eyes were filled with surprise. Then, from the vines, a powerful force was immediately injected, causing the King of Fire's body to become weak. It was as if he had lost all the strength in his body. The last vine quickly rushed towards the King of Fire's heart. Boom! King of Fire opened his eyes, but the feeling of being penetrated did not come. It was as if there was a figure in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. Li Zhongjiu. King of Fire's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the rushing rattan with one hand, and the towering flame in his body was immediately released. The towering flame followed the path it came from, and directly covered the flag in front of him. Boom! The flag was completely engulfed by the towering flames. The flame instantly ignited the flag. The rattan that was wrapped around King of Fire's body also withdrew in an instant. I'm late. I was preparing something just now. Li Zhongjiu helped King of Fire up, and gave King of Fire a pill. In any case, it was still a 6th-grade medicinal pill, and it had a very good effect in assisting one's injuries. King of Fire swallowed the pill, and at the same time, he looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of him in surprise. How did you recover so quickly? Because I accidentally broke through. Li Zhongjiu said. After being in a deadlock for so long on the Burning Soul Pillar, not only did Li Zhongjiu's mental strength increase, but it also allowed Li Zhongjiu's physical strength to continuously increase. In addition, the mental strength of the previous array masters was replenished. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu's mental strength had reached the level of a 6th-grade primitive emperor. Even Li Zhongjiu did not expect this kind of improvement. You're the one who destroyed my clone. Wu Tian stared at Li Zhongjiu. It was as if he wanted to see what kind of background Li Zhongjiu had that he could actually destroy his clone. Originally, I had minded my own business and spared your life. But now, you will definitely die. Li Zhongjiu sighed, then looked at Skywoo and said slowly. Kill me? Haha, come on. Skywoo said disdainfully. King of Fire recovered and stood in front of Li Zhongjiu, indicating that he wanted to fight side by side with Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu's speed was extremely fast. Even in the eyes of King of Fire, he could only see an afterimage flash by. Shwa. Skywoo also exerted strength in his legs and instantly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. The two figures collided in an instant. Boom, their fists collided with each other's. The strong airwaves formed by the collision of their fists easily crushed the surrounding houses, making them look like a pile of tofu. Huh? Skywoo was surprised. He did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be able to compete with him in terms of strength. Bang bang bang. The two of them exchanged a few punches in a row. Under the constant collision of their fists, One could even hear the sound of the surrounding space being unable to bear the pressure. There might be people outside who noticed the situation in Feiyue City, but at this moment, there was an extremely powerful and chaotic airflow lingering inside and outside the city. No one dared to get close. If one's strength was not enough, they would definitely be shredded into pieces as soon as they got close. No one wanted to end up like that. Based on the current situation, there must be some top experts fighting in the city. In short, Feiyue City would probably be torn down by the two of them. Bang! Li Zhongzhou's punches were obviously faster and more ruthless. His fighting style was also more direct. Coupled with his body's natural defense, he was actually able to block Skywoo's fist. When the punch landed on Skywoo's body, it sent him flying hundreds of meters away. The golden dragon tattoo on Li Zhongzhou's body flickered. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of force in the fierce battle just now. King of Fire originally wanted to help. However, when he saw Li Zhongzhou fighting so fiercely, he simply gave up and watched from the side. It was fine to just support the battle. Skywoo's body was blasted back. However, he was also injured. Li Zhongzhou's fighting style was indeed fierce, but to Skywoo, this kind of injury was not worth mentioning. Your fighting instincts are very strong, but it's a pity that your strength is too weak for me, Skywoo said faintly. This was the truth. No matter how much Li Zhongzhou increased his strength, he was still a primitive emperor. It was a very big leap for him to fight against a primordial expert. Otherwise, he would not have been so afraid when he met the mountain seagull that day. He only dared to take advantage of the situation when the thousand-year flood dragon and the mountain seagull were both injured. However, Li Zhongzhou was not moved at all. My strength? You know nothing about my strength. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a good taste of it, Li Zhongzhou said and snapped his fingers. Immediately, Sky Shaman seemed to feel a wave of energy approaching, and the ground around him suddenly collapsed. Then, the 8 burning soul pillars drilled out from the ground. Rumble, the 8 burning soul pillars surrounded Skywoo. Burning soul array. Can you do it? Skywoo looked at the 8 burning soul pillars. These burning soul pillars were personally refined by him, but now they were in Li Zhongzhou's hands. However, Skywoo did not believe that Li Zhongzhou could take away the burning soul array in such a short time. This burning soul array is mine. You want to use my array against me? Let's try. Li Zhongzhou sharpened the soul burning array in his hand, and with a slight flick of his fingers, a terrifying force immediately burst out from the array and rushed towards Wu Tian. The burning soul array's power immediately locked Skywoo within. Boom! Skywoo's fist suddenly exerted force and directly opened a hole in the array. He wanted to escape the array's range, but Li Zhongzhou's array skills were not low. Although this array was forcibly created, Li Zhongzhou's comprehension was very strong. As he attacked, the burning soul pillars chased after him. They continuously released a terrifying force towards Skywoo, trying to trap him in the array. They chased after Skywoo. Buzz buzz. The black dragon hammer in Li Zhongzhou's hand kept flashing. Just now, Li Zhongzhou did not use the black dragon hammer. When Li Zhongzhou took out the black dragon hammer, terrifying lightning surrounded it and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. At this moment, Skywoo, who was fighting against the burning soul array, raised his head and looked at the sky. What? A terrifying lightning force was brewing. When Skywoo stared at the sky, then an incomparably thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly towards Wu Tian. Boom! The lightning force summoned by the black dragon hammer was quite terrifying. Even some of the people who were watching the battle from outside the city revealed shocked expressions. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel their hearts palpitating. What a terrifying raging lightning! Even a peak origin emperor would not be able to resist it. Li Zhongzhou's lightning bolt struck down. The energy radiated from the explosion almost destroyed half of Flying Moon City. A huge crater appeared in Flying Moon City. In the burning soul array, Skywoo's figure had disappeared. King of Fire came to Li Zhongzhou's side. Li Zhongzhou's move just now could be said to be full of energy. He escaped? King of Fire looked at Li Zhongzhou in disbelief. He did not expect Li Zhongzhou to make Skywoo flee. Skywoo's strength was at least in the realm of a third-grade sovereign, but when facing Li Zongjiu, he could only choose to escape. He did not have the upper hand. After King of Fire awakened, he naturally understood that Skywoo's strength was not so easy to deal with. However, Li Zongjiu's body was also exhausted. Seeing Li Zongjiu's weariness, King of Fire came to support him. He ran fast. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Then, he put away the burning soul array. The 8 burning soul pillars flew directly into Li Zongjiu's body. In order to refine the burning soul array, Li Zongjiu directly opened up another hell. Li Zongjiu named this layer of hell the array hell. Now, Li Zongjiu's 10 hells were almost half opened up. Blood soul hell, spirit hell, flame hell, and now array hell. The more energy accumulated in the body in the early stage, the greater the restriction in breaking through in the later stage, and the more energy would be needed. Let's leave this place first. Li Zongjiu could still move freely now, so he and King of Fire went to look for Li Yun. After finding her, they would return to Black Canal Royal City. Li Yun was sent to the wilderness by the King of Fire. Coincidentally, when she fell to the ground, she encountered a group of bandits who had just returned from a robbery. When they saw a beauty like Li Yun descending from the sky, they immediately thought that she was a mistress arranged by the heavens. The leader of the bandits wasn't in a hurry, so he sent a few of his men to fight with Li Yun. He discovered that Li Yun wasn't weak at all, and several of his men had already been defeated by Li Yun. I advise you to leave quickly, or else you won't be able to keep your lives. Li Yun looked at the bandits in front of her and said slowly. Hearing Li Yun's casual threat, the bandits burst into laughter. Little girl, do you know who our leader is? Have you heard of the Black Canal Basilica? Our leader is the nephew of the White Deacon. If you follow our leader, you can do whatever you want in the Black Canal Basilica. One of the bandits shouted at Li Yun. Obviously, he wanted to flatter his leader at this moment, and let those who had just joined know that the leader in front of them wasn't simple. As long as they followed the leader well, there would always be benefits. Li Yun naturally didn't take his words to heart. She had a few life-saving items in her hands, but there were too many people in front of her. If she scattered them, she could only kill half of the monsters, which was extremely risky. Because she attacked Sky Shaman head-on, Sky Shaman blew up the Eagle battleship, and she was also injured. Now, she was only left with less than half of her strength. The leader of the bandits was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He was probably used to being a tyrant, and he had a lawless look on his face. He carried a machete on his shoulder, and just a moment ago, he had robbed a group of merchants. Robbing money and women weren't his motive. The main thing was that he liked this kind of exciting feeling. That was why he embarked on the path of a bandit. Otherwise, with his condition, he could go anywhere and do anything. His strength was not weak, and with someone backing him, he was even more arrogant. Even if some people met him, they would have to give him face. At the very least, he had to give his uncle some face. Both of you, go and tear her clothes. The young man casually pointed at 2 capable men. Then, the 2 of them walked towards Li Yun with a smirk on their faces. Every time, their brothers would be able to feast their eyes on it. In fact, if they were still alive after their master enjoyed it, perhaps they would also have the opportunity to enjoy it. However, there were very few people who could withstand his master's skill. However, every time the master had the best of the best. The Li Yun in front of him was even rarer in the world. No wonder the master was so interested. Immediately, the 2 of them directly pounced on Li Yun. Li Yun did not dare to continue fighting. She was also looking for an opportunity to escape. However, the 2 of them seemed to have seen through Li Yun's intention and hurriedly increased the speed of their attacks. If they could not quickly take Li Yun down, their master would be angry and the consequences would be very serious. Bang! Li Yun threw one of them to the ground with a palm. The man did not even react. When he got up, he was still in a daze. Hey, you stinky girl, how can you be so ruthless? However, the man did not have the chance to continue attacking. A blade directly attacked him from behind. Then, the man's head rolled on the ground. Trash, after so long, you still can't take down a woman. What's the use of having you? The young man attacked again, killing another subordinate with a single slash. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. When an A-class expert attacked without any hesitation, it was clear that in the eyes of this young man, even these subordinates could be easily killed. There was no need for him to have any misgivings. "Come on, little girl. If you can beat me, I will let you go," Feng Junxing said to Li Yan. He swung the machete in his hand. The machete in his hand was like an extended arm. Although he was cruel, it was undeniable that he had some skills. Li Yan naturally did not believe Feng Junxing's nonsense. However, Feng Junxing's strength made Li Yan vigilant. Whoosh, whoosh, two figures landed beside Feng Junxing. Li Yan, who originally looked dignified, suddenly relaxed. There was also a feeling of surprise. This made Feng Junxing stunned. "What does this mean? Are you okay?" Li Zongjiu asked. "I'm fine. Where's that guy?" Li Yan looked at the sky. That Wu Tian's strength was simply unprecedented. Even her master was no match for him. "He was chased away by me," Li Zongjiu calmly stated. The Tao of Heaven, Li Yan's heart was filled with shock. Li Zongjiu was simply too ferocious, he had actually defeated Wu Tian. Otherwise, Wu Tian would not have had to run away. Li Zongjiu's last move must have seriously injured Wu Tian. Although it was not enough to take his life, it was enough to make him stop for a while. After coming out of the Demon Suppression Palace, Li Zongjiu would definitely find trouble with Wu Tian. Others might not know where Wu Tian was hiding, but Li Zongjiu knew a little about it. Presumably, it was not too different from his previous life. "Who are you people?" Feng Junxing saw that Li Zongjiu was chatting happily with his future woman and was immediately unhappy. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu acted as if he did not see him and directly ignored him. This made Feng Junxing even more unhappy. He wanted to stomp on Li Zongjiu's head until it exploded. However, when Feng Junxing saw the King of Fire beside Li Zongjiu, his eyes lit up. Such a flirtatious red-haired woman. He had never seen such a charming red-haired woman before. It turned out that red hair was so pleasurable to look at. "Miss, let's get to know each other. My name is Feng Junxing." Feng Junxing put away his knife and politely extended his hand to the Fire Wraith King. The Fire Wraith King looked at Feng Junxing with an indifferent gaze. Who wouldn't be able to tell that this little thing was scheming? Li Zongjiu glanced at Feng Junxing and directly took out the black dragon hammer. He smashed it toward Feng Junxing's head. "Master, be careful." Someone saw Li Zongjiu's action and hurriedly shouted. He wanted to remind his master, but it was too late. Bang, Feng Junxing fell to the ground. His head did not explode, but blood kept flowing out from his eyes, mouth, and nose. He was directly put down. It was obvious that Feng Junxing was dead. "Let's go." Li Yan nodded. With Li Zongjiu's strength, it was easy for him to kill these people, but he was too lazy to do so. As long as he killed the leader, it would be fine. "I still have the Qilin ship." Li Yan summoned the Qilin ship. After the three of them boarded the Qilin ship, they headed toward the Black Canal Royal City. When the Qilin ship disappeared, the people below reacted. "The head of the house has been beaten to death. Master is dead, quickly catch those people. Brat, don't run if you have the guts." All of them became active and excited. When they were there, no one dared to make a sound because Li Zongjiu had killed Feng Junxing in seconds. Among them, Feng Junxing's strength was without a doubt the strongest. He had reached the Yuan King realm. However, such an expert was unable to dodge Li Zongjiu's hammer. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's strength was not simple. Among these bandits, two of their expressions changed instantly. "Oh my god, this is bad." If the White Deacon of the Black Canal Temple were to pursue the matter, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, today's matter had caught everyone off guard. Their master's death was too sudden. Moreover, the identities of the three people just now did not seem simple. They flew away just like that. Black Canal Royal City. Marquis Wanyong's residence had been in a lot of trouble in the past 2 days. One of them was Wan Yulan, who had reported Wan Yulan for colluding with rebels. He even made a list of names. Ever since Wan Yulan was beaten up by Li Zongjiu, he had been feeling unsatisfied. Now that he had found the opportunity and evidence, he directly reported it to Black Canal Basilica. He was simply the stupidest teammate in history. With such an excuse, Black Canal Basilica naturally had to investigate the matter thoroughly. Therefore, they gave Wan Yulan a deadline of 3 days to surrender, or they would arrest her. Wan Yulan could not solve the current situation. If she wanted to save Marquis Wanyong's residence, she had to surrender herself and sacrifice herself to protect Marquis Wanyong's residence. At the same time, she would also protect the plan. Fortunately, Wan Yulan did not have much access to the list. There were only a few of them, and their crimes were not serious. At most, they would be locked up for a period of time as punishment. Or these people from Black Canal Basilica would do something like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. They would directly choose to behead Wan Yulan in public. It was hard to say. Today was the last day. Wan Yulan waited calmly until the end. The Black Knights of Black Canal Basilica had already formed a military formation at the entrance. If they did not see Wan Yulan coming out of Marquis Wanyong's residence today, they would directly kill without mercy. These Black Knights were equivalent to the Imperial Guards. However, these Black Knights had a lot of authority. As long as they received a mission from the Black Canal Holy Temple, even if it was the current emperor or the current crown prince, they could be easily captured and interrogated. It could be said that the Black Canal Holy Temple was very lawless. They were strong and had a strong background. They were even more unscrupulous. When these Black Knights lined up in front of the door, they were filled with a murderous aura. Wan Yulan had already arranged the follow-up matters. Even without her, the plan would still proceed. To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. Wan Yulan was the first sacrifice. If Li Zongjiu and the others come back, we must inform them not to go to the Demon Suppression Palace. Black Canal Basilica has already set up an inescapable trap. We're just waiting for him to walk right into it. Yes, miss. Wan Yulan faintly sighed. She knew that Wan Yulan would retaliate, but she didn't expect that Wan Qianquan would use such a method to hand over the entire Marquis mansion. Such a serious consequence wouldn't be good for Wan Qianquan. However, Wan Qianquan still did it. He was simply stupid. Now, Wan Yulan was too lazy to deal with Wan Qianquan. The latter didn't have long to live. If you don't appear in the last 3 breaths, the Black Knights will flatten the Marquis mansion. The leader of the Black Knights shouted at the Marquis mansion. The knights under him also raised their spears one after another. The light from the friction between the spears was so bright that they only needed an order to charge in. After all, this was the Black Canal Royal City, the center of power of the Black Canal Temple. It was unrealistic to disobey. On a branch, the door of the Marquis mansion opened. Wan Yulan walked out alone. There wasn't the slightest worry or fear on her face. When the leader of the Black Knights saw Wan Yulan appear, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. So what if you're a member of the Marquis mansion? You still have to bow down in front of the Black Knights, the leader of the Black Knights sneered in his heart. When he was about to give the order to lock her up, a gust of wind suddenly came from the sky. A flying boat appeared directly in the sky. Wan Yulan raised her head and saw the flying boat. It was so familiar. Wasn't this the Qilin battleship of Li Zongjiu's family? Wan Yulan had a photographic memory. She had seen the Qilin battleship in the White Deer Mansion. Why are there so many people? Li Zongjiu and the other 2 saw so many people on horses gathered below. It seemed that they were here to capture someone. They didn't know much about the functions of the Black Canal Basilica. When ordinary people saw the Black Knights, they would run away as far as possible. Who would dare to approach them? Whoosh, Li Zongjiu landed in front of Wan Yulan. What's going on? Li Zongjiu looked at Wan Yulan and asked. When they saw Li Zongjiu, the leader of the Black Knights and the others behind him instantly became serious. Could it be that Wan Yulan's helper had arrived? How dare you use flying equipment in Monarch City? Shoot it down. The leader of the Black Knights looked at the Qilin battleship in the sky and said coldly. Immediately, the cavalry behind him threw out the steel spears in their hands. Whoosh, the steel spears were thrown out and their power almost broke the air in front of them, producing a whistling sound. However, the 2 steel spears were melted by the flames before they could touch the Qilin battleship. The King of Fire was on the flying boat. How could he let his disciples' battleship be destroyed by others? Therefore, he directly attacked. Are you courting death? Li Zhongjiu looked at the leader of the Black Knights and scolded him directly. How dare you insult our leader? Kill him. The two loyal cavalry guards beside him could not stand it anymore. How dare he insult their leader so arrogantly? They immediately squeezed the bellies of their horses and rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. The two of them joined forces and attacked together. The spears in their hands were like dragons and their aura was extremely sharp. Bang bang, Li Zhongjiu's black dragon hammer appeared in his hand and hammered at the two of them. Both of them flew out together with their horses. When they flew back, they knocked into many of their companions. Suddenly, the street was in a mess. They are the Black Knights, the Imperial Guards of Black Canal Basilica. They are here to catch me. Wan Yulan explained. So they are the lackeys of Black Canal Basilica. Li Zhongjiu frowned and said disdainfully. Then, he walked towards these people. Wan Yulan wanted to stop him but it was too late. What are you trying to do? When the leader of the Black Knights saw Li Zhongjiu's actions, he immediately became nervous. However, Li Zhongjiu was already a threat and he even attacked their members. Take him down. The leader of the Black Knights ordered. Hundreds of Black Knights behind him shook their spears. Li Zhongjiu waved at these people. Boom, 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 8 incomparably dark pillars, which seemed to have drilled out from the ground, directly encircled everyone in it. What is this? Destroy these pillars. There was no lack of experts in the Black Knights. However, these people immediately threw away their armor under the soul-burning array. They felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in their heads. It was extremely uncomfortable and painful. Ah, my head! Bang, a figure fell from the horse's back. Bang, another figure fell from the sky. Hundreds of Black Knights fell to the ground one after another. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. The leader of the Black Knights was the last one. He wanted to escape, but he found that he could not move at all. It was as if there was an invisible force holding him and not letting him go. Then, the same thing happened. A force drilled into his mind and he immediately enjoyed the feeling of his soul being burned in hell. After a few minutes, everyone stopped struggling. The members of the Black Knights regiment were all dead. Li Zhongjiu then put away the soul-burning array. Wan Yulan looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. She did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would have such a powerful move after not seeing him for a few days. What a powerful array. Wan Yulan was well-read and naturally knew that what Li Zhongjiu used just now was a set of powerful array treasures. It was almost impossible to refine it in a short period of time. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. However, there were so many corpses of the Black Knights lying in front of the Marquis of Wanyong's mansion. Wan Yulan, on the other hand, didn't know how this matter should develop. Even though Wan Yulan was prepared, she did not think about what to do after such a thing happened. Black Canal Basilica. This time, I'll take care of it. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. Let me introduce you. This is King of Fire, my friend. When Wan Yulan heard Li Zhongjiu's words, she realized that there was a red-haired girl beside her. You are King of Fire. I often hear Li Zhongjiu talk about you. When Wan Yulan saw the King of Fire, she became nervous and did not know what to say. She only had time to say a polite sentence. Hello. The King of Fire elegantly shook hands with Wan Yulan. In front of this temperament, Wan Yulan had already lost by a level. Li Zhongjiu flicked his finger. A wisp of flame burned the corpses in front of him. However, the horses left on their own. Having lost their master, the horses began to gallop wildly in all directions. A few of the smarter ones ran straight back to the Black Canal Temple. This, Wan Yulan felt like dozens of crows were flying back and forth above her head. The situation seemed to have been messed up. Wan Yulan, who was supposed to be imprisoned, seemed to have been reborn because of Li Zhongjiu's arrival. At least, no one would come to deal with Wan Yulan for the time being. However, this situation could only be maintained until the afternoon. By then, Black Canal Basilica would definitely send people here. They would never allow anyone to disobey their authority in the city. At this moment, Wan Yulan seemed to have found a direction in her heart. In for a penny, in for a pound. Wan Yulan thought in her heart. How did it end up like this? Li Zongjiu asked. Wan Yulan then told Li Zongjiu what had happened in the past few days. Li Zongjiu's disappearance and the incident in Feiyue City had attracted a lot of attention. In addition, the disappearance of the formation master had also caused quite a stir in the Jianghu. These messy things alone were enough for Black Canal Basilica to deal with. Moreover, because of these things, the Heike dynasty's royal family had also recovered some of their power. The headquarters gave some power to the Heike dynasty to deal with these things. The Heike dynasty trusted the Marquis of Wanyong. Wan Yulan also took advantage of this opportunity to have many meetings, as well as some plans to overthrow. She wanted to fight Black Canal Basilica to the end. Although the plan wasn't flawless, it wasn't to the point where there would be any mistakes. In the end, they were betrayed by their own people. I knew that kid wasn't a good person. Li Yun said angrily after hearing this. To think that there would be such a traitor. He wished he could stomp Wan Qianquan to death. It's also good to kill the members of the Knight Regiment now. These people are used to being arrogant and overbearing. This time, it just so happens to boost the prestige of our Marquis of Wanyong's mansion. Wan Yulan said. The counterattack will begin today. Let's see what the Black Canal Basilica will do next. Li Yan nodded as she listened. It seemed like this was the only way. If not, what else could they do? If the Eagle battleship was still around, it would be able to deter the enemy. But now, the Eagle battleship was completely destroyed. What Sky Shaman didn't know was that his move had directly thrown tens of millions of purple yuan into the sea, making it all go down the drain. What's there to wait for? These people from Black Canal Basilica, I've long wanted to meet them. Since they are prepared to take action against me in the Demon Suppression Palace, I'll go and cripple them now. Li Zongjiu said. To be honest, 2 Supreme Being experts were here. Being lawless and out of control was nothing at all. Don't be impulsive. There's an ascetic hall in Black Canal Basilica. The ascetics inside are all in the primitive emperor realm. The strongest 3 are almost all in the Supremes. This is the highest level of information that our Marquis of Wanyong's mansion has obtained. Wan Yulan was afraid that Li Zongjiu would be too impulsive and lose his life for nothing. Although Li Zongjiu could deal with Supremes, there was a reason why Black Canal Basilica could keep the Heike dynasty informed for so many years. The strength in their hands was definitely not weak. Then let's destroy this ascetic hall first. Li Zongjiu's solution was extremely straightforward. Anyway, it was better to attack those who were more powerful first. Wan Yulan didn't understand Li Zongjiu's approach, but she knew that Li Zongjiu seemed to be serious. Then I'll get someone to prepare. Regardless of success or failure, there will be a battle today. It's up to you. Li Zongjiu said. Wan Yulan was also a decisive woman. She immediately went to prepare. The experts from the underworld forces that she had contacted previously all took action. They directly loitered around the headquarters of Black Canal Basilica and carried out surveillance. Even some of the hidden sentries were directly pulled out. It made them completely blind. Black Canal Basilica never expected that someone would be so bold. The Marquis of Wanyong's residence is going to revolt. Men, gather all the Black Knights and the Blade Squad. Gather all of them. Take my order and gather all the ascetics below the 5th floor of the Tower of Hardship. The person in charge was the red-cloaked Archbishop. The Temple Master and Deputy Temple Master of Black Canal Basilica were not in the city, but in the Sacred Mountain. According to Black Canal Basilica's position, it was a supreme god. Naturally, it would not live in a city where people mixed together. Basically, everything was handed over to the archbishops and other people in charge of the temple to manage. 1 archbishop and 15 red-cloaked bishops under him. Under the red-cloaked bishops, each of them was in charge of dozens of white deacons. These white deacons would also be in charge of the blue-cloaked messengers. The identity of the blue-cloaked messengers was equivalent to that of the governor of each major city. In this city, the blue-cloaked messengers had the greatest authority. If there were white deacons, it would usually be in some of the larger cities. Archbishop, Marquis Wanyong's residence colluded with the rebels and has to be eliminated. I heard that even that evil Lord Li Zhongjiu has been roped in by Marquis Wanyong's residence. A red-cloaked bishop said. Previously, the order to send the life and death servant to kill Li Zhongjiu was given by this red-cloaked bishop. Later on, he lost everything, which could be considered a big failure in this merit. Evil Lord? So what if it's Evil Lord? Send out an order for all the people at the highest level of the arena to gather in my Black Canal Basilica. If anyone doesn't come, they will be eliminated permanently. You think you can make waves just because you have some strength? I want to see how capable you are. The red-cloaked archbishop's order was quite effective. In the afternoon of that day, the top experts of the 10 major arenas had all gathered. Hundreds of primitive emperors gathered in one place. There had never been such a lively event before. The royal family of the Heique dynasty was unusually quiet at the moment. Now, documents were flying everywhere. Black Canal Basilica had gathered tens of thousands of Black Knights. It was obvious that they were going to fight in the city. In the royal city, wind and rain were gathering. Even in the sky, there was a faint red cloud that was brewing. Wan Yonggong also showed up in person. With such a big matter, he could no longer continue his seclusion. Even Wan Yonggong was woken up by the butler. When he heard that the battle was imminent, Wan Yonggong was stunned for a moment. Where are they? They have already set off. The old butler said. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen such a battle. Such a scene, although it felt like an egg hitting a rock, why did it make one's blood boil? Black Canal Basilica. Archbishop, 8 black pillars have suddenly appeared outside our holy sanctum. 8 pillars? The group of people also shook their heads one after another. Send someone to break these pillars. Stop trying to act all mysterious in front of me. The archbishop ordered. Who knew what these pillars were used for? But who were you trying to scare with these pillars? Didn't everyone grow up being scared? The archbishop in red gave the order. He then sent 300 knights to charge towards the 8 pillars. The periphery of Black Canal Basilica was like a small castle. It was located in the center of the Black Canal Kingdom. The gate of the tall castle opened directly. Charge. Push these pillars. They actually dared to provoke the Black Canal Basilica on their own initiative. They were simply too arrogant. It was too much. Of course, they had to be taught a lesson. However, when the 300 Black Knights rushed out and left the gate of the castle, they disappeared directly. They had disappeared. Some of the arena experts who were watching the situation below from above the castle were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. What the hell? Where are they? They just disappeared like that? Those present were not small fries, they were basically primitive emperor-level powerhouses. These hundreds of people could stir up half of the Heique dynasty. Only the Order of the Black Canal Basilica could gather these people together. At this moment, they were very clear that they had been summoned in such a hurry today. They were going to deal with the Marquis of Wanyong. Although the Marquis of Wanyong had a good reputation in the dynasty, it was obviously a bit exaggerated to gather so many people together. However, if one person was added to the list of enemies, it was this evil lord in front of them that could attract their attention. Evil Lord. When this name was mentioned, the Inferno Arena could be said to have the deepest feeling. When Evil Lord first appeared, it could be said that he had helped the Inferno Arena earn a lot of money. However, before they could make a fortune, this guy had disappeared. Not only that, but he had also killed 2 of the Hell Arena's experts. This was a massive loss for the Hell Arena. Fortunately, the Hell Arena was still able to hold on. Otherwise, Ruorwa would really not know how to deal with such a situation. It was normal for her to not be able to recover from the setback. The other arenas were like wolves and tigers. Once they saw you in a situation, they would rush up and devour you. Because Marquis Wanyong had invited an evil lord. Just by hearing his name, one could tell that he was a supreme being. Therefore, these people wanted to see just how capable this evil lord was. In a restaurant across the street. The restaurant was already occupied by Wan Yolan's men. However, Li Zhongjiu said that there was no need to rush and that he would play with them first. Thus, he set up the soul-burning array. Li Yan also set up a set of 8 trigrams tundra formation to conceal the true scene inside the soul-burning array. In fact, the 300 cavalrymen who rushed out were all dead. The 4 of them sat around a table, drinking tea, chatting, and eating melon seeds. It was also the first time that King of Fire ate melon seeds. He actually swallowed the melon seeds directly. Li Yan also quickly came over to teach King of Fire how to eat melon seeds. Wan Yulan looked at the strange combination in front of her. At this moment, there was already smoke everywhere, and a great battle could break out at any time. However, after Li Zongjiu appeared and set up the 8 pillars, it was as if nothing had happened. This array is so powerful? Wan Yulan said in shock. I'm not bragging, but the people of Black Canal Basilica can forget about coming out from the main entrance. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. It sounded like Li Zongjiu was bragging, but what Li Zongjiu said was indeed the truth. Given the power of the array formation, it was impossible for anyone to break it in the Black Canal Sacred Hall. After all, these 8 soul-burning pillars were all made by Sky Wu himself. No one knew how much effort it took Sky Wu to make these soul-burning pillars. Then what should we do now? Wait for them to rush out? Wan Yulan said. You're right. That's too troublesome. We have to wait. Li Zongjiu said. Then, he stepped on the void and came in front of the soul-burning array. When Li Zongjiu appeared, the people below also saw him clearly. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. This is Evil Lord? He's so young? He's the Evil Lord who kills without blinking an eye. He doesn't look like him. The experts in the arena shouted one after another. They stared at Li Zongjiu in the sky curiously. Now that this guy rushed out, wasn't he afraid that they would swarm him and capture him alive? Li Zongjiu gently raised his hand. 8 soul-burning pillars appeared behind Li Zongjiu. When the pillars left the ground, the situation on the ground was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the corpses of the Black Knights on the ground, the people on the wall sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all dead. What kind of demonic magic weapons were those 8 pillars? Now, I'll give you a chance. You can leave in 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everyone in the castle will die. Li Zongjiu's voice came out. Immediately, the 8 soul-burning pillars fell forward. Boom! The soul-burning pillars fell to the ground and rapidly grew in size. Boom, like 8 heavenly pillars, they angrily pierced the heavens. The soul-burning pillars released an ancient will, which made these people extremely nervous. Feeling the terrifying power in front of them. However, if he wanted to kill so many people with just these 8 pillars, it would be impossible. It was simply impossible. No one would believe it. I don't believe that these 8 pillars are so powerful. This idiot exposed his trump card. Isn't he afraid that the people of Black Canal Basilica will rush out and kill him now? Someone said. And this thought was directly confirmed. 8 figures instantly rose into the sky. Seeing these 8 figures, Wan Yulan's pupils suddenly shrank. Ascetic cultivators. These people are ascetic cultivators? Li Yan said. They don't look like ascetic cultivators. Each of them is so fat. Li Yan looked at these ascetic cultivators. Although they were dressed in rags, each of them had oily faces. These people are suffering from their minds. They are extremely powerful. Everyone, get ready to move. Wan Yulan said to her subordinates. These people with lofty ideals were all loyal to the Haika dynasty. At least, they had to overthrow the Black Canal Basilica. They were all prepared to sacrifice themselves. However, before Wan Yulan and others could make a move, Li Zongjiu had already made the final decision. 8 thunderbolts fell from the sky. The 8 silhouettes were struck by the lightning. Boom! 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 Then, the 8 aggressive ascetic cultivators were struck to the ground before they could say anything. These 8 ascetics had been cultivating in the Tower of Hardship for nearly 50 years. Since they were chosen, they had never stepped out of the Tower of Hardship. They had spent most of their lives in the Tower of Hardship. Who would have thought that they would end up in such a state? They had just poked their heads out, but they didn't even have the time to show off their might. But he had already been killed by someone. That evil lord wasn't joking at all. This guy is serious. Everyone cried out in alarm. Li Zhongzhou's actions, and the fact that he dared to kill the ascetics at the entrance of the Black Canal Basilica, had indeed shocked them greatly. They had become numb to the strong rule of the Black Canal Basilica in the past. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was, once they disobeyed the Black Canal Basilica, there would be very serious consequences. They didn't know what the consequences would be for the time being, but they knew that no one could bear such consequences. Therefore, when the Black Canal Basilica summoned them, these experts of the arena rushed over without hesitation. Otherwise, the Black Canal Basilica would definitely come to settle the score. It was better to make arrangements now. They had never thought of rebelling. There were people who had thought of rebelling in the past, but they had all disappeared in the end. Not even a trace of them was left behind. Now, after so many years, there was finally someone who dared to challenge the Black Canal Basilica. And he seemed to be very strong. What should we do? Some people had already begun to think. At this time, a red-robed cardinal had already landed on the walls of the castle, and ordered the hundreds of experts of the arena in front of him. What are you waiting for? Take this guy down. Black Knights, move out. Suddenly, tens of thousands of cavalry rushed out of the Black Canal Basilica. There were cavalry, and there were even flying cavalry. The mighty army charged out. With such a terrifying lineup, just the aura gathered together was enough to sweep away the alliance of any forces in the city. Even the hundreds of primitive emperors felt a suffocating feeling in front of this army. Boom! Without hesitation, Li Zhongzhou threw down the 8 burning soul pillars behind him. Boom boom boom. The soul-burning array was immediately formed. It trapped all of the Black Knights within and began to refine them with an extremely domineering power. Clang! Clang! This time, the mystifying array was not activated, so everyone could see it clearly. This dark torrent rushed into the middle of the formation, but the troops in front all fell to the ground. However, the strength of these knights was not simple. They relied on their fearless spirit to forcibly rush to the edge of the soul-burning array. Many of them directly jumped down from the city wall and escaped the range of the soul-burning array. Kill them all. If you don't attack, you will be an enemy of the Black Canal Basilica. The cardinal roared angrily. Finally, the hundreds of experts could not bear such pressure. More importantly, Li Zhongzhou's formation was currently being held back by the Black Knights. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Hundreds of primitive emperors could not handle one Li Zhongzhou. Go, kill this kid. The experts of the Inferno arena rushed to the forefront. However, before this group of people rushed to the sky, they saw Li Zhongzhou had already taken the initiative to rush towards them. Li Zhongzhou was holding the hammer in his hand. Boom, his figure landed, and the hammer smashed on the floor. Suddenly, a terrifying force was set off, exploding in all directions. Boom. This group of primitive emperors, some of them had their legs blown off before they could react. They flew out and crashed on the ground. Boom, with just one smash, nearly 7 people's legs were blown off. Li Zhongzhou was already old and experienced. No matter how young he was, he understood the principle that he who strikes first gains the advantage, and those who strike later will suffer. Therefore, when he attacked, he was very decisive and did not give these people a chance to breathe. When he landed on the ground, he was the first to charge at the red-robed cardinal. Many experts of the Inferno arena blocked Li Zhongzhou's attack. When they found out that Li Zhongzhou wanted to attack the cardinal, they also attacked Li Zhongzhou. The terrifying origin energy vibrated, and even the power of different states burst out. The power of different attributes overlapped with each other. Nearly 20 primitive emperors joined forces and attacked Li Zhongzhou at the same time. In the face of these people's joint attack, Li Zhongzhou only raised the black dragon hammer in his hand and smashed it in front of him. Boom, as the hammer fell, thunder and lightning filled the city. What a powerful force. Boom. Puff, many people vomited blood directly. Li Zhongzhou fought more than 20 primitive emperors by himself. After breaking through the defense of the 20 primitive emperors, Li Zhongzhou rushed to the front of the red-robed cardinal and lifted him up directly. What are you trying to do? If you dare to kill me, the holy sanctum will not let you go. Killing a cardinal is a big crime. In the Heikou dynasty, no one dared to be disrespectful to these cardinals. No one dared to offend them, not to mention directly grabbing the cardinal's collar and lifting him up. The origin energy of the cardinal had reached the primitive emperor realm, but it was basically accumulated through some special methods. In front of Li Zhongjiu, he could not cause any waves at all. Li Zhongjiu did not even bother to answer him. He turned the cardinal's head around and smashed him on the floor. The latter used his origin energy to protect his body and smashed a big hole in the floor. Even so, he was still smashed to the point where his head was bleeding, and there was a large gash on his head. Let go of the cardinal. Some people wanted to make a contribution. If they could save the cardinal at this time, it would be a great contribution. Li Zhongjiu used the cardinal in his hand as a shield in front of him. Seeing this, the other party immediately wanted to withdraw his attack, but it was too late. Boom! The poor cardinal spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he looked back to see who was attacking him. This grudge must be remembered. However, in the next second, the cardinal was thrown to the ground by Li Zhongjiu. Finally, he stepped on him and ended his life. The surrounding primitive emperors also continued to attack Li Zhongjiu. The black dragon hammer in Li Zhongjiu's hand flashed with lightning. Every time it flashed, it took away several lives. Wang Yulan and the others, who were lying in ambush in the restaurant, saw this scene. Li Zhongjiu alone had blocked all these people in front of him, and from the looks of it, there was no need for them to make a move. The formation is about to break. Let's fight the Black Knight Legion. Wang Yulan finally found something to do. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if Li Zhongjiu, who had painstakingly prepared for half a year, defeated them all by himself? However, Wang Yulan had no choice but to make a move. The King of Fire's figure had already appeared in front of the soul-burning formation. At this moment, Li Zong did not have the time to operate the soul-burning formation, and the King of Fire raised his hand to activate it. The soul-burning formation also began to move with the King of Fire's action. Boom! The 8 soul-burning pillars instantly enlarged. Originally, more than half of the legion had been sacrificed, and could have broken through the soul-burning formation, but suddenly, the King of Fire appeared, and directly doubled the power of the soul-burning formation. It was simply impossible for anyone to resist it. The casualties were even more severe, and basically no one who rushed into the formation was injured. All of their souls were directly burned, and the power of the soul-burning formation was also increasing. At this moment, the Archbishop and the others who were observing the situation in the temple saw this scene, and how could they not know the crisis of the situation? Wake those 3 people up. It was the last resort. 3 ascetics at the top. This was the last resort of Black Canal Basilica. If even these ascetics could not defeat Li Zhongjiu and the others, then they could only take the initiative to surrender. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu had already killed more than half of the people on the walls of the castle. The great evil lord faced all the experts of the top 10 arenas in the city head-on. Hundreds of primitive emperors were actually unable to harm the evil venerable at all. This battle did not need to be publicized at all. It would directly cause an uproar in the city. It swept through the entire Heike dynasty. The name of the evil dominator would soon be known throughout the entire dynasty. Black Canal Basilica will definitely show its trump card now that it has been pushed to this point. The thing that Wang Yulan was worried about was finally going to happen. Yulan, what did you do? Just when Wang Yulan was worried, an angry voice came from outside the corridor. Then, an old and vigorous figure came in front of Wang Yulan and glared at her. He was obviously very surprised and angry at how things had developed. Grandfather! Wang Yulan exclaimed in surprise when she saw the newcomer. Acting rashly without sufficient preparation, you're going to ruin the plan we've been working on for decades. Wang Yulan was so angry that his body was trembling. Obviously, in Wang Yulan's opinion, they were not prepared for the final battle at all. It was all because of Wang Yulan's impatience that things had turned out this way. Wang Yulan, don't be anxious. We still have a chance of winning this battle. A family head of the alliance walked out and comforted him. The 3 elders of the ascetic hall are all supremes. Without the support of the Haoyan sect, we can't win this battle at all. If it is the Haoyan sect's request, even if we defeat the Black Canal Basilica, what can we do? We will just replace the Black Canal Basilica with the Haoyan sect. Wang Yulan said in a deep voice. Today is the day we cut off all Means of retreat. Grandfather, I am the leader of the alliance now. Wan Yulan's words gave Wan Yulan a fright. This girl was actually so decisive. But since things had already come to this, there was no turning back. The more it was like this, the more they had to be united. You are right, but, Wan Yulan let out a long sigh. At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the ascetic tower of the Black Canal Basilica. The winds and clouds above the Black Canal Royal City were constantly changing. Then, a second force appeared. It formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed towards the sky. It was a sign of the appearance of an expert. Everyone looked at the two light beams that burst out from the sky. It's them. Wan Yulan and the others were extremely nervous and shocked as they looked at the two light beams that appeared in the sky. Clearly, these two Supreme Being experts had appeared. Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire also looked in the direction of the ascetic tower. Just as the surrounding aura seemed to have reached its peak, everyone felt an invisible pressure hovering above them. All of a sudden, an even more terrifying power appeared, surpassing the previous two powers. It erupted in an even more ferocious manner. Boom, heaven and earth shook. Dark clouds rolled. Within this aura, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying anger. The people in the Black Canal Royal City also looked up. At this moment, they seemed to feel that there was a hand above their heads that was restraining them. At any moment, this hand would take their lives and crush their own heads. It's coming. This is the power of the Black Canal Basilica. The surviving experts in the arena also grew excited. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked. Sure enough, the trump card of the Black Canal Basilica was not simple. 3 Supreme Being level existences. It was enough to make these experts feel powerless. No matter how hard one cultivated, it was impossible to catch up to these people. Therefore, one would be completely enslaved by the Black Canal Basilica and forever under them. But there was nothing one could do about it. After all, they had the strongest power. Anyone would feel despair when facing 3 Supremes. Wan Yonggong and the others stared at the sky and felt the terrifying aura. It was also the first time that Wan Yulan faced the aura of a Supremes. It was only at this moment that Wan Yulan truly felt the power of this aura. She originally thought that she was strong enough to take charge and change the entire dynasty. However, in reality, her current strength was simply insignificant before those 3 auras. She did not even have the will to resist. She could not muster any will to resist. However, just when everyone's willpower was low. At the same time, an aura was released from the King of Fire. At first, this aura was not shocking, but the aura of the 3 Supremes was gradually restrained by the aura of the King of Fire. In the end, they did not have the power to surpass the aura of the King of Fire. It was as if the 3 kings were obedient in front of an emperor and did not dare to act rashly. The King of Fire's aura alone was enough to suppress the 3 of them. Those who were originally worried were all astonished when they saw this scene. Even Wan Yonggong and the others had an incredulous look in their eyes. A powerful evil lord, Li Zhongjiu. Now, there was a mysterious woman. This is? Wan Yonggong's voice was clearly trembling. He couldn't help but tremble in front of this power. My master's name is King of Fire. Li Yan said proudly. This powerful woman was her master, therefore, Li Yan was naturally very proud. King of Fire. Wan Yonggong and the others muttered this name silently. They had clearly memorized this name. Indeed, when one's strength was strong, the people around one would also be experts of the same level. Therefore, if one wanted to enter a higher circle, the first thing one had to do was to increase one's strength. Only by improving oneself could one ensure that one's position in this circle was stable. Otherwise, one would just be a bystander. The addition of the King of Fire's level was also very surprising for Wan Yulan. She had never thought that such a situation would occur. The entire scene was almost completely settled by the King of Fire and Li Zhongjiu. However, she was now prepared to watch the battle between the King of Fire and the 3 Supremes. The experts from the arena all retreated to the side. Since even the Supremes had taken action, they naturally had nothing to do with it. Hence, they simply walked to the side. Originally, there were more than 100 people, but now, there were less than 60 people left in the blink of an eye. Among them, more than half of them were injured. Therefore, the outcome was not complete. All of them were beaten up by Li Zongjiu. More than 100 people against Li Zongjiu, but in the end they ended up in such a situation. It was truly shameful. At this moment, the Supreme Being level experts of the three great hardship towers appeared. Although they felt King of Fire's powerful aura, the three of them didn't care at all. Two of them directly surrounded the King of Fire, while the other one attacked Li Zongjiu. Hang in there. I'll cripple them and then help you. King of Fire looked at Li Zongjiu. It seemed that he still had a high chance of winning in a 1 versus 2 situation. However, Li Zongjiu felt insulted. Let's see who kills faster. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since the King of Fire wanted to compete, he naturally did not mind. On the other hand, the King of Fire also unleashed his world of flames, pulling the two ascetics into his world. Then, he disappeared in an instant. If the three Supreme Being level experts were to fight, the entire Black Canal Royal City would be in trouble. Therefore, the battlefield was limited to the domain world. However, Li Zongjiu wasn't so particular. One of the Supreme Being level ascetics stared at Li Zongjiu from afar and smirked coldly at Li Zongjiu. How dare you call yourself evil lord? The ascetic cultivator said calmly. He raised his hands and there seemed to be a string of prayer beads in his palms. Evil lord is not for you to call me. You should call me grandpa. Li Zongjiu looked at the other party and said. He had just entered the Supreme Being level. Where did he get the courage to be so arrogant in front of Li Zongjiu? He really didn't know his place. However, the ascetic cultivator in front of him was indeed stronger than Gu Songtian because the latter had already entered the Supreme Being level and had the body of an Supreme Being. Remember, the person who killed you is called Ku Ming. The ascetic cultivator Ku Ming said coldly. As his voice faded, he threw the prayer beads in his hand at Li Zongjiu. Boom. Boom. Boom, 9 prayer beads immediately whizzed over and each of them contained a terrifying force. This attack wasn't only aimed at Li Zongjiu, but also at Wan Yulan and the rest who were behind Li Zongjiu. Although Wan Yulan and the rest were far away, the 9 prayer beads had enough power to destroy Wan Yulan and the rest, therefore, Li Zongjiu could only take this attack head-on. Otherwise, Wan Yulan and the rest would definitely die. In Ku Ming's opinion, dealing with someone like Li Zongjiu was a piece of cake. However, something unexpected happened right in front of Ku Ming's eyes. Behind Li Zongjiu, the shadow of a golden dragon seemed to have condensed. The golden dragon appeared. Its huge body was close to 500 meters long. After circling half around in the air, it directly used the divine dragon tail whip and used its own strength to bounce the 9 prayer beads back. Bang bang bang, immediately, the prayer beads were bounced back. They directly smashed into the Black Canal Basilica. Boom, boom, the entire Black Canal Basilica was razed to the ground. Even some of the most important places and buildings with defensive arrays were destroyed at this moment. The power of your prayer beads is not bad. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but praise. It was originally a move used to kill Li Zongjiu, but now Li Zongjiu turned it around and destroyed more than half of the entire Black Canal Basilica. Not only that, but basically everyone in the Black Canal Basilica was also severely injured. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed. Under the explosion, no one was spared. You're courting death. A giant black eagle suddenly emerged from behind Ku Ming. The giant eagle spread its wings, covering the sky and the sun. Its huge body directly pressed towards the golden dragon behind Li Zongjiu. The golden dragon's origin spirit behind Li Zongjiu was not afraid at all. It directly roared in a low voice and rushed forward. With a claw, it slapped the giant eagle under its claws. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a golden light. Whoosh! The golden light was like a sharp sword, directly penetrating the giant eagle's head. Instant kill. The battle between the origin spirits had reached the level of instant kill. Ku Ming's expression suddenly changed. This was simply a humiliation. A mere origin emperor level origin spirit could actually kill his sovereign level origin spirit. Where did all his years of cultivation go to? If it was before, it obviously wouldn't have such strength. However, with Li Zongjiu's breakthrough, coupled with the fact that the golden dragon's origin spirit was a top existence among the sovereigns, Being provoked by a origin beast that had just entered the sovereign realm, it would naturally be very angry. Therefore, when it attacked, it had the power of instant kill. The origin spirit was instantly killed in front of everyone, and Kuming's face suddenly became ugly. You are courting death. Kuming's own origin force condensed into a vortex. As the vortex's power condensed, it directly attracted Li Zongjiu. The black vortex condensed in front of Kuming erupted with an endless devouring power, swallowing everything around it. Some things were directly sucked into the vortex. It was very obvious that once these things were sucked into the vortex, they directly turned into the most essential Yuanli, which instantly turned into Kuming's own strength. It's the devouring vortex. This is Kuming Supreme. Rumor has it that this person is most proficient in the art of devouring. If someone is sucked into the vortex, in less than a second, they will directly turn into the 5 elemental origins. No one is an exception. Wan Yonggong's explanation was very timely. The surrounding people could only feel that this move was very powerful, but they didn't know that it was so powerful. If Li Zongjiu was sucked into the vortex, they didn't know what would happen to him. Would Li Zongjiu be able to withstand the devouring power of the vortex? Li Zongjiu directly threw the black dragon hammer in his hand. It seemed that he wanted to use the black dragon hammer to defeat his opponent, but the black dragon hammer was directly sucked into the vortex. It was sucked into the vortex in an instant. It was devoured just like that. Kuming was extremely proud because he had heard that the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand was quite powerful. The reason why Li Zongjiu was able to use the name Evil Sovereign was partly because of the hammer in his hand, but now it had been directly devoured. His strongest killing move had been subdued. What else could he do? But soon, Kuming couldn't laugh anymore. The devouring vortex could devour everything, but there was one kind of power that it couldn't devour. That was the devouring power. If these two forces were entangled, the situation would be very bad. Not good. It's a trap. Kuming's face suddenly changed. The black dragon hammer didn't seem to be affected by the devouring vortex at all. Instead, it erupted with a similar devouring power, directly sucking in the power of the vortex. Obviously, it wanted to form a collision of forces. The originally stable devouring vortex immediately became restless. If it continued, it was very likely that it would hurt itself. Damn it! Kuming dispersed his devouring power, and the black dragon hammer flew back. Kuming saw with his own eyes that the black dragon hammer fell back into Li Zongjiu's hand. Li Zongjiu leaped up and rushed in front of Kuming, and then the hammer fell down. Wang! The hammer fell to the ground, and lightning flashed. The lightning that surged in all directions was simply as dazzling as an extremely grand fireworks display. Luckily, Kuming's Yuanqi was able to automatically defend himself, and with the Jizun's body protecting him, he was able to absorb this energy. However, Kuming himself was also knocked back. The power of this move was too strong, directly smashing Kuming to the ground. In the distance, Wan Yonggong and the others saw Li Zongjiu beat up Sovereign Kuming with a hammer. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. The scene in front of them was too shocking. It was hard to believe that such a thing could happen. Li Zongjiu's strength was too strong. The experts in the arena who had been hiding at the side had experienced Li Zongjiu's brutal beating, and then the explosion of Kuming's prayer beads. Now, there were less than 30 people who could still stand. There were even a few who directly vomited blood and died because of their heavy injuries. Their fates were quite miserable and pitiful. However, at this moment, they saw something. It was actually Li Zongjiu suppressing Kuming. A dignified Jizun couldn't even defeat a little guy. It was embarrassing. If Li Zongjiu didn't die, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain, and all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Who could bear such an outcome? Who would be willing to accept such an outcome? Therefore, in their hearts, they all wanted Li Zongjiu to be killed. Stay here obediently. Li Zongjiu pointed with his finger. Kuming, who was about to get up from the ground, was puzzled as to what Li Zongjiu was going to do. In the next second, he saw 8 rays of light instantly fall around him. Boom! 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 The burning soul pillar fell to the ground, giving off a feeling of a steel spear piercing into one's bones. Array? Supreme Kuming sneered. No one's formation can trap a supreme being. Immediately, Kuming wanted to prove his words. A tyrannical aura instantly erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. He wanted to destroy the burning soul array. However, the burning soul array didn't move at all. It easily refined this power and activated the burning soul array. Afterward, Kuming immediately felt as if his soul was being burned. You want to refine my soul? I'm afraid you don't know how to cultivate in the hardship tower. If you want to refine my soul, you won't be able to do it without at least 100 years. Clearly, Kuming was very confident in his own strength. In his opinion, this was just a small trick by Xianxia. However, soon, Kuming couldn't laugh anymore. This was because the pressure from the surrounding formation made Prime Kuming feel the same pressure he felt when he first stepped into the hardship tower. It was a suffocating feeling. Not good. This power isn't simple. Kuming originally wanted to break the array by force, but now he had no choice but to sit down and concentrate on resisting the threat of the array. However, even after concentrating, his soul was still invaded by this power. Weren't you laughing happily just now? How about this? I'll add fuel to the fire. Xianxia flicked his finger. Immediately, a ray of flame fell into the array. As the flame fell to the ground, a terrifying aura immediately swept up. This was the power of this flame. Spiritual fire, the original body of the ancient and modern towering flame appeared. It would be very happy and satisfied to burn the power of a Zhizun expert. What, damn it! Quickly take this person down. Get me out of here at all costs. Kuming finally began to ask the people of Black Canal Basilica for help. However, there weren't many people left alive in Black Canal Basilica. When they heard Kuming's call, some people wanted to take action. At this moment, Wan Yulan and the others had already arrived. As members of the Anti-Black Alliance, they naturally couldn't do nothing during this process. Leave these people to us. Wan Yulan came in front of Xianxia and said. As you wish. Xianxia gestured. The people of the alliance behind Wan Yulan had been thirsting for blood for a long time. They couldn't wait to kill all the people in front of them. After all, this group of loyal and righteous people had been oppressed by the people of Black Canal Basilica for a long time. Now that they finally found the opportunity, the people of Black Canal Basilica were all killed. There weren't many people left alive in the first place. The helpers called in by the arena were also at a loss. At this moment, they seemed to be on the wrong side. However, now that the Black Canal Basilica's momentum was gone, if they continued to be stubborn, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, these people were very smart. They turned around and killed the people of Black Canal Basilica. Trapped in the soul-burning array, Kuming didn't have time to consider the situation outside. He was furious. Why didn't these people come to save him? What a bunch of trash. They couldn't even handle these people. Now, he could only wait for his two brothers to appear. After killing the little girl, he would rush out to kill Xianxia and save him. He just needed to hold on a little longer. All of a sudden, a spatial rift seems to have been torn open in the sky. Behind the rift was a world of fiery red flames. What? Kuming sensed that the King of Fire had appeared. When he took a closer look, he realized that the Fire Wraith King was holding two heads in his hands. It seemed that the rest of the heads had been burned. What kind of people were this pair of man and woman? Kuming felt a wave of fear from the bottom of his heart. He had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, but today, he was killed by two little brats. How could he bear it? This world was too unfair. He even felt like crying. At this moment, he was the one who felt powerless. In front of such a terrifying opponent, he had completely lost the will to resist. There was only one path left, and that was to give up. Evil Lord, the Temple Master won't let you go. You'd better start running now. Kuming glared fiercely into Xianxia's eyes. However, with a single glance from Xianxia, Supreme Kuming was swallowed up by the towering flame. The towering flame had been probing him all this while, and now, it erupted and instantly occupied Supreme Kuming's body, breaking through his defenses. After a miserable scream, Autark Kuming was directly burned to death. His soul had also been completely incinerated. At this moment, he no longer resisted. Therefore, it was very convenient for him to die. This surprised Li Zongjiu. This person is too weak. He died just like that. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but shake his head. How could such a weak person be a supreme being? It was mainly because the two heads in King of Fire's hands were too frightening. These were the heads of two supreme being experts. Just like that, it was plucked off. It was no wonder that Kuming would collapse like this. After all, Li Zongjiu had already subdued him. Now that another one had appeared, there was no longer any hope for him. Moreover, he was very clear about the strength of his two companions. Even the two of them couldn't defeat this girl. There was basically no hope left. Spitting out such vicious words before they died was obviously just to satisfy their cravings. These people were really, if they didn't spit out a vicious word before they died, they would feel unworthy of their status. You're very fast. Li Zongjiu looked at King of Fire in astonishment. King of Fire's strength was increasing rapidly. Ever since that awakening, his strength had been constantly increasing. This breakthrough had something to do with his physique as well as the accumulation he had accumulated previously. He had set it aside for today to break through. Therefore, this improvement could be said to be very big. Even Li Zongjiu was envious. You're not bad yourself. You're very familiar with this soul-burning array. Originally, the soul-burning array was used by Wu Tian to control King of Fire. However, Li Zongjiu had directly taken it for his own use. One had to admit that this was a very powerful weapon. Li Zongjiu could use this soul-burning array to force Wu Tian away. Obviously, under the second-grade Supreme Being realm, there was no one who could match him. Even the current King of Fire might not be his match. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. In addition, there was Wu Tian, who was constantly breaking through. If one wanted to stop Wu Tian from becoming stronger, one had to first obtain the unparalleled sword. Just the unparalleled sword alone would be enough to weaken Wu Tian by half. Now, Black Canal Basilica was directly defeated by Li Zongjiu and the others. However, it did not affect the opening of the Demon Suppression Palace. A mere Black Canal Basilica could not affect the Demon Suppression Palace. It was only because they had a certain method that they could obtain some information in advance. After breaking through the defense of Black Canal Basilica, there was basically no need to attack much. Previously, Kuming Supreme had destroyed many buildings by himself. Only the Hardship Tower and the Archbishop's Hall were not destroyed. In just a short while, the surviving Arch-Cardinal did not manage to escape in time, so he was immediately captured. He was thrown in front of Wan Yonggong and the others. You're all courting death. The Archbishop in red said coldly. However, when he saw the vicious looks on these people's faces, his usual dignity was no longer as effective as before. In fact, it was a complete joke. Haha, you people have killed so many loyal people. Today, the Marquis of Wanyong's residence will get rid of this evil for the people. Wan Yonggong held a machete with a tiger head in his hand. He personally went forward and crippled the Archbishop in red in front of him. Immediately, a bright red head rolled on the ground. Hang his corpse in the middle of the street. Expose him to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. Wan Yonggong said. Today, they could finally hold their heads high. In the future, the imperial court would finally be peaceful. As for how the imperial court would be managed, they could think about it later. Even if it went astray, the Marquis of Wanyong's residence would have a way to correct it. However, it was very uncomfortable to be controlled by these people from Black Canal Basilica. Moreover, they could not touch them. Although there were still sacred mountains that had yet to be breached. However, the destruction of Black Canal Basilica alone was enough to bring hope to the Haiku dynasty. After all, Black Canal Basilica, which had stood firm for decades, was overthrown. It was like a stone tablet that suppressed justice was easily crushed today. Today's matter is all thanks to the help of the two of you. If it weren't for the two of you, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a magnificent thing. Wan Yonggong was obviously elated and happy. He felt much more comfortable. Wan Yulan saw that her grandfather's eyebrows were finally relaxed. She was very happy and gratified. In her heart, the old man had worked hard all his life for the sake of rebuilding the dynasty. Today, he finally achieved it. It's a small matter. Yulan and I are friends. Friends should help each other. Li Zhongjiu said faintly. However, his expression soon turned ugly. The King of Fire, who was beside him, also stared at him. Sneaky. Are you trying to sneak an attack on us? If so, this lord welcomes you. When Li Zhongjiu's voice faded, two figures walked out from the shadows. Haha, the young master of the Li family of Luoxia City is indeed worthy of his reputation. The name of evil lord is well deserved. Lu, one of the Haotian sect, admires you. Haotian sect. Li Zhongjiu and the others might not know much about it, but Wan Yonggong and the others had been trying to get in touch with the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was a sect in the unbounded land, and its strength was incomparably powerful. A long time ago, they had a relationship with the Haiku dynasty, which was why Wan Yonggong was able to get in touch with them. Originally, this operation required the support of the Haotian sect in order to win. After all, there was no one in the alliance who could contend against a sovereign. However, the Haotian sect wanted Liu to ask for it. The request was something that Wan Yonggong and the others would never agree to. Therefore, the cooperation between the two sides had been in a stalemate. After the alliance won today, the people of the Haotian sect couldn't wait to jump out. Anyone could see that he was eager for quick success and instant benefits. Originally, they were relying on the strength of their own sect. If they didn't agree, then they wouldn't take action. Who knew that the matter would be resolved without a word? There was no need for them to take action at all. Immediately, the situation became extremely awkward. Wouldn't the Haotian sect be left hanging there, seeing that they couldn't get any benefits? The people of the Haotian sect couldn't sit still. Let me introduce you. This is an elder of the Haotian sect. Lu Wen, Elder Lu. Wan Yonggong introduced. Even if the Black Canal Basilica was overthrown, the Haotian sect couldn't be easily provoked. Of course, compared to the Haotian sect, Wan Yonggong was more at ease. After all, the strength of the Haotian sect was mainly in the unbounded land. It was very difficult to radiate to this place. What's more, the Haotian sect couldn't use all its strength to invade the Haiku dynasty. Even in the unbounded land, the Haotian sect would always have its own enemies. Therefore, this kind of thing couldn't be done so easily. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had never heard of the Haotian sect. Either the Haotian sect was not powerful enough, or it had been destroyed long ago. Before Li Zhongjiu could become famous, the Haotian sect had already disappeared. Therefore, right now, he should be making contact with them in advance. Although Li Zhongjiu was powerful. However, Lu Yuan wasn't happy to hear that. The Haotian sect's reputation was known to everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Even if it was just a tiny bit of a legend, there should have been at least some people who had heard of it. However, they had ignored it directly in front of him, an elder. They were clearly not giving him any face. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already slapped him. However, Lu Yuan glanced at the Fire Wraith King beside him. The latter's indifferent gaze gave people a feeling of lingering fear. Previously, when the King of Fire dealt with the two Supreme Being experts, no one had seen anything. No one had seen the specific situation. However, in less than 10 minutes, they had already seen the King of Fire appear with the heads of the two men in his hands. Both sides were sworn enemies, so how could it be said that they were acting? To be able to kill two Supreme Being experts in such a short period of time, this showed that the King of Fire's strength was even more terrifying. Lu Wen and the others did not dare to act rashly. The strength of these two people was not simple, and the forces behind them might not be ordinary either. If they were two Supreme Being level rogue cultivators, then it would be even more terrifying. They could kill the disciples of the sect at any time, and they would not be able to go out in the future. It was not strange for them to be able to do this. The strong were not so easy to provoke. Ahem, the Haotian sect was established in the unbounded land. It can be considered a semi-hidden sect. If you don't have a deep understanding of it, it would be difficult to know. Wan Yonggong tried to smooth things over. Alright, the two of you can speak frankly. What do you want to do? Li Zhongjiu raised his hand. If one's strength was insufficient, then one would constantly fawn on the strong and maintain relationships. However, with Li Zongjiu, there was no such thing as fawning. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then get lost. He should be giving you face by speaking a few more words with you. Wan Yonggong and Wan Yulan looked at each other. They naturally had guesses about what these people of the Haoyan sect wanted to do, and Li Zongjiu seemed to have seen through it as well. If only the people of the Wan family and the alliance were here, they would have no choice but to obey the Haoyan sect, or negotiate with each other. In the end, the Haoyan sect would benefit a lot. Therefore, Wan Yonggong did not want to offend them. However, Li Zongjiu was very unyielding. Obviously, he did not give face to the two of them and the Haoyan sect. At the same time, he was helping the Wan family to solve this problem. After the two of them exchanged glances, they took a step back. They gave the home ground to Li Zongjiu and Lu Wen, but their footsteps were obviously closer to Li Zongjiu and Wan Yulan. Their subtle movements naturally did not escape Lu Wen's eyes, and he sneered disdainfully in his heart. Did he think that just because he had Li Zongjiu, he would be able to become their enemy? They were really too naive. With their strength, it was easy for them to investigate Li Zongjiu's background. However, it was disrespectful to investigate someone's background at the drop of a hat. If you found someone you shouldn't be investigating, you would be the one to suffer. Therefore, this kind of thing had to be done according to the circumstances. Moreover, Li Zongjiu could not stay in the Haika dynasty forever to protect you and your grandson. The Haoyan sect would have plenty of opportunities to come. Therefore, the Haoyan sect was so fearless. Sooner or later, the Haika dynasty would fall into their hands. Haha, our Haoyan sect is adjacent to the Haika dynasty. Naturally, we pay close attention to the affairs of the dynasty. Get to the point, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Kid, watch your words. Lu Wen's face darkened, but the one who spoke was the guardian next to him. The guardian stepped forward and glared at Li Zongjiu. It seemed that he was going to attack Li Zongjiu. The King of Fire's palm was surrounded by flames. He slapped his palm toward the guardian. He actually dared to speak to Li Zongjiu in such a tone. Moreover, he did it in front of the King of Fire. He was simply courting death. Not good. When he sensed the incoming palm strike, the protector who had spoken up just now only cared about his mouth. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. The only thing he could do was close his eyes. Boom. His whole body flew out directly. Boom. Although there was a ray of light around his body to protect him, he was still severely injured. However, he was still severely injured. Just the power of the shockwave alone was enough to make him spit out blood. The King of Fire retracted his hand and stood behind Li Zongjiu again. Lu Wen, who was opposite him, broke out in cold sweat. He was only at the peak of the primitive emperor realm. If he wanted to deal with a supreme-level expert, he still needed to return to the sect and invite experts to come. When the King of Fire made his move, it naturally formed an invisible deterrence. He could clearly feel the power coming from the King of Fire. Even though it was just a light palm, it directly sent the guardian flying. Seems like you guys have to watch your words. Li Zongjiu said seriously. This ridicule also made Lu Wen feel extremely awkward. Since this place does not welcome us, then we shall part ways here. See you again. Lu Wen turned around and left after saying that. After all, one of his companions was injured. If he did not get help in time, he might be crippled. Go back and tell your sect master that if he wants to live a long life, he should know his place. Don't get involved in some things. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. These words made Lu Wen extremely angry. He clenched his fists and felt a great humiliation. He actually warned their sect directly. However, Lu Wen's strength was not strong enough, so he could not say much. If his words made Li Zongjiu unhappy, the King of Fire next to him might hit him again. Therefore, he could only bear with such humiliation and leave the Haika royal city. Even the elders of the Haoyan sect were defeated and had to return. Wan Yonggong finally saw how powerful Li Zongjiu was. He was simply too domineering. Thank you, thank you. My Wan family will never forget the kindness that Li Xiao has shown to our Haika dynasty. No need for pleasantries. You guys deal with it yourselves. We will stay in the city and set off for the Demon Suppression Palace in a few days. Wan Yulan and the others found information about the Demon Suppression Palace from the Black Canal Basilica. It turned out that the Black Canal Basilica had always kept a tool from the Demon Suppression Palace. On the surface, it looked like a stone cauldron. However, it could sense the opening of the Demon Suppression Palace. As long as there was any movement in the Demon Suppression Palace, the stone cauldron would shine. Through the guidance of the stone cauldron, they could finally find the opening time and place of the Demon Suppression Palace. This thing is called the Bell Cauldron. It's a kind of guiding tool. Li Zhongjiu was surprised when he saw the stone cauldron. He didn't expect the people of the Black Canal Basilica to have such a good thing. This was a treasure that could accurately time itself. Even though it could only be used in a specific setting, it was still extremely effective. Those who possessed this item would be able to live longer, at least within the Demon Suppression Palace. It was a life-saving item. You know about it too? Wan Yulan looked at Li Zhongjiu. Even though Wan Yulan had collected a lot of information to study the Demon Suppression Palace, she didn't expect the thing in front of her to have such a wonderful function. I'm just guessing. I've seen it a few times before. But it's not from the Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zhongjiu said. The before he was talking about was a long, long time ago. It wasn't a decade ago. Just when everyone was surrounding the stone cauldron, there was a sudden vibration from the inside of the stone cauldron. Buzz, 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 as the stone cauldron vibrated slightly, everyone looked over. It was rare to see such an amazing scene. What's going on? Why is the cauldron vibrating on its own? In the whole room, only the stone cauldron was vibrating slightly. Without a doubt, the vibration came from the inside of the stone cauldron. Its resonance. Its resonance with the Demon Suppression Palace. Li Zhongjiu scooped up the energy from the stone cauldron and placed it in the room. With the injection of Yuan power, the vibration in the stone cauldron turned into a ray of light. What was shown in the light was the faintly discernible Demon Suppressing Palace. The majestic Demon Suppressing Palace was displayed in front of his eyes. He could feel the terrifying energy emanating from it. Just by looking at the illusory image of the Demon Suppressing Palace, he already had the feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship it. Such a vast and mighty aura was truly frightening. This is the ancient land of the 9 cities. Li Zhongjiu and the others were not familiar with the terrain of the Heichu dynasty, but Wan Yulan was very familiar with it. Furthermore, the 9 cities was also an extremely famous place. It was unexpected that the Demon Suppression Palace would appear in the ancient land of the 9 cities. Looks like it's going to be another bloodbath. With the Demon Suppression Palace appearing in such a place, the native forces of the 9 cities won't let it pass so easily. Moreover, the situation in the 9 cities is extremely chaotic. It's extremely dangerous. Wan Yulan said solemnly. Such a dangerous relic appeared in such a dangerous place. What else was there to say? It was definitely going to be a dangerous journey. From Wan Yulan's words, Li Zhongjiu and the rest understood that the so-called ancient land of the 9 cities was the no-man's land of the Heichu dynasty. It wasn't that the Heichu dynasty didn't want to take care of it. It was because the terrain was steep and the army couldn't break in. A long time ago, there were 9 power centers in the ancient land of the 9 cities. They were all different levels of armies and even sections. But later, these power centers were destroyed. However, the subordinates and experts they brought all chose to stay in the ancient land of the 9 cities. Over time, the ancient land of the 9 cities became a place of contention for various forces. No one knew what they were fighting for. But because of the geographical environment and some special reasons, the Heichu dynasty didn't manage the ancient land of the 9 cities. It attracted many bandits and bandits. As long as you could enter the ancient land of the 9 cities, the Heichu dynasty wouldn't pursue you. The outside world was not allowed to bring people in to capture people. It formed its own small order. In fact, there were many places like this. Li Zhongjiu was in a high position. He also understood that it wasn't that the Heichu dynasty didn't want to take care of such places. It was deliberately set up such places for better surveillance and control. Think about it, a group of vicious criminals wandering around the Heichu dynasty. It was safer for them to all gather in one place. It was more convenient to come to a place you knew. If they really wanted to kill you, you couldn't stop them. The 14th prince of the Xianxia dynasty was now in such a place. In such a place, it was useless to be careful. Because these people's methods would infiltrate in all kinds of ways. They were pervasive and impossible to guard against. The only way was to use strength to declare one's attitude. Only in this way, they wouldn't dare to provoke you. Wan Yulan handed over her position as the Haiku Alliance leader and let Wan Yonggong take over again. She set off with Li Zongjiu and the others on the same day. They were heading to the ancient land of the 9 cities. Now that the stone cauldron had told them the specific location, of course, they had to wait here first. They didn't know the exact time when it would open. Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire teamed up, so they didn't need to share the Demon Suppression Palace's ruins with others. Let the others eat the leftovers of Li Zongjiu and the others. The Qilin warship hovered outside a black mountain range. In the dense forest ahead, there seemed to be many hidden dangers. Many people's eyes were fixed in the direction of the Qilin warship. We've been locked on, Li Yun said. The Qilin warship was also equipped with Yuan energy detection equipment. When they were locked on, an alarm sounded. Obviously, the opponent's firepower was very strong. If they rushed over recklessly, they might not be hurt, but the warship would definitely be destroyed in an instant. The Eagle warship had been destroyed before. This made Li Yun even more distressed. A warship with such good performance was very good in her hands. Although the Qilin warship was good, its performance couldn't catch up with the Eagle warship. In the current situation, the Eagle warship could fly over directly, but the Qilin warship couldn't. As long as we land, there won't be a problem. Although the 9 cities old haunt is chaotic, it's also the biggest black market. All the stolen goods in the country will be traded here. A grand auction is even held every year. After all, there are often many treasures in places like this. Wan Yulan explained. Every place had its own rules. Wan Yulan was afraid that Li Zongjiu was not afraid of anything. If he rushed out directly, it would definitely lead to a big disaster. Alright, let's land. Keep a low profile. Let's find the location of the Demon Suppression Palace first. In front of the natural barrier, there was a city wall. If they wanted to enter, they had to go through the city gate first. The city gate was under the jurisdiction of one of the 9 cities, Soldier City. Now, there were 9 top forces in the 9 cities old haunt, and each of them controlled a certain territory. Of course, these territories had to be fought over in this way. If one's strength wasn't enough, the territory would be easily taken away by others. 5,000 per person to enter the city. When Li Zongjiu and the other 3 approached, some of the people in charge of guarding the city gate of Soldier City looked at the 3 women. Each of them was better than the other. Such women were very valuable in the 9 cities old haunt. Although Li Zongjiu's appearance looked simple, the arrogant temperament on his body was not fake. This amount of money was very cheap for a young master like him. He must be a young master who didn't care about his life and wanted to participate in the auction in the 9 cities old haunt. He wanted to see the world, but he didn't know that it was easy to lose his life in such a place. You want 5,000? Why don't you just rob? Do you have the right to charge? Li Zongjiu didn't have much concept of money. Anyway, if he didn't have enough, he would just extort some. However, Li Yun knew that it was not easy to earn money. But these people who looked like bandits in front of her actually wanted 20,000 gold coins. Li Yun wouldn't give them this amount of money even if she was beaten to death. Hey, we actually met some stupid people. Since you don't want to pay, don't think about going in. Let's go in from other places. The leader of the group said arrogantly. There was only one entrance to the 9 cities old haunt. It was impossible to enter from other places. Therefore, they occupied such an important toll gate. Naturally, they had to ask for an exorbitant price. However, the price varied from person to person. King of Fire frowned. They actually dared to stop them from entering. How could a mere wall be able to stop all of them? Wan Yulan took a step forward and took out her token from the marquee residence. Oh, so you're from the marquee residence. Unfortunately, any token is useless here. When those people saw Wan Yulan's token, they were a little surprised. However, they quickly calmed down and said with disdain. They did not care about the token in Wang Yulan's hand at all. Stop talking nonsense. Here are 20 gold coins. If you don't let us pass, then don't blame us for being rude. Li Yan said directly. Then, she threw a bag of gold coins over. When the man in the lead received the bag of money, his face immediately turned ugly. Because Li Yan used such a small amount of money to humiliate them. Were they, the people of Soldier City, only worth such a small amount of money? F***ck. How dare you humiliate me? There was a loud boom. The city gate was opened and a group of people wearing the same clothes walked out. When they saw these people walking out, the arrogant gatekeeper also stood up and saluted. Greetings, General. Greetings, General. However, the general who walked out did not even bother to greet the person next to him. He walked directly to Li Zongjiu and the others and bowed respectfully. Is Lord Evil Lord here? Evil Lord, the few people guarding the city gate were also slightly shocked in their hearts. Who was Evil Lord? Their ranks were relatively low, so the news had not yet reached their ears. However, since the land of 9 cities was so large and complete, they must first achieve a certain level of efficiency in obtaining information. They had just received news that Evil Lord and Supreme Flame had destroyed Black Canal Basilica. Now, they heard that Evil Lord and Supreme Flame were standing in front of the city gate guarded by the people of Soldier City. After receiving the news, the general of Soldier City, Huang Weihu, immediately brought people to welcome them. There were a total of 9 forces in the land of 9 cities. Each force was named after the city, but the highest commander was called a general. He was not the city lord. Whoever dared to call himself the city lord would be beaten up. Everyone would be beaten up together. That was the result. When Huang Weihu and the others arrived, they found that Li Zongjiu and the others were blocked at the entrance. Luckily, they hadn't made a move yet. They heard that when the evil overlord made a move, no one would be left alive. Since these people were still standing, it meant that the situation wasn't that serious. What's the background of this evil dominator? He actually made the general come out personally to welcome him. The few people who were guarding the door also hurriedly lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Li Zongjiu and the others. Just now, they were clamoring for them to enter through another door. However, in the blink of an eye, their general came out to welcome them personally. It did not matter if they were slapped in the face or not. It would not be a problem even if they lost a few teeth. If the general and the others knew that they had deliberately made things difficult for Li Zongjiu and the others, they would definitely turn around and kill them with a knife. In short, they were very anxious now. Who are you? Li Zongjiu glanced at the bearded guy and could not help but ask. He did not remember knowing the person in front of him. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that after his reputation spread far and wide, there would be a lot of people who would come to visit him. He also had such troubles in his previous life. However, Li Zongjiu did not like these people. Unless they came prepared with generous gifts, they would have to consider it carefully. I am Huang Weihu, Soldier City's Guard General. I did not know that Evil Lord and Supreme Flame would come. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Huang Weihu and the others lowered their waists even more. The battle results of these 2 men had already spread throughout the Black Canal Royal City. However, no one had expected the Evil Reverend and the Flame Reverend to be as young as they were rumored to be. They possessed such terrifying cultivation at such a young age. It was really admirable. How did they cultivate? Oh, then let's go in. Li Zongjiu said. Since they had already come to open the door, there was nothing to say. There was no need to argue with a few cats and dogs guarding the door. Hearing that Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have any intention of blaming them in front of Huang Weihu, these people who knelt down heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. This made them feel a lot more relaxed. Wait a minute. Li Yan suddenly said. All of a sudden, these people were on tenterhooks. This lady should not speak carelessly. This could lead to death. Just now, these people took 10,000 gold coins from each of us to enter the city. Shouldn't they return it? Li Yan said. Even Wang Yulan widened her eyes. Li Yan's move was really similar to Li Zongjiu's shadow. What? You bunch of blind things, hurry up and hand over the money. Huang Weihu was furious when he heard these words. He directly kicked these people, knocking them to the ground as a punishment. At the same time, he ordered them to hand over the money. Although these people were gloomy in their hearts, this great aunt had clearly only given them 20 gold coins. Now, she was actually asking them for 20,000 gold coins. Lady, you're making a lot of money. However, these people did not dare to say anything. They hurriedly searched all over their bodies. Only then did they gather the 20,000 gold coins and respectfully handed it to Li Yan. She weighed the heavy money bag in her hand. Li Yan's face clearly showed a proud expression. The group of people followed Huang Weihu into the city. Although the people guarding the city gate had emptied their savings over the years, at least they were able to keep their lives. It was not until Li Zongjiu and the others disappeared from their sight that these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, this is too scary. It's simply terrifying. How did we offend such a big shot for no reason? It's too scary. I almost lost my head. These people felt that they had used up all their strength and sat on the ground paralyzed. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Knowing that you're coming to the 9 cities, we prepared early in the morning to welcome you. I didn't expect you to be so fast. You've arranged a lot of spies in the royal city. Wan Yulan said lightly. Huang Weihu also smiled slightly. For survival. To be honest, whether the 9 cities can exist or not depends on the mood of the higher-ups. You've seen through it. Wan Yulan said. Why are you still here when it's so chaotic? Li Yan asked. Huang Weihu could see that Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire were relatively quiet, or rather, they disdained to talk to people of their level. After all, they were supreme being experts. It was normal for them to have a little temper. Of course, Huang Weihu was also in the stage of smiling apologetically the whole time. After passing through the city gate, there was a passage that led to a group of buildings in front. There was also a city wall in front of them. Although the 9 cities appeared to be very chaotic, this place was unusually prosperous. Countless wealth flowed in this land. However, if one was seen carrying a large amount of money, it would depend on one's ability to walk out of this place safely. Huang Weihu was also considerate. He directly set up a table in his territory to welcome Li Zongjiu and the others. At the same time, Huang Weihu was not sure about Li Zongjiu's temperament, so he did not make a big fuss. After all, some experts also liked to keep a low profile. Come, the chef of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. He used to be the head chef of the imperial kitchen in the palace. Later, he ran away to me after committing a crime. His culinary skills are very good. This 100 flowers wine is also very rare. Now, there are less than 10 jars left in the 9 cities. Huang Weihu and his wife accompanied Li Zongjiu and the others to eat. At the same time, he asked Li Zongjiu tentatively. I don't know why Evil Lord has come to the 9 cities this time. As long as it's something I can help with, just say the word. Huang Weihu said with a righteous face. Even if he had to go through water and tread on fire, he would not hesitate. To be able to talk to a supreme being expert and have a meal together. Just talking about it would be very honorable. General, the people of Tiandu City are attacking. While they were eating, one of Huang Weihu's men quickly came to report. The people of Tiandu City had attacked them. Immediately, Huang Weihu stood up angrily. Damn it, they actually dare to cause trouble at this time. It seems that I didn't teach them enough last time. Then, Huang Weihu also remembered that he had lost his composure in front of Li Zongjiu and the others. He quickly apologized. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. We'll eat by ourselves. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Immediately, Huang Weihu also cupped his hands. Then, he quickly rushed outside with his men. This was a matter of life and death. It could be seen that they could not be careless at all. Li Zongjiu had long been accustomed to such things. After all, everyone was just trying to make a living. It was just that in such a place, the frequency of such things had increased a lot. It was not as much as the outside world. If there was something, it would be more efficient to do it directly. It was more intuitive. This was the characteristic of the 9 cities. They're going out to fight? Aren't they still eating? Li Yan could not help but say. They had not even eaten 2 mouthfuls of the meal, but they had already rushed out and were ready to fight. This really surprised Li Yan. This was a real experience. It was a bit too exaggerated. It's normal. This is because they obtained the information faster. Otherwise, they would have already killed their way to your table while you were still eating. Li Zhongjiu said. King of Fire, your current title is not bad. Fire Supreme, what a domineering name. King of Fire gave Li Zhongjiu a supercilious look. It did not matter what he was called. After all, King of Fire did not care about these things. Since we're already here, what's the next step? Wan Yulan said. It was indeed a little stressful to be with this group of masters, but if Wan Yulan wanted to break through, she had to deal with such strong masters. She didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to give her any pointers. At the very least, he could stay by Li Zhongjiu's side and learn something by himself. Let's wait first. This Huang Weihu is a pretty good person. When the time comes, we can just get his people to help us keep an eye out for news. Li Zhongjiu said. Even if all the forces in the 9 cities joined forces, they would still be no match for Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu was not here to kill people. He was here to find treasures. Therefore, it was better to borrow as much power as possible. After all, getting things done was the most important thing. There were already sounds of swords and spears colliding outside. There were even some roars. It was obvious that some masters of elemental force were fighting. However, Li Zhongjiu and the others in the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant were eating calmly. This was their stormy battlefield, so it was not a big deal to let them deal with it themselves. It was just a common occurrence for them. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu and the others were looking for the appearance of the Demon Suppression Palace in the 9 cities. On a mountain peak hundreds of miles away from the Black Canal Royal City. There was no one within a radius of 10 miles, but the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. It seemed that a very precious spiritual treasure was born here. However, there was only one black palace on this mountain peak. This was the location of the sacred mountain of Black Canal Basilica. A red-robed archbishop, dressed in ordinary clothes, was running at high speed. He finally escaped the pursuit of the people from the Alliance. He came to the boundary of the sacred mountain. The people on the sacred mountain had long been indifferent to worldly affairs. They did not even care about power and such. Therefore, all of it was left to the people of Black Canal Basilica to manage, which was a group of bishops. However, this time it was really embarrassing. The entire territory of Black Canal Basilica was bombed beyond recognition. Furthermore, all the main combatants had been wiped out. At the same time, the sub-palaces in the major cities were basically destroyed overnight. This was clearly a premeditated attack. Even the headquarters in the royal city was destroyed. Naturally, the other places did not have so much power to resist. Therefore, these people chose to surrender one after another. Those who usually did all kinds of evil basically ran away overnight after receiving the news. It was hard to say whether it was righteous or not. However, as long as you won, you were definitely on the side of justice. History was written by the strong. At this moment, the Haika dynasty was in a state of rapid cleaning. There were flames of war everywhere. This bishop, who had escaped to the boundary of the sacred mountain with great difficulty, could be said to be in a very miserable state. It was a miracle that he was able to escape here alive. Even not far behind him, there were still pursuers from the Alliance. This alliance was called the Black Extermination Alliance. This bishop finally escaped to the foot of the sacred mountain after going through untold hardships. Although the sacred mountain had already passed down an order before that no matter what happened, no one was to disturb the cultivation of the Lord of the Sacred Mountain. But now it seemed that it was impossible not to disturb him. After all the foundations you've laid for the Black Canal Sacred Hall have been destroyed. Li Zhongjiu, just you wait. All of you, just you wait. The Unbounded Land. Wu Mountain. During the battle with Li Zhongjiu, Sky Wu did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be able to use the soul-burning array. These 8 soul-burning pillars could be said to be priceless treasures. For this reason, he had specially brought a clone to guard it. Who knew that Li Zhongjiu would snatch it away by force? Skywoo was not discouraged by the loss of the first battle. As for Li Zongjiu and King of Fire, they would die in his hands sooner or later. How many rank 6 meta beasts are there? Skywoo returned to the Wu Mountain and gathered his subordinates. The method he was using now was to borrow the power of the myriad beasts to increase his strength. Master, there are a total of 463 meta beasts. Throw them all into the myriad beasts mound and continue to capture them. Yes, Master. Myriad beasts mound. There was an extremely terrifying array in the myriad beasts mound. It was specially used to refine meta beasts. Once a meta beast was thrown into the array, it would be able to extract the beast's soul and power. Then, it would be guided into the array and absorbed by Skywoo. Master, when we were searching, we found signs of a rank 7 meta beast in the Xingyan dynasty. It's still in its infancy. A man in black reported. Oh? A rank 7 meta beast in its infancy? Surprise flashed in Sky Shaman's eyes. Go and capture it for me. Since it was in its infancy, it was not a problem to send his subordinates to capture it. If he had to do everything himself, why did Skywoo train so many subordinates? The reason why these people could possess the strength of a primitive emperor was because of Skywoo. It was all because of Skywoo's training. He used his own strength to train these people, allowing them to possess such strength in such a short period of time. Of course, it was also to train this batch of primitive emperor experts. There were more people who died on the way because they could not withstand the pressure. Yes, Master. Immediately, the man in black picked a few people. The rest were responsible for sending the rank 6 meta beasts that were trapped in the cages into the myriad beasts mound. The entire valley was filled with the painful and angry roars of the meta beasts. Facing the cruel oppression of the experts, they were like ants without any resistance. If they did not reach the peak, they would eventually be reduced to ants. Land of the 9 cities. Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. It seemed that the people from Tiandu City came prepared. They actually brought their men to the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant and saw that there were still people eating here safe and sound. Motherf *Ker, kill the men, leave the women for me. A one-eyed man rushed up and waved his hand. Immediately, a group of assassins with machetes rushed up. They looked exactly like bandits. Boom! There was a hole in the wall of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Then, more than 10 figures were blasted out of the hole. On the street below the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. At this moment, Huang Weihu and a dozen of his loyal subordinates were surrounded by the other party. Shameless bastard, old devil he, you actually betrayed me. Huang Weihu reprimanded. The person in the opposing camp, who was called Old Devil he, also laughed loudly. Yellow Tiger, you have been here for so many years. Don't you know that you should listen to whoever has the money? It's such a simple principle. Do you still need me to teach you? Give me 50 million now and I will help you kill them. The person called Old Devil he was the leader of another major force, Yen City. Unexpectedly, he had joined forces with the people from Tiandu City. Bang! 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 One-Eyed Dragon and the others, who had charged into the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, were sent flying out. They fell to the ground. All of them were dead. One-Eyed Dragon, who was slightly stronger, pointed at the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. He opened his mouth to say something, but blood poured out. Then, he fainted. Who dares to touch the people of Yen City? Old man, he shouted at the top of the Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. On the other side, Peng Yuanliang, the general of Tiandu City, also looked up. His men were all mixed elemental steel spearmen. They were all a team of top experts. Go up and capture them. Now, the two forces had joined forces. With the combined strength of these two generals, what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, these spearmen rushed up. Huang Weihu was also slightly surprised. At this moment, he was not sure what Li Zongjiu meant. If the dignified evil dominator wanted to intervene in such a situation, it would be a very easy thing to do. However, although Huang Weihu wanted to be on good terms with the evil dominator, he had never thought of using Li Zongjiu to deal with these people. Firstly, Li Zongjiu might think that he was using him. Secondly, in this kind of place, he had to rely on his own strength. A series of movements were heard. The other party's men had already reached the top floor of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. After a while, another series of figures were sent flying out from the impact. Bang! 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 The spearmen who went up just now smashed onto the floor. They were all dead. Damn it, come out if you have the guts. Come out or I'll shoot you to death. Peng Yuanliang immediately shouted at the top of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. At this moment, the street was surrounded by at least 1,000 people. Even under such circumstances, there were still people who dared to resist. Did they not know that their boss, even Huang Weihu, could not escape death? After Peng Yuanliang finished speaking, Li Zongjiu and the others appeared from the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. With a leap, they landed among these people. Peng Yuanliang and Old Man He were shocked as well. However, they maintained their composure on the surface. They did not lose their footing because of this. The young man in front of him had an extraordinary bearing, and he didn't look simple at all. Just now, it was this young man who had directly defeated his elite troops. These 20+ people were the best of the best. Who are you? Yellow Tiger, I didn't expect you to have hired help. When Huang Weihu saw Li Zongjiu appear, he hurriedly supported his heavily injured body and said to Li Zongjiu, I didn't expect to disturb Evil Lord's mood. Seeing that Li Zongjiu did not express any opinion, Huang Weihu also looked at the person opposite him. Hurry up and scram! Huang Weihu shouted angrily. This is Evil Lord. You can't afford to offend him. Hurry up and apologize, then scram. Evil Lord? Yellow Tiger, is there something wrong with your brain? You found such a godlike person to pretend to be ignorant. Do you really think that I, Old Man He, am easily frightened? Old Man He obviously didn't believe Huang Weihu's words. Evil Lord? Did he think that this was a child's play? Who are your men? Li Zongjiu glanced around and said to Huang Weihu. Huang Weihu was stunned. He didn't understand what Li Zongjiu meant, but he still pointed at the people around him. Now, only the people around him were his own people. He didn't expect this battle to be so tragic. Even if some of his subordinates were still alive, they didn't dare to get close. What are you doing? Are you trying to scare us? Old Man He suddenly said. Just as Old Man He's voice fell, Li Zongjiu snapped his fingers in front of everyone. Ta, with a crisp sound, a wave of energy immediately spread out in all directions. Boom, immediately, this wave of energy directly wiped out the people in front of him. The group of people in front of them didn't have any power to resist at all. They were directly shattered by this wave of energy. The entire street instantly quieted down. Huang Weihu and the others couldn't believe their eyes. In an instant, these people were all killed. There was no obstruction at all. The enemies on the entire street were all killed. Such a fantastic scene, for Huang Weihu, was like a dream. They're all dead. Huang Weihu and the others looked around and found that all the enemies around them were all dead. Only their own people were fine. This kind of magical power, only Evil Lord could do it. General, are you all okay? General, we're too late. As soon as Huang Weihu got out of trouble, some of his loyal subordinates quickly rushed out. Obviously, they had seen the situation just now. However, they were at a disadvantage at that time, so they didn't dare to appear at all. Now that all the enemies were dead, why didn't they come out to attack? What were they waiting for? It's okay. Let's take this opportunity to fight back. Huang Weihu also made a prompt decision. This kind of thing didn't happen often. There must be a reason. Otherwise, these two people were sworn enemies, so there was no reason for them to join forces. You're still going to fight back? You're really going all out. Li Zongjiu glanced at Huang Weihu in front of him. He was really going all out. Sir, you don't know. This kind of opportunity is fleeting. Sir, please wait for a while. When I come back, I'll thank you again. Immediately, Huang Weihu didn't care at all. He led a group of people into the territory of these people. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't understand. Around dusk, Huang Weihu and the others returned in triumph. This time, most of the main force had died at the hands of Li Zongjiu. Therefore, the remaining people couldn't resist the counterattack of Huang Weihu and the others at all. That night, Huang Weihu's face was also filled with excitement. He dragged his body full of wounds back to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. This time, he was able to return in triumph because of Li Zhongzhou's actions. He killed the two generals and so many elite subordinates. In addition, his sudden counterattack was very timely. It also caused many people to completely give up resistance. After a simple dressing and cleaning, he went to look for Li Zhongzhou. This was a true benefactor and a true benefactor. If it weren't for Li Zhongzhou, Huang Weihu would have died today. Evil Lord, I didn't expect something like this to happen today. If it weren't for Evil Lord, I, Huang Weihu, wouldn't be standing here at this moment. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. After this battle, Huang Weihu also specially searched for the treasures collected by these people. Li Zhongzhou saw it and smiled slightly, then accepted it. We're all friends. There's no need to be so polite. Seeing that Li Zhongzhou had accepted his gift, Huang Weihu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he smiled happily. It turned out that Li Zhongzhou liked this. By the way, Evil Lord, there's something I need to tell you. The reason why these two groups of people dared to sneak attack me today was because of the interference of a mysterious force. Huang Weihu told him his investigation. This matter couldn't be underestimated. Mysterious force? What kind of force is that? Li Zhongzhou asked. What kind of information was that? The land of the 9 cities usually doesn't accept the intervention of external forces, unless, Huang Weihu said in a deep voice. Unless you can't refuse. Wan Yulan added from the side. The land of the 9 cities has a special attribute. It's different from other places. The people here have a strong sense of self-respect. That's right. Miss Wan is right. Therefore, the strength of this group of people is definitely not simple. Huang Weihu said with certainty. Today was a freak combination of factors. If Li Zhongzhou and the others didn't come, their soldier city would have been swallowed up without leaving a corpse. However, now that things had taken a turn, Huang Weihu had gained a great advantage. However, this advantage seemed to be very difficult to gain. There was still a lot of trouble waiting for him in the future. If that's the case, there shouldn't be many forces of this level. We can find out after a little investigation. Li Yan said. Sir, don't worry. Within 2 days, we will find out everything about them. Huang Weihu had just absorbed the forces and resources of the 2 big cities. Of course, he had to organize them. After telling Li Zhongzhou the news, he left directly. If it's just a fight in the land of the 9 cities, there's no need for the outside world to get involved. Getting involved here will only bring unnecessary trouble. After Huang Weihu left, Wan Yulan also analyzed the situation at hand. The only reason why people from the outside world would come and take action is because of the Demon Suppression Palace ruins. Wan Yulan's habitual way of thinking was to analyze the situation clearly first. Then, she would summarize and come up with a plan at the end. In the end, she saw Li Zhongzhou stand up directly. Who cares about their background? Let's go and see. Li Zhongzhou was straightforward. Li Zhongzhou wouldn't care if they were just having fun in the 9 cities. But if they were here to make trouble for Li Zhongzhou and rob the relics, they couldn't blame Li Zhongzhou. It was normal to be cruel and merciless. Would he sit down and chat with them? Should we inform Master? Li Yan seemed a little excited. Every time something like this happened, the most excited person would be Li Yan. She just loved to join in the fun. All of you stay here. I'll go alone. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Hey! Li Yan and Wan Yulan both watched Li Zhongzhou disappear. The latter's speed was too fast for them to keep up. They could only watch Li Zhongzhou disappear in front of their eyes. Huang Weihu was dealing with the matters under his hand. He was planning for the territory that he had just conquered. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in the living room. Who is it? Huang Weihu could only vaguely see a figure. When the person walked closer, he saw clearly that it was Evil Lord. Evil Lord didn't go through the front door when he had something to do. Instead, he liked to come directly to other people's study. Evil Lord, I'm sending people to investigate. There's no need for that. Take me there. Li Zongjiu said. Go where? Huang Weihu was stunned. He didn't understand Li Zongjiu's meaning. Let's go and see the leaders of the other forces. Huang Weihu prepared 2 fast horses. He didn't even bring a guard. Originally, he wanted to bring them, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that they wouldn't be of much use. The land of the 9 cities was mostly mountainous areas. Some places were at high places. After turning a corner, they might reach the lowest point. There were people living on top and bottom. It wasn't a stable place. After rushing down a few slopes, they entered the territory of the South City. When the South City army saw Huang Weihu and a young man, they were shocked. What's going on? One must know that these big shots usually wouldn't leave their territory. They could be assassinated at any time. Therefore, they needed to be very careful. Even if they wanted to go out, they had to be prepared in advance and bring a large number of people with them. Stop. Don't move. Huang Weihu and Li Zongjiu reined in their horses and stopped. Ask your old man Su to come out. Tell him that I, Huang Weihu, am looking for him. Huang Weihu shouted. Today, the news of Huang Weihu destroying the 2 strongholds had spread throughout the 9 cities. Therefore, today, Huang Weihu's name was very famous. Immediately, the tone of the South City army in front of him relaxed a little. The general has ordered that now is the night curfew period. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The leader of the squadron said. But since General Huang is here, I will go and report it. The squadron leader immediately made a hand gesture. His subordinates immediately went to report this matter to him. Huang Weihu glanced at Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu didn't have any objections, then they would wait for the time being. While waiting, the people in front of him were also in a state of high alert. One must know that this fierce man in front of them had just destroyed the 2 strongholds this morning. Although the South City stronghold wasn't afraid, they still had to be vigilant. Maybe Huang Weihu was waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack them. In the dark night, they could see that the other party was also constantly deploying manpower. However, Huang Weihu wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he felt very happy. At this moment, even if he was facing thousands of soldiers and horses, it could be said that he wasn't afraid at all. Because there was a supreme expert by his side. Therefore, no matter how many people came, he wasn't worried at all. He wanted to see what kind of expression Su Chen had on his face. Su Chen was the general of the South City stronghold. A series of torches suddenly lit up in the dark street in front of them. When the torches were strung together, it looked like a long dragon was approaching. Haha, General Huang, what brings you here? Su Chen's vigorous and powerful voice came from afar. The sentries in front of him all felt nervous. Although Huang Weihu and this inconspicuous young man were only 2 people here, they didn't know why they felt an extremely terrifying pressure hanging over their heads. They didn't dare to relax at all. It seemed that the person in front of them was equivalent to the confrontation of thousands of soldiers and horses. Old man Su, you must have heard about what happened today. Peng Yuanliang and old man he actually joined forces to deal with me. I'm here to ask for your opinion on this matter. Huang Weihu said. Su Chen's heart sank when he heard this. Although he showed up, he didn't put himself in danger. Instead, under the protection of many guards, he was talking to Huang Weihu. When he spoke, he was also staring at the young man riding a horse beside Huang Weihu. Li Zongjiu's gaze also fell on the 4 people wearing bamboo hats and black clothes beside Su Chen. As Li Zongjiu's gaze fell on them, the people who had been hiding their auras became a little nervous. Where did the 4 of you come from? Li Zongjiu asked directly. He didn't beat around the bush and directly pointed at the 4 people beside Su Chen. Su Chen immediately looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. Obviously, it confirmed Li Zongjiu's opinion and guessed that these people were indeed not from the 9 cities. Huang Weihu naturally didn't dare to interrupt. However, Su Chen naturally didn't dare to order the 4 big shots around him to say anything. You and I have minded our own business. Why are you so aggressive? One of the people wearing a hat spoke, but the 4 of them didn't do anything. Obviously, they were on guard. If Li Zongjiu made a move, it would be extremely fierce, so they needed to be on guard. You don't have the final say. Take advantage of the fact that I don't want to make a move now. Either you tell me the truth or get lost immediately. I can let you go. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. When Su Chen heard this, he was extremely shocked. Others didn't know the origin of these big shots, but he knew very well that these four people's identities were extremely complicated. They just liked to keep a low profile, so they hid their identities. If their true identities were exposed, it would cause a sensation. Li Zhongjiu, you think too highly of yourself. Li Zhongjiu's words just now had touched their bottom line. Thus, these people no longer hid themselves. They immediately flung their cloaks aside, revealing the neat sect attire underneath. When people saw the symbol of a hammer on the attire, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They released their aura. Even the warhorse that Huang Weihu was sitting on was frightened and took 2 steps back. Haotian sect. Huang Weihu's eyes widened. They knew that someone was behind this. However, they did not expect the Supreme Sky sect to be the one controlling the situation. The 4 members of the Haotian sect felt wronged as well. This time, the people of the Haotian sect had finally come to a decision. Within the sect, an expert had divined that the ruins of the Demon Suppression Palace would appear in the 9 cities. Hence, the Haotian sect had also sent people to secretly infiltrate this place. The purpose was to control the situation here as soon as possible. As long as these people were under control, the news would be completely blocked. Even if they had the opportunity to enter the Devil Suppression Palace ruins first, those who came later could only eat the leftovers, or rather, eat the leftovers. Who knew that after Li Zhongjiu arrived, he would be so aggressive? Moreover, from the very beginning, he had directly ruined their plans. He was simply forcing his way in and causing trouble. Now, he even wanted to obstruct the Haotian sect's plan. Since he was so arrogant, there was no need to be polite with him. After revealing their identities, 2 of them looked slightly younger, about 25 or 26 years old. However, the arrogance on their faces did not diminish at all. They stretched their bodies, and at the same time, looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of them with a provocative look. Third uncle, I've already told you not to talk nonsense with this kind of brainless person. Destroying his origin beads by beating him up is more effective than talking 10,000 words. Yeah, who dares to say a word about the Haotian sect's business? The person in front of them also revealed a fierce look, and even prepared to attack. Those who belonged to the South City Army were also shocked. Unexpectedly, people from the Haotian sect had come to their place, and even stood on their side. This guy in front of them was definitely going to die. Almost everyone knew the strength of the Haotian sect. Although it was equivalent to a hidden sect, the Haotian sect had gradually expanded its influence. Moreover, there were many legendary achievements. Therefore, the Haotian sect's reputation was quite good in the Haiku dynasty. However, the Haotian sect had no way to open up channels and expand its influence in the Xingyan dynasty. However, it was precisely because the Xingyan dynasty had just been established that it needed to stabilize its strength. After the internal situation was unified, it would accept some new forces into the Xingyan dynasty. However, in the current situation of the 9 cities, these people from the Haotian sect were still arrogantly releasing their influence, thinking that they were still the arrogant overlord sect that everyone had to give way to. If Huang Weihu was here today, he would probably admit defeat without saying a word. It was even possible that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, today's situation was a bit special. There was another person here. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the 2 young people in front of him, and then picked up the hammer in his hand. As soon as they saw Li Zhongjiu pick up the hammer, the 2 young people from the Haotian sect finally couldn't hold back anymore. Before they went down the mountain this time, their master had clearly told them not to fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that the Haotian sect's prestige had been established, if they acted recklessly, it would damage their prestige. This was something that couldn't be easily violated. They had to subdue the enemy without fighting. This was the most domineering behavior. Now that Li Zhongjiu had already revealed his weapon, they naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Moreover, they had a very good reason to beat Li Zhongjiu up first. You're courting death. Immediately, the 2 young people directly raised their swords. However, their swords were only half drawn when Li Zhongjiu's hammer had already smashed on their heads. This time, Li Zongjie was merciful and didn't directly take their lives. Instead, a bolt of lightning instantly penetrated their bodies. Bang bang, their origin pearls instantly shattered. The expression on their faces was incomparably painful. They didn't know whether they should cover their heads or their stomachs. They directly fell to the ground. Their bodies were still twitching non-stop, as if they were two people who were sick. How dare you? The third martial uncle was shocked and angry. Immediately, he also circulated his origin energy. With the strength of a second-stage origin emperor, he dared to display his slight skill in front of Li Zongjie. The other person also only had the strength of a second-stage origin emperor. He was directly sent flying by Li Zongjie's two kicks. Bang bang, two figures fell to the ground. I won't kill you today because I want you to go back and pass a message. Don't come near the 9 cities for 3 months. Otherwise, I, evil lord, will kill whoever comes. Li Zongjie's tone and attitude were very sincere. It sounded like a request, but it was a blatant threat, threatening the Haoyan sect. Only the evil dominator would do something like that. The third martial uncle from the Haoyan sect collapsed to the ground. He had never thought that he, who was so high and mighty, would one day be reduced to such a state and be smashed to the ground by someone with a hammer. At this moment, he could only feel the eyes of the people around him converging on him. There was a feeling of extreme shame. This was simply the greatest insult to him. However, Li Zongjie's words were like steel whips that lashed his body. In the end, the people of the Haoyan sect also stood up silently. The third martial uncle glared fiercely at Li Zongjie. Then, he clutched his injured stomach and directly left the place. However, the two crippled young men from the Clear Sky sect were left where they stood. Obviously, the two of them had been crippled and their elemental pearls were destroyed. Even if they were saved, it would be of no use. They might as well just leave them here. Even the people of the Haoyan sect fled. Suchen of the South City Army was filled with shock. The people of the Haoyan sect had directly appeared in front of the show table and asked the South City Army to unify the entire 9 cities. They wanted to incorporate the other areas into their forces and unify them. Such a thing was naturally very difficult. However, with the intervention of the people of the Haoyan sect, it was naturally different. However, just as they were halfway through the discussion, this evil dominator appeared and killed them without saying a word. Just now, he even threatened to help them unify the 9 cities. In the blink of an eye, he was chased away. Suchen did not know what to say about the speed at which he was slapped in the face. He could only take a deep breath. Their fate would depend on the mood of the evil lord. If the evil lord, Li Zongjie, wanted to support Huang Weihu, then he would have to give up his territory easily. Regardless of whether the Haoyan sect would seek revenge on Li Zongjie or not, first of all, they could not stop Li Zongjie from making a move. If Li Zongjie was in a bad mood, he would directly cripple them. At that time, they would lose their territory and their lives. They did not know how Huang Weihu was so lucky to be able to get the help of the evil lord. Suchen did not recognize Mount Tai. Greetings, evil lord. Suchen half-knelt and saluted Li Zongjie. Many of the generals around him also knelt down on one knee. Capture those 2 people and properly torture them. However, do not kill them. Let them properly experience the wonders of this world. Li Zongjie said indifferently. Revenge for the smallest grievance. Generally speaking, if Li Zongjie wanted to make a fuss about something, then you should be prepared to die. Li Zongjie did not have the time to deal with these 2 good-for-nothings. However, with just a few words, he could send people to do these things. Why not? Tomorrow at noon, ask the leaders of the other regions to come for a meeting. It's up to them whether they want to bring people or not. If I don't see them, I will go and find them myself. Li Zongjie ordered. Suchen hurriedly replied when he heard Li Zongjie's words. Don't worry, evil lord. This subordinate will definitely inform them. After that, Li Zongjie and Huang Weihu turned their horses around and left. After Li Zongjie left, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, he was already sweating profusely. It could be said that he was really sweating profusely. If there was even the slightest mistake in serving someone as strong as Li Zongjie, it would be a disaster for him. Fortunately, Li Zongjie did not seem to be interested in their turf wars. Or perhaps, he just wanted to enjoy being an elite. They didn't know if tomorrow's meeting would be a hangmen banquet, but with Li Zhongjiu's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with them. General, do you want to talk to the leaders of the other regions? Let's join forces. Otherwise, tomorrow will be a disaster. Su Chen's subordinate reminded him. This subordinate was a very loyal one. In such a place, if one didn't have a trusted subordinate, then he was basically a useless person. Of course, he couldn't completely trust him. It was up to him to choose what to do. Stupid. Su Chen scolded angrily. The two people who were defeated were at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. They were one step away from the Yuan emperor realm. The two of them were crippled in an instant. Can't you see Evil Lord's strength clearly? Su Chen immediately said directly. Clearly, this evil dominator's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if all the people in the 9 cities were added together, they would not be enough to kill Evil Lord. I heard that Evil Lord and an elite called Supreme Flame easily destroyed Black Canal Basilica. I have seen the strength of Evil Lord. I wonder if Supreme Flame, who is even stronger, will also come here. Strange, what are these top experts doing here? Su Chen was obviously more farsighted. Since he could no longer control his own life and death, he might as well find out why he was in such a situation. The Haotian sect in the real world, and now this Evil Lord. Could it be that the 9 cities is related to the Demon Suppression Palace? When he thought of this, Su Chen took a deep breath. If this was the case, then this matter was of great importance. The stability of the 9 cities would definitely be constantly interfered with by external forces. In the end, this layer of peace would also be broken. The situation might become very chaotic. First of all, if these top experts came, they would definitely not be able to stop them. It was no wonder that Evil Lord was so anxious to summon them for a meeting. He wanted to assign tasks and take over the 9 cities. General? General? Su Chen's subordinate saw that his eyes were glazed over and emitted light from time to time. He thought that his general had lost his mind or suffered a great blow, so he quickly woke him up. Su Chen woke up. All right, hurry up and inform those people. As long as they are in place, it's up to them whether they come or not. It's best if they don't come. Immediately, Su Chen sneered. If at this time, he could see that his old rival of many years was eliminated, he would be very happy in his heart. When the time came, if they didn't come and directly angered Evil Lord, he would kill the remaining 4 people with a wave of his hand. That would be really satisfying. What about these 2 people? After all, these 2 people were disciples of the Clear Sky sect. Although their elder had escaped a little faster, it was hard to say if these people had reacted a little later and wanted to take them away. In the end, someone would stand up for them. It was just that they didn't know when that person would come back. Search them clean and lock them in the ant prison. Just make sure they don't die. Ant prison. Upon hearing this name, these subordinates trembled and felt their scalps tingle. However, when they thought of how arrogant these 2 people were when they were with them, locking them in the ant prison was also a kind of behavior that made them happy. Yes, General. In the Xingyan dynasty, a group of black-cloaked men hurriedly landed on a mountain peak. Mount Shanhuang. This was Mount Shanhuang, the place where a few major incidents had occurred. Qi Yanran of the Qi family was overseeing this place, managing the matters of the Mount Shanhuang or vein in an orderly manner. Whirlwind Stockade had originally wanted to interfere and extort a large sum of money, but after the other 6 stockades were easily destroyed, they became very well behaved. At the same time, under the threat of Li Zhongjiu, they obediently carried out their current guarding duties. However, the Qi family's reputation and Whirlwind Stockades overseeing this place became very peaceful. Immediately, Mount Shanhuang fell into a state of complete calmness. No one dared to cause trouble. That night, a cold wind suddenly blew. It happened to be the time when a batch of ore was being transported. And today, a large amount of black-yellow essence crystals had been mined. The value of the black-yellow essence crystals alone was equivalent to the amount of black-yellow essence stones mined for nearly half a month. Therefore, Qi Yanran was personally escorting the ore. Yes, that direction is Whirlwind Stockade. Qi Yanran and the others were in the forest, escorting the ore carts. These ore carts were pulled by ground service beasts. These ground service beasts were not even rank 1 meta beasts. They were a kind of hybrid meta beast with good endurance and strength. Suddenly, a flame lit up in front of them. They could faintly hear the sound of fighting. But soon, it was drowned in the sea of trees. The ground service beasts in front of them suddenly lay on the ground, not daring to get up, as if they were afraid of something. "Everyone, be careful," Xianxia ordered. Immediately, the Qi family's guards pulled out the sabers at their waists. Under the moonlight, the shiny sabers looked cold and threatening. Then, Xianxia looked up at the forest in front of her. 2 figures hovered above the shadow of a tree, staring at Xianxia. "Pay attention to defense." Although Xianxia's cultivation had recently made a breakthrough, she still felt threatened when she sensed the threat from the 2 people in front of her. But with a divine weapon like the desolate heaven essence in her hand, she was naturally not afraid. "Who is it?" Xianxia snorted coldly. The 2 people opposite her did not say anything. They looked at each other directly. After confirming the target, they rushed toward Xianxia. Boom, the power of the 2 instantly erupted. There seemed to be a giant beast roaring above the sea of trees, and the surrounding power instantly exploded. Boom, a terrifying power spread out in all directions. Immediately, Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn. 2 auras rushed toward her like 2 mountains. Boom. Boom. The desolate heaven essence in Xianxia's hands was specifically used to break through mountains. The desolate heaven essence transformed into a white beam of light that swirled out and instantly shattered the barrier. However, the 2 men had already rushed in front of Xianxia and tried to grab her. Whoosh. Bang, Xianxia relied on the desolate heaven essence to tangle with the 2 of them, but she realized that the 2 people in front of her were extremely powerful. They were much more terrifying than she had expected. Desolate Heaven Lock. He activated the desolate heaven essence with his Yuan Qi. Immediately, a surge of energy surged out of the desolate heaven essence and swept towards the 2 figures. One of them managed to dodge in time, but the other was not so lucky. He was wrapped up by the desolate heaven essence and almost instantly, it shrunk to an extreme, crushing the black-robed man's body. The essence of this move was to concentrate the power of the desolate heaven essence in a small area and then compress it, easily crushing the people in the gap. Bang, when he saw his companion explode into pieces in midair, the black-clothed man seemed extremely calm. He continued to calmly attack Xianxia. At the same time, he seized a very good opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that Xianxia had yet to recover her strength, he suddenly closed in and slapped at Xianxia's head. Although Xianxia saw the other party's move, she was too late to block it. The black-clothed man opposite her curled his lips into a cold smile. This smile seemed to imply that he had completed his mission. Xianxia had no way of avoiding this palm. So, a beam of light directly pierced through the black-clothed man's head. Instantly, the black-clothed man's strength disappeared. The black-clothed man's head could be said to have exploded in an instant. He naturally lost control of the power in his body at this moment. Xianxia's figure retreated, just in time to avoid this move. Immediately, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. A blue bird flapped its wings and calmly landed on Xianxia's shoulder. It used its beak to comb its feathers until the feathers on its body were clean. "Fortunately, I have you, Xuelan." Xianxia stroked the bird's head. This bird was the mountain auk that Li Zongjiu had given to Xianxia previously. In less than half a month, the mountain seagull had already begun to take shape. With its current size, it was clear that it had eaten a lot of good things in the past few days. All of them were high-grade pills that were specially cultivated. It could be said that the mountain seagull ate better than the food that humans eat. Xuelan was the name that Xianxia gave to the mountain auk. These 2 masters were of unknown origin and were very powerful. Most importantly, they did not know the origin of each other at all. They actually attacked directly, which made Xianxia have a faint premonition in her heart. Obviously, they are from the same organization. The way they fight is very similar. And after their deaths, it seems that their energy has been transferred. Xianxia had the original spirit of the longevity tree, so she had a very clear understanding of the power of life. Although these people were dead, their power had flown directly to an unknown place. All things had the same origin. According to common sense, the energy of these people should return to heaven and earth. However, the power of the two people in front of her was flowing in the same direction. When the motorcade below saw that Xianxia had killed the two masters of the other side alone, they all laughed at those who tried to fight with the eldest Mississippi. The eldest Miss's strength could be said to be unrivaled among her peers. Of course, with the exception of a freak like Xianxia, it was really difficult for other people of the same age to catch up with the eldest Mississippi. These people wanted to rob her. They were simply digging their own graves. All of you, quickly take the things away. The only thing that Xianxia could think of now was that someone had received the news and wanted to fight for the mysterious yellow crystal in her hands. Buzz. After giving her instructions, Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. When she turned around, she saw three figures appear in front of her. They were dressed exactly the same as the two people who were killed just now. The three people's eyes met and fell on Xianxia. To be precise, they were looking at the mountain oak on Xianxia's shoulder, Shuelan. The three figures that appeared next were obviously stronger. Xianxia did not dare to be too careless. However, there was no need to ask about the background of the people in front of her. Boom! The three of them attacked at the same time. A terrifying force that covered the sky and earth struck towards Xianxia. The force seemed to intertwine to form a giant net. Xianxia was caught in it. Xianxia could not avoid it. She used the desolate heaven essence to forcefully split open the opponent's force net. At the same time, she leaped up and rushed towards the distance. At the very least, she could not control the battlefield here. Otherwise, a little bit of the force that spread out could easily kill the people of the Qi family below. The three people in front of her were also in the primitive emperor realm. At the same time, their target was extremely clear. They did not care about the things around them and directly chased after Xianxia. Boom! Boom! Four figures instantly swept across the sea of trees above the forest. The terrifying force that was set off alarmed the origin beasts in Mount Xianhuang. They fled in all directions in a disorderly manner. The black-robed man who was chasing behind her was constantly releasing his origin force. Balls of origin force bombarded out. After Xianxia dodged them, she landed on the ground and blasted the soil nearly 100 meters high. Such a strong vibration almost destroyed Mount Xianhuang. Fortunately, Mount Xianhuang's area was not small. The potholes were nothing to it. Suddenly, a origin force was about to hit Xianxia. The desolate heaven essence in Xianxia's hand immediately rolled out easily. Pa! Pung! Xianxia was still hit. Her figure immediately fell from the sky. After all, Xianxia's origin force cultivation was only at the 8th grade origin king realm. She had not truly stepped into the primitive emperor realm. In terms of maintenance, she was completely inferior to the real primitive emperor experts behind her. Moreover, the strength and realm of these people belonged to a relatively high level among the primitive emperors. A figure landed and threw a punch at Xianxia. The domineering and terrifying force seemed to destroy everything. Pung, the desolate heaven essence automatically protected its owner, but it was directly sent flying. He waved his fist again and hit Xianxia. At this moment, the mountain ocean sparrow dashed towards the black-clothed man. However, the black-clothed man was obviously prepared. After all, the mountain ocean sparrow was a supreme-level meta-beast. Although its strength had yet to mature, its potential was not to be underestimated. It was not something an ordinary meta-beast could compare with. Bang, the black-clothed man blocked the attack, but the seagull didn't fare any better. Instead, the black-clothed man's blocking hand was directly broken by the seagull. Xianxia leaped up in an attempt to pick up the desolate heaven essence. However, the two black-clothed men who had been observing from outside the battle circle finally made their move. One of them sent Xianxia flying with a palm strike, while the other grabbed the desolate heaven essence in his hand. When the desolate heaven essence was grabbed in his hand, it produced a resisting force. In an instant, a terrifying force burst out, blowing off the black-clothed man's hand. The desolate heaven essence also quickly swept towards Xianxia, transforming into a beam of light that protected her. This was the desolate heaven essence's protective mode. After it was activated, it would form an absolute defensive zone. Xuelan was fighting with a black-cloaked man. However, Xuelan lacked combat experience and was quickly injured. Seeing this, Qi Yanran saw the other two men rushing towards Xuelan. She knew that their target was Xuelan. Immediately, Qi Yanran forcibly removed the Desolate Heaven Essence's defensive mode. Xuelan, Mountain Ocean Rainstorm Escape. Qi Yanran and Xuelan were telepathically connected. Hence, Qi Yanran knew all the moves that Xuelan knew. Clearly, Xuelan was in a daze and only had ordinary combat instincts. However, Qi Yanran, who was in a calm state, could think of a way to deal with it and how to best use this technique. Immediately, the mountain ocean sparrow did not hesitate to let out a long cry. Immediately, the entire forest was filled with wind and rain. Strong winds blew. A sudden downpour came. Boom! The surrounding mountains, rivers, and plants seemed to be constantly changing. The three black-cloaked men were trapped in their spots by this force. Not good. In the next moment, the force of the storm blew the three of them away. At the same time, the strong wind and rain also slowly disappeared. It was as if the previous scene was just an illusion. When they looked at the person in front of them, she had disappeared. She escaped. The three of them exchanged glances. What happened just now was the mountain ocean sparrow using this escape technique. It was only a blink of an eye, but they did not know where she was brought to. The three black-cloaked men immediately joined forces. They spread out their mental strength and covered their surroundings. They could see everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, they did not sense the aura of the woman and the supreme-level meta-beast. She escaped. They had lost 2 people on this mission. Furthermore, they did not achieve any effective results. Continue to investigate. If they returned like this, they would definitely be punished by their master. Hence, they had to find news of the supreme-level meta-beast. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, the 3 of them scattered on the spot. Although they couldn't find any traces of the supreme primordial beast within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was impossible for the supreme primordial beast to travel through space with this skill. It would always appear in the same place. They would definitely find something if they expanded their search area. The captain of the Qi family's guards was Qi Jin. Today, the young mistress had encountered a strong enemy and disappeared without a trace. Such a huge incident had shocked Qi Jin. The young mistress had gone missing. This matter must be reported to the family head secretly. Qi Jin immediately arranged for the carts to transport the goods to the city and complete the handover. After which, he personally went to the Sacred Flame Royal City and reported everything he had seen today to Qi Xiaohun. When Qi Xiaohun heard the news, his expression was extremely solemn. Remember to keep this matter a secret. Did you bring back the corpses of the 2? Qi Xiaohun asked. The corpses of the 2 turned into nothingness in less than half an incense's time. This is a finger that I chopped off before I disappeared. Qi Jin said. Qi Jin was also very experienced. He placed the finger in a box that was sealed with yuan qi. Usually, people who roamed the underworld would prepare such a thing. In fact, it was just a kind of isolation rune. It could isolate some aura and prevent the yuan qi of the item from being emitted. Alright, you've done well. I'll issue a secret order to summon Yanran back. I'll make a trip to the White Deer residence. To be able to force Qi Yanran into such a situation. The opponent's strength was obviously not simple. Even the current Qi family could not deal with it. When such a thing happened, they could only ask for Li Zhongjiu's help. However, Li Zhongjiu seemed to have some matters to attend to recently and rarely appeared in the royal city. Qi Yanran opened her eyes and got up. In front of her was a peaceful lake. The ripples were rugged and rippled. It was so bright that Qi Yanran could not open her eyes. Qi Yanran raised her head and saw the sunlight in the sky. She was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. This is not the holy martial continent. Xuelan. Qi Yanran called out softly. She couldn't find any trace of Xuelan, but she could feel the connection between her and Xuelan. However, the connection was blocked and she couldn't summon Xuelan to her side. Divine Sparrow Realm? When Qi Yanran walked to the lakeside, she found a stone tablet erected by the lakeside. The words written on the stone tablet were precisely these 3 words. When Qi Yanran's gaze was completely focused on the tablet. Suddenly, a suction force was released from the stone tablet and instantly sucked Qi Yanran in. There was no time for her to react. The surroundings returned to calmness. Haika Dynasty, old land of the 9 cities. Li Zhongjiu stood in front of the window and stared out. His mood was unstable tonight and he couldn't enter the state of cultivation. He thought that something must have happened. However, Li Zhongjiu sensed that what happened could be good or bad. This made Li Zhongjiu very confused. He didn't know what was going on. However, he was about to enter the Demon Suppression Palace. Perhaps this vigilance came from the Demon Suppression Palace. The dangerous situation of this trip was unknown. Wu Tian's people, Xianxia's people, and some people from Tianyan Dynasty's people. The gathering of experts from all sides was definitely not simple. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu wanted to seize the opportunity. Obtaining the unparalleled sword and the demon suppression seal is enough to deal with the future. Li Zhongjiu thought in his heart. He turned and sat back on the bed and began to adjust his aura. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Let's talk about the 9 cities first. The leaders of the other 5 regions also received a message from Su Chen. The content of the message was very simple. Evil Lord invited everyone to have a meeting tomorrow at noon in the territory of Soldier City. If you don't come, you'll have to bear the consequences. With just these 2 simple sentences, the 5 of them were prepared for different things. Some didn't even care about this evil lord. You're an evil overlord in the outside world. You've killed a lot of people. But, you'll have to tuck your tail between your legs when you're in the 9 cities. Everyone in the 9 cities kills people like flies. They don't even spit out the bones when they eat people. Therefore, he was already prepared and did not care about Li Zhongjiu at all. There were also some who believed that this was a trap set up by Su Chen and Huang Weihu. It was said that Huang Weihu defeated 2 major forces this morning. If it was Huang Weihu alone, it would be very difficult for him to achieve this. Therefore, it must be the people of the southern city who secretly made a move. Now, he had found an excuse to invite them to Soldier City for a meeting. Was this a joke? Did they look like fools? Would they allow themselves to be manipulated like this? There were also those who planned to go. But they had already contacted and made arrangements in secret. Because the information they received before was related to this evil lord, the information was more accurate. They also knew that the evil lord defeated the people of the Haoyan sect tonight and drove out the people of the Haoyan sect. There must be a lot of complicated methods behind this. But the only thing they knew was that the evil lord was not someone they could provoke. Therefore, it was better for them to obediently go to the meeting. They knew Su Chen's temper. He would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. This set of old bones was ruthless and fearless. He had made the southern city impregnable. Moreover, he was also extremely good at defense. He did not like to take the initiative to attack. However, if he was hit, he would definitely not suffer any losses. He would risk his life to bite back this piece of meat. This was Su Chen's temper. Since Su Chen came to inform them of this matter, he obviously knew how powerful the evil lord was. This was already certain, so naturally, they did not dare to be careless. The people of the 9 cities were all prepared. However, they were also extremely uneasy about the fate that would befall them tomorrow. No one knew what the situation would be like. The dignified evil lord, with just 1 sentence, had already caused the land of the 9 cities to fall into an extremely tense state. Only the evil lord had such ability and influence. On the other side, it was the Haoyan sect's 3rd martial uncle who had suffered and been humiliated. His real name was Yang Antai. In the Haoyan sect's duty hall, he was the 2nd in command among all the deacons. His status was respected. The disciple who was crippled was the disciple of the Haoyan sect's Wuliang Peak Master. Boundless Peak's Peak Master and Yang Antai were also fellow disciples. That was why he called Yang Antai 3rd martial uncle. But this time, they left in a hurry, and the 2 people's elemental pearls were also crippled. There was no hope at all, so Yang Antai decisively chose to give up. After all, no one knew the situation at that time. If he did something more and inadvertently angered Li Zhongjiu again, the consequences would be even worse. The consequences would be even worse. Perhaps the two of them would not be able to return today. The two of them had also rehearsed their words along the way. The ruthless evil lord, Li Zhongjiu, did not put them in his eyes at all. He had also insulted the Haoyan sect many times. In the end, he even sneakily attacked the two martial nephews. The two of them were severely injured and had their cultivations crippled. Not only that, they even captured the two of them and used them as hostages. Initially, the two of them wanted to fight to the death. However, after considering the situation of the two of them, they could only return and report this matter to the sect. And the two of them were very coincidental. On the way, they met Elder Lu Wen, who had been wandering around for a few days and did not dare to return to the sect. He had been driven out of the Black Canal Royal City. Originally, he should have returned directly to the sect. But the elder who was injured by the King of Fire was too seriously injured, so he had to recuperate for a few days. When he recovered a little, he hurried back to the sect. In the middle of the night, he met Deputy Hall Master Yang Antai, who had hurried back from afar. Deputy Hall Master Yang, what's the matter? Yang Antai saw that Lu Wen's face was full of worry, and at the same time, there was a shadow that lingered between his eyebrows. It's a long story. Aren't you in the Black Canal Royal City? Why did you return to the sect? Suddenly, Yang Antai thought of some rumors about Li Zhongjiu. It was said that Li Zhongjiu seemed to have destroyed the Black Canal Basilica. Lu Wen and Lu Wen happened to be in charge of this matter. Don't tell me you were messed up by that guy called Evil Lord. Yang Antai immediately asked with a gloomy face. Huh? How did you know? Today, we were ordered to occupy the land of the 9 cities. In the end, who knew that Li Zhongjiu would appear? He was extremely strong. We fought with him for thousands of rounds, but in the end, we were seriously injured by him. 2 of our martial nephews were also captured by him. At dawn. In the land of 9 cities, within the territory of Soldier City, there was an extremely tense state of deployment and vigilance. These people were all ambitious and no one could guarantee what they would do. The most important thing was to be careful and take precautions. Today, people from the other 6 cities would be present. The first to arrive was naturally Suchen from the South City. Suchen only brought a few loyal subordinates with him. Of course, the rest of the troops were also on standby. If they received the signal, they would certainly not hesitate to attack. You're quite early. Huang Weihu and Suchen chatted. Suchen was considered an old senior in the land of 9 cities. His position was respected, and the fact that he could survive until now was enough to prove his strength. If Huang Weihu wanted to choose an alliance, he would definitely choose to ally with Suchen. The main hall for the meeting was called the Stoneheart Hall. The Stoneheart Hall used a round table. Those who arrived would be seated first. There was no hierarchy or anything like that. Only the leaders sat in the Stoneheart Hall. The rest of the guards also waited directly outside the hall. Once the Stoneheart Hall was closed, the inside and outside would be blocked. Moreover, the layout of the Stoneheart Hall could be seen clearly at a glance. There was no need to worry about any ambush. In addition, because of the structure of the Stoneheart Hall, it was useless to inscribe a yuan inscription formation on it. General Sun Hong from the North City has arrived. General Shi Tian from the East City has arrived. General Lu Chuanfei from the West City has arrived. The 3 of them seemed to have agreed to arrive at the same time. I haven't come to the Stoneheart Hall for a long time. How did this place become so dilapidated? After General Sun Hong from the North City walked in, he sat down boldly and put his legs directly on the table. At the same time, he also sneered at the environment of the Stoneheart Hall. In the past, the Stoneheart Hall was the place where the leaders of the land of 9 cities held their annual meeting every year. Even if the relationship between them was tense, they would still come here for the meeting. Of course, this was a tradition left by the ancestors. Later on, this tradition was no longer maintained. Now, unless there was an invasion, no one would come to the Stoneheart Hall to discuss matters. In the past, the relationship between the leaders of the 9 cities was relatively good. However, the people under them were also constantly competing. At the end of the year, if there were still some serious conflicts that had not been resolved, then everyone would discuss in the Stoneheart Palace. Those who needed to be compensated would be compensated, and those who needed to be returned to their territories would be returned to their territories. However, later on, the situation in the 9 cities became even more chaotic, and there was even a change of dynasty. In the end, this fine tradition was shelved. Old Su, since I've met you here today, let's have a proper discussion. You're from the southern city. How dare you step into the territory of my northern city? Do you think I'm dead? Clearly, this Sun Hong had an extremely violent temper. Before coming here, he had already discussed with the other two. With the 3 of them joining forces, their strength was definitely considered to be extremely strong, at least in this Stoneheart Hall. Hence, there was no need to worry about other situations. It was impossible for all 6 of them to work together. So what if I step on you? Su Chen said disdainfully. Here, it was meaningless to talk about right and wrong. Only when you were strong, you were right. Only when you had a bigger fist was the absolute truth. Otherwise, even if you were right, it would be useless. Well, then I'd like to see whether the ancestral teachings of the Stoneheart Palace can protect you today. Sun Hong slammed the table in front of him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the stone table in front of him shook violently at this moment. The ancestral teachings of the Stoneheart Palace. You can't fight in the Stoneheart Palace. If you want to fight, you have to wait until you leave the Stoneheart Palace. At that time, you can fight however you want, seeing that the 2 of them were about to fight. Huang Weihu and the others did not try to stop them. Anyway, they could not stop them. Sooner or later, they would fight. It was better to kill a few of them now. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Su Chen's momentum did not decrease at all. Just when both sides were unable to back down. Another voice came from outside the door. Wild Lion City General Zhou Bachuan has arrived. Zhou Bachuan, when they heard this name, everyone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Among the generals of the 9 cities, they had more or less understood each other's temperament. Everyone guessed that with Zhou Bachuan's character, he would definitely not come. This was because Zhou Bachuan was very disdainful and did not put anyone in his eyes. However, Zhou Bachuan's territory was the smallest. It was also because of this small territory that Zhou Bachuan was very convenient and efficient in managing it. It was also very difficult for outsiders to break in. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke Zhou Bachuan at all. In addition, Zhou Bachuan's strength was also very tyrannical. If it was not necessary, no one would provoke him. Originally, they thought that Zhou Bachuan would not care about the news that Su Chen had sent before. Who would have thought that he would actually come in person this time? The stocky Zhou Bachuan walked in, wearing a golden armor. He was the one who looked the most like a general among these people. It was said that Zhou Bachuan was indeed a soldier. Later on, he wandered to the 9 cities and started a series of entrepreneurial battles. In the end, he came to this step today and became one of the 9 great leaders. All the soldiers under him were extremely well trained. They looked just like a regular army. I didn't expect that even General Zhou would come in person. I thought that General Zhou would not come. Sun Hong said. This Sun Hong was really annoying. He liked to chat with people when he saw them and then insisted on increasing his sense of existence. However, Zhou Bachuan directly sat down. He did not care about Sun Hong's words at all, as if he did not hear them at all. When Zhou Bachuan sat down, an invisible deterrence was formed. Sun Hong's aura was not worth mentioning at all in front of the latter. After being directly ignored, Sun Hong obviously felt a little bored. In the end, he could only look at Su Chen. After today's meeting is over, I'll come and settle the score with you. Huang Weihu, that evil lord, are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to leave. This general is very busy. Sun Hong said arrogantly. One had to know that Sun Hong was a great general who controlled tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. He was above tens of thousands of people. In his own territory, he could kill anyone he wanted. Being able to come here could be considered as giving face to evil lord. However, now that 6 of them had arrived, Li Zongjiu still did not appear. Did he really think that they were street gangsters? However, no one paid any attention to Sun Hong. After Sun Hong shouted a few words, he directly sat down, moving here and there. Finally, another figure walked in. However, it was a girl in a black gauze dress, not Li Zhongjiu. Wan Yulan walked in. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Wan Yulan. Is everyone here? Yes, Miss Wan. Except for the general of War City, everyone else is already here. Huang Weihu quickly got up and said. Then, he introduced the people in front of him to Wan Yulan. Why is it a girl? Could it be that the legendary evil lord is a girl? Sun Hong said sarcastically, obviously mocking Wan Yulan. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes suddenly became cold, faintly revealing a cold light. When her eyes fell on Sun Hong had a very uncomfortable feeling, but how could he, Sun Hong, be scared by such a little girl? What? Do you want to eat me? I'm afraid it's not convenient here. Why don't you come to my room and we can have a good talk? Sun Hong said flirtatiously. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes released a cold light, and as her eyes flashed, Sun Hong's body seemed to be imprisoned by some kind of force. Spiritual force, Sun Hong immediately sensed it. His face suddenly changed. However, at the same time, a jade talisman on Sun Hong's body lit up instantly. Bang! Sun Hong was directly shaken out and fell to the ground, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, Sun Hong himself was shocked. The spiritual force just now was very terrifying. Fortunately, he had a protective treasure in his hand. Shi Tian and Lu Chuanfei looked at each other. They took out their weapons one after another, facing Wan Yulan in front of them. This stinky girl, you dare to break the ancestral teachings of the Stone Heart Palace and ignore the rules of the 9 cities. What are you waiting for? Take the stinky girl down. Zhou Buchuan glanced at them. His eyes clearly meant that he wanted to say something else. You guys are here to deal with a little girl, yet you still need 3 men to do it. You even dare to call others to help you. Do you have any shame? I feel ashamed for you guys. Huang Weihu and Su Chen naturally couldn't do anything. Huang Weihu knew that Wan Yulan's identity wasn't simple. Wan Yulan was also with Li Zhongjiu, so Wan Yulan naturally represented Li Zhongjiu. None of you? It seems that you guys treat the words of the ancestor as *T brothers, call for reinforcements. Since no one was willing to do anything, it meant that no one took the ancestor's words seriously. Of course, they had to call for reinforcements. There was no need for the Stoneheart Palace to continue existing. Today, they would take advantage of this opportunity to completely destroy the Stoneheart Palace. At this point, there was no need for the 9 cities to listen to others. There was no need to care about these people who were already buried in the ground. Wan Yulan immediately sneered. These people really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then, her mental strength immediately turned into a raging wave, directly sending the 2 people in front of her flying. Bang bang, their bodies directly smashed into the wall, and the weapons in their hands fell out. After circling in the air, they directly rushed towards Sun Hong. Sun Hong hurriedly pulled out his long saber and slashed down in front of him. Clang, a distant collision sound was heard. Sun Hong only felt that his hands seemed to be numb. The force was very strong, and at the same time, it was endless. A saber and a spear quickly smashed toward Sun Hong. In 2 moves, the saber in Sun Hong's hand was directly knocked away. The long spear penetrated Sun Hong's shoulder, easily nailing Sun Hong to the wall. Whoosh, the other saber directly flew out. Clang, after a flash of cold light, the saber was directly inserted into Sun Hong's head. The end of the saber was still trembling slightly. Sun Hong's eyes widened because the knife was tightly pressed against Sun Hong's scalp. If it had sunk a little more, it would have been enough to split Sun Hong apart. It was as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. It made Sun Hong lose all his strength. At this moment, Sun Hong's eyes were filled with fear. Zhou Buchuan and the others glanced at Wan Yulan. Just by using his mental strength, he was able to force the 3 masters into such a state. If he wanted to kill them, their heads would have already fallen to the ground. If you still want to live, then sit back down obediently. Wan Yulan said indifferently. Li Zhongjiu entrusted Wan Yulan to handle the distribution of tasks. After all, Wan Yulan was obviously better at these things. With so many people mixed in, it was not easy to distribute the tasks. If it was not done properly, it would be inefficient. If you let Li Zhongjiu kill everyone in this room, it would naturally be easy. There would be no difficulty to gather so many people to find the entrance to the Demon Immortal Palace. Naturally, it would require a more delicate distribution. Sure enough, after teaching them a lesson, these people also became well-behaved. Wang Yulan counted. There were only 6 people present. Excluding the 2 people Li Zhongjiu killed yesterday, there should be 1 person left. Before dark today, I want you to bring the head of the last person. This 5th grade green heaven spiritual elixir is his. If you can't bring it back, then one of you will have to accompany him. Wang Yulan said. Sun Hong and the others naturally did not dare to speak, especially Sun Hong's shoulder. At this moment, he had to endure the pain of his shoulder and stared at Wang Yulan. Although Wang Yulan did not mention a name, Sun Hong did not hesitate to believe that if someone were to be targeted, it must be him, Sun Hong. This second matter, if anyone spreads it out, they will definitely die. The entrance to the Demon Immortal Palace must be in the 9 cities, and there will be movements in the near future. I want you to always pay attention to the movements in your own territory. Once there is news, immediately inform me. At that time, the evil lord will personally reward you. Wang Yulan said lightly. Demon Immortal Palace. When they heard this news, the 6 people were obviously surprised. One must know that this matter could be said to be a big matter in the Heikai dynasty. If he were to sell this information, he would be able to get a lot of benefits. Just by hearing about the Demon Immortal Palace, there were already many storms in the Jianghu before the Demon Immortal Palace even appeared. The most serious was a group of formation masters being kidnapped by a mysterious expert. However, many people also directly pointed the spearhead at the evil lord. However, there was no evidence. Even the Jiuhua sect that leaked the news at the beginning was not sure if it was the evil lord who did it. Now that the entrance to such an important place was in the 9 cities, it was no wonder that these people were a little excited. Regarding the news about the Demon Immortal Palace, today, you will make a blood oath here. If you spread it out, may the heavens and earth destroy you. The time limit is 7 days. After 7 days, the blood oath will be lifted. If anyone is unwilling, you can raise your hand. Wang Yulan threw out a blood oath scroll. This was a scroll about faith. The will of the heavens and earth always existed in everyone's heart. Therefore, if everyone swore to their heart, it would come true. This blood oath scroll was made by some extremely devout people who spent a lot of time refining it. Immediately, the 6 people exchanged glances. Huang Wei, who naturally did not hesitate to make a blood oath. Then, he pressed a bloody handprint on the scroll. Could it be that these people thought that Li Zhongjiu sent people to discuss things with them? Since the matter had been diluted to such an extent, it should have given them a sufficient opportunity. Otherwise, they would have been like the Supreme Sky sect, directly supporting 1 or 2 of the factions to annex the territories of the other factions and gather their forces to find the existence of this place. What could they do? There would definitely be heavy casualties, and by then, no one knew who would be able to survive. If these people did not make a blood oath today, they would be carried out. The rest of the group followed suit. Sun Hong was much simpler. He wiped his shoulder and pressed his handprint on the scroll. There was only 1 person left who had not made a blood oath. Zhou Buchuan. I have a request. Zhou Buchuan said. Wang Yulan looked at him. Previously, Wang Yulan had a certain understanding of the people in the 9 cities. Among them, Zhou Buchuan was the most difficult to understand. Zhou Buchuan did not seem to have any intention of fighting for hegemony. He only wanted to bring a place for his people to live in. Therefore, among the many people, they were the most difficult group to control. This was because they were not greedy and had a firm will. At the same time, Wang Yulan also guessed that the identity of Zhou Buchuan and the others in front of her was actually a private army. She just did not know which noble's army belonged to. Speak. Wang Yulan said. She had a lot of respect for giants. As long as these people were obedient, there would be no problem. If you find the entrance, please let me enter the Demon Suppression Palace with you. I will not take any treasures. Zhou Buchuan said. Wang Yulan frowned. What did Zhou Buchuan mean by this? However, Zhou Buchuan was not a threat to them. Since he wanted to go together, there was no harm. in order to make these people work harder and search for the entrance. Wang Yulan naturally nodded. Okay, I promise you. Zhou Buchuan suddenly laughed. Then, he made a blood oath and pressed his bloody handprint. If you all work hard, evil lord will not mistreat you. Wang Yulan said and left the Stoneheart Palace. The 6 people were still sitting in their seats. Who will deal with that guy in War City? My men are located far away, and they haven't been training much recently. Last time, we lost a lot of men, so I'm here to support you. Sun Hong said straightforwardly. He was simply shameless. War City, Ma Tingzhan. He was also a very powerful and ruthless character. Leave this person to me. Wild Lion City's General Zhou Buchuan stood up and said. Among these people, it seemed that only Zhou Buchuan had the ability to face the enemy head-on. I will bring people to support you. Huang Weihu also stood up and said. Li Zongjiu was studying the stone tripod cauldron in his hand. Since it was used as a guide for the Demon Suppression Palace, there must be something mysterious about it. The reason why he sent people to find the entrance to the Demon Suppression Palace so quickly was because Li Zongjiu also believed that there was more than one stone tripod cauldron. Soon, others would receive the news. Just like these people from the Haotian sect. You and I will set up the maze formation and hide the entire 9 cities. After pondering for a while, Li Zongjiu finally decided to hide the land of the 9 cities first. The maze formation covered the entire 9 cities. Firstly, it could isolate the aura. Secondly, it could at least buy more time. At the same time, it could prevent these people from spreading the news. But what Li Zongjiu didn't know was that Wang Yulan had already made those people swear a blood oath. No one dared to break the oath. Li Yan and Li Zongjiu spent the whole afternoon setting up the maze formation. Your cultivation of formations has improved so quickly. Li Yan's talent in formations was already considered good. But Li Zongjiu's talent was even more terrifying than hers. It's because I refined those people's cultivation that I was able to make such great progress. No, the maze formation in the incomplete book of formations doesn't have much requirement for the formation master's cultivation. If the formation master's cultivation is strong, the power of the formation will be stronger, and the weak ones will be weaker. But after you read it twice, you can directly understand it. You don't need to study it too much. This is why your talent is so strong. Li Yan obviously had a more thorough understanding of the study of the incomplete book of formations than Li Zongjiu. Now, what Li Yan said made Li Zongjiu feel a little strange. In his previous life, he had also wanted to study formations, but he didn't make much progress. The main reason was that this wasn't his hobby. But just now, when Li Yan showed him the introduction of the maze array, he only read it twice and completely mastered it, as if it was a very simple thing. This surprised Li Zongjiu himself. He originally thought that it was only because his cultivation of formations had improved, so when he looked at these things, it was naturally much simpler. But now, after Li Yan's reminder, could it be that I've been enlightened? Li Zongjiu was also puzzled. It was hard to explain things like Orpheus's awakening. The human body itself was very mysterious. It was like being able to cultivate and break through continuously. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was only at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. But Li Zongjiu could feel that there was a lot of potential in his body that had yet to be unlocked. To what extent could a person's body develop? Li Zongjiu heard a rumor that the mountains, rivers, and swamps were all formed from the body of an ancient god after his death. At first, it seemed like a myth. But in reality, it was not impossible in the eyes of the strong. For example, if a supreme being who cultivated ice elemental energy died on a barren mountain, the energy in his body would directly flow into the barren mountain. Over time, the barren mountain would become a glacier. Orpheus's awakening was like suddenly opening up a road that had never been taken before. Originally, one would need to dig bit by bit and very patiently dig deep to be able to open up this road. But under certain circumstances, when this road was opened up, wouldn't one be able to move forward courageously? Li Zongjiu was also guessing. Then, Li Zongjiu took the remnants of the formation book from Li Yan. With one look, it was out of control. The two of them were still outside the city. Li Zongjiu was sitting on the ground, reading the remnants of the formation book in his hands. Li Yan was beside him to protect him. Originally, Li Zhongjiu was just casually flipping through the book, but who knew that once the book was opened, it would be difficult to close it. The King of Fire and Wan Yulan also came to take a look. "I'll be fine here. You can go about your business," the King of Fire said. Li Zhongjiu had already been sitting outside the city for 3 days. He flipped from the first page to the last. When Li Zhongjiu closed the book and closed his eyes, it was as if the door to a new world had been easily pushed open, and a new world appeared in front of him. Why is it only at level 7? Li Zhongjiu seemed to have a feeling that he had not had enough. After reading the book in his hands, he still did not feel satisfied. He was already an 8th level formation master. Therefore, if his level was high enough, he could continue reading and naturally learn up to the 8th level formation. In just 3 days, Li Zhongjiu had already learned all the formations in the remnants of the formation book. Although it could be said that he had not really reached the level of mastery, he could roughly grasp it. However, he was able to roughly grasp it, so there was naturally no problem in using it. However, the array formation scroll in his hand was really just a remnant scroll. This made Li Zhongjiu feel as if he had not eaten his fill and had already been taken away from the table by someone else. "I'm hungry." Li Zhongjiu touched his stomach. The King of Fire and Li Yan were both waiting beside Li Zhongjiu. When they saw that Li Zhongjiu had woken up, they also went forward. "You've learned all of it?" The King of Fire looked at Li Zhongjiu in surprise. At that time, Li Yan also gave the Fire Wraith King the remnants of the array formation scroll. However, the Fire Wraith King was not very interested in arrays at that time. As for his own strength, he was born with it. Later on, he did not have to learn much before he mastered it. However, the King of Fire could also see that the formation book in Li Yan's hands had an extraordinary origin. The formations recorded in the book all had a certain ancient attribute. In terms of the degree of deciphering, it was more difficult. In terms of power, it was also more powerful. For example, the 6th level formation's power was actually equivalent to a 7th level formation. The 7th level formations recorded in the last 3 books were directly equivalent to the power of an 8th level formation. Even if it was a remnant book, it was enough to become a top formation book at that time. Throughout the Haiku dynasty, there were only a few 8th level formation masters. "Basically, I've learned all of them," Li Zhongjiu said. "If there's a chance, we have to find the remaining half of the book. At least there's still so much content that we haven't found yet." Immediately, Li Zhongjiu directly pointed with his finger. At least half of the content was left. Even this book was only about 1/3 of the content. How terrifying would the formations recorded in the latter part of the book be? "Let's go back and eat something first. I'll treat you to braised meat rice," Li Zhongjiu said directly. Immediately, he waved his hand and brought the 2 women back to the 9 cities. In addition to the forces of the 9 cities, of course, there were also many residents and people who came to trade in the past. However, the situation seemed to be more serious recently. Even the people who came to trade were now hiding and did not dare to show themselves easily. It was said that the city was shuffling the cards. The head of the leader of one of the forces, the general who was known as the God of War, was directly hung in the market. Next to him were the heads of his 10 loyal subordinates. It formed an extremely terrifying deterrent. Therefore, these people had become a lot more well-behaved recently. However, they had also heard that the one who had crippled the so-called war god was the general of Wild Lion City, Zhou Bachuan. This was Zhou Bachuan's battle record that day. It was also very shocking. Even Sun Hong, who had always been arrogant, was completely shocked that day. Zhou Bachuan only brought 20 people and had the rest wait outside while he led his men into War City's territory. Suddenly, blood flowed like a river in War City as blades flashed and swords flashed. The battle lasted for an hour. Shouts and screams shook the sky. In the end, corpses covered the entire street. Although Zhou Bachuan's subordinates were seriously injured, none of them died. 21 people walked out of the bloody street with their heads in their hands. At that time, the evil chi of these 21 people was the fiercest these people had ever seen in so many years. A truly ruthless person didn't need to kill people every day, they only needed to kill once at a critical moment. Just this one battle was enough for these people to remember for a few more years. Damn, this is too awesome. Sun Hong and the others couldn't help but recall the scene from that day. They were shocked again and again in their hearts. Every time they thought about it, they were shocked again and again. They were speechless. Who would have thought that this big brute, who was usually silent and always liked to wear armor, would actually have such strength? Although armor had defensive properties, it was more of an ornamental effect. Its true defensive properties were far inferior to a protective talisman or some kind of inner armor. Of course, if it was a special armor, it would be a different story. However, Zhou Bachuan, who looked like a poor commoner, didn't look like someone who could make such a super armor. Li Zongjiu and the others were eating in a restaurant in the city. Wan Yulan had also come, and had brought with him some considerable information. Currently, there were a few strange places in the city, and they were all believed to be the entrance to the Demon Immortal Palace. However, these places revealed a trace of strangeness that made people not dare to approach them easily. Therefore, there was no way to investigate. But now, it had been sealed, and no one was allowed to approach. Who is this Zhou Bachuan? So powerful? Li Zongjiu was interested in Zhou Bachuan. Although Li Zongjiu had never heard of Zhou Bachuan's name, about 300 years ago in his previous life, there was a very powerful military force that appeared on the mainland. This was a wild army that didn't belong to any faction. However, it had its own banner. It was called the Bachuan Army. The Bachuan Army's greatest battle was to conquer Raiders Island. The Raiders Island was the main culprit of the chaos on the mainland at that time. The Chuanfu Army, with only 400 people, directly landed on the Raiders Island without saying anything. Then, they launched a fierce battle for 4 days and 4 nights, killing nearly 30,000 bandits on the other side. From then on, they became famous. However, this Bachuan army directly disappeared after pacifying Raiders Island. No one knew where these Bachuan army went. I also checked the information, but there was no accurate information. Wan Yulan also frowned and said. When Zhou Bachuan appeared, she already felt that something was wrong, but she didn't find any clues. Few people knew the origin of this group of people led by Zhou Bachuan. It's okay. Let's just take these people. Since Zhou Bachuan wants to go in, let's go together. Tell him that not only can he go in, but he can also bring people in. Li Zongjiu said while eating. Wan Yulan nodded. With Li Zongjiu's temper, he naturally wouldn't care about Zhou Bachuan's little tricks. Now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu was very interested in this person called Zhou Bachuan. After the meal, Li Zongjiu and the others also followed Wan Yulan to 3 strange places in the city that could be the entrance. The first place they came to was a dry well. The dry well had been dry for hundreds of years. However, some time ago, black liquid began to seep out from the ground. Furthermore, the liquid was constantly emitting a foul stench. It was unbearable. In the end, it was forcibly sealed by someone. However, just yesterday, the black water in the well gushed out directly and permeated the surroundings. It was quite corrosive. Fortunately, the eruption of the mysterious black water only lasted for a short period of time. If it continued, no one knew what would happen. This black well just happened to appear in Sun Hong's territory. It was also the first time that Sun Hong saw the real face of the evil lord. To be honest, when Sun Hong saw Li Zongjiu for the first time, he couldn't help but look down on him. How dare a kid who hadn't even grown out his hair call himself the evil lord? However, when Sun Hong saw that Wan Yulan consciously followed Li Zongjiu, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. This well used to be a dry well. Recently, strange things have happened. Many people say that this is a cursed well. At this moment, the well cover had been opened, and the black water was gently swaying under the well. I don't think this place can be the entrance. Only a fool would jump down from here. Anything that falls down will be corroded by the black water. Sun Hong said. After Li Zongjiu took a closer look, he then looked at Sun Hong. What's your name again? Sun Hong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Zongjiu suddenly asked this. Li Zongjiu really deserved to die. He didn't even know Sun Hong's name. I'm General Sun Hong. When Sun Hong said this, he was a little proud and slightly puffed out his chest. Okay, you help me explore the way down, Li Zhongjiu said. Before Sun Hong understood what Li Zhongjiu meant, Li Zhongjiu had already grabbed Sun Hong and directly threw him into the black well. Ah! Sun Hong only had time to let out a scream. Then, with a splash, he fell directly into the black well. When Sun Hong's subordinates saw this, they immediately wanted to take action. However, Wan Yulan just turned around and glanced at these people. These people also dilly-dallied and didn't dare to come closer. Seems like it's not here? Sun Hong's body was corroded by the black water not long after. It emitted a foul smell. In the future, you will be in charge of his territory. Li Zhongjiu casually pointed. This person was one of Sun Hong's subordinates. He had been loyal to Sun Hong for many years. Originally, he thought that he would never have the opportunity to rise up in this life. However, he was suddenly promoted, which made this person very surprised. Yes. Yes, subordinate Hou Baoshan obeys. This black water is the blood of the demon clan. This should be connected to a blood pool. The surrounding array is a little broken, which caused the blood to flow out. Li Yan, repair the array here. Killing Sun Hong was a piece of cake for Li Zhongjiu. He didn't even take it seriously. He clapped his hands and left. Li Yan stayed to repair the seal array temporarily. The next two places they went still didn't find anything. However, there were already people coming to the land of the 9 cities. However, these people didn't find the land of the 9 cities because the land of the 9 cities had been covered by the maze array set up by Li Zhongjiu and Li Yan. In the sky, the warship from the Haotian sect patrolled back and forth in the air, but they didn't see any signs of the city. Are you sure it's here? Yang Antai stood respectfully at the side. Lu Wen and the others followed beside him. Only a man in a purple gold robe was sitting on an extremely luxurious chair. There was a purple gold tiger lying next to his feet. The tiger's tail swayed slightly, but there was an extremely strong evil spirit. The Haotian sect's Haotian warship was self-developed, but in fact, it was processed from other places. Some of the things were forcibly taken from other warships and installed. Deputy sect leader, it must be here, but I don't know why I can't find it. However, it must be here. It's such a big city, how can it run away? Then let's have a bombardment. Deputy sect leader Liu Baixian said indifferently. Immediately, he waved his hand. Immediately, countless black cannon barrels stretched out from the Haotian warship and began to bombard the forest below. Rumble. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Even the earth was shaking violently. The people in the 9 cities were almost thrown off their feet by the shaking. With great difficulty, his body finally stabilized. Dozens of waves of air came in a row. Rumble. The terrifying waves kept hitting the land of the 9 cities. However, the shock waves were blocked by a light screen. The generals were shocked when they felt the strong shaking. Li Zhongjiu and King of Fire looked up at the sky. The people outside couldn't see inside, but the people inside could see outside. It's the Haotian sect. Wan Yulan exclaimed when she saw the Haotian sect's flag and the Haotian warship. They did it in such a way. The Haotian sect has no respect for the law. Although the 9 cities was chaotic, it was still within the Haika dynasty. Moreover, it was the territory of the Haika dynasty. The Haotian sect used its strength to force them out in such a way. The use of such heavy weapons violated the Haika dynasty's law of peace. Relying on his own strength, he could actually do whatever he wanted. I heard that there's an arrogant evil lord here. Do you dare to come out and fight with me? A voice came from the warship. The people in the city were also very surprised. The name of the evil dominator had spread to this city in the past 2 days. Many people who came from the outside had heard of the evil dominator's name, but very few people had seen the evil dominator's true appearance. Once they heard that the famous evil dominator was actually in this city, they all became excited and started discussing with each other. Zhou Buchuan and the others stared at the Haotian warship in the sky with killing intent. They seemed to have a strong fighting spirit in their hearts. However, in the face of the Haotian sect's experts, Zhou Buchuan and the others were obviously very weak. It seems that the legendary evil lord is just a coward. Liu Baixian looked down. At this moment, the location of the 9 cities was very obvious. The silhouette of a city could be clearly seen below. Because of the protection of the formation, the previous round of cannon fire didn't cause any damage. Naturally, this location was exposed. However, Liu Baixian was also slightly surprised. Just now, under his nose, he used his mind power to search but found nothing. This made Liu Baixian think more highly of Li Zongjiu's strength. He must not underestimate this evil lord. However, this evil lord was arrogant. He should teach him a lesson. Like I said, the place is here. Yang Nantai muttered softly. When he came here that day, he had done a good job of positioning himself. This was because the situation in this mountain would indeed change greatly. Sometimes, he would not know where the person had gone even if he just turned around in a circle. The light screen opened. Li Zongjiu and the King of Fire rose into the sky. The people in the 9 cities also stopped what they were doing and looked up at the man and woman in the sky. The man was naturally evil lord. As for the woman, it was very likely that she was the legendary Supreme Flame. It was said that Supreme Flame's strength was more powerful than evil lord's. The relationship between the two seemed to be brother and sister, but also seemed to be lovers. Anyway, the rest of the people did not know the situation and only knew to make wild guesses. Are they finally going to show their skills? Seeing the two people rise into the sky, Lu Chuanfei and Shirquan hurriedly sent someone to inform Sun Hong. Unexpectedly, someone came to report that Sun Hong was killed by evil lord a few minutes ago. The person in charge now was Sun Hong's subordinate, Hou Baoshan. What? Dead? When Lu Chuanfei and Shirquan heard this, they couldn't believe their ears. A dignified big shot of the 9 cities died just like that, without any warning at all. Moreover, no one seemed to know the reason. Someone saw Li Zongjiu push Sun Hong directly into the dry well. Then, Sun Hong turned into a pool of blood. It was a tragic end. There was indeed a trace of shock in their eyes. It seemed that this Li Zongjiu was truly a ruthless person. The person who came is surnamed Liu. Could he be the Haotian sect's deputy sect leader? I heard that this Liu Baixian has been cultivating for more than 200 years and has long been unparalleled in the world. More than 100 years ago, his name shook the entire Haiku dynasty. Now, he actually came personally to kill him. Everyone was guessing. This person could be said to be the Haotian sect's golden signboard. Today, he showed up here to win back face for the Haotian sect. Otherwise, others would think that the Haotian sect was easy to bully. It's actually Liu Baixian who is personally killing him. Wan Yulan finally understood why the other party was so arrogant and dared to open fire on the city in the Haiku dynasty. It was because the person who came was Liu Baixian, the Haotian sect's deputy sect leader. He was an all-powerful person 100 years ago. At that time, he was already standing at the top of the continent. There were not many things in the world that he had to worry about. Wan Yulan did not expect that Liu Baixian would actually personally take action. This was indeed somewhat unexpected and unexpected. A battle between an expert of the previous era and a rising star of the younger generation. Speaking of Liu Baixian, 100 years ago, he was definitely more arrogant than the current Li Zongjiu. Now that the two of them were fighting here, it would definitely be a battle of the century. Li Zongjiu and King of Fire soared into the air. Liu Baixian saw Li Zongjiu and King of Fire rushing out. He directly ignored Li Zongjiu and focused his attention on King of Fire. The fire attribute in this woman's body is incomparably pure. If I capture and refine her, it will definitely improve my skills. Just as Liu Baixian was thinking about refining King of Fire's skills and making his own powerful strength, he suddenly saw Li Zongjiu directly accelerate and directly collide with them. Boom! Li Zongjiu's speed was incomparably fast. What is this guy trying to do? Lu Wan could not help but be surprised. In the next second, Li Zongjiu directly crashed into the Haotian warship with a loud bang. Immediately, billowing smoke erupted from the Haotian warship and soared into the sky. The control room in the cabin also instantly exploded at this moment. Bang! The huge Haotian warship directly fell from the sky. I let you go back alive to pass on the message. Since you still don't know what's good for you, then leave your lives here. Li Zongjiu held the black dragon hammer in his hand and stared at the people in front of him indifferently. Originally, there were many disciples in the cabin who piloted the warship. However, they were directly killed in the explosion. As for Lu Baixian and the others, their cultivation was not weak. Their figures also hovered in the air, forming a confrontation with Li Zhongjiu. "Young man, don't be too arrogant. You should know that there is always someone better than you." Lu Baixian looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of him and said. There was a hint of guiding the younger generation in his tone. Clearly, he was telling Li Zhongjiu that he was still too young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth just because he had a little ability. In front of an old senior like him, he should obediently put away his arrogance. "I don't know that there is always someone better than you, but I have seen a lot of dead people." As his voice fell, Li Zhongjiu directly smashed his hammer towards Lu Baixian. The black dragon hammer immediately bloomed with the power of thunder and lightning, like countless electric nets covering the entire sky. Lu Baixian saw that the other party was coming at him aggressively and was not as simple as it seemed. He immediately stretched out his hand and a tyrannical aura surged out of his body. Suddenly, the yuan qi in his body formed a fire sword and slashed forward. Boom! Using fire to fight against lightning. Under the sword, the lightning actually quickly dodged to the sides. It was split open by the other party's aura. Lu Baixian in front of him was indeed a cultivator with a lower cultivation base. If Li Zhongjiu were to fight the latter one-on-one, he would have to expend a lot of energy. However, Li Zhongjiu was not alone at this moment. No matter what method he used, as long as he could kill him, it would be a good thing. The King of Fire soared into the sky with a flaming gust of wind. The King of Fire seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix behind him. The fire phoenix spread its wings and instantly covered the sky. The sky was filled with incomparably deep flames. Just by relying on the light of the flames, it was enough to burn the mountains and boil the sea. The tyrannical flames spread out in the sky. When the people in the 9 cities below saw this scene, their eyes reflected the flames that filled the sky as if it was the end of the world. Was this the power of the Flame Supreme, under the cover of the Flame Supreme's power? Even Lu Baixian had a difficult look on his face. He had cultivated for more than 200 years and had never met such a powerful opponent. When the other party's flames spread out, he did not have any thoughts of resisting. The origin of the ancestor of fire. Lu Baixian's eyes shone with a bright light. It must be the ancestor of all fires to bring such a feeling of despair. Not good, run. If the other party had really inherited the power of the ancestor of all fires, then he would be really powerful. Against such an opponent, it could be said that there was no chance of victory at all, therefore, Lu Baixian's first reaction was to escape. With his ability, he believed that even if he was no match for the King of Fire, if he wanted to escape, not many people could stop him. Lu Baixian's figure instantly moved backward. Buzz, a powerful force shrouded his body, and at the same time, there seemed to be countless vengeful spirits flying in his mind, constantly biting his body and tormenting his soul. Not good. The 8 burning soul pillars had already locked onto Lu Baixian. When the latter wanted to escape, Li Zhongjiu took the initiative to release the burning soul pillars. He sealed off the area. What? Lu Baixian was still able to resist. After all, as a supreme being expert, it was not so easy to be defeated so quickly. Li Zhongjiu, we have no enmity with you. If you let me leave now, the Haotian sect will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, between you and me, the best result today is a life and death struggle. Lu Baixian stared fiercely at Li Zhongjiu. Life and death struggle? Then I'd like to see how a dead fish like you can break my net. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu's figure landed outside the array, and the black dragon hammer in his hand suddenly smashed downwards. Boom, a loud sound came, and immediately, the burning soul array in front of him was filled with the power of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, terrifying thunder and lightning rushed out. Boom. Lu Baixian's defense immediately suffered a great impact. The flaming phoenix behind the King of Fire also turned into a ball of flame and rushed into the array. Boom. Lu Baixian, who had the cultivation of a second-grade sovereign, was directly forced out of his original spirit in the soul-burning array. Purple golden striped tiger. When the purple golden striped tiger appeared, it was still in extreme pain. He had never thought that he would be treated so horribly the moment he appeared. It was simply not a place for humans to stay. The purple gold-striped tiger primordial spirit was almost instantly reduced to ashes. After Lu Baixian blocked the first wave of attacks, he attacked the soul-burning array with all his might. He used his powerful origin energy to attack the array in a futile attempt to break the soul burning array. It was obvious that this process was extremely difficult. When Lu Yuan, Yang Antai, and the others saw this, they immediately wanted to rush over and help the vice sect leader. If Lu Baixian was trapped in this array formation, then they wouldn't even have the chance to go back. Li Zongjie would easily take their heads. A bunch of trash, get lost. Li Zongjie glanced at these people and immediately waved his hand. A domineering force blasted towards them. Buddha's palm, the 4 primitive emperors who rushed over were actually sent flying by Li Zongjie's move. Puff. A mouthful of blood was spat out in midair. Vice sect leader. When Lu Wan saw this, he immediately shouted. Then, Lu Wan looked back and forth at the city below. Sure enough, he saw Wan Yulan in the city. You guys hold on, I'll go get the hostage. Lu Wan directly charged towards Wan Yulan. Although taking hostages was a despicable thing, and the Haotian sect, as a major sect, disdained to do so, but now was the time to save their lives. Who would care so much? Hence, Lu Wan directly rushed towards Wan Yulan. Li Zongjie was controlling the formation, so naturally, it was impossible for him to escape. He immediately frowned. If Wan Yulan was captured by the other party, it would be more or less troublesome. Hence, he had to stop the latter before that happened. Yang Antai and the other 2 figures rose into the air. At this moment, they did not dare to get too close to Li Zongjie because Li Zongjie's strength was really strong. Moreover, Li Zongjie seemed to be quite experienced in close combat. Hence, these people did not dare to get close to Li Zongjie at all. They attacked with Yuanli from afar. Immediately, 3 waves of Yuanli converged towards Li Zongjie across the air. Boom! A fire shield appeared around the Fire Wraith King. Immediately, it blocked the 3 people's Yuan Qi. At the same time, it protected herself and Li Zongjie. The 3 of them couldn't even break through the Fire Wraith King's defense with their Yuan Qi. Furthermore, they had reached a point where they couldn't back down. It wouldn't be easy for them to let go. Once the other party stopped, King of Fire's strength would definitely attack along with the Yuanli retracted. Damn it! Lu Baixian never thought that he would encounter such a situation today. This group of people was simply too abominable. They attacked without saying anything. It would have been better if they had come to negotiate a little. However, Li Zongjie's character was just like that. Once he attacked, he would not give the other party a chance to back out. The only hope now was for Lu Wan to capture Wan Yulan. Only by capturing Wan Yulan would he be able to make the other party fear him and not dare to deal with him so arrogantly. Lu Baixian secretly swore in his heart. If he could escape today, he would definitely annihilate Li Zongjie's entire family in the future. When Lu Wan rushed towards Wan Yulan had already expected it. However, Lu Wan's speed was too fast, and he was already in front of her in almost an instant. Wan Yulan's mental energy could deal with a 6th or even a 7th stage primitive emperor expert. However, Lu Wan was already a 9th stage primitive emperor. How difficult would it be to deal with him? The gap between them could not be underestimated. Lu Wan struck out a palm, and at the same time, released a Yuanli to resist Wan Yulan's mental energy. Lu Wan had stayed in the Black Canal Royal City for some time, and he had some understanding of Wan Yulan's strength. Sure enough, in the next moment, Wan Yulan's mental energy attacked with an earth-shattering force. Boom! Even though he was prepared, Lu Wan was still impacted by the force. His body shook slightly, and even the strength and speed of his palm were reduced. The front was blasted apart by the palm. However, Wan Yulan's body wasn't injured at all, because the palm had landed on empty space. Wan Yulan's figure had already dodged. However, Lu Wan did not have the slightest scruple or reservation at this moment. Taking down Wan Yulan was the most important thing. Rumble! Lu Wan struck out 72 palms consecutively. The 72 palms gathered together, and the power was extremely terrifying. The entire 9 cities shook, and the buildings within a radius of 500 meters were easily destroyed. Wan Yulan saw Lu Wan's palm strike unexpectedly hit a little girl in the ruins. Wan Yulan, who was originally prepared to dodge, did not hesitate to rush in front of the little girl. She held the little girl in her arms, and at the same time, she circulated her mental energy to form a defensive shield around her body. She blocked the attack in front of her. Wan Yulan was originally prepared to withstand this terrifying attack. Even Lu Wan's face revealed a smile. However, at this moment, several figures flew over and landed in front of Wan Yulan. Clang clang clang. The thick black iron shields were stacked together. Lu Wan's elemental energy blasted on the black iron shield array. The black iron shield array was not damaged at all. Just as Lu Wan's eyes were filled with shock, a stalwart figure rushed out from the ruins. The huge battle axe in his hand instantly chopped down on Lu Wan's head. When Lu Yuan saw this, he subconsciously raised his hand in an attempt to block the axe. Swish, Lu Wan's arm was directly chopped off. Ah! The elemental energy in Lu Wan's body vibrated, and suddenly, a terrifying force shook out from his body, causing the person to retreat a few steps. You dare to chop off my arm? Lu Wan looked at the chopped-off arm in front of him. He glared at the person in front of him. The 9 cities is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Zhou Buchuan swung the battle axe in his hand. Behind him, hundreds of experts rushed out and surrounded Lu Wan. A bunch of trash, how dare you block me? Lu Wan could see that the reason why Zhou Buchuan could chop off his arm was not because he was strong, but because the axe was too sharp. Today, even if I flatten the 9 cities, so what? Chop. Zhou Buchuan ordered, and the iron guards in front of him moved together. Zhou Buchuan also rushed forward. Just as these people moved, they suddenly felt a tyrannical force enter their bodies. Boom! Everyone's strength increased by more than 30%. Poor Lu Wan, under the siege of these people, was beheaded by Zhou Buchuan in just a few moves. He looked back at Wan Yulan. Just now, it was because of Wan Yulan's mental energy that their strength increased greatly. It turned out that this was Wan Yulan's powerful mental ability. I didn't expect General Zhou's strength to be so extraordinary. Wan Yulan put down the little girl in her arms. The little girl hurriedly ran into the distance to look for her parents. You flatter me. The battle below had been decided. Immediately, Yang Lantai and the others glanced at them hesitantly. At the same time, they glanced at Lu Baixian, who was trapped in the soul-burning array. Obviously, the 3 of them were already thinking of retreating. Deputy sect leader, you must hold on. Let's go back and report to the sect leader. We'll bring people to help. Yang Lantai immediately shouted. Then, the 3 of them bravely cut their losses and directly withdrew from the power of the King of Fire's fire shield even though they were seriously injured. Lu Baixian glanced at the direction where Yang Lantai and the others had escaped. In his eyes, he even had the thought of eating Yang Lantai and the others alive. He didn't expect these people to be so unreliable. At such a critical moment, they left him to die. However, Lu Baixian didn't say anything. After all, the current situation was extremely dangerous. If they stayed, they would only die. It was better to escape. But who would want to die if they could live? Li Zongjiu naturally saw Lu Baixian's unhappiness. Now, Lu Baixian was almost dying in Li Zongjiu's soul-burning array. It was mainly the power of the King of Fire's ancestor of fire that burned Lu Baixian badly. Under the flames, he was burning in extreme pain. Withdraw the power. Li Zongjiu said to the King of Fire. At this moment, Lu Baixian was about to reach the end of his life. At most, in half an hour, he would be burned to ashes by the joint power of the 2. Although the King of Fire didn't know what Li Zongjiu meant, since he said so, he withdrew the flames in his hand. Lu Baixian also felt the pressure on his body disappear. He was also surprised. Then, he looked at Li Zongjiu with an incredulous look. After the King of Fire withdrew the power, Li Zongjiu directly raised his hand and withdrew the 8 burning soul pillars. Although Li Zongjiu had withdrawn all his moves at this moment, Lu Baixian simply couldn't understand what this kid was trying to do. What do you mean? Are you trying to humiliate me? Lu Baixian said proudly. There was a feeling that he would rather die than live in dishonor. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated. What did this guy mean? Nothing. There's no challenge in killing an old man like you. I'll let you go this time. However, if your Supreme Sky Sect doesn't repent, then just wait for your sect to be destroyed, Li Zhongjie said as he waved his hand. You can go. Lu Baixian didn't agree at once. Although he saved his life, Li Zhongjie's words were clearly asking him to betray his sect. Emir Li Zhongjie actually wanted him, Lu Baixian, to be a deserter. Even if he died in battle with dignity, he absolutely couldn't go back with such humiliation. However, only by living could he wash away the humiliation, right? Li Zhongjie, I'll remember you. The Haoyan sect will also remember you. Lu Baixian stared at Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie could see Lu Baixian in front of him even with his toes. Lu Baixian was a vengeful person, but he was better at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If he let Lu Baixian go, he would certainly not let Yang Antai and the others who just escaped. As for Li Zhongjie, if he didn't find a strong enough helper and have enough confidence to kill Li Zhongjie, he would certainly not turn back easily. Because this guy was very afraid of death. But he couldn't leave an image of a coward in front of so many people. So he just stubbornly said a few words, and in the end, didn't he run away directly? You're letting him go just like that? King of Fire looked at Li Zhongjie. This was not like Li Zhongjie's character. But Li Zhongjie often did such things. Didn't Tian Fei of the Black Sky sect also have his origin pearl destroyed, and then he was personally saved by Li Zhongjie and used to deal with the Black Sky sect? He was really capable of doing all kinds of strange things. I just collected some interest. It doesn't matter if I kill him or not. Li Zhongjie said. Sometimes, killing people was just a temporary pleasure, and it couldn't relieve one's boredom in the long run. Li Zhongjie had reached the level where it didn't matter if he killed or not. As long as it was fun, it was enough to play for a long time. As for the interest that Li Zhongjie mentioned, he was tossing the storage ring in his hand. When he took back the soul-burning formation just now, he also took this old thing's storage ring. With this old thing's temperament, there might be something good in the storage ring. You're very naughty. King of Fire didn't know how to evaluate Li Zhongjie. But from King of Fire's point of view, it was okay to not kill. If the people of the Haoyan sect knew how to restrain themselves, then it would be fine. If they didn't, then they could only wait to be destroyed. If King of Fire's temper became angry, then no one could stop him. The people of the 9 cities below looked up at the person in the sky. Their eyes widened, and their mouths were wide open. What did they just see? When the young man rushed into the sky, he directly smashed the powerful Haoyan warship. Could it be that the young man's body was stronger than the warship? After that, without saying anything, an earth-shattering battle directly broke out. This battle was quite fierce. It could be said that there was no prelude at all. It was as if they had met to avenge their father's death, and an extremely huge battle directly began. There were 4 people on the other side, and there were only 2 people on the other side. The last 2 people were suppressing the 4 people. 3 of them actually ran away when they saw that the situation was not good. Anyone could imagine that when the last person caught up with the first 3 people, it would be a fierce battle. At this moment, everyone could be said to have witnessed the strength of Evil Lord and Supreme Flame. Their fame immediately spread in the city. Li Zhongjie and Supreme Flame landed. They first went to check on Wan Yulan's situation. After all, she was targeted by Lu Wen just now. It was also because of Zhou Bachuan that she was able to escape. You're Zhou Bachuan. Li Zhongjie glanced at the mighty and majestic man. The axe in Zhou Bachuan's hand was somewhat like an ancient demonic weapon. I am. Zhou Bachuan replied. Your axe is not bad, but if you want to control him, you need to deepen your cultivation and temperament. Here is a bottle of pills. Give it to your subordinates. If the Demon Suppression Palace opens, you can bring your men and enter with us. Li Zhongjie was someone who would repay kindness. Saving Wan Yulan was helping Li Zhongjie's friend. Zhou Bachuan originally wanted to show that this was a simple matter, and that Evil Lord did not need to be so polite. However, when he held the bottle in his hand, he already felt that something was wrong. What? Using his mental power to scan it, Zhou Bachuan was shocked by Evil Lord's generosity. In the porcelain bottle that Li Zhongjie gave him, there were actually close to 200 fifth-grade pills. Even if he gave one to each of his subordinates, there would still be a lot. Zhou Buchuan even thought that evil lord might have taken the wrong bottle. To Zhou Buchuan, this was simply a great bargain. Even in the Black Canal Imperial City, it was not easy to obtain 5th-grade pills. Moreover, in the 9 cities, it was almost impossible to obtain so many pills. Who knew how long it would take to accumulate them? This. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord, for your reward. What else could Zhou Buchuan say? With such a great benefit, even if he had to be thick-skinned, he had to keep the pills. Just the contents of this small bottle were enough to raise the strength of the entire team behind Zhou Buchuan by a level. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, Zhou Buchuan had already confirmed that evil Lord Li Zongjiu was a real big shot. A casual reward from him would be a reward that could not be exchanged for a lifetime of hard work. He was a person who could change the fate of others with a raise of his hand. Are you okay? Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Yulan. Although Wang Yulan's face was a little pale, it was obvious that the level of battle just now was not so easy for Wang Yulan to withstand. After all, there was such a big gap between them. Being able to withstand it was already very good. I'm fine. Wang Yulan shook her head and took a pill. Rumble. Li Zongjiu and the others suddenly frowned. In the next second, the land of the 9 cities once again shook like the mountains were shaking. It was as if the earth was about to split open. At the same time, somewhere in the city, there was a sudden burst of tyrannical power that almost rushed into the sky. It rushed towards the sky. It seems that the Demon Suppression Palace is about to appear. Follow me. Immediately, everyone followed Li Zongjiu and rushed towards the place where the aura fluctuations erupted in the city. Lu Baixian, who had managed to escape with his life after much difficulty. After experiencing Li Zongjiu's humiliation of sparing his life, Lu Baixian only felt that the strength he had cultivated for 200 years had all been wasted on a dog. Most importantly, he naturally needed to find someone to vent his anger. Yang Antai and the others, who had escaped for some distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that the fierce battle was still going on behind them, which made them feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. I didn't expect this evil lord to be so powerful. It's a pity that the deputy sect leader sacrificed himself heroically. We have to report this to the sect leader and let him avenge the deputy sect leader. Yang Antai said with righteous indignation. The 2 people in front of him had lower positions than him, so naturally, they didn't dare to disobey Yang Antai. We'll follow Hall Leader Yang's lead. Haha, Yang Antai, you're really considerate. You even want to avenge me. Just as the 3 of them were colluding to completely blame Li Zongjiu for the death of the deputy sect leader, a cold voice rang out. Then, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the 3 of them. When they heard this voice, Yang Antai and the others felt their hearts beating violently. Oh no! How is this possible? When Yang Antai and the others saw Lu Baixian in front of him, their expressions could be said to be stunned. Deputy sect leader. Why are you? Why am I still alive? Lu Baixian sneered. At this moment, he could finally vent his anger. The anger and resentment that had accumulated over such a long period of time could finally be recovered from these 3 people. You must be very sad that I'm still alive. Next, you have to hold on well, because I'll be very cruel. Then, Lu Baixian also showed his powerful strength. After torturing the 3 people in front of him until half of their bodies were paralyzed, no matter how they begged for mercy, it was useless. In the end, he directly chopped down with his palm and ended their lives. The strong regarded the weak as ants. Not to mention a top expert like Lu Baixian who had cultivated for so many years. He no longer cared about the lives of others. He had no respect for life. Everyone in the world could die, but he couldn't. After killing the 3 people to vent his anger, Lu Baixian didn't directly return to the sect. Li Zongjiu, you've only been cultivating for a few years. Do you think that you can fight me just because you have a few divine weapons? I'll let you know that the foundation of an expert over hundreds of years isn't just his own cultivation. There's a cold light in his eyes. And top-level connections. Immediately, Lu Baixian also flew out and headed into the distance. In the land of the 9 cities. Two black shadows appeared in the nothingness in the sky. They had been watching the scene from the beginning. However, they didn't dare to reveal their auras. There were 3 Supreme Being experts at the scene just now. If they leaked even a little bit of their auras, they would be discovered by the other party. Therefore, they were completely hidden. After Li Zongjiu finished the battle, the city of the 9 cities exploded. Moreover, a wave of energy had already erupted within the city. It was the movement within the demon-suppressing palace. After that, Li Zongjiu and the others activated the defensive array again, covering the entire 9 cities. They also covered up the aura of the 9 cities. This guy is really despicable. He wants to take all the benefits for himself. He's really capable. No wonder he can lead people to destroy the deployment of Black Canal Basilica. 2 black-clothed men appeared. The 2 newcomers were none other than the Great Protector of Haiku Sacred Hall and the Vice Hall Master of Haiku Sacred Hall, who were cultivating on Haiku Sacred Mountain. The Demon Suppression Palace has appeared. We need to inform the Palace Master as soon as possible. The Great Guardian of Black Canal Basilica, Xia. He said. There's no need to report this matter to the Palace Master. Although Li Zongjiu's strength is not weak, he relies more on his array magic treasure. I have something in my hand that can make his array magic treasure lose its effect for an hour. An hour is enough for us to kill them. The Deputy Palace Master of Black Canal Basilica, Soul Destroyer Supreme, said. 2 Supreme Being experts. Could it be that they couldn't even deal with the 2 children in front of them? Although the 2 children were extremely powerful, and one of them had the power of the fire ancestor, so they couldn't be underestimated, they didn't need to pay too much attention to them. Otherwise, they would hesitate for a long time when encountering a child. How could such courage be worthy of their lifetime's cultivation? They aren't children anymore. They know how to report everything to their superiors. You have to see what's going on in this matter. If they were to obtain any benefits in the Demon Suppression Palace, it would definitely go into their own pockets first. Could it go into someone else's pocket? The Great Guardian, Xia, thought for a while and nodded firmly. Indeed, there were so many treasures in here that it seemed a little unbearable. But we still need to do some backup work. Then, Xia condensed a dark yuan bird with his yuan force. 3 days later, we'll return to the sacred mountain and report the situation here. 3 days was enough for them to obtain a lot of treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace and kill Li Zongjiu at the same time. They could seize the powerful formation treasure in his hands. They could even directly rob him of the fire ancestor's power. Let's go. Immediately, the 2 of them went into the 9 cities. However, they didn't break into the formation directly. If they did, Li Zongjiu and the others would notice them in advance. Only by quietly approaching and launching a sneak attack would they have a higher chance of winning. When the 2 landed, they could clearly see the 9 cities from a distance of less than 500 meters. However, if they were to go further than 500 meters, there would be a mountain range, and they wouldn't be able to see any cities or buildings. What a strange formation. It actually has such a concealing effect? The 2 of them could be considered to have roamed the continent for many years. However, this was the first time they saw a formation with such a miraculous effect. When people walked in, they could clearly see the existence of the city. However, if you were far away, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. At this moment, Li Yan, who was repairing the black water dry well, had a string of bells on her wrist shake by itself. Immediately, Li Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, Li Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. Since that's the case, let this lady play with you first. If the 2 of them forced their way into the formation, with the strength of the maze formation, it naturally wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. However, if the 2 of them wanted to rely on their own wisdom to break through the formation, it would be difficult for them to walk out of the maze formation without any cultivation in formations. Immediately, Li Yan also urged the formation to buy some time for Li Zongjiu and the others. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and the others had arrived at the opening of the Demon Suppression Palace. The location was the former territory of the War City. The ground in front of them was constantly collapsing, and layers of stairs appeared. The dark entrance was like the entrance of a monster that swallowed everything. Even light couldn't enter. Before they even got close, they already felt a sense of danger. Have people seal off the surroundings. No one is allowed to come close. Wan Yulan ordered. The people in charge of these things were naturally handed over to Huang Weihu and the others. Yes. None of these people dared to be disobedient. After all, Li Zongjiu and the others had shown their strength and beaten the people of the Haoyan sect to such a state. Wasn't their strength obvious? Would they only wake up when their fists hit them? Let's go. Li Zongjiu said. As for Li Yan, entering the demon suppression palace was also a dangerous thing. Li Zongjiu had previously instructed Li Yan to wait outside. It would be best if she could hide. After all, the land of the 9 cities wasn't a safe place. Immediately, Li Zongjiu, the king of fire, Wan Yulan, and Zhou Bachuan walked down the stairs in front of him. The stairs were at least 5 feet wide, enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. Zhou Bachuan also entered with 6 of his subordinates. The rest were all outside to seal off the entrance. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had never been to the demon suppression palace, so he wasn't clear about the routes inside. However, he knew that there were many treasures in the demon suppression palace. Once these treasures were moved, the suppressed demons below would awaken. If you forcibly took away a treasure and didn't kill the demon, then when the demon revived, it would definitely release the seals on the other demons. In his previous life, some people were too greedy and took away the demon suppression ruler. As a result, countless demons were released, which eventually led to the outbreak of a great disaster. Li Zongjiu and the others walked down the stairs. They didn't know how long they had been walking down, but it felt like they were continuously walking down. Finally, when they landed on the ground, there was an endless plain in front of them. Did we just pass through the barrier? Wan Yulan looked at the scene in front of her and immediately said in surprise. The magnificent scene in front of them was obviously very different from the 9 cities. The world in front of him was incomparably gloomy, and the ground under his feet was blood red. There was always some extremely dim glowing fog lingering around him. If it wasn't for this glowing fog, the entire underground world would probably be pitch black. The stairs disappeared. Someone discovered that the stairs they had just walked down had disappeared. Li Zongjiu didn't panic. No need to make a fuss. Let's continue forward. Zhou Bachuan glanced at the surrounding environment and took out a map in his hand. Lord Evil Lord, we still have another mission to carry out. Please leave the team. Li Zongjiu glanced at Zhou Bachuan. The latter actually dared to have the map of the demon suppression land. Of course, Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't ask Zhou Bachuan for it. That would be too low level of behavior. You guys be careful. Li Zongjiu waved and said. Zhou Bachuan nodded and then led the others in another direction. Soon, their figures disappeared into the darkness. I can sense an energy fluctuation in front of us. It should be the main hall. Wan Yulan pointed ahead and said. Let's go. Li Zongjiu led the way in front. They passed by some places and saw some tombs. There were tombstones on these tombs, but there were no words on the tombstones. What's under these tombstones? Wan Yulan couldn't help but ask. In fact, Wan Yulan didn't know much about the demon suppression palace. However, he could feel that there was something under these tombs. These tombstones are used to suppress ancient devils. Devils are difficult to kill, so they can only be suppressed. Each tombstone contains the life energy of an ancient cultivator, and even some magical treasures used to suppress them. Li Zongjiu explained. If we take this treasure away, wouldn't the demon clan below be able to come back to life? Wan Yulan naturally knew how terrifying the demon clan was. Although most of the demon clan had disappeared, there were still quite a number of demonic beasts around. These demonic beasts fed on meta beasts. They were powerful, ferocious, and cunning. Usually, a single demonic beast could bring disaster to a large area of meta beasts. However, these demonic beasts didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, this world still belonged to the meta beasts. Now, the demonic beasts were just some abandoned soldiers. It was fine if they ate ordinary meta beasts, but if they provoked meta beasts with the same bloodline, they could only wait for death. Naturally, there would be top-notch experts among the meta beasts. They would be able to cripple you in a matter of minutes. Therefore, given the current living environment, Most of these demonic beasts had to tuck their tails between their legs. Moreover, demonic beasts didn't have the ability to reproduce. There would be one less demonic beast that died. So many demons. In the beginning, they only saw a dozen tombs. However, after walking for a while, the surrounding glowing mist rose into the air like thin, glowing clouds hanging in the sky. It immediately lit up the environment in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there were at least tens of thousands of tombs. They were arranged in a disorderly manner in front of them, stretching endlessly. 108,000 of them. The King of Fire suddenly said faintly. Li Zhongzhou glanced at the King of Fire. Even he didn't know how many ancient devils there were. The King of Fire didn't know, but he thought that the King of Fire's origin wasn't simple. He might even be related to the ancient demon gods. I can feel my origin energy. The center of the Fire Wraith King's eyebrows gradually lit up with a trace of light. Boom. The hundreds of tombs in front of them suddenly exploded with a loud boom. Countless dust flew, and the tombstones were easily crushed. Then, a terrifying demonic beast seeped out of the tombs. Like hundreds of giant moths with their wings open, they rushed towards the three of them. It exploded by itself. You're quite capable. Seeing this, Li Zhongzhou directly held the black dragon hammer and swung it forward. At the same time, the terrifying thunderbolt force immediately surged forward. Boom! The thunderbolt force burst out. Some of the demonic beasts crawling out of the tombs were blasted away. However, one of the shorter demonic beasts used a mirror to transfer the thunderbolt force released by Li Zhongzhou to the tombstone next to it. Boom! 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 5 consecutive explosions sounded, and 5 more tombstones were directly smashed. Another 5 demonic beasts were completely released. They've already broken the seal a long time ago, and they've been ambushing us. Wan Yulan seemed to have noticed something. These demonic beasts were not much worse than the human race. In fact, they were even more cunning and treacherous. These demonic beasts had no way to break the seal, so they could only rely on Li Zhongzhou's strength. Impressive. They even know how to use me. Li Zhongzhou was also angered by these low-level demonic beasts. These low-level demonic beasts dared to play tricks in front of Li Zhongzhou. These demonic beasts in front of them had no intention of staying idle. They directly rushed towards Li Zhongzhou and the other two. Boom! Tens of thousands of years of seal did not reduce the ferocity of these demonic beasts. Most of them rushed towards Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou also very straightforwardly used the hammer in his hand to send the demonic beasts that rushed towards him flying. Some of the demonic beasts struggled to get up, but they realized that Li Zhongzhou had already broken all the bones in their bodies. With your standards, you are not enough to jump around in front of me. Wan Yulan and King of Fire also easily took down these demonic beasts in front of him. After seeing Li Zhongzhou break the bones of these demonic beasts were naturally unable to move. The two of them followed suit. Boom, boom, the 20 demonic beasts in front of them were only equivalent to the strength of a Yuan monarch. The only powerful one was the one that looked a little shifty-eyed. Its head was like a sharpened carrot, and its body was extremely thin and small. It exuded a dangerous aura. At this moment, it saw that the situation was not good and actually turned to flee deeper into the forest. Whoosh! Trying to run? Li Zhongzhou smiled disdainfully, then threw the black dragon hammer in his hand forward. With a loud bang, this ancient demon was directly smashed to the ground. In an instant, it rolled a large circle. Pfft! This mouthful of blood almost caused its internal organs to be spat out. The injury was really tragic. King of Fire's fingers flicked. A few wisps of flame flew out and instantly hit these demonic beasts. Immediately, the ancient demons began to cry out in pain and terror. After that, the flames started to burn on the bodies of these devils until they were burned into a pile of ashes, turning into wisps of black gas. These wisps of black gas condensed together and finally turned into a black bead. King of Fire reached out and sucked this black pearl over, directly grabbing it in his hand. Wan Yulan, who was watching from the side, was stunned. These demonic beasts' physiques were extremely special. They could not be killed by swords and could not be burned by fire. Even if they were killed on the spot, it would not take long for them to be resurrected. Their self-healing ability was extremely strong. But today, King of Fire's flames could easily burn these demonic beasts to ashes. This was enough to show the King of Fire's strength. The realm of his flames was very high. Your flames can actually directly burn the demonic beasts. Amazing. Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill these demonic beasts in his previous life, and the only way was to refine their power. In Li Zhongjiu's previous life, he had indeed absorbed a lot of people's power. However, most of the time, he had absorbed the power of the devil race. That was how he was able to progress so quickly. Moreover, he had extraordinary talent. That was why he had tenaciously survived and was not assimilated by the devil race. However, King of Fire's move just now could be said to have refined these ancient demons into extremely pure energy. This thing is called a demonic crystal. Its characteristic is that it has no attributes. It can be used to cultivate with any attribute of primordial stones. It is a good thing, but also a great supplement for the demonic beasts. Li Zhongjiu said. King of Fire put it away with a flip of his hand. The mat-headed demon was lying on the ground in front of them. It was pressed down by Li Zhongjiu's hammer and couldn't move for a long time. When it saw Li Zhongjiu and the others walking towards it, it hardened its heart and cut off its chest. After that, the mat-headed demon kept digging the ground with its two hands. Boom, the King of Fire directly set the mat-headed demon in front of them on fire. It didn't crawl far before it was burned to ashes. These demons that can crawl out by themselves must have been sealed with the blood essence of those ancient experts. Therefore, as time passed, the power of the seal weakened. Li Zhongjiu said. Let's keep going. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu and the other two continued to move forward. Although Li Zhongjiu didn't know the exact location of the unparalleled sword, judging from the power of the unparalleled sword, the strength of the demons suppressed under the unparalleled sword was definitely not simple, just as Li Zhongjiu and the others were exploring. On the other side, Zhou Bachuan led his subordinates and followed the guidance of the map. They came to a tombstone that was nearly 2 meters high. The map in Zhou Bachuan's hand was made of a very special material. It looked like a piece of white paper from the outside, but once inside the demon suppression palace, it would appear. It's here. The corpse of the old master is buried here. Zhou Bachuan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. After waiting bitterly for several decades, he had finally found it. It's been nearly 10,000 years. When we woke up from the ice, the world has completely changed. Master, today Bachuan will take you home. Zhou Bachuan's astonishing words were enough to shock anyone. The owner of this tomb was at least a figure from 10,000 years ago. How could it have anything to do with Zhou Bachuan and the others? But now it seemed that Zhou Bachuan and the others were not people of this era. There were all kinds of situations in the battles between the ancient times and the demons. Just like Zhou Bachuan and his group. In fact, these people were part of an army that followed a powerhouse to suppress the devil race in ancient times. However, the devil race that they fought that day was proficient in the power of ice. It directly froze Zhou Bachuan's troops. Under the ice, the master of Zhou Bachuan and the others had used his own blood essence to seal the ice demon. He had also used the last of his strength to inject Yuan Qi into the glacier, allowing Zhou Bachuan and the others to still be alive after being frozen for nearly 10,000 years. They could be reborn. At the same time, he also left behind his last wish. If there was a chance, he wanted to return to his hometown with glory and scatter his ashes on the Black River. In ancient times, the division of territories between the dynasties had yet to take shape. However, Master lived near the Black River basin. The specific location was no longer easy to find, but even though the Black River had changed, it was still there. After Zhou Bachuan and the others woke up, it could be said that they had been searching for more than 10 years. In the end, they found the location of the Demon Immortal Palace based on the things left behind by Master on this map. After Li Zhongjiu came down, Zhou Bachuan was extremely excited. General, should we start now? Open the tomb. Zhou Bachuan's voice was as firm as steel. Welcome, Master. The battle axe in his hand gathered a terrifying power and fiercely chopped down in front of him. Boom. The tombstone shattered, and the tomb in front was also directly split into 2 halves. Just as it was split into two halves, an extremely cold chill permeated the air. Formation. Master used his last bit of blood essence to seal the ice demon and wanted to take away Master's corpse. They thought that they would have to face the ice demon's attack, so they were prepared. Even if it was an extremely tragic battle, they had to fulfill Master's last wish. A cold current suddenly rushed out of the tomb, and directly sent the 5 soldiers beside Zhou Bachuan flying. They were sent flying for nearly 50 meters. Fortunately, the cold current was blocked by the shield in their hands. Their bodies rolled, and the sharp long knife at their waist shone in their hands. Kill. Zhou Bachuan swung the battle axe in his hand, cutting the cold current around him. At the same time, he slashed at the ice demon that had just escaped. The giant axe was swung wildly. The ice demon that had just recovered had not yet figured out the situation. It only sensed danger approaching, and used the power of ice to protect its body. Vajra axe. The axe in his hand suddenly emitted a terrifying golden light. Clang, the axe shattered the ice around the ice demon's body that was protecting it, and finally, the axe fell heavily on the ice demon's head. However, the axe was only half embedded. Squeak. A trace of blood seemed to be squeezed out of the blood vessels. Roar. The ice demon directly slammed its palm on Zhou Bachuan's body, and sent Zhou Bachuan flying. Even the axe was sent flying, along with a large piece of bone. Bang, his body heavily smashed onto the ground. The ice demon casually waved its hand, and several ice arrows flew towards Zhou Bachuan. Immediately, 5 shields quickly superimposed in front of Zhou Bachuan. Bang! 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 The 5 people protected Zhou Bachuan with all their might. Just as the ice demon was about to kill the 6 people, a terrifying sword energy suddenly flew out from the broken tombstone. It instantly pierced through half of the ice demon's body. It directly shattered half of the ice demon's body. Damn it! The ice demon's eyes were filled with anger. It turned around and glanced at the tomb, then suddenly rushed forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ice demon's figure disappeared before their eyes. Only Zhou Bachuan and the others were left behind, along with the broken tombstone. Master has made his move. When Zhou Bachuan and the others saw the scene just now, they felt proud of their master. Even if it had been 10,000 years, the residual power could still easily injure the ice demon. The ice demon's figure disappeared. Zhou Bachuan and the others would definitely not be able to chase after it. In the end, they could only find their master's corpse first. Let's take our master's corpse first. Zhou Bachuan and the others entered the tomb. Before this, there was an extremely terrifying power under the tomb, which was specially used to seal the demons. If no one opened it from the outside, these demons would not be able to escape. However, now that they had released the ice demon, Zhou Bachuan and the others did not regret it. After burying their master, they would definitely hunt down this ice demon with all their strength. In front of a coffin, Zhou Bachuan and the others directly knelt down with tears in their eyes. Master, Bachuan is late. Zhou Bachuan and the others cowed out a few times. If their master hadn't risked his life to save them, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Now that they had awakened in this era, they naturally had their own missions. They needed to complete these missions. They put the coffin in front of them into an empty storage ring. After you go out, gather everyone to guard our master's corpse. You must not let anyone come close. Also, you must not let anyone know. Zhou Bachuan said. General. I will go and inform Evil Lord and the others. This ice demon has been trapped for 10,000 years, but its strength is still so strong. We must not lower our guard. Lord Evil Dominator is our benefactor, we can't abandon them. Zhou Bachuan said. Let us follow you, General. Protecting our master is the most important thing. Go, this is an order. After a lot of twists and turns, he was able to find his master's corpse at the last moment. Now, he had to go and complete other things. Then, Zhou Bachuan got a few soldiers to return with the map. With the map in hand, it was as good as having a pass. Hence, he could come and go as he pleased. However, there was only one map. If Zhou Bachuan wanted to leave, he had to catch up with Li Zongjiu and the others. Carrying the battle axe in his hand. Zhou Buchuan had fulfilled one of his greatest wishes on this trip. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be concerned about. Outside the 9 cities. No, we've been fooled. Soul Destroyer Supreme suddenly stopped. The city was clearly in front of them, but they had been wandering around here for at least 4 hours. How could such a thing happen? How could 2 Supreme experts be fooled? Soul Destroyer Supreme immediately came to his senses and was extremely angry. Zhu Sha also came to her senses. Soul Destroyer Supreme immediately blasted a palm forward. The direction of the attack was the land of the 9 cities. Bang! Bang! The land of the 9 cities was destroyed by the palm. It's fake. Not only were the 2 Supreme Being level powerhouses walking in circles, they were also walking in a fake direction. Both Supreme Soul Slayer and Zhu Sha felt a burning pain on their faces. If there was only one person here, it would have been fine. But now, there was another person here, which gave them a lot of pressure. I didn't expect that damned Li Zongjiu to be so despicable and shameless. I don't know where he got this crooked method from. Let's kill that kid as soon as possible. The 2 of them began to curse Li Zongjiu, who had no backbone. He was using such a despicable method to stall for time. In the sky. Beside Lu Baixian, there were 2 white-haired old men. Their strength was at the Supreme Being realm. I say, old Lu, who the hell are you? Why are you so angry that you actually came all the way here to invite us out? The 2 old men were a man and a woman. They were dressed like a couple, but they seemed to have retired for a long time. They didn't expect that their old friend would suddenly appear from the sky and say that he was going to kill someone. Moreover, he didn't allow them to ask, saying that he didn't have time to explain. It's a kid called Li Zongjiu. Today, no matter what, all of you must avenge me. Hearing Lu Baishuan's murderous tone, the 2 old men looked at each other. At this moment, a huge fluctuation came from below. The 3 of them couldn't help but look down. It's that kid? Speaking of which, this fluctuation is not weak at all. The 2 old men that Lu Baixian brought were called Dust Dwelling and Shen Mian. Dust Dwelling stared down and descended without hesitation. A powerful aura immediately shrouded the area below. Both Supreme Soul Slayer and Zhu Sha, who had just broken through the mystifying array, were immediately attracted by Dust Dwelling's aura. Damn it, do they think that there's no one in Black Canal Basilica? How dare they provoke us again and again? Supreme Soul Slayer was so angry that his chest felt suffocated. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. He had been trapped in the maze formation for such a long time. In front of the enemy, he would have been like an idiot, walking in circles in the same place. And now, the other party had attacked again. The main thing was that the person who was attacking now was unknown which side he was on. Do you think that you can crush the entire continent just because you're at Jizuan realm? I, Mia Hun, will teach you a lesson today. The person who came directly used his own aura to announce his position as the overlord, making it clear that he was provoking them. Naturally, Sovereign Soul Slayer was extremely displeased. He rose into the air with a terrifying black airflow. He charged towards the dust dwelling in the sky. Boom, the huge black torrent immediately rushed in front of the dust dwelling like a 1,000-meter waterfall. Humph, you're courting death. The dust dwelling faced the attack with a palm strike, suppressing it with his own vigorous yuan force. He wanted to defeat the opponent's power, but at the same time, he knew that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. After reserving some of his strength for defense, the 2 ferocious forces instantly collided. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Boom, the ground under Sovereign Soul Slayer's feet suddenly shattered, spreading for hundreds of meters. Deputy Palace Master. Zhu Sha stepped forward, wanting to see how Sovereign Soul Slayer was doing. After all, the Deputy Palace Master did not seem to have gained much from the collision of forces. Kill this man. Supreme Soul Slayer only had these 4 short words. Originally, he had been cultivating on the sacred mountain, living a peaceful life. At the same time, he had been enjoying the supreme privileges. However, as soon as he left the mountain, he suffered a series of setbacks. Could it be that he, the Soul Destroyer Supreme, was no longer suitable for the rules of this world? Impossible. Rules? What are rules? Strength is the rule, since you dare to provoke me. I'll kill you first, Then all killed out Li Zhongjiu. Maybe the person in front of them was the one sent by Li Zhongjiu to delay them. Without saying a word, the two supreme beings unleashed a terrifying power at the same time. Immediately, a vortex was formed on the ground. Under the vortex, the dust abode in the sky was immediately trapped by the power of the two supreme beings below. An invisible force imprisoned the latter. It was impossible for him to break free. However, Dust House, who was trapped, did not panic. In fact, he did not even struggle. Instead, he simply maintained his original state. This leisurely attitude of his surprised the two men below. Not good. Suddenly, Sovereign Soul Slayer exclaimed. 2 against 1. Are you competing in numbers? 2 more figures descended from the sky. What followed was a storm-like bombardment. Lu Baixian and Shen Mian kept releasing their origin energy, blasting it toward the two supremes on the ground. When one's cultivation reached this level, there were very few weapons that could withstand their power. Because the terrifying origin energy in their bodies was an extremely terrifying force. Immediately, this explosive force was released. Boom, 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 the ground beneath Sovereign Soul Slayer and Shen Mian's feet was blown up. Almost the entire mountain range was shattered, and the old land of the 9 cities, which was not far away, also collapsed with a loud bang at this moment. The battle here directly affected the old land of 9 cities, which was 1,000 meters away. Li Yun saw that the old land of 9 cities had been destroyed beyond recognition. The mountain city seemed to be swallowed by the mountain and kept collapsing. Immediately, Li Yun quietly left from the other side of the mountain city. After all, Li Zhongjiu had instructed her to do so. In such a dangerous environment, protecting one's own safety was the most important thing. Even now, Li Yun didn't know where the battle was going. Why did it suddenly start? Moreover, there were so many experts involved. Even Li Yun didn't know where so many experts came from. Originally, the mystifying array could only trap the two for a short while. Unexpectedly, the two of them started to wander around in the mystifying array as if they were taking a stroll. When the mystifying array was broken, Li Yun was already prepared to escape. Now, such a chaotic battle had occurred. Li Yun couldn't care less. Her life was more important. Whoosh, Li Yun descended freely from the top of a mountain. Her body was graceful, and she flew down the mountain at high speed. Her figure completely disappeared from the old land of 9 cities. As for what would become of the old land of 9 cities, Li Yun couldn't control it. Inside the secret realm of the Demon Suppression Palace. In front of Li Zhongjiu's group of 3, a great hall so tall that it reached the sky appeared. In front of the hall, there were 4 tombstones that were more than 50 meters tall. In front of the tower in front of them, Li Zhongjiu saw the top of the tower at a glance. It was filled with divine light. Demon Suppression Ruler. The supreme treasure of the Demon Suppressing Palace, the Demon Suppressing Ruler. In his previous life, someone had obtained the Demon Suppressing Ruler and killed many people. Later, the Demon Suppressing Ruler disappeared without a trace. Li Zhongjiu did not know what happened. After all, he was not strong enough at that time. However, the Demon Suppressing Ruler was very famous. It was because of the disappearance of the Demon Suppressing Ruler that the demon race surged. Without the deterrence of a powerful weapon, the demon race was in chaos and the flames of war spread. Palace Guardian Gate? Li Zhongjiu and the others did not get carried away by the appearance of the treasure. Although Wan Yulan knew that the treasure was in front of her, Wan Yulan was not moved. There must be a reason why these things were here. If they were taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Wan Yulan also knew that if Li Zhongjiu did not take it away, others would take it away. Rather than falling into the hands of others, it was better to give it to Li Zhongjiu. In front of the main hall, there were 2 iron cavalry statues. With their eyesight, they could see that there was a formation under the iron cavalry statues. If they were too close, they would be attacked by the Palace Guardian Gate. In order to get the Demon Suppressing Ruler, they must first deal with the attacks of the 2 Palace Guardian Gate. I'll block the 2 Palace Guardians. You go get the treasure. King of Fire pinched a flame between his fingers. As the flame danced, it released a terrifying threat. Okay. Li Zhongjiu nodded. Wait a minute. Look under your feet. Wan Yulan suddenly said. Only then did everyone lower their heads to take a look. Unknowingly, they had already stepped into an array. Oh no, everyone be careful! Li Zongjiu immediately shouted. Then, in front of each other, their figures disappeared in an instant. Buzz, there was only one person left. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, he could no longer see Wan Yulan and the Fire Wraith King's silhouettes. Although Li Zongjiu released his power in time and blasted it forward, he was still unable to see them. However, since the formation had been activated, it was impossible to find the Fire Wraith King and the others. Unless they could break out of the formation. Rumble. Continuous vibrations came. Li Zongjiu immediately looked at the 4 tombstones around them. 4 huge phantoms gradually emerged. What a mysterious formation. It's actually using the power of the demon race to protect the formation. When Li Zongjiu saw this, he was slightly surprised by the wisdom of these ancient people. These people had indeed mastered all kinds of cultivation. In fact, the cultivation level of the continent as a whole was still quite low. It had to wait for at least 1,000 years. At that time, a large number of ancient tombs would appear one after another. Only then would some of the things from the past be brought out. Combined with the New World's rules, they would form an even more powerful combination. Only then would the overall level be restored. It was far from being as brilliant as it was in ancient times. However, since Li Zongjiu learned about the existence of the sacred martial realm, which was even more powerful than the Xingu continent, he couldn't help but wonder if the experts from ancient times had all migrated to the sacred martial realm. Therefore, the Xingu continent was a barren land. Or rather, the Xingu continent was originally the Xingu continent. It was a place used to seal the demon race. Basically, it was abandoned to such a state. The series of events made Li Zongjiu speculate. If that was the case, once he entered the sacred martial realm, it would be an even more dangerous and vast world. Before that, he needed to be even more powerful. The shadows that appeared behind the 4 tombstones. Astonishingly, they were 4 ancient demons, 1,000-legged blood fiend insect, Hell Bull Demon, Ghost-winged tiger, Saber-toothed spider. These 4 ancient demons were definitely existences at the Demon Emperor level. Although they were just some power projections at the moment, it would not be easy for an ordinary primitive emperor to escape from the hands of these 4 ancient demons. However, for Li Zongjiu, the strength of these people was not enough to be feared at all. Without saying a word, the black dragon hammer smashed the 4 ancient demons into pieces. However, with the help of the formation, even after being smashed by Li Zongjiu, the black dragon hammer was still able to recover. Moreover, the strength of the black dragon hammer increased once again. Li Zongjiu also began to study this formation. Generally speaking, when you were trapped in a formation, you would not be able to find any trace of it. Only after you touched the formation would you be able to find out how the formation operated. From there, you would be able to find some clues. After finding the pattern, you would be able to destroy it. After observing for a while, Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up, and he had an answer in his heart. 4 palaces guarding, immortal and indestructible, 4 palaces Xian formation. In order to break such a 4 palaces Xian formation, one must first find the main position, the 1,000-legged blood fiend worm. Before Li Zongjiu was horrifying in appearance, but its strength was nothing to be scoffed at. Even if this ancient demon appeared before Li Zongjiu in its true form, it would not pose much of a threat. However, if the formation was not broken, they would be trapped in the formation forever. Found it, the saber-toothed spider is guarding the main palace. As long as I destroy the saber-toothed spider's life gate, the formation will be broken. The 3 ancient demons beside him pounced again. Li Zongjiu sent the 3 ancient demons flying, and rushed directly to the tombstone guarded by the saber-toothed spider. The hammer fell, and suddenly the tombstone was smashed into pieces. Soon after, the silhouettes of the 4 demon clans began to dim and eventually disappeared. Li Zongjiu's figure returned to the original position. It was no different from before. However, he did not see the King of Fire and Wan Yulan. Instead, there were 2 rays of light on the signboard of the demon suppression tower in front of him. Li Zongjiu could sense that it should be the 2 people trapped in the formation. Looks like this is a test formation. If they could not pass, they would most likely be sent out. Li Zhongjiu could imagine the wisdom of these ancient powerhouses, and the nature of the demon race, which was difficult to eliminate, made them stay. Otherwise, there was no need for the demon suppression palace to appear. They could have just destroyed it. Therefore, someone had to regain control of the demon suppression ruler. Just as Li Zhongjiu was waiting, he suddenly felt that a tombstone in the distance seemed to be moving. At the same time, there was a chill in the air. Wait, why is there still a fluctuation? There was no telling what would happen in the surrounding environment. Just as Li Zhongjiu was about to take a look, suddenly, there was a loud boom. The ground in front of him suddenly caved in. At the same time, the aura of an ancient demon expert spread out. This time, it was a real ancient demon expert. The aura released from his body was ancient and pure. Yun Zhongzi, so what if you have trapped me for 35,000 years? Today, I am still free. You, on the other hand, have long since turned into a pile of white bones and died. Ha ha ha. Heat waves rolled over. Fire demon. When Li Zhongjiu saw the figure of this demon, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This was too much of a coincidence. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had also killed a fire demon. From the looks of it, it was this one. One had to know that this fire demon was extremely powerful. After it escaped in his previous life, it was also extremely cunning. It fled everywhere, relying on its tyrannical strength, and wherever it went, it would kill. There were even many sects on this continent that joined forces to hunt down the fire demon. However, the fire demon was never caught. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Later on, Li Zhongjiu was eating in a small town and happened to encounter a fire demon that came to cause trouble. Thus, he conveniently killed the latter. At that time, Li Zhongjiu was already in the Supreme Being realm. Of course, being able to kill this fire demon was also related to the latter's state. After all, for such a long time, the fire demon was basically in a state of escape. It would more or less run into some experts. Its state had not recovered, and it continued to be in a state of critical health. Then, it encountered the young and vigorous evil lord. Of course, it didn't end well. And at this very moment, they actually met in such a dramatic place. However, they didn't know how this fire demon broke out of the ground. Lord, evil lord. Be careful. In the distance, Zhou Buchuan also suddenly rushed over. It wasn't easy for him to find Li Zhongjiu. However, it seemed that he was a step too late. Why are you here? Li Zhongjiu looked at Zhou Buchuan. After that, Zhou Buchuan also briefly explained his origin and the ice demon that had been released. However, it seemed that he was a step too late. Li Zhongjiu wasn't surprised at Zhou Buchuan's origin. After all, Zhou Buchuan was only frozen for 10,000 years and was only revived now. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't know how he was reborn, she still had her memories. Li Zhongjiu had also done some research on what was happening to him. He had long ruled out the possibility that this was some messy inner demon tribulation. It was even more impossible for it to be some sort of time reversal array. It was an actual and complete rebirth. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu only acknowledged Zhou Buchuan's background. I knew that your axe was a little strange. If you were at your peak, you would have been able to control it. Li Zhongjiu flicked the axe in the latter's hand. Sure enough, the quality was pure. As expected of the craftsmanship of the ancient times. It would not be so easy to forge such a weapon now. What Zhou Buchuan didn't expect was that Li Zhongjiu wasn't surprised at all. It was as if he already knew. As expected of a young expert. Even in the ancient times, there were very few people who had the talent and vision of Milord. Zhou Buchuan said with sincere admiration. He naturally thought highly of Li Zhongjiu's breadth of mind and vision. He didn't even have the slightest hint of flattery in his words. No matter what, you were the one who released this ice demon. I'll deal with it for you. After we leave, you can work in my White Deer mansion. It wasn't easy to find such an ancient warrior. It had been tens of thousands of years, but he was still so loyal. Li Zhongjiu couldn't give him up. He was a treasure. I'll do as you say, sir. Zhou Buchuan didn't hesitate at all. To be able to meet a monarch who didn't think of them as freaks made Zhou Buchuan feel much more at ease. Moreover, Zhou Buchuan also had to consider the safety of so many of his brothers. With so many brothers here, they would need to consume a large amount of resources every day. They couldn't possibly hide in the mountains and be bandits for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Zhou Buchuan urgently needed a wise monarch to be able to support his brothers. To Zhou Buchuan, this was a huge expense. Since Li Zongjie was willing to accept them, Zhou Buchuan could also see that Li Zongjie was a monarch with great potential. Their duty had always been to support him. Zhou Buchuan wasn't good at being a monarch or overlord. It's been a long time since I ate a human. The fire demon in front gradually released its aura. It closed in on Li Zongjie and Li Zongjie. The flame demon was tall and big, and its entire body was crimson red. There was a ball of flame burning continuously on its forehead. The fire demon appeared in front of the two. Behind it was something that looked like a giant butterfly. It was ice blue all over. That was the ice demon. It was the ice demon that had released the seal on the fire demon. Be careful, the ice demon is extremely strong. My master used up all his energy to trap the ice demon. The strength of the fire demon in front of us is at least 3 times that of the ice demon. Zhou Buchuan said in a low voice. Zhou Buchuan's combat strength was rather special. He could challenge those of a higher level. The strength of Zhou Buchuan's own energy was at the level of the Yuan Monarch realm. However, he was able to fight head-on with Lu Wen, who was at the peak of the Yuan Emperor realm. In the end, he even decapitated the other party. This was enough to prove his strength. However, the strength of the ice demon hadn't reached the supremacy realm. It was still at the Yuan Emperor realm. Previously, it had easily broken through the defensive formation of Zhou Buchuan and the others. If it hadn't been for the secret move left behind by their master, everyone present would have suffered. Therefore, the supremacy realm was only used as a reference. The true extent of one's strength could only be known after a fight. Interesting. This time, you won't have the chance to cause trouble. Li Zongjie looked at the fire demon in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, at least this guy had been free and unfettered for a long time. It had been at least 500 to 600 years. Hee, overestimating yourself, human. The fire demon stretched out his hand and a flame immediately condensed in his hand. It became a fire wolf club that was nearly 3 meters long. Li Zongjie shook his head, grabbed the black dragon hammer, and rushed out. Boom! When Li Zongjie rushed in front of the fire demon, he directly smashed the fire demon's body with his hammer. In an instant, the flame demon was sent flying. Bang! The fire demon's body flew back a few hundred meters. Who knew how many times he had rolled on the ground? Finally, it came to a stop after hitting a grave. After seeing this scene, the ice demon on the side screamed and wanted to escape. It didn't dare to face Li Zongjie head-on. However, Li Zongjie directly grabbed one of the ice demon's wings. Then he pulled with force. Rip! With a crisp sound, the ice demon's wings were easily broken. Ah! The ice demon screamed and fell to the ground. Li Zongjie stepped on it and smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand on the ice demon's head. At the same time, the black dragon hammer poured a terrifying power into it and directly destroyed the demon's power in the ice demon's body. Oh? At this moment, Li Zongjie felt the power of the black dragon hammer in his hand, as if it was awakening. It seemed that only the blood of these high-level demons could awaken the power of the black dragon hammer. Zhou Buchuan had previously led his team to fight this ice demon. The latter's strength was not something that Zhou Buchuan and the others could resist. However, this cunning and powerful ice demon was defeated by Li Zongjie in an instant. It was truly unbelievable. That's too fierce. Zhou Buchuan originally wanted to help Li Zongjie block the ice demon and do his best to delay the ice demon. He did not expect Li Zongjie to be so strong. Even his master did not have such strength 10,000 years ago. Of course, this was also related to the fact that these demon experts had yet to recover their strength even though they had escaped. The Balrog had seen the ice demon's body being shattered with his own eyes. He had also personally experienced Li Zongjie's strength. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought with the latter. My strength has yet to recover. How can I be trapped here? I'll let you go first. The Balrog had already made up his mind to leave this place first. Since he could not defeat Lin Fan, the Balrog believed that he had some strength when it came to escaping. Immediately, the Balrog's feet seemed to be stepping on a flaming wheel, and his body was like a raging fire. However, he did not run far before he saw a looming figure appear in front of him. What? The Balrog saw clearly that it was the young man from before. How can it be? You dare to block me? Die. The Balrog roared and waved the wolf flame cudgel in his hand. At this moment, it was like a blazing prairie fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Li Zongjiu, completely blocking his escape route. The flame in the Balrog's hand was the demon fire, which was different from the spiritual fire. The demon fire could not be used for alchemy, but for destruction. The destructive fire appeared in front of him. At this moment, Li Zongjiu transformed into a golden dragon and charged directly into the sea of fire in front of him. The surrounding flames only brushed past him and did not cause any harm to Li Zongjiu. As he charged out, Li Zongjiu shook his body and transformed into a terrifying crimson dragon again. The blood-red dragon appeared. Immediately, its claws fell and stomped the Balrog to the ground. Roar! You dared to stomp on me! The Balrog roared angrily. Even in ancient times, it had never suffered such humiliation. After escaping with great difficulty, it was still stomped under someone's foot. Immediately, the energy within the Balrog's body was released wildly. At this moment, he was really angry. Although the demon race was greedy for life and afraid of death, they still cared about their reputation. The flame demon's body immediately became boiling hot, as if it was a large rock that had been scooped out of magma. It possessed an extremely terrifying heat attribute, and could easily incinerate everything in the world. At this moment, even Li Zongjiu felt a burning sensation beneath his feet. Die for me. However, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of this power. Facing the Balrog's head, he transformed back into his original form and smashed the Balrog's head with his hammer. Boom! In an instant, the Balrog's body turned into countless fragments. Its body was directly smashed into pieces. The Balrog did not have time to say anything before it was smashed into pieces. At Li Zongjiu's feet, there was only a pile of ashes left. I let you escape. Li Zongjiu looked at the black dragon hammer in his hand. At this moment, the black dragon hammer was surrounded by a dark red light. It seemed to be accumulating energy. Obviously, it was the energy snatched from the Balrog's body. Although the Balrog had escaped, most of its energy was absorbed by the black dragon hammer. F***ck, what are you? Why are you so fierce? Li Zongjiu was really unable to figure out the origin of this hammer. Even the origin spirit of the Black Dragon Sovereign had rushed in impatiently upon seeing the hammer, taking it for himself. Now, he was cultivating within the hammer every single day. It gave people the feeling that he was cultivating with this hammer. At this moment, Li Zongjiu could be considered to have developed a new effect and function of this hammer. It could actually absorb the energy of the demon race so easily. To strengthen himself. There was definitely a mystery behind it. You're also overbearing enough. Li Zongjiu did not continue to study this hammer. The more strange and powerful it was, the better it was for Li Zongjiu. When the Balrog had escaped, it had not done so on its own initiative. Instead, it was an innate skill of the demon race, called demon protection. No one knew how it was triggered. In short, it could instantly disappear without a trace. As for where it would appear, they had no way of controlling it. This was also the reason why the demon race was so hard to kill. As long as it escaped to a place and recovered for a period of time, it would definitely be able to recover to its peak state. It was unlike human cultivators, who had to spend a lot of effort just to cultivate. It was said that the final battle between the ancient era and the demon race was because the experts of the continent had arranged a kind of array that allowed the demon race, who could resurrect infinitely, to resurrect within the range of the array and not be able to escape. Of course, this was what Li Zongjiu had learned in his previous life. As for what the situation was, no one knew. Even Zhou Buchuan did not know. After all, Zhou Buchuan had been frozen from the start. It was simply a formality, and he was frozen. Did the Balrog use the demon protection technique just now? Zhou Buchuan was extremely shocked when he sensed the disappearance of the Balrog. When Li Zhongjiu returned, he could not help but ask. Yes, it escaped. Immediately, Zhou Buchuan's pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked. The Balrog was very powerful. In ancient times, there was a demon monster list. The Balrog was a terrifying existence that could at least rank in the top 50 on the demon monster list. As for the ice demon, its strength hovered around the top 100. Of course, to deal with these demons, one had to make sufficient preparations to be able to contend with them. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Such a demon in ancient times would be a very big disaster. Even if the Balrog was alone, it was enough to destroy a sect or even a sect city. In a city, there was a circle of forces formed by several allied sects, and it was called a sect city. However, Li Zhongjiu had only made a few moves, and he was able to beat the flame demon to the point where it had to use such a method to escape. This was truly admirable. Li Zhongjiu's strength was too terrifying. Soul-subduing flying dagger? Li Zhongjiu came to the tombstone that the Balrog had exploded. He found a soul-subduing flying dagger on the ground. The soul-subduing flying dagger was the magic treasure of the Cloud Sky Sect's great elder, Yun Zhongzi. Back then, Elder Yun Zhongzi was famous for his soul-subduing flying dagger. When the flying dagger appeared, the demons collapsed like a mountain. Zhou Buchuan explained, indicating that the origin of the flying dagger was not simple. Well, it just so happens that it is a spiritual-type magic treasure. I will make do with it first. Li Zhongjiu put away the soul-subduing flying dagger. He would refine it later. Li Zhongjiu himself was a very quiet person. If he could avoid fighting, he would not. If he insisted on getting himself covered in blood, then he would be a barbarian. Therefore, this flying dagger could be used very well in killing enemies. The effect could not be better. The two returned to the demon-subduing tower. They found that one of the figures on the demon-subduing tower's plaque had disappeared. It seems that Wan Yulan failed. Li Zhongjiu looked at the disappearing light. The aura was weak. It should be that Wan Yulan failed to break through the formation. After all, Wan Yulan's research on formations was not so thorough. You should also try. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in. Li Zhongjiu said. Zhou Buchuan had just stepped forward when he was directly sucked away. Suddenly, there was an additional aura on the plaque. It turned out that they were all trapped in this formation just now. Unknowingly, they were trapped in the formation. The strength of these people was indeed very powerful. This formation was extremely profound. A light flashed. King of Fire was also released and landed not far from Li Zhongjiu. When he saw Li Zhongjiu, King of Fire was obviously relieved. After all, the formation was powerful. It was better that Li Zhongjiu did not have any accident. Where is that girl? She should have been sent out. Li Zhongjiu said. Let's enter the tower. The truly powerful devils were all suppressed under this tower. The tombstones outside were, in fact, just some miscellaneous soldiers. It was precisely because of the existence of the demon-suppressing tower that those demon clan experts who had the ability to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth did not appear. Zhou Buchuan was also trapped in the Four Palaces Xian formation. Even with Zhou Buchuan's strength, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. When Li Zhongjiu and Jian Wushuang walked into the demon-suppressing tower, they also stared at the two guardian statues. If they couldn't pass through the Four Palaces Xian formation and wanted to force their way in, they would definitely activate the two guardian statues. If these two statues were revived, they would easily crush Supreme Being experts. Even if Li Zhongjiu and Jian Wushuang wanted to force their way in, their chances of success wouldn't be too high. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any obstacles. When they walked into the demon-suppressing tower, immediately, he felt the strong fighting spirit of the ancient ancestors. Their resolute will was guarding this place for the sake of saving the world from suffering. What a strong will. When the two walked into the demon-suppressing tower, they felt at least 10 terrifying wills. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still had such strong power. These people were at least Supreme Saint Realm when they were alive. Li Zhongjiu had never been to the demon-suppressing tower before. When he felt these powerful wills, the demon-suppressing tower directly disappeared. He really didn't know who destroyed the demon-suppressing tower at that time. They should have been cut into pieces. The surroundings were empty. It was as if there was nothing, but it was filled with the wills of experts. This demon-suppressing tower is also the technique imparting Hall. After Li Zhongjiu sensed it, he opened his eyes and said. He turned to look at the King of Fire beside him. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the King of Fire's body seemed to be in great pain. What's wrong? When Li Zhongjiu wanted to wake the King of Fire up, he found that the King of Fire's body suddenly released a terrifying flame energy. Even Li Zhongjiu's palm was covered in the flame. Li Zhongjiu felt the pain. He wanted to use his origin energy to disperse the flame. However, he found that the fire in the King of Fire's body couldn't be extinguished. He could only use the towering flame to force it out of his body. King of Fire! Li Zhongjiu shouted angrily. Suddenly, the King of Fire covered his head with his hands. His eyes were burning with fire. He seemed to want to use his own strength to fight against the wills of the experts in the demon-suppressing hall, however, it was useless. The Fire Wraith King was in great pain. Stop! Li Zhongjiu shouted angrily. Obviously, the power of the demon-suppressing of Fire's body was refining the King of Fire's body. As for the Fire Ghost King's identity, Li Zhongjiu could already guess it. I am the spirit of the ancestor of fire, one of the 5 sacred ancestors of the demon race. The Fire Wraith King's eyes also lit up. At this moment, she was still trying to maintain her consciousness because the pressure around her was too strong. At the same time, the King of Fire's own will was stimulated. The more he was suppressed, the stronger the King of Fire became. Sacred ancestor of the demon race? Li Zhongjiu was shocked by the King of Fire's true identity. He actually had such an arrogant and domineering origin. However, the King of Fire in front of him didn't have the characteristics of the demon race. He seemed to be a demon race expert who had completely jumped out of his shell. The King of Fire's face was pale. He looked at Li Zhongjiu and smiled faintly. From the moment I was trapped in Flying Moon City, you knew that my life wasn't long. If you want to obtain anything in the demon-suppressing hall and obtain the demon-suppressing ruler, you'll have to kill me first. Kill me and you'll be rewarded with unparalleled good karma. The King of Fire looked at Li Zhongjiu and said seriously. Kill the King of Fire? How could that be possible? With Li Zhongjiu's personality, there was no way he would do such a thing. The supreme treasure of demon-suppressing was right above his head. The demon-suppressing ruler was bound to contain the will of a peak saint from the ancient times. The benefits he could obtain were innumerable. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu, do it. Even if you don't kill me, the demon-suppressing hall won't let me go. Today is the day my life ends. You saved me once, so I'll fulfill your wish. The King of Fire's flames burned even more brilliantly. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't move from his spot. No one knew what he was thinking. The King of Fire naturally couldn't hold on any longer. What a joke! I, Li Zhongjiu, am not the kind of person who would betray my friends. Li Zhongjiu's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the evil lord's confidence and dominance seemed to have returned. He was back at the peak of his strength all those years ago. King of Fire, I don't care who you are. As long as you're a friend of mine, Li Zhongjiu, I'll protect you. I'll protect you. Li Zhongjiu didn't waste any more words. If he continued, the King of Fire wouldn't be able to hold on. Li Zhongjiu rushed to the King of Fire's side. He helped the King of Fire to his feet, then placed his hands on the King of Fire's back. Use my inner energy as fuel to break through the suppression. Li Zhongjiu growled. Then, the surging inner energy in his body surged into the King of Fire's body. In an instant, Li Zhongjiu also felt the terrifying pressure coming from the demon suppression hall. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu's aura and the King of Fire's aura seemed to be of the same origin. He would be regarded as a fallen human by the demon suppression hall. The King of Fire's strength was very strong. Even in the four-palace profound formation, there was nothing wrong with him. Only when he walked into the main hall of the demon suppression hall did the King of Fire truly confirm his identity. Only then did such a scene occur. No devil race member could hide here. Since this was the case, the King of Fire also knew that if Li Zongjie wanted to obtain the demon suppression ruler, he must have enough merit. And this merit was the King of Fire himself, therefore, even if he had some guesses, the King of Fire had already thought it through. He was going to sacrifice himself to help Li Zongjie. If you do this, you will also die. Hurry up and let go. The King of Fire felt Li Zongjie's energy converging into his body, and the pressure on his body immediately decreased by a lot. However, his own energy was still constantly attacking Li Zongjie. At this moment, the King of Fire's own flame energy was automatically mobilized to protect its master. Therefore, it was difficult for the King of Fire to control it. It's fine. If I don't want to die, no one in this world can kill me. Li Zongjie smiled faintly. From within his body, the three great Yuan dragons' roars immediately emerged. A powerful majestic aura constantly pervaded the demon suppression hall. It wanted to contend with the majestic aura of the demon suppression hall. In order to protect Li Zongjie, the two of them bitterly resisted in this manner. Li Zongjie's body was gradually collapsing due to the pressure from both sides. However, Li Zongjie's body did not move at all. The powerful willpower in his body also allowed Li Zongjie to persevere. He must resist the will of the demon suppression hall to the end. The auras of the three great Yuan dragon powers had also changed from their peak state to an extremely dispirited state. Roar. The first to be defeated was the white dragon's origin spirit. It directly drilled into Li Zongjie's body. Next was the golden dragon. It once again turned into a ray of golden light and returned to Li Zongjie's body. However, it did not provide any assistance to Li Zongjie, because this was the state after the energy was exhausted. The blood dragon's origin spirit was full of vigor. However, after struggling for nearly 5 minutes, the blood dragon's origin spirit finally had no choice. With a boom, it directly exploded into pieces. The remaining energy poured into Li Zongjie's body. The moment the blood dragon's origin spirit disappeared, the pressure that Li Zongjie and the King of Fire both felt was like the weight of 100,000 mountains. Under this force, Li Zongjie's body would soon be unable to withstand it. On top of that, the Fire Wraith King's protective flames kept burning. In Li Zongjie's eyes, this seemed to be the last bit of hidden power. When a force emerged from Li Zongjie's eyes, for a short moment, both of them felt relaxed. Li Zongjie had no other way. He was only holding on with his last breath. As long as Li Zongjie let go now, all the threats would disappear. However, the King of Fire would be obliterated. At this moment, Li Zongjie also intended to hold on with the King of Fire until the last moment. Clang, a crisp sound. Li Zongjie looked down. It turned out that the black dragon hammer at his waist had fallen to the ground. The 9 cities were destroyed because of the battle between the 5 Supreme Being experts. The array set up by Li Yun was also destroyed because of this. In addition, the great changes caused by the battle between Supreme Soul Slayer and the others immediately stimulated the aura of the Demon Immortal Palace. The original intention of the Demon Immortal Palace was for the heroes of the world to compete for it. After all, the things from 10,000 years ago needed to be passed down. As for the selection, it was up to the will of the heavens. After all, the dead couldn't be chosen by the heavens. However, at the very beginning, Li Zongjie and the others had set up an array to cover up the aura of the Demon Immortal Palace. When the aura was released, it soared into the sky. Supreme Soul Slayer and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the entrance of the Demon Immortal Palace. They had been fighting here for so long, but they didn't expect that the entrance to the Demon Immortal Palace would be here. Damn Li Zongjie! Damn Li Zongjie! Lu Baixian and Supreme Soul Slayer said almost at the same time. They looked at each other. They didn't expect to have such a tacit understanding between them. The main source of this tacit understanding was Li Zongjie. You're also here for that, kid? Lu Baixian stared at Supreme Soul Slayer in front of him. They had been fighting for a long time, but he still couldn't recognize the person in front of him. After all, both of them had been in a semi-retired state for a long time. In addition, both of them were very hot-tempered. Strange, why do I find you familiar? Aren't you from Black Canal Basilica? Supreme Soul Slayer only recognized the person in front of him after fighting for a long time. Wasn't he Lu Baixian, who had been humiliated by Li Zhongjiu? It had only been a short while, but Lu Baixian had already summoned two unfamiliar powerhouses. Therefore, the strength of a supreme being expert couldn't be underestimated. They could find someone to kill you at any time. Even if you lost in a one-on-one battle, they could still gang up on you. Isn't the spy sect leader Lu? So it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just now, both sides were in a hurry to kill each other. Their tempers were very bad. Now that they knew each other, there was nothing to say. Naturally, they laughed it off. Both sides had gotten to know each other through a fight. The main reason was that they had discovered each other's strength in the process of exchanging blows. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Since they couldn't win, they would only be at a disadvantage if they continued to fight. In addition, both sides had a common enemy. Naturally, they wanted to cripple Li Zhongjiu. With a common enemy, they could at least be friends for the time being. The powerful aura of the demon-suppressing palace attracted many experts. Even some people who were loitering around the Black River region immediately sensed the presence of this aura. It's the demon-suppressing palace. It's the aura of the demon suppression palace. What a dense demon aura. Some experts who had been invited by the Black Canal Basilica arrived as promised. However, when they arrived, they found that the Black Canal Basilica had been completely replaced. Therefore, they could only rely on their own methods to find the entrance to the demon suppression palace. There were many transcendental existences similar to the Supreme Sky sect in the surroundings of the three dynasties. Several top sects in the Tianyan dynasty also came to participate. One of them was the Heavenly Water sect. When Li Zhongjiu went to look for the mountain sea sparrow, he met the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect. The three elders of the Heavenly Water sect came this time. They brought 5 disciples with them to broaden their horizons. At this moment, these 8 people were also in Jiuhua City. When they sensed the direction of the demon suppression palace, they immediately gathered together. Behind them, many people had already leaped into the air and rushed in that direction. Boom, a group of people flew across the sky. Elder, it's the demon suppression palace. Let's follow them. The leader of the Heavenly Water sect was a woman in a long dress. She looked very young, but the fact that she was the leader of the elders was enough to prove her strength. There was a tricolored flower engraved between Elder Gong's eyebrows. It was a symbol of strength. 3 flowers gathering. The place where the top talents of the Heavenly Water sect gathered. It was called the 3 Flowers Gathering. Elder Gong was an elder of the 3 Flowers Gathering, so she was even more powerful. There are many experts on this trip. Don't cause trouble. Also, pay attention to the people of the 10 Swords sect. Elder Gong said. After the 2 elders and the 5 disciples heard this, they all nodded their heads seriously. One of the 5 disciples was a woman in white. If Li Zhongjiu was here, he might not be able to recognize her. She was the woman he had saved from the barbarians. In the direction of the 10 Swords sect. The disciples of the 10 Swords sect dressed up in a unique way. They were good at controlling swords. Basically, each of them was equipped with 3 swords. Some of them were even more exaggerated. They carried a sword box that could store up to 10 swords. Therefore, the people of the 10 Swords sect were easy to recognize. The reason why they had to be careful of the 10 Swords sect was because of their strength. They had been rivals with the Heavenly Water sect for many years, so they often fought with each other. Therefore, the Heavenly Water sect had to be careful of the 10 Swords sect. In the sky, 10 figures flew on their swords. They were the first to arrive at the Demon Suppression Palace, which was the sky above the land of the 9 cities. The leader was an elder with an eagle-like face. Looks like we're the first to arrive. The eagle-faced elder said in a low voice. His eyebrows twitched as he looked at the surrounding terrain. Elder, are we not going? Those who arrive first will definitely have more time and opportunity to find the treasures within. Yes, yes. The disciples under him couldn't wait to enter, but the eagle-faced elder only smiled faintly. Why go through so much trouble? In my opinion, since the entrance is here, the exit must be here as well. We can wait for them to get the treasures after they've worked so hard to get them. Isn't that enough? The eagle-faced elder said. Then, he waved his hand. Let's lie in ambush here and act according to the situation. Stay alert and don't let others get ahead of us. Yes, Elder. When it came to robbing, it was obvious that the disciples below were all very excited. A few other elders were also very excited. After the others went to prepare, the eagle-faced elder called out to another white-haired elder. Remember to inform Su Jian and the others to meet us 10 miles away. They don't need to come close. I'll give them the signal. Yes, third elder. This time, the treasures in the demon suppression palace are mine. The eagle-faced elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, he disappeared into the sky. The other two experts who had arrived at this place could not wait to rush into the underground palace. In the distance, Wan Yulan concealed her aura. She was sent out early in the morning and sensed the arrival of these people. In addition, the deputy palace master of the Black Canal Basilica, Soul Destroyer Supreme, also appeared in person. This made Wan Yulan surprised. Oh no, there are so many people. Li Zhongjiu and the others must be in danger. I don't know what's going on. Then, Wan Yulan saw that the people from the Ten Swords sect had no intention of entering the underground palace. Instead, they wanted to kill people outside. In that case, Li Zhongjiu was bound to be ambushed by these people. The strength of the Ten Swords sect was one of the top in the Tianyan dynasty. If not for the lack of manpower, it would be equivalent to the Black Canal Basilica of the Haiku dynasty. There were very few sects that could compete with the latter. At this time, Wan Yulan could only leave quietly and return to the Black Canal Royal City to find help. Now that the reputation of the Marquis of Wanyong had been restored, it was not so difficult to do some things. Under the call, there would be experts joining. It was better than staying in such a place. In the Demon Suppression Palace. At this moment, it could be said that it was a mess. Without any hesitation, the 5 Supreme Being experts who were the first to rush into the demon-suppressing palace took away the treasures on the tombstones that were used to seal the tombstones. They smashed the tombstones and took away the treasures. As for the resurrected demons, they just kicked them away. It would take a lot of effort to kill these things. Even if it was a Yuan King-level demon expert. In order to completely destroy it, a Supreme Being expert would need to use his own primordial fire to refine it for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then would he be able to completely purify it. Get out of my way. Don't block me from looking for treasures. Lu Baixian kicked an Yuan King-level demon expert away. At this moment, there was madness in the eyes of these people. The treasures unearthed from these tombstones were all treasures from ancient times. They could no longer be refined now. For Supreme Being experts like them, it was the best. Inside the Demon Suppression Hall, Li Zhongjiu and the King of Fire were protected by a black dragon. The state of the Fire Wraith King and Li Zhongjiu was also constantly recovering. The reason for that was because the destruction earlier had practically obliterated the two of them. Fortunately, at the last moment the Black Dragon Hammer had shown its usefulness. First, the Black Dragon Primordial Spirit had taken the initiative to appear and protect Li Zhongjiu. Then, a powerful aura had erupted from the Black Dragon Hammer. This aura was something Li Zhongjiu had never felt before. It was impossible to determine its cultivation level. It was far beyond what Li Zhongjiu could bear, but Li Zhongjiu knew that it was an existence above the absolute saint realm. Because of the appearance of the Black Dragon Hammer, the commotion in the Soul Suppression Hall disappeared. It was as if they had reached an agreement to stop killing the King of Fire. Both of them were lucky enough to survive. The King of Fire was the first to wake up. The Black Dragon Original Spirit in front of him was something he had never seen before. When he saw Li Zhongjiu under the protection of the Black Dragon Original Spirit and his unharmed body, the King of Fire didn't know how to describe his feelings. I owe you my life again. The King of Fire looked at the recovering Li Zhongjiu and pondered for a moment. At this moment, the King of Fire saw a mural with the shape of a sword carved on it. This sword looked as simple and peaceful as the clouds in the sky. It also seemed to contain the power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, condensing all the power into this sword. This is the unparalleled sword. The King of Fire stood up and looked at the hidden sword. He looked back at Li Zhongjiu, who was still cultivating. Previously, in order to help her resist the pressure, Li Zongjiu had touched her protective flames with his own body. Later, for some reason, Li Zongjiu had refined a part of the King of Fire's power. It seemed that the surrounding pressure was too strong, so this power was directly pressed into Li Zongjiu's body. Now, Li Zongjiu's power source had the same origin as the King of Fire's. The unparalleled ancient sword is unparalleled in the world. With my power, I will refine it into a spirit. For many years, the King of Fire had been unable to find the meaning of his existence. Out of boredom, he had founded the Ghost King Palace in the Xianxia dynasty to maintain order. But in reality, the King of Fire wasn't interested in this at all. For many years, he had lived a very boring life. Later, he met Li Zongjiu, and felt that Li Zongjiu was an interesting person. Because Li Zongjiu's cultivation level was equal to hers, the Fire Wraith King was able to sense the existence of a comrade during this process. In other words, it felt like a comrade. In the Ghost King's secret realm, he had met Wu Tian. When the Fire Wraith King recognized the other half who shared the same origin as him, the meaning he sensed from the other half was that he would either be assimilated by the other half or be assimilated by the other half. It seemed that this was the meaning of the King of Fire's existence. But now, the King of Fire understood the meaning of his existence. To fight with his companion, with his own will, the King of Fire integrated his power into the unparalleled sword in front of him. From a distance, the King of Fire's body had become transparent, and he was constantly integrating his power into the unparalleled sword in front of him. The unparalleled sword was also activated at this moment. It bloomed with divine light. Gently flying out of the wall, the King of Fire looked back at Li Zongjiu, and the last trace of his power was completely integrated into the unparalleled sword. Then, the unparalleled sword flew in front of Li Zongjiu, slowly stopping, and finally lying flat on Li Zongjiu's legs. It seemed to be connecting with Li Zongjiu's own power. Li Zongjiu, whose body was self-healing, suddenly felt a strong force rushing into Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! It seemed that at this moment, there was a surge of power in his body. It helped Li Zongjiu recover his strength faster. The power that rushed into Li Zongjiu's body was somewhat familiar, but also somewhat strange. When Li Zongjiu opened his eyes, he saw the unparalleled sword on his knees. He immediately woke up with a start. King of Fire! Li Zongjiu shouted. At first, he thought that the King of Fire had disappeared, but when he saw the unparalleled sword on the ground and held it in his hand, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and even a feeling of telepathy. This, Li Zongjiu quickly found that there was a trace of the Fire ancestor's power in his body. And this power came from the King of Fire. Immediately, Li Zongjiu understood. The King of Fire had integrated himself into the unparalleled sword, becoming the sword spirit. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also had the right to use the power of the unparalleled sword. If this was the case, in the world, only Li Zongjiu and Wu Tian could use the power of the unparalleled sword. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. Even if you turn into the sword spirit, I will definitely reconstruct your soul. Li Zongjiu secretly made up his mind. This matter was a foregone conclusion. Although Li Zongjiu didn't want to see this result, since the King of Fire had made such a choice and had done it, there was no other way to reverse it. Li Zongjiu also didn't have the ability to turn back time. But after the King of Fire turned into the sword spirit, Li Zongjiu had the unparalleled sword. Similarly, he could communicate with the King of Fire. But at present, Li Zongjiu's realm was not enough to summon the sword spirit, and he needed to continue to improve his strength. I knew that this thing of yours wasn't simple. Li Zongjiu changed into a new set of clothes and put the black dragon hammer back on his waist. If the black dragon hammer hadn't appeared today, Li Zongjiu really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Even if he really died in such a place with the King of Fire today, Li Zongjiu absolutely wouldn't regret it. If he couldn't even save his friend in front of him in danger, what was the point of talking about the future? Li Zongjiu wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. My strength has improved a lot. With the addition of the power of the ancestor of fire from the King of Fire, coupled with the tempering of the ancient golden body technique, Li Zongjiu had at least absorbed the pressure of many experts. Both his physical body and Yuan power had broken through and entered the 6th grade primitive emperor realm. It was just that his mind power was slightly slower. It was only at the 3rd grade primitive emperor realm. But now that the three original spirits had been severely injured, it would take a lot of effort to refine some elixirs to make up for the loss of the original spirit's power. The blood dragon original spirit was the most miserable. Even the shape of its body was directly destroyed, leaving only a little bit of its origin in the origin bead. In short, it couldn't be more dead. To be able to fight to this extent, the blood dragon original spirit was definitely the most loyal one. Perhaps it was because of its nature that it wouldn't give up so easily. Then Li Zhongjiu raised his head and looked at the demon-suppressing ruler hanging above his head. His figure leaped and grabbed the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand. The demon-suppressing ruler's body showed a kind of ancient color, as if it was a bronze ruler. When Li Zhongjiu grabbed the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand, he felt a strong sense of will. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu felt a strong will attack him. However, this power was nothing to him. After a short stalemate, the devil-suppressing ruler was completely defeated. Then, he directly took the demon-suppressing ruler down. The demon-suppressing ruler was only 1 foot long and 3 inches wide. Some patterns were engraved on it. He looked at it carefully. Li Zhongjiu finally understood. So this demon-suppressing ruler is actually a history book. The demon-suppressing ruler wasn't a powerful magic treasure, but there was really an inheritance in it. However, its main function was to record history. In the demon-suppressing ruler, it recorded the earth-shattering battle, the 5 great demon ancestors, the 10 sages. Between them, the earth-shattering battle. For ordinary people who just want to get treasures, this demon-suppressing ruler is just a piece of trash. But for the real experts, it's a stepping stone on the road to the peak. Li Zhongjiu's heart was excited. Although the demon-suppressing ruler couldn't be used for battle, the things recorded in it would raise one's realm and broaden one's vision. If one only had a mountain in his eyes, then what he could do was to climb the fixed point of this mountain. Many people were now standing at the peak of their own mountain. What the demon-suppressing ruler brought was an even higher mountain. Once you have this mountain, you will be able to smoothly reach a higher realm. He put the demon-suppressing ruler into his storage ring. Naturally, he would sit down and slowly study this thing when he had time. At this moment, the demon-suppressing tower was also trembling horribly. It should be that someone outside was forcibly breaking into the array, so they were fighting with the guardian of the tower. Rumble. Fluctuations spread everywhere. When Li Zhongjiu walked out of the demon-suppressing tower, he was furious. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was furious. These idiots had almost shattered all the tombstones and taken out the treasures within. Therefore, at least tens of thousands of devils had been resurrected, forming a huge group. You people are simply vermin. The entire graveyard was already in a state of chaos. The ones at the forefront were Lu Baixian and the others. Although Lu Baixian and Soul Slayer Supreme had temporarily stopped fighting, these ancient treasures were all precious treasures. Who would be willing to let go of them? It would be fine if the treasures were of average quality. After all, a supreme expert's vision wasn't that bad. However, if it involved some precious treasures, then both sides would definitely not be polite and would definitely fight. This was not the time for modesty. They had to fight for every bit of resources. Even a little bit of modesty would result in a great loss for both sides. Just as both sides were racing against time, they arrived in front of the demon-suppressing tower. There was no doubt that there were precious treasures in the demon-suppressing tower. However, the 5 of them wanted to rush in directly. However, they were stopped by the 2 guardians in front of them. Originally, there were only 2 statues. However, they suddenly woke up and burst out with extremely strong combat power. The 5 people in front of them were almost caught off guard. The other party's body was like the hardest steel in the world. Any essence power that struck their body was like cotton, unable to create any ripples at all. However, the long spears in their hands could easily send people flying. Even though they had the supreme body, they still couldn't resist the long spears and were easily sent flying hundreds of meters away. Even when the 5 of them joined forces, they were still easily defeated by the 2 guardians in front of them. However, the more this was the case, the more they knew that there must be precious treasures in the demon-suppressing hull. However, as long as they retreated to a certain distance, the 2 guardians wouldn't approach them. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack and would only block those who broke into the demon-suppressing hall. Let's cooperate. One of us will delay them. The rest of us will enter the tower. Lu Baixian and Soul Slayer Supreme discussed. However, if this was the case, then the Soul Destroyer Supreme's side would be at a disadvantage. This was because Lu Baixian had 3 people in total. If 2 of them were to enter this place, then wouldn't they be at a disadvantage if they encountered something that they wanted to snatch? The strength of these 2 palace guards is so strong that we need 3 people to work together to hold them back. In my opinion, the 2 of us should enter the pagoda. I will let Xianxia help them and hold back these 2 palace guards together. How about it? Supreme Soul Slayer said leisurely. He wasn't in a hurry. In any case, Lu Baixian and the others couldn't enter. If he wanted to enter, he would have to cooperate with him. After Lu Baixian and his 2 companions looked at each other, they nodded to each other. Being decisive was also a quality that an expert needed to possess. Alright, it's settled then. Lu Baixian wasn't afraid of them in a one-on-one battle. He was confident in his own strength. Right at the moment when both parties were prepared to charge through again, suddenly, the door of the demon-suppressing pagoda was opened. The 5 people who were ready to fight were stunned on the spot. However, when he saw the person who walked out, he felt a sense of relief. Li Zhongjiu, who was standing at the door, saw the scene caused by these people. He also had a helpless look on his face. There was no way to avoid such a problem. Humans were greedy, unless they could kill everyone in front of them. All the bad consequences were caused by themselves. It's you again, you old fart. When Li Zhongjiu saw Lu Baixian, he knew that this kid didn't learn his lesson. He actually brought so many experts to cause trouble for him. The sword in his hand. Soul Slayer Supreme and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the sword in Li Zhongjiu's hand. The weapon in Li Zhongjiu's hand must be a top magic treasure. Li Zhongjiu, hand over the sword in your hand. I can swear on the reputation of the Haoyan sect that I won't make things difficult for you. When Lu Baixian and the other 2 saw the weapon in Li Zhongjiu's hand, they had already made up their minds to get it. Now that there were 3 supreme experts here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if Soul Slayer Supreme and Xianxia Supreme wanted to attack, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Lu Baixian was very confident that he could get the weapon in Li Zhongjiu's hand. Li Zhongjiu, I am the Deputy Palace Master of Black Canal Basilica. We can let bygones be bygones for what you did to our Black Canal Basilica, as long as you hand over the sword in your hand to me. What do you think? Soul Slayer Supreme also laid his cards on the table. If the sword fell into the hands of the Haoyan sect, they would have to pay a higher price to get it back. Therefore, they did not hesitate to cut off the cooperation now. You all want my sword? Okay, I'll give it to you. Li Zhongjiu directly threw the unparalleled sword in his hand out. When he threw it out, the 5 of them were given a big fright. They all took a step back, obviously wary of something. After all, Li Zhongjiu's strength was enough to make anyone vigilant. However, the expected counterattack did not happen. The unparalleled sword flew over and simply stabbed into the ground. Furthermore, it was still glowing. Even the 5 old foxes did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would really throw the sword out. The 5 of them directly started a fierce battle on the spot. Boom! Boom! Everyone wanted to get the sword. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, sat to the side, quietly watching the 5 people fight. Relying on their advantage in numbers, Lu Baixian took the lead to snatch the unparalleled sword that was stabbed into the ground. However, the power of the unparalleled sword was not as powerful as Lu Baixian imagined. It was just a relatively sharp sword. This sword is fake. Lu Baixian pointed at Li Zhongjiu and roared angrily. Li Zhongjiu also snapped his fingers very directly. The unparalleled sword immediately burst out with a terrifying power, instantly cutting off Lu Baixian's hand. After circling around, it returned to Li Zhongjiu's side. None of you want to kill me. Are you playing a game here? Come at me together. Li Zhongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand. Lu Baixian roared angrily, covering his broken arm. My arm. It was indeed a divine weapon. Soul Destroyer Supreme's eyes were shining. Obviously, Lu Baixian was an idiot just now. He was holding the treasure in his hand without knowing. Was there anyone more stupid than him in the world? Therefore, Soul Destroyer Supreme was very interested in the sword in Li Zongjiu's hand. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Sha, the two of them took out their weapons at the same time. They had been hiding their strength. However, Li Zongjiu, who held the unparalleled sword, did not care what weapons they used. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's speed suddenly burst out. He activated his footwork and rushed in front of Soul Destroyer Supreme. The unparalleled sword in his hand slashed at Soul Destroyer Supreme. Soul Destroyer Supreme threw 2 black beads at Li Zongjiu. Boom! Boom! Li Zongjiu slashed each bead with his sword. Then, he swung his sword again, cutting Soul Slayer in half at the waist. Soul Destroyer Supreme's eyes widened. He did not die immediately when he was cut in half. Instead, he looked at his stomach in disbelief. No need to look. Li Zongjiu slashed again, easily cutting Soul Destroyer Supreme in front of him. Soul Destroyer Supreme was cut into 4 pieces and fell to the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Everyone watched as Supreme Soul Destroyer was killed. They were all drenched in cold sweat. If Li Zongjiu's target was them, they wouldn't have been able to escape either. They wouldn't have ended up any better than Supreme Soul Destroyer. You actually killed the Deputy Palace Master. Zhu Sha looked at Li Zongjiu, her eyes filled with anger and shock. She couldn't wait to wring Li Zongjiu's head off. However, Zhu Sha knew that she wasn't Li Zongjiu's opponent. She had to escape. Just you wait. Black Canal Basilica won't let you go. Zhu Sha immediately spat out some harsh words. Then, she dashed towards the outside world. From Zhu Sha's point of view, Lu Baixian and the others definitely wouldn't let Li Zongjiu go. Therefore, Li Zongjiu definitely wouldn't have the chance to leave this place. He had plenty of time to escape. However, Zhu Sha didn't understand Li Zongjiu. With Li Zongjiu's temperament, since you've said such harsh words, he would definitely make your dreams come true. After all, people have to be responsible for their words. Li Zongjiu's figure turned into a shadow and dashed towards Zhu Sha. Lu Baixian and the other two wanted to stop Li Zongjiu. However, after seeing Li Zongjiu's strength, they hesitated. The two of them already had a hard time resisting Supreme Soul Destroyer. However, Supreme Soul Destroyer was directly in front of Li Zongjiu and defeated him in a single move. How could they deal with such a situation? He had to use a more meticulous method and make thorough preparations before he came. The two of you have to think carefully. If you bring this sword out, it won't be something that you and I can get. Lu Baixian said in a deep voice. If they paid a small price to keep Li Zongjiu here and snatch the unparalleled sword from the latter's hands, they could discuss among themselves how to divide it after they got out. However, if the unparalleled sword fell into the hands of the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Dust Dwelling and Chen Mian had their own enemies. They needed each other. It was necessary to build a good relationship with Lu Baixian. However, this guy is extremely strong. The sword in his hand is even more terrifying. Dust Dwelling saw Supreme Soul Destroyer being cut into 4 pieces and felt his scalp tingling. If the sword was cut, they wouldn't be able to block it. With the 3 of us working together, we won't give him any chance to take advantage of us. Although his sword is powerful, he can't use it endlessly in his current state. Lu Baixian said. Obviously, the 3 of them were very tempted. However, they were in awe of Li Zongjiu's strength. If there weren't enough benefits, they wouldn't be willing to take the risk. Don't you want to comprehend the Haotian sect's Haotian magical fist? After this is done, I'll tell the sect leader to let you observe the true meaning of the fist. Lu Baixian said faintly. They were both 1,000-year-old foxes. If they didn't reap any benefits, it was impossible for them to let go. How could Lu Baixian not understand what the two of them were trying to do? Sure enough, Qinju and Chen Mian revealed satisfied expressions in their eyes when they heard this. Haha, well said. You and I are brothers. Today, no matter what, I'll help you destroy Li Zongjiu. Dust Dwelling suddenly laughed. Just as the 3 of them were discussing. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had already returned to their side. Huh. When he saw the head in Li Zongjiu's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Zhu Sha's head was directly chopped off. Li Zongjiu casually threw it aside. Alright, the three of you come at me together. It saves me the trouble of chasing you one by one. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Previously, when he let Lu Baixian go, he knew that this kid wouldn't be convinced. However, since he let him go, he wasn't afraid that he would bring people to seek revenge. He didn't even need to use the soul-burning array. With the unparalleled sword in his hand, it was enough to kill everyone in front of him. Shameless boasting. Dust-Dwelling snorted coldly. Li Zongjiu was powerful, but their hundreds of years of cultivation weren't just for show. They had seen all kinds of ferocious people, but most of them had been trampled under their feet and turned into a pile of bones. Being able to live until now was already a symbol of strength. Immediately, Dust-Dwelling and Chen Mian took a step forward and released their original spirits. The power of the two's original spirits gathered together. It turned out to be a rare combination of original spirits. The two's original spirits were the same. The effect of this cultivation method was that the strength of the original spirits would be greatly enhanced. In the previous battle, they didn't summon their original spirits. A huge nine-tailed fox appeared in front of him. Its body was crawling, staring at Li Zongjiu in front of it. Its eyes were red. When it appeared, it had already begun to confuse Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword suddenly released a light red power, completely protecting Li Zongjiu. At the same time, it seemed to be warning the nine-tailed fox. Go! Dust-Dwelling shouted in a low voice. The nine-tailed fox immediately whipped its tail at Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword gently waved in his hand and easily cut off the tail that rushed in front of him. However, this was just a trick. The rest of the tails were also hidden. They quickly rushed in front of Li Zongjiu and directly entangled Li Zongjiu. A terrifying crushing force immediately crushed Li Zongjiu from all directions. Boom! Swoosh! The unparalleled sword was swept away by the opponent's tail. However, such an action was simply suicidal. The unparalleled sword turned easily and crushed the tail. Lu Baixian saw this and directly jumped. The purple golden-striped tiger condensed behind him and clawed at the unparalleled sword. It seemed that the unparalleled sword had been refined by Li Zongjiu. Once caught, it was necessary to use a sealing formation to trap the unparalleled sword. However, Lu Baixian thought too highly of himself. With the sharpness of the unparalleled sword, it was not something he could touch. Swoosh! The unparalleled sword gently slashed and was ready to cut off Lu Baixian's outstretched hand. Originally, he only had one hand left. The other hand was cut off just now. This time, Lu Baixian was fully prepared. When the unparalleled sword slashed, Lu Baixian also crushed a jade pendant in his hand. Immediately, a binding force erupted from the jade pendant and completely trapped the unparalleled sword. Boom! The power of the unparalleled sword was only restrained for a short moment. In the next moment, it still easily cut off Lu Baixian's last arm. Ah! Lu Baixian did not dare to believe it. The power of the unparalleled sword was far beyond the limit of what he could bear. Only now did he understand that in the face of the unparalleled sword, this group of people was only seeking their own deaths if they rushed forward. After cutting off Lu Baixian's hand, the unparalleled sword immediately flew out. At an extremely fast speed. It cut off the heads of Dust-Dwelling and Chen Mian. After the heads fell to the ground, the power of the nine-tailed fox naturally ceased to exist. It was not because the strength of these two people was too weak, but because the power of the unparalleled sword was too strong. At least a 6th grade supreme being could barely resist the sharpness of the unparalleled sword. Among the 4 people who had been killed, none of them exceeded 3rd grade. This is impossible. Even Chenju and Chen Mian had been killed in an instant. Lu Baixian, who had witnessed this scene, felt like he had fallen to the lowest point of his life. What kind of monster was this Li Zongjiu? He killed 4 supreme being experts consecutively. It was as if these supreme being experts were like cabbages in front of Li Zongjiu, who could be killed at will. This caused Lu Baixian to completely collapse. You, who exactly are you? Li Zongjiu landed on the ground. The power of the unparalleled sword was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. However, the King of Fire used his own strength as the sword spirit. If such a weapon was not powerful, then what kind of weapon would be powerful? Opening his palm, the unparalleled sword gently fell into his hand. Li Zongjiu slowly walked towards Lu Baixian. Lu Baixian knew that he would not be able to escape death today. He could not help but look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Lu Baixian, would die here. I can't accept this. Li Zongjiu cut off Lu Baixuan's head with his sword. He did not continue to listen to Lu Baixuan's nonsense. When you want to bully others with your power, you should first see if you really have that kind of strength. Otherwise, you will be killed instead. He easily reaped the lives of the 5 demons. Most of the credit was due to the unparalleled sword. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had fought against the unparalleled sword and knew that it could be even more powerful. However, for Li Zongjiu to be able to exert such power, it was already very good. They plundered the storage rings of the 5 people. When these people rushed in, they directly destroyed many tombstones and obtained many ancient supreme treasures. However, at the same time, they also directly let the devil race out of the trap. Some of the smarter ones took the opportunity to escape. They did not dare to stay here any longer. After all, this was like a cage for tens of thousands of years. They could not wait to leave. They did not want to stay here for even a second longer. However, some of the demons could not escape in time. When they saw so many delicious humans, they could not help but pounce on them and devour many of them. Li Zongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand. He killed the demons on sight. When these demons met Li Zongjiu, they did not have the strength to fight back. Under the power of the unparalleled sword, they did not have the chance to come back to life. They were easily killed by Li Zongjiu. 1 sword, 1 kill. Many of the people who were saved by Li Zongjiu saw Li Zongjiu, who was like a sword god, slaughtering everything in his path. Wherever he passed, they were all killed with extreme ease. When they looked at Li Zongjiu, they could not help but be in awe. The experts of the Heavenly Water sect were also targeted by dozens of demons. Moreover, the strength of these demons was also quite strong. Guard the sword formation. Gong Yu snorted and tapped the throats of the demons in front of her with her sword. If they were humans, their throats would have been pierced and they would have fallen to the ground. However, these demons only lost their fighting strength for a moment after their throats were pierced. They recovered quickly. The 2 elders and 5 disciples behind her were also bitterly holding on to the sword formation. Gong Yu did not expect it to be so dangerous below. The attacks of the demons were so fierce and difficult to kill. Another black shadow came from the sky. This was a demon expert who looked like a peacock. The claw reached for Gong Yu's head. If Gong Yu was caught by the claw, her head would definitely be crushed. Gong Yu's sword chi continuously shot out. The sword in his hand immediately transformed into thousands of afterimages. He pointed at the peacock demon. However, she only saw a series of flames appear. Gong Yu withdrew her sword and discovered that there were a few nicks on her sword. What? While Gong Yu was still in shock, the demon peacock emperor once again swung his tail. It instantly blasted Gong Yu's body and sent her flying. Boom! Gong Yu was sent flying. Elder! The people of the Heavenly Water sect saw this and quickly expanded their defensive sword formation to protect Gong Yu. However, in the next second, the demon peacock emperor led several dozen demons to attack the defensive sword array of the Heavenly Water sect. Everyone from the Heavenly Water sect widened their eyes. At this moment, they could only watch helplessly as they tried their best to maintain the sword formation. They had to withstand this wave of impact. Puff! 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 However, before these demons reached the sword formation, their bodies suddenly twisted in a strange posture. Then, their bodies directly burst out with a strange sound. Then, their bodies directly exploded in midair. Even that powerful demonic peacock emperor from before was no exception. Boom, 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 they were directly killed and easily turned into a pile of darkness origin. A grey-robed youth grasped it with one hand. The darkness origin condensed into a bead and fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. The people of the Heavenly Water sect saw all the demons in the sky in front of them killed with one sword strike. Such a terrifying result was the work of this youth in front of them. Gong Yu propped herself up and looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was walking in front of her. Who is this person? Without a doubt, the one who just attacked was Li Zhongjiu in front of her. This move could be said to have shocked everyone, bringing great shock to everyone. He killed so many demons with one sword strike. And it was a complete annihilation. However, Li Zhongjiu did not walk towards the people of the Heavenly Water sect. Instead, he directly changed direction and rushed in another direction. Release the sword formation and go after him, Gong Yu said hurriedly. However, by the time everyone wanted to chase after him, Li Zhongjiu had already disappeared without a trace. After a fruitless search, Gong Yu fell into deep thought. Although he had only appeared for a short time, his extremely domineering sword essence still lingered in the surroundings. This naturally caused Gong Yu and the others to fall into deep shock. This person's strength is unfathomable. Could he be a disciple of some hidden expert? Gong Yu was very talented. Otherwise, she would not have become an elder of the 3 flowers gathering at such a young age. However, the person just now looked a few years younger than her, but he had already cultivated such great strength. Therefore, Gong Yu was very interested to find out who this person was. I think I've seen that person before, among the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect, a female disciple in white said. In Bai Xian's mind, she recalled the day when they were surrounded by barbarians. That person had directly rushed into the barbarian tribe and rescued Junior Sister Gua. Last time, it was this person who saved us and Junior Sister Gua, Bai Xian said. Bai Xian said. She had never had the opportunity to thank Li Zhongjiu. Who is he? Gong Yu immediately asked. I don't know. I only know that his name is Evil Lord. Evil Lord. When everyone heard this name, a strange expression appeared on each other's faces. Could it be that this young man was actually a Supreme Being expert? However, judging from his skills just now, it was at least reasonable to say that he was a Supreme Being expert. Bai Xian and the others had always thought that Li Zhongjiu was bragging. However, they did not expect that this person called Evil Lord was actually a Supreme Being. The heavens were exaggerating. How old was he? Even Gong Yu did not dare to believe it. As long as there's a name, there must be traces, Gong Yu said in a deep voice. Moreover, a person like Li Zhongjiu would certainly not keep a low profile. He must have left some traces in the Haiku dynasty. The Heavenly Water sect was a famous sect. How could he not show any gratitude after being saved by someone? If there was a grudge, he must repay it. If there was a favor, he must repay it. This was the attitude of the Heavenly Water sect. Of course, it was also because Gong Yu was extremely curious about Li Zhongjiu's identity. It was shocking that he could kill these demons so easily. We can't stay here for long. After taking away the treasure just now, let's leave quickly. Gong Yu turned around and said. Just now, it was because of a precious treasure that such a powerful expert like the Demon Peacock Emperor was released. It almost killed the entire sect. Therefore, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. The most important thing was to gain experience. Moreover, the land of demon suppression had been turned into such a state. The demons would definitely wreak havoc in the human world. They had to return to the sect in advance. At least, they had to take precautions. Li Zhongjiu killed some demon emperor-level demons along the way. He plundered a lot of energy. It was a very good choice to use the energy of these demons to refine elixirs. With the unparalleled sword in his hand as a guide, Li Zhongjiu also successfully rushed out of the Demon Suppression Palace's secret realm. When he appeared, he found that the 9 cities around him had been reduced to ruins. Sounds of fighting could be heard from almost everywhere. Some people had already collected the spoils of the battle. After coming out of the Demon Suppression Palace, some people who wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada immediately took action, not giving the other party any chance to breathe. When Li Zhongjiu appeared, many people stared at Li Zhongjiu directly. Here comes another fat sheep that has been left alone. Immediately, some small-scale groups set their sights on Li Zhongjiu. However, in the current situation, they needed to have the ability to identify their prey. If they were to waste time chasing after one person, it would be extremely wasteful if other people, who possessed great treasures, were to escape. They looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of them. He was clean, so he must have a lot of treasures. Besides, most of his guards were dead. He was the easiest to deal with. After Li Zhongjiu appeared, he looked around, looking for Wang Yulan, Zhou Bachuan, and the others. However, this scene was seen by the group that had their eyes on Li Zhongjiu just now. This guy was obviously nervous and afraid. Go. Suddenly, 5 figures moved towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu stood in the ruins and looked around for a while. At the same time, he used his mental strength. However, Wang Yulan did not notice him. Instead, he noticed 5 rats approaching him. They were obviously up to no good. Bang bang bang, the 5 figures rushed directly in front of Li Zhongjiu. Moreover, they did not seem to have any intention of talking. Everyone attacked Li Zhongjiu at the same time. The strength of these 5 people was quite good. They were all at the peak of the Yuan King realm. However, this kind of strength was nothing in front of Li Zhongjiu. The unparalleled sword was drawn and swept across. In an instant, the sword energy flattened everything in front of him. Boom, the sword energy swept out and flattened the surrounding rocks and even the heads of the 5 people. Bang bang bang, as expected, the 5 of them fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Wang Yulan was not found. She should have left first. However, Zhou Bachuan was in trouble. At this moment, he was surrounded by 3 people. Kid, put down the axe in your hand and I can let you leave. An old man with white eyebrows said with a sinister smile. Put down the weapon in his hand? Wouldn't that be like letting a tiger pull out all its teeth? At that time, his life and death would no longer be up to him, but would be completely in the hands of others. Such a stupid thing, such a request, there was no need to consider at all. If I step on your head, I can consider it. Zhou Bachuan said coldly. He held the battle axe in both hands. There was also a masked woman on the other side who was proficient in using hidden weapons. At this moment, Zhou Bachuan's armor also had a few hidden wounds. He had been hit by the other party's hidden weapons, but he could still hold on for the time being. As for the last person, he was an assassin who specialized in sneak attacks. His movements were extremely erratic. The old man who was delaying Zhou Bachuan from the front looked thin and weak, but the 2-handed greatsword in his hand was extremely powerful. The combination of the 3 of them completely stalled Zhou Bachuan. Although they couldn't take down Zhou Bachuan for the time being, the other party had hidden weapons and an assassin who was constantly launching sneak attacks. It was Zhou Bachuan's strength that allowed him to hold on until now. Stubborn fool, you can only go to hell. Immediately, the white-browed old man slashed down with his heavy sword. The terrifying shockwave immediately formed a terrifying explosion on the ground, rumbling towards Zhou Bachuan. Rumble. The ground in front of him was directly blasted apart. Zhou Bachuan's feet were also shaken by the sword energy. He immediately slashed down with the battle axe in his hand, using his own aura to block the attack. Boom. A strong vibration spread out. The 2 forces collided, almost tearing the air apart. Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock, the masked woman suddenly released nearly 100 plum blossom darts from her hands. Zhou Bachuan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. The light turned into a shield, hovering in front of him. Ding ding ding. The plum blossom darts hit the shield and directly shattered it. Moreover, more than 10 darts circled behind Zhou Bachuan and stabbed into his armor. Fortunately, the armor was tough enough, otherwise, it would have been easily penetrated. However, the moment the shield shattered, a black shadow had already rushed in front of Zhou Bachuan. The target of the dagger in the man's hand was very clear. He wanted to cut off Zhou Bachuan's head. Helpless, Zhou Bachuan could only lower his head, wanting to use his helmet to block the fatal blow. However, it was obviously futile. The dagger in the man's hand was enough to easily cut off Zhou Bachuan's helmet. Just as the man with the dagger felt that he was about to succeed. Behind Zhou Bachuan, a figure gradually solidified from an illusory state. This was a manifestation of extreme speed. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. What? The assassin had already stretched out the dagger in his hand. Speaking of his speed, it was definitely very fast, even reaching the limit of this realm. However, the person opposite him who had just appeared was even faster. The sword in the opponent's hand. Just as the assassin watched helplessly, the sword pierced through his chest. He could even clearly hear the sound of the sword piercing through his heart. The dagger in his hand also knocked weakly on Zhou Bachuan's helmet with a clang. It's over. The male assassin thought to himself. In the next moment, the sharp sword that was stabbed into his chest suddenly exploded with power. A hidden force erupted and directly split the male assassin in half. The corpse scattered on the ground. Half of Zhou Bachuan's body was also splattered with the assassin's blood. My lord. Zhou Bachuan turned around and said in surprise. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and suddenly, a cold light flew out from his hand. The masked woman did not see the hidden weapon, but she could instinctively feel the approaching danger. Immediately, the hair on her body stood up and a cold light flashed past. Bang, by the time the masked woman saw it clearly, the flying dagger had already pierced through her body. Even if she was a woman, there was no such thing as showing mercy to the fairer sex. Killing was killing. As long as it was an enemy, there was no way he could let them live. What? Dead? The old man with white eyebrows withdrew his giant sword and saw the bodies of his two companions. Obviously, there was an expert coming to rescue them. This time, it was a failure. Years of experience told the old man that if he did not escape now, there would be no chance for him to escape. Immediately, the old man with white eyebrows jumped and directly fled into the distance. However, the moment his feet left the ground, the flying dagger that Li Zongjiu had just thrown out had already arrived. It entered the old man with white eyebrows from his left temple and came out from his right temple. It easily took the life of the old man with white eyebrows. The three of them were wiped out. Li Zongjiu very skillfully stepped forward and took the storage rings of the three people. Are you okay? Li Zongjiu looked at Zhou Bachuan. Zhou Bachuan also struggled to support his body with his axe. Your subordinate is fine. Thank you, my lord, for your help. Zhou Bachuan was very ashamed. How could a lord save a subordinate? However, Zhou Bachuan could be said to have been saved twice by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not waste time talking nonsense. He patted Zhou Bachuan's back with his palm. A wave of elemental energy pushed out all the poisonous needles and hidden weapons in the latter's body. He sealed a few of Zhou Bachuan's acupoints and sealed the poison that was running amok in his body. He threw an antidote pill to the latter. This is a 6th grade jade net pill. You got a bargain. I don't have any low-grade antidote pills on me. Li Zongjiu said. When he heard that the pill in his hand was a 6th grade pill, Zhou Bachuan was so excited that the blood in his body surged. Cough cough. This is too valuable. Just as Zhou Bachuan was hesitating. Suddenly, dozens of sword lights whistled through the sky. Swoosh. Swoosh, the flying swords attacked. They formed a circle and landed beside Li Zongjiu and Zhou Bachuan. It is indeed too precious. Hand over the medicinal pellets and that sword. The 10 Swords sect will take it. The 10 Swords sect wanted it. His words revealed a domineering aura. Coupled with the domineering appearance of the other party riding a sword, it was quite imposing. If this matter fell on someone else, it might have succeeded. However, this group of people just so happened to meet Li Zongjiu. Zhou Bachuan did not say much and directly swallowed the pill. The eagle-faced elder of the 10 Swords sect was called Huang Ming. He had clearly given the order, but Zhou Bachuan still ate the pill. It was obvious that he was going against them. He was stubbornly resisting. Since he wanted to resist, he had to pay the price in blood. What is the 10 Swords sect? Li Zongjiu said faintly. 10 figures flew over on flying swords in front of him. Everyone stood on their flying swords and floated in the air. Some of them had even assumed an attacking posture. Several flying swords hovered behind them, ready to control the flying swords to stab Li Zongjiu and take away Li Zongjiu's life at any time. The sword formation formed was quite imposing. However, Li Zongjiu had seen these methods in his previous life. The 10 Swords sect. In his previous life, it was also an extremely arrogant sect. Because this imperial sword art was very exquisite, very few people could compete with the swords in their hands. In addition, this kind of move was very rare to begin with. Under dangerous circumstances, there would often be results. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had taught them a lesson and even took away their sect treasure, the sword technique. After observing it for a while, he found that it was just a sword technique. It was not very profound, and its power was only average for experts. However, for people with weak strength, it could be used to create such a flashy technique that dazzled people. If it was used as a performance at the sect's celebration, it was not bad. How dare you insult the Ten-Sword sect? You're courting death. A young disciple wanted to step forward and show his status and strength. He pointed with his finger, and 2 swords were immediately unsheathed on his back. They turned into cold shadows and swept toward Li Zhongjiu. Be careful, my lord. Zhou Bachuan could clearly see the trajectory of the flying sword. He wanted to block it, but his body went limp. The energy in his body had yet to recover, so he didn't have enough strength. Whoosh, ding. Li Zhongjiu raised his left hand and easily caught the flying sword that was flying towards him. As for the other flying sword, he flicked it lightly with his little finger, and it shattered with a crisp sound. Humph. The disciple who attacked also let out a muffled groan because his flying sword was shattered. It was clear that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Kill. Flying swords. Huang Ming ordered. With a wave of his sleeve, 10 flying swords whizzed out. The rest of the people also made their moves. The 10 or so swords that had been inserted into the ground earlier were also drawn towards Li Zhongjiu. Be careful, my lord. Zhou Bachuan subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to use his body to block these flying swords. Get out of my way. You're in my way. Li Zhongjiu kicked Zhou Bachuan to the ground. This guy liked to make a fuss when he had nothing to do. He didn't seem so fierce when he attacked. There were at least 50 flying swords gathered together. The momentum formed by this sword formation was enough to collapse a mountain. If there was water below, it would have formed a water tornado. The flying swords attacked from all directions. However, Li Zhongjiu still swung the unparalleled sword in his hand in the face of the opponent's sword formation attack. Buzz, the razor-sharp sword intent easily destroyed the swords in front of him as though they were made of tofu. They were all shattered, bang. Bang. Bang, when the flying swords were shattered. The people of the 10 Swords sect in the sky spat out blood. The refining of these flying swords required a long time of spirit and hard work. Only then could one achieve the unity of man and sword. Their minds were connected and they could use the flying swords better. In fact, this was just a shortcut. If one really wanted to reach the realm of one with the sword, it still depended on one's own comprehension. This was a mysterious realm. The imperial sword technique of these people was just some flashy moves. Now, all the flying swords were shattered. This was a situation that the people of the 10 Swords sect had never encountered. How could they bear it? The blood in their bodies was boiling and they wanted to vomit blood. They wanted to calm their injuries. How dare you show off in front of me with this level of strength? Li Zhongjiu said disdainfully. When Huang Ming saw that the opponent was strong, he released a signal without hesitation. They had to call for reinforcements. Otherwise, everyone would die here. High in the sky, several terrifying sword chi broke through the air. The domineering sword essence completely sealed off the surrounding space. There were 5 people in total. Li Zhongjiu waved the unparalleled sword in his hand. The sword chi slashed toward the 5 people. Even though the 5 people in front of him had a powerful aura, they could not resist the sharpness of Li Zhongjiu's unparalleled sword. Boom, the 5 people who came to help didn't even have time to show their faces before they were killed by Li Zhongjiu. 5 streaks of blood exploded in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Damn. Huang Ming and the others saw this. Although they were from the same sect, they could not help but cry out when they saw such a shocking scene. When they saw the 5 people who came to help were killed so easily. Huang Ming also knew that he had met his match this time. Huang Ming was embarrassed when he met someone he could not afford to offend. He quickly withdrew his aura and lowered his body. He came to Li Zhongjiu and knelt down. I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me for offending you. When he knelt down, Huang Ming regretted his actions. How could he meet such a terrifying person? This guy is just one person. You idiots, hurry up and kneel. Huang Ming glared at the disciples behind him. Immediately, the disciples fell to their knees as well. Just a moment ago, they had been shouting about killing Li Zongjiu. In the blink of an eye, however, they had to kneel before their enemy. Not to mention, Li Zongjiu had easily destroyed the flying swords that they had painstakingly refined. If this was not a life-and-death feud, then what was it? Please forgive us, Senior. Although he was displeased in his heart, he still begged for mercy on the surface. Li Zongjiu was able to make these arrogant people of the Ten Swords sect kneel down and beg for mercy. It was obvious how terrifying and huge the pressure that Li Zongjiu brought to them was. You know when to yield and when to stand tall. Li Zongjiu glanced at the people of the Ten Swords sect. These people were sensible. Remember my name, Evil Lord. Li Zongjiu left these words and directly grabbed the seriously injured Zhou Bachuan. His body rose into the air and exploded into the sky. Kneel here for 4 hours. Even though Li Zongjiu's figure was far away. However, the people of the Ten Swords sect did not dare to get up easily. At this moment, there were many people walking around the ruins. When they saw the people of the Ten Swords sect kneeling here, they were puzzled and could not believe their eyes. Aren't they the people of the Ten Swords sect? Why are they kneeling here and not daring to move? Huang Ming and the others were under great pressure. They were afraid that Li Zongjiu, who had just left, would come back. There were many ways for such an expert to find trouble with you. There were even many ways to find out if you were obedient. If he really came back and saw that they did not follow the rules, there would be no chance for regret. Even though the people around them were mocking and pointing at them. Huang Ming and the others kept their heads down and did not dare to get up. There were more and more people watching. Even Gong Yu and the others who had just walked out of the Demon Suppression Palace. They also saw the people of the Ten Swords sect kneeling in front of them. I heard that an expert called Evil Lord made them kneel here to be punished. An insider said. After Gong Yu and the others heard this, their pupils contracted slightly. It's this Evil Lord again. The people of the Ten Swords sect knelt for 2 hours, and when the time was up. Immediately, the people of the Ten Swords sect disregarded everything and fled into the distance. Today, they had lost all their face. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After returning, they would have a good rest, and then come back to find trouble with this evil lord. The appearance of the demon-suppressing palace was naturally unavoidable, and many people wanted to explore and search for treasures. The 9 cities became the first stronghold of the demon race after their appearance. If the experts who came later wanted to enter, it was very easy for them to be sneak attacked by the demon race. Unless they were an expert or were confident in their own means. Later on, no one dared to approach this place easily. However, these demon race who were originally sealed were so easily released. Another disaster of the demon race would sweep across the entire Holy Martial continent. Li Zongjiu naturally knew that with the appearance of the demon race, the entire continent would fall into a state of war. No matter how powerful one was, one wouldn't be able to prevent such a thing from happening. Could it be that Li Zongjiu guarded the entrance with his sword and killed all the people who came in to destroy the tombstones? Or could it be said that the demon race had escaped? If Li Zongjiu saw the demon race wreaking havoc in the continent, he might take care of it. However, Li Zongjiu didn't have the leisure to take the initiative to eliminate the demon race. There were many things waiting for him to do, and he had never disdained to be a savior. If these demon race came to his door to die, Li Zongjiu wouldn't mind sending them on their way. However, the other forces of the continent would definitely organize to encircle and annihilate the devil race. This was because the energy of the devil race was extremely pure. If they were beaten back to their original form, the devil crystals they formed would also be very useful. However, it wasn't so easy to achieve this. It was not a simple task to kill the devil race. Li Zongjiu returned to Heichu Royal City. Li Yan was in Wanyong Marquis Mansion, and Wan Yulan seemed to be gathering people to prepare for a tough battle. However, they soon saw Li Zongjiu and Zhou Bachuan descending from the sky. This efficiency was truly indescribable. Zongjiu, you're back. Li Yan stepped forward and said in surprise. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had returned safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Li Yan told Wan Yulan about the arrival of Lu Baixian and Soul Slayer Supreme, Wan Yulan almost fainted from fright. 5 Supreme Being experts, this was no joke. Moreover, 3 of them were experts from the Haotian sect. As for Soul Slayer Supreme, he was the deputy palace master of Black Canal Basilica. Each of them was an extremely important figure. Even if they didn't join forces, they were still a great threat to Li Zhongjiu. However, it was good that Li Zhongjiu had returned. Where's Senior Supreme Flame? Wan Yulan breathed a sigh of relief, but when she looked around, she didn't see the King of Fire. Well, she went to travel and broke through. Li Zhongjiu said in a deep voice. Although the King of Fire had become a weapon spirit and couldn't appear for the time being, it was as if he had fallen into a state of suspended animation. However, Li Zhongjiu was confident that he could awaken the weapon spirit. When the time came, the King of Fire would be resurrected, but he wouldn't be able to condense a real body, and at the same time, he wouldn't be able to leave the range of 10 steps from the unparalleled sword. The reason why he told them that he had gone to travel was to prevent Li Yan from worrying. Moreover, the existence of the unparalleled sword itself would become a secret. It couldn't be easily told to others. He went to travel again. He won't encounter any danger again, right? Hearing that he had gone to travel, Li Yan seemed very understanding. After all, with her master's cultivation, if he didn't travel often, he would be very bored and wouldn't know what to do. While traveling, he could find some deeper insights that would allow him to break through. Therefore, it was a common thing for the strong. However, after experiencing the incident with Wu Tian, Li Yan obviously had a lingering fear. After all, Wu Tian's strength was very strong and almost had the ability to reach the heavens, so it was better to be careful. If it was in the past, Li Yan's crow's beak would probably be right. But now, he really wouldn't encounter any other danger. He just stayed in the unparalleled sword. Even if Li Zhongjiu died, as long as the unparalleled sword was still there, it would appear one day. It seemed that he had obtained the power of immortality, but in fact, he had lost his freedom forever. Although Li Zhongjiu said it casually, Wan Yulan realized that something was wrong when she thought about it carefully. According to what they said before, the King of Fire should have just broken through to the Supreme Being realm. If he had just broken through, he should find a safe place to consolidate his realm. However, although she saw the clues, Wan Yulan didn't point it out. It wasn't easy to say. Since Li Zhongjiu didn't want to reveal it, she naturally wouldn't ask. This time, the appearance of the Demon Suppression Palace released a large number of demons. Now, the demons will definitely make a comeback. Wan Yulan's eyes revealed a heavy sense of melancholy. They had just dealt with the Black Canal Basilica, and now the demons were in chaos. Life was really difficult. This is an opportunity. Only by suppressing the demons and returning peace to the world can the royal family, which you assist, be considered to have contributed. If this doesn't work, then what's the point of having an emperor? Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. After hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Wan Yulan also looked over. This reminder made Wan Yulan's heart quite shocked. It was as if layers of clouds had been lifted, and it was like a bright mirror pointing the way in front. Indeed, if the world was peaceful, the royal family wouldn't have any contributions. How could they have credibility, so this was a chance. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord, for your reminder. Wan Yulan hurriedly said. Obviously, this was also a joke. At the same time, it was also testing her relationship with Li Zhongjiu. After understanding the gap between her and Li Zhongjiu, Wan Yulan was also worried that she could no longer be friends with Li Zhongjiu. After all, the gap between them was too big. You can just call me by my name, Li Zhongjiu said. Wan Yulan was also delighted when she heard this. Fortunately, Lu Baixian and the others turned back and didn't meet you. However, there's no time to lose. You must leave the Haika dynasty immediately. If they come out of the Demon Suppression Palace, they will definitely find trouble with you, Wan Yulan said. Lu Baixian? He's already been killed by me. Could it be that he's just a clone? Li Zhongjiu said doubtfully. What? Dead? Wan Yulan and Li Yan were also shocked. There's 5 of them. Li Yan spread out her palm and said, indicating that her 5 fingers represented the number of enemies. Yes, there's 5 of them. I killed them all. Li Zongjiu confirmed again. They were all killed. It sounded simple, but the content was enough to shake the entire Haiku dynasty. There might even be a world of difference. Li Zongjiu's words were never exaggerated. They were all serious statements, so much so that it sounded as simple as stepping on 5 ants. No one would have thought of how serious this matter was. Those were 5 Supreme Being experts. Wan Yulan immediately sent her subordinates to pay close attention to the information in order to find any useful information. At the very least, they had to know the situation of the deputy sect leader of the Haotian sect and the deputy palace master of the Black Canal Basilica. The fall of 5 Supreme Being experts was so quiet. It was estimated that even if Li Zongjiu killed a chicken, it would be more sensational than this. The most sensational thing about Li Zongjiu was that he made the people of the Ten Swords sect kneel for 4 hours before they dared to leave. This matter could be said to be truly earth-shattering. One could feel the deep shock just by looking at it. This kind of thing was hard to explain. Only when one saw it at the scene would one know how shocking it was. Li Zongjiu, Li Yan, and Zhou Bachuan temporarily stayed in the Marquis Wanyong's residence. Firstly, Li Zongjiu had made a breakthrough and needed to stabilize his realm. Secondly, Zhou Bachuan also needed to recall all his subordinates so that they could follow Li Zongjiu to the Xingyan dynasty. Li Yan was also very happy to know that Zhou Bachuan had actually joined Li Zongjiu's team. This was an extremely strong team. If they could get the support of Zhou Bachuan and the others, it would be equivalent to their strength rising by several levels. It was like adding wings to a tiger. As for Wan Yulan and the others, they didn't have the time to entertain Li Zongjiu and the others. The encirclement of the remnants of Black Canal Basilica, as well as the appearance of the demons and the chaos in the city were enough to keep them busy. Since the Marquis of Wanyong's manor was carrying the banner this time, the Heichu dynasty had also entrusted it with a heavy responsibility. At the same time, the Heichu dynasty also had several supremes who had hidden themselves away from the world and had appeared due to the decline of the Heichu Holy Temple. Furthermore, under the invitation of the Marquis of Wanyong, he became the Grand Master Protector of the Haiku dynasty. Before he took up the post, he even paid a visit to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu received them and chatted for a few minutes before sending them away. Only after meeting Li Zongjiu, the evil lord from the Xingyan dynasty, would they be qualified to take up the post of Grand Master Protector of the state. These supreme stage powerhouses were willing to come out of seclusion because of many reasons. 2 days later, Li Zongjiu's realm stabilized. Feeling the improvement of his realm, he looked at the unparalleled sword in his hand. With the unparalleled sword, Li Zongjiu's cultivation became more outstanding. The blood dragon soul is now useless. I have to refine pills to condense it again. The blood dragon's soul was really desperate. However, it was also because of the blood dragon's soul's persistence that Li Zongjiu and the others survived. Li Zongjiu called a maid, Yu Dai. Yu Dai was specially left by Wan Yulan to follow Li Zongjiu's orders. She also gave Yu Dai absolute authority. As long as it was Li Zongjiu's request, she had to fulfill it no matter what. Even if she used all the power of the Wan family. First, he wrote a list of herbs and handed it to Yu Dai. Yu Dai hurriedly sent someone to do it. However, there were many kinds of herbs, and it would take at least half a day. Li Zongjiu simply walked out of Wanyong Marquis Mansion to take a breather. Zhou Bachuan originally wanted to bring his subordinates along, but Li Zongjiu refused. I'm just going out for a stroll. I'm not going to rob people. You just need to protect my cousin. Most of Zhou Bachuan's subordinates had already gathered, and there was still a small number of them on their way. Although the main area was the old haunt of the 9 cities, there were still some troops left in other cities in case of emergency. Originally, there were a total of 400 people. Currently, there were more than 300 people gathered. Thinking about it, with Li Zongjiu's cultivation, what kind of danger could he encounter? He came to this bustling street. In fact, Li Zongjiu yearned for a simple and low-key life. After reaching the peak in his previous life, he had always been like this. However, in this life, his parents were still alive, and his family was still alive. How could he be at ease? If he wanted to protect his family and his people, he had to work hard to become stronger. Therefore, even after his rebirth, Li Zongjiu had never thought of relaxing at all. He was always tense. This time, with Li Zhongzhou's current strength, he could truly heave a sigh of relief. He sat at a small stall on the street and ordered a bowl of Xianxia fried noodles. And while Li Zhongzhou was waiting for the noodles to be served, he was also looking at the various expressions of the people. At this moment, a woman in white came over like a gust of spring wind. She floated over and sat opposite Li Zhongzhou. "Can I sit here?" Gong Yu asked softly. However, she had already sat down. And looked like she wasn't going to get up. "Up to you," Li Zhongzhou said. He didn't look at Gong Yu in front of him, but continued to look at the busy traffic. There were a few children chasing kites, acrobatics, storytelling on the bridge. "Candied Hawthorne, you are senior evil lord?" Gong Yu said softly. When she said this, she felt a little shy because Li Zhongzhou was younger than her, but now she had to call Li Zhongzhou senior. Li Zhongzhou seemed to have finally paid attention to Gong Yu. He looked at the young and beautiful girl in front of him. "What's the matter?" When Li Zhongzhou found that he didn't know the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. To Li Zhongzhou, it didn't make much difference whether she was good-looking or not. If she was a friend, he naturally wouldn't care about her looks. If she was an enemy, he would kill her with a sword. It didn't matter whether she was good-looking or not. When your head was cut open, everything that was good-looking would become ugly. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." "I'm here to thank you." "There's no need to thank me." "Do you eat noodles?" Li Zhongzhou waved his hand casually. He didn't care when he saved Gong Yu's life. Now was the time to eat. Fighting and killing were temporarily put aside. "Ah?" Gong Yu was stunned. She didn't understand what Li Zhongzhou meant. "Boss, another bowl of Xianxia fried noodles, slightly spicy." "Yes, sir." The fire in the coal stove was suddenly lit. The big ladle and the iron pot clanged loudly. When the steaming hot fried noodles were placed in front of Gong Yu didn't even react. What was going on? Was he inviting her to lunch? "Eat, it's delicious." Li Zhongzhou ate without hesitation. This might be the most inexplicable meal that Gong Yu had ever had in her life. To be precise, it was a bowl of noodles. She had intended to express her gratitude and at the same time, wanted to know the background of this young genius who had such terrifying strength. However, after sitting down, she found that Li Zhongzhou seemed to have no interest in talking. He didn't care about anything else and directly ordered a bowl of noodles for her. It was such a greasy thing. Although it looked delicious, for a girl it was a little too heavy. However, Gong Yu also ate happily. At first, she was wary of Li Zhongzhou, but as she ate, she gradually calmed down. While Gong Yu was eating the noodles, she suddenly realized that it had been a long time since she had been able to sit quietly and eat noodles. She had always been running around for cultivation. Even if she wasn't cultivating, there would definitely be other things to disturb her. Even Gong Yu recalled her original intention of cultivating, which was to be able to travel around the world. However, even though she had the cultivation, she was entangled by various things and couldn't roam freely. During this time, Li Zhongzhou added some vinegar for Gong Yu. "Thank you," Gong Yu said. At this moment, she seemed to understand why Li Zhongzhou's cultivation was so high. It was because Li Zhongzhou's state of mind was incomparably peaceful. It was enough to be able to maintain such a state of mind in this chaotic world. After eating the noodles, Li Zhongzhou paid. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Gong Yu didn't chase after him. To be able to have such a meal with Li Zhongzhou, for Gong Yu, was already a great guide. Sometimes, when we contact and visit some experts, it's not because we want them to impart some experience directly, but because we can feel a trace of a different realm through the interaction with them. Thus, we can be enlightened. Therefore, this was a kind of infectious power. Although Gong Yu only ate a bowl of noodles, her enlightenment was extremely deep. As expected of Senior Supreme. Gong Yu sighed in her heart. Then, she turned around and headed back to her sect. It was time to put down the affairs of the sect. Because of the shackles of the sect, her cultivation realm had stagnated for a long time. After returning this time, he must relax his mentality and properly seek a breakthrough. "Next time, it's my turn to treat you." Fighting spirit was once again ignited in Gong Yu's eyes. It was as if the gloominess and impurities that had accumulated in her heart for many years had disappeared today. She once again felt as if she had been reborn. Li Zhongjiu didn't know that eating a single bowl of noodles would bring such a huge change and enlightenment to Gong Yu. The girl sitting across from him just now was indeed not weak. If he knew about the changes in Gong Yu's heart, he would definitely know that this girl's talent was not simple. She was able to see through his mental state so quickly. If he gave her some pointers, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. When passing by some medicinal shops, he also bought some medicinal herbs. The wealth in Li Zhongjiu's hands now was enough to allow him to achieve the freedom of medicinal herbs. When he had the strength, these things like money were just a joke. If he really couldn't do it, he could just snatch it. Returning to the Marquis mansion, Yu Dai had already sent someone to send the medicinal herbs. Li Zhongjiu went into seclusion to refine pills. After refining for 2 days, Li Zhongjiu finally managed to refine the level 6 high-grade medicinal pill in his hands. This pill was specially designed by Li Zhongjiu according to the nature of the blood dragon soul. For a 9th-grade alchemist, it was a simple matter to design a set of pill recipes. Let's call it the blood dragon pill. He swallowed the freshly refined blood dragon pill. He didn't need to spend time to refine it. The blood dragon soul would absorb the power of the blood dragon pill by itself. After resting for a while, he came out of seclusion. Zhou Bachuan's 400 soldiers had already gathered, and their momentum was mighty. After calling Li Yan, he went to say goodbye to Wan Yulan. Recently, the internal affairs of the Haiku dynasty were extremely hot. Various battles broke out, and at the same time many talents and heroes appeared. Furthermore, it also made Wan Yulan and the others' fighting spirit soar. There was a feeling of 1,000 things waiting to be done. When the situation in the dynasty is stabilized, I will definitely go to the Xingyan dynasty and thank you personally, Wan Yulan said. Now, Wan Yulan was also an official. The imperial court appointed Wan Yulan with an important task. She was conferred the title of General Yuquan and led 50,000 elite soldiers under her, named the Yuquan Army. It's up to you. If you need anything, just send someone to tell me, Li Zhongjiu said. One must know that Wan Yulan was also one of his aides in the White Deer Mansion. Speaking of the White Deer Mansion, there was nothing to say. All kinds of experts gathered there, and it was very powerful. Now, even a general of the Haiku dynasty came from the White Deer Mansion. Wasn't it awesome? Of course. Wan Yulan didn't say much. Wan Yonggong also saw them off respectfully. Originally, they thought that it would be a long and bitter battle, but because of Li Zhongjiu's arrival, it was easily resolved. The huge black canal basilica collapsed in an instant. It was all because of Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Evil Lord, Li Zhongjiu. This time, the name of Evil Lord would be recorded in the annals of history by Wan Yulan and the others. Li Yan piloted the Qilin warship. Zhou Bachuan and the others boarded the warship one by one. After boarding, Zhou Bachuan began to arrange people to patrol the area. Li Zhongjiu and Li Yan were also much more relaxed. At least there were people guarding the area. Even if some bandits saw them, they wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. With a glance, they knew that they weren't people to be trifled with. Where are we going? Li Yan asked. Sunset City, Li Zhongjiu said. Li Zhongjiu hadn't gone back for a long time, so he also needed to go back and take a look. Moreover, he didn't know how his father's cultivation was going. Last time, he gave him a heavenly dragon pill, and he didn't know how it was going. Zhou Bachuan and the others were so powerful. If they were deployed in Sunset City, they would naturally be able to sit back and relax. As long as no Supreme Being experts came to attack the city, there wouldn't be any problems. Hearing that they could go back, Li Yan's heart was also happy. She hadn't seen her family for a long time. After wandering outside for a long time, she would eventually miss home. The Qilin warship soared into the sky. The security of the airship was handed over to Zhou Bachuan and the others. Each of them stood firmly around the deck like wooden stakes. Food and water for more than 400 people was also a problem. However, Li Zhongjiu directly gave Zhou Bachuan a large sum of money and asked Zhou Bachuan to take care of these people. Zhou Bachuan took the money without any hesitation. For many years, they had been living frugally. When they were really poor, they would clear out some bandits. However, that could only last for a while. Now, they had found a long-term meal ticket. Looking at Zhou Bachuan's attentive appearance, Li Zongjiu even thought that he had fallen into Zhou Bachuan's trick. With Li Yan's current driving skills, they would be able to reach Sunset City in about a day and a half. During this time, Li Zongjiu was also doing the same thing. He began to try to refine the soul-subduing flying knife. This soul-subduing flying knife was the magical treasure used to suppress the Flame Demon Emperor. After Li Zongjiu removed the surface defense of the soul-subduing flying knife, he integrated his mental energy into it and began to refine it. At the same time, he felt the majestic power inside the knife. Demon-subduing flying knife. Li Zongjiu sensed it and found that there was a demon-subduing flying knife sealed in it. It could devour the origin energy of the demon race. In other words, every time the knife stabbed, it would absorb a bit of energy, weakening the opponent's strength by a bit. As for humans, the power of the soul-subduing flying knife was enough. With mental energy, it could burst out with 10 times the speed of ordinary weapons. Luoxia City. Recently, Luoxia City was really a scene of prosperity. If some of the top families in the dynasty didn't open a branch in Luoxia City, they would feel disgraced wherever they went. Although the scale of Luoxia City wasn't large, and there were some things that ordinary people couldn't afford. However, there had to be a shop on the surface. Because of Li Zongjiu's fame, there were more and more people coming to Luoxia City to visit. The city lord, Yi Chao, had made a lot of money just by collecting the entrance tax and the transaction tax. The so-called transaction tax was in some regular shops. Every transaction had to be recorded and the tax would be paid according to your account book. Hence, Luoxia City became richer and more prosperous. This feeling of prosperity made the city lord, Yi Chao, very happy. However, just a few days ago, the Li family, who had always been invincible and no one dared to provoke them, had met a business rival. It was a sect called the Thunderbolt sect. These people came aggressively and had already smashed many of the Li family's reputation. When the Li family's people came, they were beaten up badly. However, these people knew their limits and did not kill them. It seemed like they had been keeping the Li family in suspense. They directly said that they wanted Li Zongjiu to come out and negotiate. Regarding the Thunderbolt sect's arrogant behavior, the Li family did not reply directly. The Li family did not respond directly either. Instead, they kept retreating, as though they did not care about the Thunderbolt sect at all. However, the more they did so, the more the Thunderbolt sect's people wanted a yard after taking an inch. By now, they had already beaten up some of the Li family's shops until they closed down. They were getting more and more overboard. Finally, Li Tianqing did not want to keep the peace. He asked Elder Li Jiuyan to bring the Heavenly Hell Python to ask for an explanation. This battle seemed to be effective. The few people in charge of the Thunderbolt sect who showed up were taught a lesson. They were severely injured. It was said that one of them died on the spot. The Li family's reputation returned once again. Recently, everyone in the city had been paying close attention to this matter. When they heard that the Li family had attacked, they all sighed. After today, the Thunderbolt sect would no longer exist. They were just too lazy to be calculative with you. If they were serious, a single slap from him would be enough to turn him into ashes. Did he really think that the Grand Master of the state, Li Zongjiu's family, was a pushover? This was simply unreasonable. He was seeking his own death. He had never thought that someone would seek death in such a way. But no one knew. Li Jiuyan was saved by the Skyblaze Lion. Moreover, in the battle that day, the Heavenly Inferno Python had been directly killed. The other party seemed to have come prepared. If not for the fact that they did not expect the Skyblaze Lion to dare to walk out of the Li family's courtyard, they probably would not have let Li Jiuyan return alive. The Li family's clinic. Li Jiuyan was lying on the bed with serious injuries. He said to Li Tianqing and the others who came to visit, "Don't fall for their tricks. They are here for the meta beast." A primitive emperor-level meta beast was captured alive. What level was this? This was a dozen times more difficult than killing a primitive emperor-level meta beast. Li Tianqing's expression was solemn. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. His Li family could be said to be at its most glorious moment. The wind that could blow at this moment would definitely be a destructive storm, so the Li family had to deal with it carefully. The other party was aggressive, but they did not kill. Their purpose was to provoke the meta beast to come out. Knowing what the other party wanted, they naturally had a plan to deal with it. You should rest first. I will be careful, Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. He left 2 maids to take care of Li Juyan. Then, Li Tianqing also anxiously discussed this matter with the others. Recently, some of the Li family's rookies had performed well. There were also some elders who were promoted. Li Muyuan, a disciple of a side family who had been wandering outside for many years and had seen the world. Now, he could be considered to have learned and returned. It was said that at his peak, he controlled 3,000 horse bandits and was ready to become an outlaw in the mountains. However, he felt that these people's ambition was not enough, so he just waved his hand and left. He heard that the Li family had the intention to rise recently, so he came back at this time to find a helper and see the trend of the Li family. Now, Li Muyuan was also among the elders. Although many of the elders had objections, they were powerless to refute Li Tianqing's decision. Li Tianqing thought that the Li family's elders were too conceited and had forgotten themselves for a period of time. Therefore, they needed to be properly reorganized. Using the appearance of this young man, they could cleanse the Li family's management. At the meeting, when I was training in the West, I heard of this Thunderbolt sect, Li Muyuan said. Since you have heard of it, why didn't you say so earlier? An elder questioned Li Muyuan and attacked fiercely. Silence, Muyuan, please continue. The great elder, Li Shualan, said. The position of the great elder naturally needed to be inherited by a person of virtue and prestige. Ever since the previous great elder was purged because he wanted to take over the patriarch's position, the position had been empty. Later, after the reorganization, Li Tianqing invited Li Shualan to be the great elder and preside over the elder council. As Li Zhongzhou's aunt, Li Shualan was also Li Tianqing's elder sister. In terms of seniority and experience, she naturally had the right to hold the position. Li Zhongzhou had left behind many cultivation techniques in the family. The one that Li Shualan was currently cultivating was also a top-notch cultivation technique called the Fire Phoenix technique. Due to the distance, I was only guessing that these people might have the same name as the group I know. However, yesterday's incident allowed me to confirm that it is the Thunderbolt sect that I have heard of. The reason why the Thunderbolt sect has been pressuring us is to force us to take action. Because what they want is the meta beast in our family, Li Muyuan said. Oh? What do they want the meta beast for? Li Tianqing asked. Because the Thunderbolt sect is a sect that focuses on beast taming cultivation, Li Muyuan said. The Thunderbolt sect specializes in beast taming and most of their members are beast taming masters. Now that we have 2 meta-emperor level meta beasts in the Li family, they are naturally curious as to how we can control these meta beasts so well. Hearing Li Muyuan's words, the crowd came to a realization. No wonder these people had been pressuring them to force the Li family's meta beasts to take action. I see. It's actually for the beast taming method. Many of the elders were puzzled. If they wanted to study the beast taming method, why would they come to their place? Shouldn't they go deep into the mountains and forests to look for meta beasts to study? What kind of logic was this? Moreover, everyone knew that these meta beasts were sent by Li Zhongzhou and should have been tamed by the young master. Then why were these people showing off here? The other party must have set up a trap. Therefore, when the 5th elder brought the heavenly hell python over, he fell into the other party's trap. However, they did not expect the heavenly lion to take action. Or perhaps they underestimated the power of the heavenly lion. If that's the case, as long as we don't fall into their trap, they have no other way? Another elder, Li Gui, said. He was also an elder who had returned to the family. Previously, he had always been in hot climates, so his skin was very tanned. He had also changed his name to Li Gui. It was more intimidating. His cultivation level was not weak. He had already reached the Yuan King realm. Li Gui was talking about Dianzi Mountain. However, the other party did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the Skyblaze Lion had already appeared once. After it attacked, it would definitely leak some information. If they were caught by the other party, they might already be preparing for a countermeasure. That's true. However, the other party might have other tricks up their sleeves. Li Muyuan nodded. In comparison, Li Muyuan was more in favor of more conservative actions. If they were to rush out recklessly, no one knew what would happen. However, elderly Gue was different. He believed in cutting the Gordian knot. If these people were really capable, they would not have waited until now to act. They would have already flattened the Li family. Family head, this matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. If the other party finds out the trick, we won't stand a chance. I'll volunteer. Tonight, I'll lead a team and flatten the old mansion of the Thunderbolt sect. Li Gue said boldly and decisively. He was ready to go all out. Li Tianqing pondered for a moment before making the decision. All right. Elderly Gue will be in charge of leading the team. Pick 20 experts from the family to investigate the mansion of the Thunderbolt sect. The most important thing is to find the location of the Heavenly Hell Python. Li Muyuan, bring some men and the Skyblaze Lion to provide support. Once the location of the Heavenly Hell Python is confirmed, take action immediately. There's no need to report. When the Heavenly Hell Python is brought back, I want to see the heads of the people from the Thunderbolt sect on my table. Li Tianqing said. Everyone from the Li family was in high spirits. Finally, they were going to fight a decent battle. The strength of the young family head had also brought them a lot of trouble. No opposing forces had appeared around them. No family had ever dared to challenge the Li family. The more this was the case, the more the Li family members were at a loss. They even started to doubt their own strength. Otherwise, if these people were to go easy on the Li family every day without any threat, how could a family continue to develop? Sooner or later, they would fall into a state of self-destruction. Therefore, Li Tianqing was optimistic about this opportunity. He was prepared to send out all the people from the Li family who could no longer hold back. The rest of you, attack together. Burn down all the shops belonging to the Thunderbolt sect. The people of the Li family had been sullen for a long time. Since they were going to come, then they would directly go all out without any room for negotiation. Although the Li family had always been developing in the Luoxia city, but it didn't mean that they were weak and backward. Although the Li family had always been developing in the Luoxia city, it didn't mean that they were weak and backward. The Li family was not a frog at the bottom of a well. However, just as everyone from the Li family was about to set off, suddenly, a loud and clear roar came from the back of the mountain. Roar. The Skyblaze Lion roared at the sky. Then, a terrifying wave of energy struck, destroying many courtyards of the Li family. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Not good. Li Tianqing and the others' expressions changed. Tianfei was cultivating in the backyard. Tianfei could be considered one of the hidden guards of the Li family. Very few people knew of Tianfei's existence after his death. Tianfei immediately stood up, and the sword in his hand emitted a terrifying cold light. At this moment, a few huge shadows appeared in the night sky above the Li family. The defensive array set up by Li Yun was activated automatically at this moment. However, it was destroyed in an instant by the other party. Although it didn't play a defensive role, it served as a warning to a certain extent. Li family can forget about sneaking up on us. Today, all the people from the Thunderbolt sect will be here. How about it? In the future, Li family can be removed from Luoxia city. A young voice came from the sky. The aura in the voice was extremely arrogant, and the warning was even more infuriating. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the Li family? Everyone was enraged. However, when the elders of the Li family rushed out and saw the 5 shadows that suddenly appeared in the sky, their eyes widened. Meta beasts. 5 Meta Emperor level meta beasts. Just as everyone from the Li family was exclaiming, Tianfei, who was in the courtyard, rushed into the sky with the heavenly Xian sword. He turned into a shocking sword aura and attacked one of the meta beasts in the sky. The Skyblaze Lion followed behind Tianfei. Roar. As an overlord among the Meta Emperor level meta beasts, how could it tolerate these meta beasts provoking it in its territory? Tianfei's sword aura shocked everyone who was watching the battle from afar. Tianfei was fighting against a sky-piercing bull with a sky-piercing horn on its head. Meta-Emperor level, the Skyblaze Lion was also besieged by 3 Meta-Emperor level Meta-Beasts. The remaining Meta-Emperor level Meta-Beast was attacking the Li family's courtyard. Below. Qilin fleet. Fire! Li Shuolan ordered. Suddenly, the cannons were fired and 10 Qilin fleet rose into the sky from the Li family's courtyard. The meta-beast of the opponent looked like a fire fox, but it had a long and thin tail, just like an enlarged rat's tail. Thousand-faced rat-tail fox. It was said that the thousand-faced rat-tail fox was extremely intelligent and could make many different expressions just like a human. Hence, it was called the thousand-faced rat-tail fox. However, one couldn't ignore the latter's combat power and ferocity. Roar! The rat-tail fox was enscathed under this round of cannons. It turned into a ray of light in the sky and rushed towards the Qilin fleet. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Qilin fleet of the Li family was completely destroyed. All of them exploded and fell from the sky. This fleet posed no threat to the primitive emperor-level meta-beasts. It was only when they were attacking some families that they seemed to be slightly more imposing. Li Muyuan, go and save them. Li Tianqing ordered. Yes. Li Muyuan immediately led people to rescue the survivors in the Li family's fleet. The rest, follow me and kill. Li Tianqing finally took action personally. Li Tianqing, who had cultivated the Skyblaze Lion King technique, raised his hand and unleashed his aura and spirit. The terrifying meta-force formed a huge lion's head behind him. Li Tianqing transformed into the Lion King and led many experts of the Li family to kill the rat-tail fox in front. Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrifying battle fluctuation in the sky above the Li family. The terrifying fluctuation shook the entire Luoxia city. Not far from the Li family's courtyard, there was a high-end restaurant belonging to the Li family. At this moment, there were more than 10 figures standing above the restaurant. Only one person was sitting on a mahogany chair. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked at the battle in front of him with great interest. I have to say that this Skyblaze Lion King is really attractive. I didn't come all the way here in vain. How can this group of trash from the Li family have such pure royal bloodline? This is simply a stain on the royal bloodline. The young man rubbed a thumb ring on his right thumb. He gazed at the battle in front of him. Under the moonlight and the gentle breeze, he seemed extremely content. The commotion that had erupted in the Li family had alarmed the people in the city. Gu Xuanwu of the Gu family immediately led his men and charged towards the Li family. After all, the two families were allies. How could Gu Xuanwu watch as the Li family was attacked? If anything happened to the Li family, the Gu family would not have a good ending either. Yi Chao and the others stood on the roof of their house and watched the battle. Quick, inform General Feng. Yi Chao knew that he would be crushed to pieces if he approached the powerful aura of the other party. The only thing he could do was to ask for help. It was not that Yi Chao did not want to help. Horses immediately rushed out of the city. However, it would take an hour for them to leave. Would the Li family be able to hold on until then? Li Tianqing fought bravely. The Skyblaze Lion King mantra was a 6th grade primordial art. Furthermore, he observed the Skyblaze Lion before him every day. Coupled with the Sky Dragon elixir that Li Zhongjiu had given him previously, Li Tianqing's Skyblaze Lion King mantra was extremely pure. This caused Li Tianqing's elemental formula to be extremely pure and powerful. Under the support and assistance of the Li clan, he was actually evenly matched with the mouse fox in front of him. However, the Li family's house would probably need to be rebuilt. Most of the buildings would be destroyed. Although Tianfei was only at the Yuan monarch realm, he wielded the Tianqing sword. Even the sky-piercing bull before him had to avoid it temporarily. Furthermore, he had learned the top sword technique from the mystic Yuan sect. Tianfei also managed to cut off one of the sky-piercing bull's horns. However, he was also sent flying by the impact. When the young man from the Thunderbolt sect saw the state of the sky-piercing bull, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Release the Skyblaze Python and destroy the Li family as soon as possible. Gather the power of the 6 Yuan beasts and take the Skyblaze Lion away. But young sect master, the Skyblaze python has just been captured. If it is released now and receives too much damage, all our previous efforts will be wasted. You are the young sect master? The man glanced at the person who had just spoken. Immediately, that person trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything else. Instead, he quickly ordered the people behind him to summon the heavenly hell python. Immediately, there were 3 people dressed in blue and brown clothing behind him. Their figures were arranged in a triangular formation, and their palms were connected. Elemental energy condensed in the middle of the 3 people, turning into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Then, the sky seemed to be cut open. A spatial crack appeared, and the aura of the wilderness was immediately released from the spatial crack. The Thunderbolt sect wasn't just a beast tamer. To be more precise, they were all summoners. The captured meta beast would undergo a transformation and the Thunderbolt sect's symbol would appear between its eyebrows. This meant that the meta beast had been tamed by the Thunderbolt sect. The people of the Lee family were naturally very familiar with the origin beast that had appeared from the huge spatial crack. Wasn't this the heavenly hell python that had been guarding the Lee family previously? It was extremely puzzling that it had actually joined the enemy's camp. A meta beast with an orthodox royal bloodline. This is an extremely rare thing. After the heavenly hell python had been refined by them, the royal bloodline in its body had been activated. The aura that it released now was more than 10 times stronger than before. If he could take down this even stronger heavenly hell lion, he would have an extremely powerful meta beast, a royal meta beast. Just thinking about it made him excited. After the heavenly hell python appeared, it actually attacked the heavenly hell lion directly. After all, the heavenly hell lion was the only one who could match up to it. The heavenly hell lion was already extremely annoyed that it was being pestered by these 3 meta beasts. Now, it realized that its previous underlings actually dared to turn around and attack it. It was simply rebelling. Immediately, the heavenly hell lion let out a ferocious glint. It seemed to have activated the hidden bloodline power in its body. In the face of the battle between the 2 royal bloodline meta beasts, the 3 meta beasts that had surrounded the heavenly hell lion just now gradually retreated. They didn't dare to be in between the 2 meta beasts because they had suffered serious injuries when blocking the heavenly hell lion just now. They were only able to keep their lives because they had more people. Oh? It actually awakened a trace of power under such pressure. Interesting. I will definitely take down this heavenly hell lion. The Thunderbolt sect's junior sect master's eyes shone brightly. He liked this heavenly hell lion very much. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a high-quality meta beast. It would be a waste if such a meta beast didn't follow him. Boom! The battle formation that Li Tianqing and the others had formed was directly destroyed by the sat-tailed fox. Suddenly, the sat-tailed fox's tail curled around Li Tianqing and flung him a few hundred meters away, crashing into countless walls. Even though he had been paying attention to the tempering of his body recently, he couldn't withstand such a strong force and spat out a mouthful of blood. The rest of the people were also knocked down in one move and were sent flying. Tianfei was also sent flying. The other party's horn had opened up a huge hole in Tianfei's chest. However, the heavenly hell lion's body had also been slashed open. Moreover, the sword chi had already penetrated the heavenly hell lion's internal organs. The heavenly hell lion had sent Tianfei flying. At this moment, Tianfei was sitting on the ground, hugging the Tianqing sword. He was waiting for the heavenly hell lion to attack again so that he could use his last bit of strength to kill it and perish together with it. The heavenly hell lion didn't disappoint Tianfei. It was determined to trample the person who had injured it to death. Just as the heavenly hell lion was about to charge over, Tianfei suddenly felt his body turn cold. It was as if there was a gust of cold air surging up from the ground. This gust of cold air sealed Tianfei's wound first, stopping the blood from flowing out and suppressing the injury. At the same time, icicles suddenly shot out from under the heavenly hell lion's body. Bang, bang. Bang, the icicles hit the heavenly hell lion's body and shattered. Only one icicle pierced into the heavenly hell lion's body through the wound. Immediately, the heavenly hell lion roared at the sky. Then, a snow-white figure descended from the sky. Her sharp claws grabbed the heavenly hell lion's head. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the heavenly hell lion. Her hand carried a trace of green and blue light and instantly cut the heavenly hell lion's throat. Bang, fresh blood splattered out. The heavenly hell lion's body fell to the ground with a boom. The sudden appearance of this person immediately shocked the people of the Li family. The people from the Thunderbolt sect were also shocked because a primitive emperor-level meta beast had died so suddenly. This wasn't a simple matter. Even the Thunderbolt sect's junior sect leader sat up straight and looked ahead. Interesting. Feng Qingyu arrived in time. The deep freeze snow eagle flipped its body and carried Feng Qingyu towards the Thunderbolt sect's group. Ask for the leader first. Currently, the meta beasts were being held back by the Sky Blaze lion. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Before that happened, they had to capture the leader of the enemy. It's General Feng. The people of Li family exclaimed. Everyone had heard of the relationship between the young sect master and General Feng. However, they knew that General Feng was the one who stopped the enemies of Li family. It was because of Feng Qingyu's protection that Luoxia City was able to survive when they were at their weakest. Now that Li family was in trouble, Feng Qingyu came without hesitation. This touched the hearts of the people of Li family. No. Tian Fei saw Feng Qingyu rushing towards the people of Thunderbolt sect. He didn't know how strong she was, but she definitely had more tricks up her sleeves. How could she be so reckless? He immediately shouted and wanted to stop Feng Qingyu. However, it was too late. Feng Qingyu's figure immediately rushed out. The deep freeze snow eagle turned into a beam of spiritual light and protected Feng Qingyu's figure. Then, her figure suddenly accelerated. She rushed forward. Boom. The young man didn't make a move. Two people beside him stepped forward and pushed their palms forward. The Yuan force in their body instantly turned into a huge mountain. It pressed down on Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu didn't reduce her speed. Instead, she increased her speed and rushed forward. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingyu arrived in front of the young man. She left an afterimage on the spot and attracted the opponent's attack. The two people who attacked were shocked as they didn't expect someone to be able to escape from their attack. Young sect master. Hee, interesting. Miss, are you willing to be my woman? The young sect master of Thunderbolt sect laughed confidently. Feng Qingyu's reply to the Thunderbolt sect's young sect master was the green mountain spike in her hand. Whoosh, at a distance of less than 30 feet, the green mountain spike in his hand had already exploded with a green light as it charged towards the young man. However, the young man simply did not care about the force that was released. There was a powerful force in his body that easily shattered Feng Qingyu's yuan power. At the same time, a huge tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the chair and swept towards Feng Qingyu. Bang! Feng Qingyu's figure vanished once again, another afterimage. In terms of battle tactics, Feng Qingyu's battle tactics were most definitely top-notch. She had used so many techniques to lure the enemy that it was simply impossible to tell what the situation was. Rumble. A few black balls suddenly rolled on the roof. When they saw the round ball, they were shocked. Be careful. Boom, intense flames suddenly soared into the sky. The explosion directly caused the roof to collapse. The few people who were previously standing on the roof and strategizing fell from the roof in a wretched manner. Feng Qingyu's figure appeared 100 feet away and below her was the deep freeze snow eagle's body. Although the deep freeze snow eagle was only a rank 5 yuan beast, after forming a soul contract with Feng Qingyu, their minds were connected and the effect that they could unleash was even more shocking. However, when the flames dissipated, the chair that the young man was originally sitting on had turned into an extremely strange creature. It looked like an octopus from the deep freeze. Although there was a huge hole in the roof, the young sect master was protected by the octopus. Hence, it did not cause any harm to him. Take her down. Obviously, the young sect master was furious. Feng Qingyu's purpose in coming here was not to kill them directly, but to infuriate them and humiliate them. The young sect master was enraged. No one had ever dared to toy with him like this. He must pay the price for this. The octopus that he was sitting on immediately stretched out its tentacles. It stretched out rapidly and covered the sky as it swung towards Feng Qingyu. Retreat. The deep freeze snow eagle flapped its wings. Its figure retreated rapidly. However, the octopus spat out a mouthful of venom from the hidden hole in its tentacles. Bang, the deep freeze snow eagle was shot down. Feng Qingyu's figure fell in the direction of the Li family. Roar! The sky-blaze lion in the sky had crippled the 3 yuan beasts. However, under the entanglement of the sky-blaze python's venom, it gradually lost its combat strength. Bang, the sky-blaze lion was defeated and fell from the sky. With a loud bang, it landed on the streets of the city. Li Tianqing and the others stood up. Seeing such a tragic situation, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Fortunately, Li Tianqing had arranged for the younger generation of the Li family to evacuate quickly. At least they were able to hide in a safe place and did not have to die in the Li family. Naturally, the bloodline was preserved. However, it would be difficult to resolve today. The Li family is like an annoying mouse. You are already in my palm and you still want to turn the tables? The young sect master of Thunderbolt sect stood on one of the octopus tentacles and his figure was rising continuously. Like a god looking down on the world, he stared down at the mortals below. Cough cough. Feng Qingyu took a look at her wrist. The venom had entered her body, it was eroding her meridians continuously. She did not have long to live. However, Feng Qingyu did not regret it. She clutched her green peak thorn tightly and stared at the person above. Isn't there someone called Li Zhongjiu in the Li family who is very powerful? Why? Are you afraid after seeing your young sect master? The young sect master of Thunderbolt sect said and laughed loudly. It was as though he was the only one in this world. The other Yuan beasts roared into the sky, except for the sky-piercer bull that was killed by Feng Qingyu. Just as the young sect master was laughing loudly, all of a sudden, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Following that, a voice filled with disdain and extreme anger was heard. Oh? You want me to come and see you? The voice seemed to have come from the sky. At first, it was clear and distinct. However, in the blink of an eye, the voice turned into rolling thunder. Everyone in the Li family had hope in their eyes again. Young sect master. As the roar got closer, a powerful light spread across the sky. The Qilin battleship was equipped with night lights. If the lights were turned on at full power, they could light up the surroundings within a radius of 500 meters. At this moment, the cannon of the battleship was pointed at the people in front. The young master of Thunderbolt sect, Song Yu, had a cold and arrogant smile on his face. However, Song Yu's body did not move at all. He simply allowed the cannon to aim at him. It was not that Song Yu did not want to move, but there was a powerful will on him that made him unable to move at all. Then, a person walked out from the deck. It was Li Zhongjiu. When Li Zhongjiu appeared, Li Tianqing and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. This brat still knows to come back. Quick, go and save Miss Feng. She is poisoned. This is the antidote. Let her take it. Li Muyuan immediately rushed towards Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu also raised her head and looked at Li Zhongjiu. Could it be that this guy is a genius? He always appears at the most crucial moment without any suspense. Boom, boom, loud bangs could be heard. Zhou Buchuan led his men and immediately formed a protective array to protect the members of the Li family. Just looking at Zhou Buchuan's body made them feel safe. Are you Zhongjiu's friends? Li Tianqing looked at Zhou Buchuan in front of him and wondered about the latter's identity. The latter's aura was not weak. Zhou Buchuan greets the family head. Li Zhongjiu is our lord. Zhou Buchuan said to Li Tianqing, if Zhou Buchuan did not even have such a keen eye, he would not be able to stay in the Li family. I see. Thank you for your trouble. Zhou Buchuan nodded. Pull back the formation and defend to the death. Team 2, assist in rescuing the wounded. In Zhou Buchuan's team, there were also people who had specialized in first aid. The team of 400 people moved in an orderly manner. Even in such a chaotic situation, they were still able to demonstrate their high quality. Feng Qingyu glanced at the military formation of Zhou Buchuan and the others. With just one glance, she was stunned by this high-quality troop. This was clearly a troop that only an army god could lead. The aura of the entire troop was condensed into one. Even the slightest movement of the leader was enough. He could understand it immediately. Therefore, when it came to deployment, there was no need for any superfluous words. Where did Li Zongjiu find such a powerful troop? The experts from the Thunderbolt sect seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Songyu. In the face of Li Zongjiu's aggressive pressure, the usually arrogant young sect master was actually indifferent. It was hard to believe. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Li Zongjiu looked at Songyu and said indifferently. At this moment, Songyu was already sweating profusely. This was because he realized that he was as weak as an ant in front of Li Zongjiu. In front of him, Li Zongjiu was 100 feet tall giant. In the face of such absolute strength, he did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. This was an absolute suppression. Save the young sect master. The people from the Thunderbolt sect finally realized that something was wrong. Subsequently, they joined forces and opened the Gate of Summoning. Suddenly, dozens of primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts filled the sky. When they saw the appearance of these meta-beasts, the people from the Li family below also widened their eyes. These people possessed such terrifying strength. They were just toying with them just now. Otherwise, these dozens of primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts could instantly destroy the entire Li family. If they wanted to, destroying the entire Luoxia city would be a piece of cake. It was unbelievable. Damn, it seems like those guys are completely terrified. What level is the young sect master's strength at? Li Gui looked up at the scene in the sky, his eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, he looked at his young sect master with interest. This was also his first time seeing the legendary young sect master. Isn't the young sect master at a disadvantage? A disciple of the Li family couldn't help but ask. The dozens of primitive emperor-level meta-beasts could feel the destructive aura that was close to them, but they had no way to avoid it. If it wasn't for the young sect master's strength that made them afraid, they wouldn't have released their trump card. Look, the young sect master's appearance has forced them to prepare for an attack. Isn't that enough proof? Hearing Elder Li Gui's words, the surrounding Li family disciples also immediately understood that this was indeed the case. Release our young sect master immediately, or I will bury your entire Li family. An expert from the Thunderbolt sect said. He was also the one with the highest status and strongest strength in this group. His summoning technique had been cultivated to the 6th level, and he could even mobilize 6th grade primitive emperor-level meta-beasts. The heavenly Yama Emperor Python was under his control. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Zongjiu's figure vanish from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of him. The latter was so frightened that he immediately retreated, but Li Zongjiu had already grabbed his throat first. You want my Li family to be buried with you? Li Zongjiu's cold eyes pierced into the depths of the latter's soul. At this moment, his perception was infinitely magnified. He could even clearly hear and see Li Zongjiu's hand exerting force, crushing every inch of his muscles. When his throat was broken, ordinary people only heard it for a second, a blink of an eye. However, to him, the process was 100 times longer. Kill him. The rest of the Thunderbolt sect immediately summoned all the meta-beasts to attack. Facing the dozens of primitive emperor-level meta-beasts, Li Zongjiu also raised his hand. A flame burst out from his palm and covered all the meta-beasts in the sky. The flame entered their bodies and covered the dozens of huge meta-beasts. None of them were spared. The terrifying flame burned on their bodies. Moreover, the burning speed was extremely fast. Even the primitive emperor-level meta-beasts couldn't resist Li Zongjiu's flame power. They were easily destroyed. What? My meta-beasts? There were a total of 16 primitive emperor-level meta-beasts. Among them was the heavenly Yama Emperor Python that Li Zongjiu owned previously. For a meta-beast that had betrayed the Li family and injured the Li family, it was useless to keep such a meta-beast. Therefore, Li Zongjiu killed it directly. No matter how strong it was, no matter how precious its bloodline was. After blocking the heavenly Yama Emperor Python and being captured, what it should do was to sacrifice itself. It should be controlled by others to deal with the Li family. The meta-beasts in the sky were burned to ashes. 16 sparkling essence cores of meta-beasts floated in the sky like 16 stars. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. It was simply a miracle. They had never seen anyone with such ability. With a raise of his hand, 16 terrifying and ferocious primitive emperor-level meta-beasts were burned to ashes. Unheard of. You guys won't have it easy either. Li Zhongjiu looked at the 11 people from the Thunderbolt sect. Including the one he had killed, there were 12 people in total. Now, there were only 11 left. With just a glance, the people from the Thunderbolt sect were injured. At the same time, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky as if he had been severely injured. My origin pearl. My origin pearl is destroyed. My leg. Among them, 10 of their origin pearls were destroyed. When they fell, some of them even broke their legs. Zhou Bachuan's subordinates immediately went forward to control them. Only one person was left standing on the spot, shivering. He had witnessed this terrifying scene with his own eyes. At the same time, he was left alone by Li Zhongjiu. He didn't know what would happen to him. You can go. Go back and tell your sect master to bring more people when he comes. Apart from him, everyone else had their elemental pearls destroyed by Li Zhongjiu. Since this group of people wanted to touch the Li family, he had to keep them alive and let them feel the warmth of the Li family. The only person who was let go was Wei Guanghua. Wei Guanghua glanced at his heavily injured brothers below. Among these people, there were some whose seniority was even higher than his. Moreover, the young sect master was also below. If he were to leave at this moment, wouldn't he become a deserter, however? Li Zhongjiu had killed more than a dozen primitive emperor-level elemental beasts with a raise of his hand. Now, he had destroyed everyone's elemental pearls. As a result, there was no way for them to use their summoning skills anymore. Wasn't it obvious that they had lost? Even if he were to join in, he would only be courting death. Hold on, I'll get the sect master immediately. After saying that, Wei Guanghua actually turned around and fled without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the night. The Thunderbolt sect's battle array came quickly and left quickly as well. After Li Zhongjiu and the rest appeared, they defeated the Thunderbolt sect's people easily. They destroyed the Thunderbolt sect's formation. Previously, there were still people who doubted Li Zhongjiu's strength and wondered if he was as powerful as the legends said. Today, they finally saw Li Zhongjiu make a move. Even the entire Luoxia city saw it clearly. The Thunderbolt sect's young sect master, Songyu, finally let go of his body. When Songyu turned around and saw that his sect's experts had been defeated by Li Zhongjiu. Moreover, the scene of Li Zhongjiu killing the elemental beasts with a wave of his hand was still vivid in his mind. Roar! The Skyblaze Lion suddenly roared and charged towards Songyu, who was about to escape. You lowly race, how dare you! Songyu turned around and slapped the Skyblaze Lion. The Skyblaze Lion opened its bloody mouth and bit Songyu's hand, swinging him around. Songyu howled in pain in midair. Ah! Let go of me, you beast! Songyu's life was naturally not in danger. Now was the time for the Skyblaze Lion to vent its anger. I'll leave it to you. Don't let him die. Keep him alive for me. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. After receiving the order, the Skyblaze Lion let out a roar and landed on the ground with Songyu. It used various methods to ruthlessly trample on this arrogant guy. Li Yan and Li Zhongjiu landed at the same time. Dad, I'm late. Are you alright? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Li Tianqing's physical condition. Although he was injured, it wasn't a big problem. We're fine. Quickly go and see Miss Feng. Feng Qingyu. Li Zhongjiu naturally saw Feng Qingyu who had come to help. There was even a group of people rushing over from outside the city. Although this lineup was not as elite as Zhou Bachuan and the others, it was enough to make Zhou Bachuan and the others vigilant. Don't be nervous. We're on the same side. Li Tianqing saw that Zhou Bachuan had entered a state of alert. It seemed that as long as he detected a threat, he would extinguish it with lightning speed. He was amazed at the fighting quality of Zhou Bachuan and the others. Feng Qingyu's small group of people had also arrived, but they had missed the battle. However, it was estimated that they would only die if they came. Fortunately, they were late. Although they might not be able to help much, the Li family would definitely remember their kindness. If anything happened to Thousand Horse City in the future, the Li family would definitely not sit idly by. Only at times like this could one see who was willing to go through thick and thin with you. The Li family rested for a while Li Yun guarded Xianxia, who was being tortured by the Skyblaze Lion. At this moment, the people of Thunderbolt sect who were being controlled were looking at them with fierce eyes. You bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. You better let us go quickly. Otherwise, when the sect master comes, not to mention your small Luoxia city, your entire Dingquan province will be buried with us. The deacon of Thunderbolt sect who was being controlled said fiercely. Obviously, in his heart, Thunderbolt sect was incomparably powerful. Judging from his tone, Thunderbolt sect did not seem to be a sect from the Xingyan dynasty. No wonder he had not heard of it before. There was actually such a powerful summoner sect. Zhou Buchuan merely raised his hand, and a warrior next to him stepped forward and hit him in the face with the shield in his hand. Bang! The shield hit 3 of his teeth, and blood spurted out onto the ground. After this one hit, they immediately became obedient. The rest of the people didn't dare to move, and they obediently knelt in front of the Li family. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would become such a lowly prisoner? How did you get hurt so badly? Li Zhongjiu came to Feng Qingyu. At this moment, Feng Qingyu's face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was half lying on the ground and could not move. Her hand was still holding onto her green peak thorn. Li Muyuan, who was sent to help Feng Qingyu, was standing respectfully at the side. Li Muyuan greets the young master. Ask them to step back. Li Zhongjiu said. After that, Li Zhongjiu knelt on one knee in front of Feng Qingyu. He raised his hand and placed it in front of Feng Qingyu's body. A gentle wave of yuan power flowed into Feng Qingyu's body. Throughout the process, there was no contact at all. Feng Qingyu's body was in a terrible condition. That damned poison had caused the yuan energy in her body to dissipate rapidly. If it was any later, Feng Qingyu would have turned into a pool of blood. Li Zhongjiu's overbearing yuan energy forced the poison out of Feng Qingyu's body. He then fed Feng Qingyu an elixir. He helped Feng Qingyu refine the power of the elixir and at the same time, reformed the deep freeze snow eagle's body. Li Muyuan and the rest stood at the side, staring at Li Zhongjiu with their mouths agape. It was as if Li Zhongjiu had miraculously pulled a dying man back from the gates of hell. Although she looked extremely miserable, Feng Qingyu's fatal injuries had been completely healed and she was no longer in any danger. Her shattered yuan spirit was also restored at this moment. This was the most amazing part. Generally speaking, if one's yuan spirit was injured, it would take a long time to recover. However, Feng Qingyu's yuan spirit had collapsed just now. The last trace of origin energy was hidden in Feng Qingyu's origin bead. It would take at least a dozen years to refine it again. Moreover, during this process, she would need to constantly feed it with elixirs and various nourishing items. Li Zhongjiu restored the deep freeze snow eagle's yuan spirit in the blink of an eye. Li Muyuan and the rest were amazed. Feng Qingyu finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Li Zhongjiu squatting in front of her. Her body trembled slightly and she wanted to get up. You should rest well. Bring her to the medical hall and recuperate. You're not allowed to leave until you're fully healed. End of chapter 1133. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.